Lu Chuan was supposed to traverse to the high martial realm, but due to a malfunction of the foolish system, he found himself in the cultivation realm. To prevent the host from meeting an untimely demise, the foolish system forcibly imprisoned Lu Chuan for 100,000 years. The foolish system, unable to match the templates of the cultivation realm, could only compel Lu Chuan to practice the swordsmanship of the high martial world. 100,000 years, exactly 100,000 years, Lu Chuan became the mightiest sword god, yet he also descended into madness. Chapter 1, released at last. 100,000 years, 100,000 years. Do you know how I've spent these 100,000 years? In front of Baidi City on Tianyuan continent, a hunched old man, clad in rags and barefoot like a beggar, gazed at the three characters of Baidi City, tears streaming down his face. The old man was named Lu Chuan, an unfortunate time traveler. When Lu Chuan first traversed, he unexpectedly activated the system. He had hoped to ascend to the pinnacle of life, but the foolish system mishandled the realm. Intended to traverse to the high martial realm, Lu Chuan was instead cast into this terrifying cultivation realm. To make matters worse, the system, in its effort to ensure the host's safety, locked Lu Chuan away in a confined space for a full 100,000 years. 100,000 years. The cursed system could not accommodate the cultivation system of this world and forced Lu Chuan to incessantly practice the sword techniques of the high martial world. After a full 10,000 years, Lu Chuan became the strongest sword god in history, but he also became a mental patient. Of course, there was one more unfortunate matter. Lu Chuan had aged. The system only had the template of the high martial world, which could ensure Lu Chuan's longevity, but it could not prevent aging. Now that Lu Chuan had finally emerged from seclusion, his first task was to seek out the cultivation sect of this world to procure elixirs and restore his once handsome visage. You are already the strongest sword god beneath the heavens. Even cultivators could be easily defeated by you. How unbecoming to wail and weep. A donkey beside Lu Chuan spoke with human words, scolding him sternly. This donkey, thin and emaciated, bore the appearance of malnourishment. Most striking was the fact that one of its eyes gazed straight ahead, while the other was turned askew to the right, brimming with wisdom. This donkey was none other than Lu Chuan's troublesome system, transformed into a donkey named Fu. To prevent Lu Chuan from going mad during his long confinement, the system had benevolently assumed the form of a donkey to keep him company for 100,000 years. However, this companionship seemed to have been of little use. As for the relationship between this man and donkey, well, you chatterbox. With a sudden motion, Lu Chuan struck a Fu squarely in the eye. Poor Fu had yet to react before being sent into a dizzying spin, performing a 720-degree aerial turn. You old fossil. Without me, would you have achieved what you have now? A Fu grumbled as he clambered up from the ground, his eyes seemingly imbued with a bit more wisdom. If it weren't for your troublesome antics, would I have ended up like this? Lu Chuan extended his hand, and a terrifying force emanated from his palm, drawing a Fu into his grasp. Crack! A Fu's neck was twisted a full 360 degrees, hanging limply thereafter. Get moving! Lu Chuan kicked a Fu away once more. You old fossil, just wait. A Fu's menacing words echoed from afar. Crack! A sharp sound resonated through Lu Chuan's waist as he grimaced, clutching his hips. With age weighing heavily upon him, each movement posed a risk of fracture. After a considerable wait, Lu Chuan finally steadied himself and wobbled into Baidi City. According to the foolish donkey's account, Baidi City was the most prosperous city in the western part of Tianyuan continent, where the chances of encountering cultivators were greatest. Lu Chuan had but one desire, to quickly restore his youthful form. How fragrant! Upon entering the city, Lu Chuan was captivated by a delightful aroma, reminding him that he had not savored earthly food in many, many years. In the small realm, he had subsisted solely on the strength-enhancing pills provided by the system. Waiter, bring forth the finest food and drink. Lu Chuan strode into a lavishly decorated tavern, exuding the demeanor of a wealthy gentleman, and called out. The waiter stood bewildered, gazing at the commanding presence of the old beggar, unsure of how to respond. Why are you in a daze? If the master enjoys his meal, you shall not be left out. Lu Chuan shook the tattered bag at his waist, from which sounds reminiscent of metal clinking emerged. The waiter's expression brightened, and he hurriedly ushered Lu Chuan inside. Where did this beggar come from? Are you still in business? What is that smell? Did he crawl out of a latrine? Waiter, get this old man out of here. Can we eat in peace? Lu Chuan's odor, reminiscent of something foul, drew the ire of many patrons. Observing the crowd's disdainful gestures and pinched noses, Lu Chuan tilted his neck, a twitch of madness manifesting at the corner of his mouth. A surge of ferocity erupted from his aged form, sending shivers down the spines of all present, who instinctively fell silent. Continue speaking. Why have you stopped? Ah, worthless. Lu Chuan spat vehemently, unsteadily finding a seat by the window. Hey, little girl, give me a smile. Lu Chuan noticed two elegantly dressed women at the adjacent table, their figures graceful beneath their veils, and he couldn't resist indulging in a bit of mischief. Oh, refusing to grant me face? Then allow me to smile for you, Lu Chuan flashed a grin, revealing a gap where a tooth once was, laughing like a fool. Lech. One of the women in a yellow gown couldn't help but arch her perfectly shaped brows. The other woman gently shook her head, signaling her companion to refrain from engaging. Waiter, bring a feast for these two lovely ladies, and put on my tab. Seeing the two women sipping tea without ordering food, Lu Chuan boisterously called out. Thank you for your kind offer, but my sister and I will be leaving shortly, so there's no need for you to spend. The woman in the blue dress rose gracefully and offered a polite bow to Lu Chuan, exuding elegance and nobility. Lu Chuan waved his old arm dismissively. A few coins are nothing to worry about. Waiter, bring the dishes. Certainly, the waiter, observing the bulging pouch at Lu Chuan's waist, sensed he had encountered a generous patron, and a tip was certainly in store. The food arrived promptly, and Lu Chuan dug in, devouring the meal with a ravenous appetite, leaving onlookers astounded at his gluttonous display. Eat up, why aren't you eating? Is it a matter of face? Delighted by his meal, Lu Chuan noticed the two women at the table, untouched dishes before them, and his eccentricity flared once more. Sister, does this old coot have a screw loose? The woman in the yellow dress remarked, her eyelids twitching. The woman in blue, however, chuckled softly. It's fine. We haven't tasted worldly food in ages, so a little sampling wouldn't hurt. What? Although Lu Chuan appeared somewhat elderly, his martial prowess was at its peak. Despite his trembling demeanor, he was sharp of hearing and sight, relishing the food, though his old limbs could not withstand much exertion. He overheard every word of the women's conversation without missing a beat. Lu Chuan, momentarily forgetting about his meal, dashed over to the women's table. Are you celestial sisters? Go away, what celestial sisters? The woman in the yellow dress covered her nose in disgust. The usually composed woman in blue began to show signs of anxiety, glancing up the stairs. At that moment, a young man with slicked back hair appeared at the top of the stairs. Hearing Lu Chuan refer to the two women as celestial sisters, he hesitated for a moment, then seemingly grasping the situation, dashed out through the window. Chapter 2. The spring breeze and gentle rain, alas, do not depart, as the celestial maiden vanished from sight. Lu Chuan hastily seized a roasted chicken and slapped a cloth bag onto the table. Little one, the payment for the meal resides within this bag, and I have generously left a tip for you. With that, Lu Chuan too disappeared in an instant, leaving the waiter to gaze at the bag on the table, a look of gleeful anticipation upon his face. Upon opening the bag, the waiter's expression of delight transformed into one of bewilderment. Instead of silver coins, he discovered only a collection of small, silver pills, each no larger than a thumb. Sitting dazedly on his stool, his mind buzzed with confusion. The old beggar had consumed 3 months' worth of his earnings for a mere bag of worthless pills. Little did the waiter know that these pills would aid him in becoming a legend. Ah, how swiftly she has fled! Lu Chuan furrowed his brow as he stood amidst the bustling streets, realizing that only a few fleeting seconds had passed before the divine maiden had vanished from view. Blast it! His eyelids fluttered, and with a roasted chicken in his left hand, he extended his right hand into a sword-like gesture, slicing through the air. A gentle breeze arose, joyfully sweeping through the entirety of Baidi City. Is it raining? In the next moment, from the bright, sunny sky, a fine drizzle began to fall. Onlookers gazed up at the blazing sun above, then down at the incessant raindrops, utterly perplexed. Strangely, the rain penetrated awnings and buildings alike, overcoming all obstacles. It fell upon the shoulders of every passerby, yet not a single garment was dampened. This spring rain was the manifestation of Lu Chuan's sword intent. In the city of Baidi, the Lord's mansion buzzed with activity, for visitors had arrived at the Minghua Pavilion. The Lord, however, did not possess the prestige to invite practitioners as guests. The reason for the Minghua Pavilion's presence was the recent spate of heinous incidents in Baidi City. Over 100 young maidens had mysteriously vanished, leaving the Lord scratching his head in frustration, devoid of any leads. Ultimately, he could only suspect that malevolent cultivators were at work and reported the matter to the Minghua Pavilion. The two women Lu Chuan had encountered earlier at the tavern were, in fact, disciples of the Minghua Pavilion. They had been tracking a suspect when Lu Chuan inadvertently startled them. As the Lord reported the details of the case to the Mingyue Pavilion's cultivators, he found himself transfixed by the rain that penetrated the roof, cascading onto his shoulders. What is this? Beside him, a woman clad in a flowing white dress and veiled in mystery, whose figure alone could inspire fanciful thoughts, extended her hand to catch the falling rain. Yet, upon contact with her skin, the raindrops transformed into a gentle breeze. Sword intent. The veil obscured the woman's face, rendering her expression unreadable, yet the astonishment evident in her beautiful eyes spoke volumes. Summon everyone back. The situation has changed. There may be a formidable sword cultivator in the city. This sword intent is unlike anything we have encountered. It is beyond our capacity to handle. Master, at that moment, a charming girl with a round face burst into the council chamber, her expression fraught with urgency. Master Uncle, I have lost contact with junior sister Shiyun and junior sister Luoluo. Immediately inform the sect that an unknown swordsman has been spotted in Baidi City. Recall the others and prohibit any reckless actions. I shall venture forth to search for Shiyun and Luoluo. Standing in the street, Lu Chuan closed his eyes, attuning himself to each drop of the sword rain, gathering the information that flowed back to him. Soon, he discerned the presence of the two women he had sensed earlier. However, the aura returned by the sword rain was chaotic. It seemed they had encountered some trouble. Beast, do not harm my celestial sisters. Lu Chuan flicked his tongue, stretching his weary limbs before launching forward like a cannonball. In a western city, within an expansive courtyard, a young man with oiled hair and a painted face gazed smugly at the two women bound like dumplings before him. TSK, TSK, TSK. The fairy of Mingyue Pavilion truly lives up to her reputation. Just a glance at her figure is enough to leave one utterly captivated. With a lascivious grin, the youth reached out to tear away the veil of the woman in the blue dress. Beneath the veil, her nearly flawless visage momentarily bewildered him. Who are you? And why do you possess the soul-binding rope of the 100 Demons sect? Though captured, the woman in blue maintained her composure. The 100 Demons sect was notorious on the Tianyuan continent for its malevolent practices, often engaging in blood sacrifices and summoning spirits. Such entities were universally reviled. Yet they hid well, making them elusive to those who sought them. What do you think I am? The young man chuckled, performing a hand gesture that tightened the ropes binding the woman. Pain flickered across the faces of both captives as he gazed at them, his eyes gleaming with desire. This soul-binding rope was the signature artifact of the 100 Demons sect, crafted from the tendons of wrongfully deceased beings and mixed with various materials. It can not only bind the body, but also inflict harm on the soul. Senior sister, I'm so sorry. The girl could no longer hold back her tears. Had she not rashly entered this courtyard, the woman in blue would not have been ensnared. TSK, 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 don't cry, little beauty. Brother will treat you very well, the young man said, reaching out to touch the chest of the girl in yellow. Beast, if you have any grievances, direct them at me. The woman struggled fiercely, yet the more she fought, the tighter the soul-binding rope constricted. Eager, are we? Then let us start with you. The youth redirected his attention to the woman in blue. With gritted teeth and despair in her eyes, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Ah, grandson, quite the player, aren't you? Just as the youth's hand was about to reach the chest of the woman in blue, an ancient voice resonated from behind. The voice was so clear it felt as if it echoed directly in his ear. Indeed, an aged face, lined with wrinkles, emerged eerily, grinning with a face smeared in grease. The distance was alarmingly short, and the intoxicating scent nearly caused the youth to succumb on the spot. Every hair on his body stood on end, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. When had this figure approached him? Why had he not sensed a thing? Why had the formation laid out in the courtyard not been triggered? These three questions consumed the young man's mind, causing him to forget about fleeing. Ah, indeed, young man. How intriguing. Suddenly, a resounding slap landed heavily on the youth's rear, nearly bringing him to tears from the pain. This sharp sting jolted him back to reality, prompting him to quickly dodge aside. Upon steadying himself, he beheld an elderly beggar, palm raised, gazing at him with an ambiguous expression, seemingly savoring the sensation of the earlier strike. Who but Lu Chuan could engage in such absurd antics? Young man, you ought to engage in fitness. Your posterior lacks firmness for a proper grip. Would you care to indulge in a bite of this top-tier roast chicken to replenish your strength? Lu Chuan chuckled, taking a hearty bite from the roast chicken he had brought from the tavern. Who are you to disrupt the affairs of the 100 Ghosts sect? The youth demanded, his voice sharp, yet his eyes darted nervously, betraying his desire to escape. You foolish dog. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, continuing to gnaw at the chicken. Chapter 3. Incompetent yet arrogant. Seizing the moment while Lu Chuan was distracted with his meal, the youth suddenly leaped into the air, landing atop the courtyard wall. "You old fool, you shall pay for thwarting my plans." He spat, but before he could finish his threat, a chicken bone hurtled through the air towards him. The trajectory of the bone distorted the surrounding air as it sped forth. Wrapped in a hint of sword energy, this seemingly innocuous bone, though lacking the overwhelming force of a grand attack, was devastatingly precise. The youth only heard a piercing whistle before he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Looking down, he discovered a gruesome hole that pierced through his flesh. Terrifyingly, a fragment of sword energy remained lodged within the wound, burrowing into his flesh like a parasitic worm, viciously tearing at him. It took a brief moment for the youth to comprehend the excruciating agony, causing him to plummet from the wall. Sweat drenched his garments as he felt the destructive energy wreaking havoc within his body. In a frenzy, he began to shove life-saving pills into his mouth. However, those normally effective elixirs, capable of reviving the dead, felt like mere candy at that moment, providing no real benefit. "I detest being called an old fool," Lu Chuan chuckled, tossing aside the chicken bone and turning his gaze towards the bound woman. Everything had transpired so swiftly, from Lu Chuan's appearance to the youth's fall. It had all occurred in less than 10 seconds, leaving the two women in a state of shock. "Old man," the woman in the blue dress stammered. As for the woman in the yellow dress, she gazed blankly at Lu Chuan, recalling her previous less than cordial demeanor at the tavern. With a mischievous grin, Lu Chuan said, "Fear not, celestial sister. Answer my 2 questions, and I shall promptly release you." The elderly man inquired, and the woman in the blue dress, suppressing her pain, nodded slightly. "Oh, that is more like it. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue," Lu Chuan remarked, pleased with her attitude. "Master, save me. Save me." At that moment, the youth, tormented by the sword energy, erupted in frantic cries, clearly unable to endure the agony. "How bothersome," Lu Chuan remarked casually as he flicked his fingers, silencing the boy with a wave of sword energy. The woman in blue raised her eyebrows, her eyes wide in astonishment as she observed the boy flailing on the ground like a fish out of water. What shocked her was not Lu Chuan's whimsical manipulation of sword energy, but the complete absence of any true essence fluctuations emanating from him. It dawned on her that this elderly man was not a cultivator at all. "Are you practitioners of the arcane arts?" Lu Chuan posed the first question. The woman in blue hesitated for a moment, then nodded in bewilderment. "Ha ha, heaven is on my side. This is a stroke of luck." Lu Chuan laughed heartily, his exuberance sending a shiver down the spine of the woman in blue. "Ahem, part of my excitement," he coughed, then continued. "The second question, do you possess any elixirs for restoring youth?" The woman in blue sighed in relief and nodded gently. "Our Mingwe Pavilion has the illusionary youth pill, but I need you to become my good friend." Before she could finish, Lu Chuan nearly fainted with excitement, grabbing the woman's delicate hand. The sensation of his clammy grip almost made her regurgitate her meal from the previous night. "I shall release you immediately," Lu Chuan declared, forming his fingers into a sword and deftly slicing through the binding rope. With a loud crack, the rope snapped, leaving the woman in blue astonished. Was it really that simple? "From this day forth, you shall be my good friend," Lu Chuan proclaimed. "Should anyone bully you, I shall rip their intestines out and strangle them with them." With that, he placed his hand on her shoulder in a brotherly manner. "What a pity you are a woman. Otherwise, I would surely take you as my sworn brother." The woman in blue forced an awkward smile, wary of this eccentric elder and his unpredictable behavior. "So, this brat bullied you, did he?" Lu Chuan extended his hand and summoned the squirming youth from the ground. "Today, I shall demonstrate how to strangle a person with their own intestines." As he spoke, Lu Chuan reached towards the boy's abdomen. The boy's mouth was sealed, rendering him voiceless, but his face turned pale from the spasms of his heart, as if it had momentarily ceased to beat. "Elder, please show mercy," the woman in blue urgently pleaded, grasping Lu Chuan's arm. "What?" Lu Chuan raised his murky eyes, filled with confusion, observing the dimness in his gaze. The girl in the blue dress couldn't help but shiver, mustering a faint smile to explain. "The elderly gentleman is involved in our investigation regarding the recent disappearances in Baidi City. This fellow might be connected to the case." Lu Chuan nodded slightly. Just as the girl in the blue dress began to feel a sense of relief, Lu Chuan's hand suddenly struck down, and in the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief, and then his pupils slowly dilated, losing their luster. "Ha ha ha, what does it have to do with me?" Lu Chuan chuckled merrily, yanking out a long string of intestines and wrapping it around the boy's neck. The two girls, one in blue and the other in yellow, immediately retched. They had witnessed death before, but they had never encountered such a brutal method. Up we go. Lu Chuan swung the intestines, sending the boy's increasingly cold body soaring into the air like a kite. With a snap, the intestines broke, and the boy's corpse was flung away. The two girls watched in horror, quietly distancing themselves from Lu Chuan. Bah, you weak little brat, so arrogant yet so insignificant. Lu Chuan wiped the blood from his hands, adopting a congenial demeanor as he grinned at the girls. By the way, you mentioned you were investigating the missing persons case, right? There are numerous corpses beneath this courtyard. Let me uncover them for you to see if they are the ones you seek. As he spoke, Lu Chuan plunged his hands into the ground. Just as the girls were puzzled by his intentions, the earth suddenly began to tremble violently. Following this, an extraordinarily sharp black sword aura sliced through the edges of the courtyard, carving out a massive circle. Rise! With a slight exertion, Lu Chuan lifted the entire patch of earth. The two girls felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly took flight. Out of the way, Lu Chuan seized a chunk of ground and hurled it away. With a whistle, the earth vanished from sight. What is this? The surface had been torn open, revealing a vast cavern beneath. A potent stench of blood, mingled with the heavy odor of decay, assailed their senses. Chapter 4. Hell on Earth. Beasts. Beasts. Upon witnessing the scene within the cavern, the two girls found themselves rendered speechless, their voices hoarse as they repeatedly uttered these two words. At first glance, in the center of the cavern lay a colossal pool of blood. The pool was filled to the brim with thick, dark crimson liquid, bubbling like boiling water, producing fist-sized bubbles continuously. The edges of the blood pool were inscribed with intricate and bizarre runes, while an elderly man, resembling a corpse, sat within the blood pool, his eyes peacefully closed. What shattered the two girls' composure was the sight along the walls of the cavern. The walls were densely adorned with desiccated corpses, unmistakably the remains of youthful maidens. The blood of these corpses has been drained, revealing a haunting pallor. Some of the bodies have begun to decay, emitting a nauseating stench. How could this happen? How could this be? The girl in the blue dress, upon witnessing this hellish scene, began to weep uncontrollably. Beasts, pay with your lives for these children. Unable to contain herself any longer, she dashed towards the elderly man submerged in the pool of blood. Just as she was about to strike, the corpse-like elder suddenly opened his eyes. A surge of brutal energy erupted, and the blood in the pool violently swirled, crashing towards the girl. Tears filled her eyes, yet she neither flinched nor retreated from the oncoming blood. Her inner energy erupted, forming a protective shell around her, which collided fiercely with the rushing blood. A thunderous sound echoed as the shell shattered, blood gushed from her mouth, and she was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan strangely focused on the corpses of the girls. Professional, indeed very professional. The blood was not drained at once, but rather trickled out slowly. As he muttered to himself, the girl came soaring towards him. Careful now. Lu Chuan gently tapped, neutralizing the impact from the girl and catching her steadily. The girl, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her face pale and eyes filled with tears, looked at Lu Chuan with a pleading gaze. He. At that moment, the elderly man in the blood pool slowly rose, emitting a series of shrill, owl-like cackles. People from a Mingwei pavilion, you are still so fond of meddling in others' affairs. Just in time, I am in need of some blood. Let us make use of yours. Old beast, you fiend. Just then, a streak of light descended from the heavens, landing directly before Lu Chuan and the girl. Master Uncle, you must take a stand for them. The girl cried out upon seeing the suddenly appeared woman. Bai Lin, it has been a long time. The old man emerged slowly from the blood pool. With each step, his emaciated form became more robust, his visage appearing younger. By the time he exited the blood pool, the old man had transformed from a frail elder into a robust man in his 30s. You wretch! You dare to use the blood of over 100 maidens to nourish your body eroded by the heavenly path? Bai Lin seethed with fury, her entire being pulsating with energy. Do you wish to engage in a fiery clash with me? You must consider the consequences should we come to blows. How many will perish in Baidi City? The old man showed no concern for Bai Lin's wrath, casually brushing off the dust from his new garments. Bai Lin's teeth ground together audibly, yet she found herself powerless. By the way, my disciple has been captured by you, hasn't he? I just heard his cries. Hand him over, and I shall leave Baidi City at once. Otherwise, in this tense moment, It was by Linlin's side that found themselves threatened. You shall not succeed. In the midst of this tense standoff, a surprising voice echoed. Lu Chuan, witnessing the transformation of the old man of 100 ghosts into his youthful self, nearly drooled, plunging headfirst into the blood pool. With a resounding splash, crimson droplets scattered into the air, successfully diverting everyone's attention to Lu Chuan. Meanwhile, the girl in the blue dress gently tugged at by Linlin, urging her to keep her distance from Lu Chuan. Old fool, how did you regain your youth? Lu Chuan splashed about in the blood pool, feeling no effect. And in a fit of irritation, he questioned the old man of 100 ghosts. Who are you calling an old fool? The old man's expression darkened ominously. Lu Chuan squinted with a foolish grin and scoffed. I'm referring to you. Just a moment ago, a little brat met his end for his disrespect towards the elders and was strangled by his own intestines, dying a most tragic death. Oh, by the way, as he perished, he cried out for his master. Are you his master? He. The old man of 100 ghosts felt a surge of anger, having finally found a like-minded disciple, only to hear that he was strangled to death. Yet, he soon chuckled, for he sensed no trace of true energy from Lu Chuan, indicating that the young man was no cultivator at all. Apologize, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse, you little rascal. Lu Chuan, unable to contain his fiery temper, sprang forth from the blood pool, charging at the old man. So swift, the old man's pupils constricted. Lu Chuan's movements were too rapid, and with the distance between them being so short, he had no time to cast a spell. Suddenly, a crisp sound erupted from Lu Chuan's body as he leaped high, only to crash down onto the ground. Ouch, ouch, my poor back. Having exerted himself too forcefully, Lu Chuan nearly strained his back. Old man, are you here to amuse us? The old man of 100 ghosts sneered coldly and summoned a large crimson banner. As the banner appeared, the atmosphere shifted abruptly, a chilling wind howled, and ghostly apparitions swarmed, unsettling the minds of those present. Beware of the soul-summoning banner. Bai Linlin exclaimed, preparing to intervene, but the girl in the blue dress firmly restrained her. With a quivering voice, she pleaded, Aunt, please, don't go near that madman. Oh, my ancestors! At that moment, a gaunt, diminutive donkey plummeted from the sky. Affu, my back is killing me. Seeing the donkey, Lu Chuan grimaced in pain. You truly are a victim of fate. Affu hurried over to Lu Chuan's side. What are you staring at? Get back to what you were doing. This is quite entertaining. With a knowing glance sweeping across the crowd, Affu grinned broadly, revealing his large teeth, ready to mock. That old man cannot escape. He has regained his youth. Lu Chuan lay on the ground, pointing at the old man of 100 ghosts. She is considerably younger than you, and now your vision is also failing, isn't it? Afu said as he hoisted Lu Chuan onto his back. Who are you calling old and myopic? Lu Chuan, infuriated, delivered a few punches to the back of Afu's head, causing the donkey's head to explode. Chapter 5. I'll slay you. Such brutality. A single misstep in words resulted in the donkey's head being shattered. The onlookers gasped in shock. Strangely, however, the exploded donkey's head did not splatter brains as one might expect. Instead, it quickly reformed. Before we came out, we agreed to maintain a low profile. Once I synchronize with the world template and activate the cheat, don't be surprised if we not only reverse aging, but also wreak havoc. Afu, accustomed to Lu Chuan's violent tendencies, nonchalantly urged him, I'll handle the chaos. You handle the destruction, all right? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Your back is weak. Your mind is not sharp, and you have serious violent tendencies. It's prudent for you to be discreet. Besides, considering your current state, what if you suddenly collapse in a fight? Be sensible. Afu implored earnestly. Who are you calling dull-witted? Lu Chuan, infuriated, landed another 2 punches on Afu's head. Enough. The elder of the 100 ghosts finally could not restrain himself and barked sternly. This man and donkey had completely disregarded him as a fearsome practitioner of dark arts. He had never been so underestimated. Such insolence could not be tolerated. Let's perish together. The elder waved his large banner, and instantly, a billowing black mist surged forth, obscuring the sky. Within the murky fog swirled countless ghastly faces, their mournful wails sending chills down one's spine. The imposing spectacle was indeed terrifying, imbued with an eerie aura. Coach, I wish to learn this. Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled at the formidable scene. Get lost. I won't do it. Afu snorted dismissively, preparing to flee. Trying to escape? Huh. No one who has ever offended the elder of the 100 ghosts has left unscathed. The elder chuckled ominously, waving his banner once more, sending countless ghostly heads surging toward Lu Chuan. You insufferable wretch, seeking a fight. Charge, go forth and slay him. Lu Chuan drew a wooden sword from his waist and forcefully slapped a Fu's donkey rear. You are a sword deity, the mightiest swordsman of heaven and earth. Why must you engage in close combat like a brute? A Fu shook his head in disapproval, refusing Lu Chuan's embarrassing suggestion. I'm going to kill him. As the ghostly heads rushed forth, the donkey hesitated, unwilling to move out of embarrassment. With no other option, Lu Chuan dismounted and, trembling, stood up, supporting his old back as he raised the wooden sword and approached the elder of the 100 ghosts. Want to die? I shall grant you that. The elder of the 100 demons chuckled coldly. Be careful. Bai Linlin could no longer contain herself and was about to take action. However, the girl in the blue dress swiftly wrapped her arms around Bai Linlin's waist. Uncle Master, please don't go over there. Don't intervene, I beg you. Having witnessed Lu Chuan's brutality and strength, the girl in blue was reluctant to let Bai Linlin interfere. Xian, what is wrong with you today? Bai Linlin inquired, her face a mask of confusion. As time slipped away, changes began to unfold on Lu Chuan's side. A veil of black mist enveloped the area, and numerous demonic heads opened their gaping maws, sinking their teeth into various parts of Lu Chuan's body. The sheer number of these heads left no space unoccupied. A cruel smile crept across the elder of the 100 demons' lips. These heads could directly gnaw at the soul. The agony of the spirit far exceeded that of the flesh, a suffering 1,000-fold greater. Yet, in the next moment, the triumphant expression on the elder's face abruptly ceased. A look of bewilderment washed over him, akin to a goose caught by the neck. Lu Chuan, enduring the assault of the 100 demons, slowly made his way to stand before him, propping himself up with an old waist. Upon closer inspection, a faint aura of sword energy enveloped Lu Chuan's body, rendering the demonic heads utterly powerless to inflict any harm. What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone so handsome? Lu Chuan gradually raised the wooden sword in his hand, a peculiar wave emanating from his surroundings. At that moment, the space visibly warped. The expression on the elder of the 100 demons froze in astonishment, as if the very fabric of space had solidified. Lu Chuan's sword lacked any technique. The passage of time had caused him to forget all forms of swordplay. Now, only the simplest emotions remained. With a resounding smack, Lu Chuan delivered a blow to the elder's face with the flat of the wooden sword. Indeed, it was a slap, a profound insult. A thunderous crash followed, and space returned to its normal state. The elder, having been struck, not only lost a mouthful of teeth, but was also propelled like a cannonball into the cave wall. What has happened? This was the first question that arose in the elder's mind upon regaining his senses. He was still reeling from the blow, struggling to comprehend it. Was that old fool's wooden sword too swift? No, it was undeniably slow to the naked eye. The elder struggled to extricate himself from the wall, pain radiating from both his face and mouth. He swayed unsteadily, resembling a drunken man. As for Bai Linlin and the others, witnessing the elder standing dazed after receiving a slap left them utterly perplexed. How did he regress to youth? Speak up, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Lu Chuan refrained from dispatching the elder, simply to inquire about this mysterious return to youth. There was no return to youth. Bai Linlin finally snapped back to reality from her shock, taking the conversation forward. He has always appeared this way. Lu Chuan was left with a multitude of questions. What had transpired with that old man's appearance? Bai Linlin gazed at the dazed old man of the 100 ghosts, mocking him. Their actions were heinous, and the essence of the heavens and earth would gradually erode their bodies, leading to decay. Only through nefarious practices could they restore their former selves. What? Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, trembling with rage, realizing he had been deceived by this scoundrel. Enraged, Lu Chuan swung his sword at the old man of the 100 ghosts. In that instant, all sounds vanished, and all light was consumed by a dark sword aura. At that moment, it felt as though only that crescent-shaped black sword energy remained in the universe. The old man of the 100 ghosts was utterly horrified. This darkness instilled a soul-shaking dread within him. He wished to flee, but discovered that any movement would involuntarily draw him towards the sword aura. How peculiar! He dared not move, opening his mouth to utter pleas for mercy. Yet he resembled a fish out of water, helplessly gasping without a sound. That black sword aura seemed like a black hole, absorbing everything. Thus, the old man of the 100 ghosts watched in disbelief as the not-so-fast sword energy reached him. He heard the sound of blood surging forth from his veins. He had once relished that sound, akin to the wind. And so, the old man of the 100 ghosts perished. An elder of the 100 ghost sect, a malevolent cultivator who inspired terror, had committed countless wicked deeds, evaded multiple purges, and was a fifth-tier cultivator. He died silently and unnoticed. His body was cleaved in two, his blood flowing away entirely. Chapter 6. Minghua Pavilion. Slap. What are you dawdling for, my friend? The three of them, still in shock from the surreal event of the old man being bisected, were jolted back to reality by a crisp voice. Following the sound, the girl in the blue dress felt a sudden sharp pain in her backside, while Lu Chuan stood by, savoring the moment. The girl in the blue dress was both startled and furious, yet gazing at the two halves of the old man's corpse. She ultimately refrained from expressing her anger. Thank you, Senior, for ridding the world of this menace. Bai Linlin deeply bowed to Lu Chuan. No need for such formality. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. I did it for, what was it, the illusionary face pill. Now that I've resolved the matter, hand it over. Bai Linlin looked at the girl in the blue dress with a puzzled expression. The girl, enduring the pain in her backside, recounted the recent events. You foolish girl. Didn't you explain things clearly? Bai Linlin tapped the girl's head. The girl in the blue dress wore a look of grievance. I hadn't finished speaking when he interrupted me. Bai Linlin frowned slightly and bowed again to Lu Chuan. Senior, regarding the illusionary face pill, there may be some. What do you mean? Lu Chuan raised his voice, brandishing his wooden sword. Bai Linlin swallowed hard and hastily began to explain. Do not misunderstand, esteemed Senior. The promises made by Xiyun will not be broken by our Minghua Pavilion. That is more acceptable. Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction, sheathing the worn wooden sword at his waist. Bai Linlin exhaled in relief. The esteemed Senior is quite reasonable. The Huanyan Dan is a high-grade elixir, its refinement exceedingly intricate and challenging, and Minghua Pavilion currently lacks any finished products. Lu Chuan nodded, expressing, I can wait, just not for too long. The esteemed Senior is understanding. Bai Linlin bowed again. If possible, might I request the esteemed Senior to stay at Minghua Pavilion for some time until the Huanyan Dan is completed? Lu Chuan, with a playful grin, inquired, will meals and accommodation be provided? I cannot afford food expenses or rent. Naturally, Bai Linlin affirmed with a nod. Lu Chuan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, splendid. From now on, you at Minghua Pavilion shall be my good friends. Should anything arise, just mention my name. Bai Linlin's heart leaped with joy, as Lu Chuan's displayed strength likely surpassed the sixth realm. With his presence at Minghua Pavilion, they would no longer need to bow to others. May I ask the esteemed Senior's name? Lu Chuan. That foolish donkey over there is called a Fu. Subsequently, Bai Linlin introduced herself and learned the names of the other two young women. The girl in the blue dress was named Zhang Xiyun, and the girl in yellow was Zhao Luoluo. Minghua Pavilion is nestled within the ancient Gushan mountain range, centered around the towering Tianshui Peak, extending its influence over thousands of miles, with no fewer than 10,000 disciples under its banner. However, despite its scale, Minghua Pavilion's overall strength is merely below average within the Tianyuan continent, often subject to the whims of larger sections. Minghua Pavilion is a rather unique sect, as it exclusively accepts female disciples. This phenomenon is tied to the sect's cultivation methods, which primarily focus on water attributes, predominantly of a supportive nature, rendering them unsuitable for men. Over time, this led to the establishment of a rule against admitting male disciples. It is a coveted sanctuary for countless male cultivators, particularly since Minghua Pavilion boasts 3 stunning beauties listed on the Yanji rankings, attracting the unwanted attention of many with ulterior motives. Fortunately, Minghua Pavilion has the protection of the colossal Jinyuan sect. Although its strength is worrisome, it has managed to maintain a semblance of stability under their aegis. Today, within the discussion hall of Tianshui Peak, a heated argument erupted, sparked by Bai Linlin's return with Lu Chuan and her desire for him to become a guest elder of Minghua Pavilion. Guest elders are powerful cultivators who prefer not to be constrained by the sect's rules, holding a title in various sections. They typically receive offerings and intervene when necessary. In truth, the role of a guest elder serves primarily as a deterrent. When real trouble arises, they are often the first to flee. However, not just anyone can assume this position. 2 criteria must be met. First, one must possess considerable fame, capable of deterring nefarious individuals. Second, one must not be weak, at least of elder caliber within the sect. Certainly, the Minghua Pavilion has a unique stipulation. The guest scholars must be female. As for Lu Chuan, his reputation is negligible. Though his prowess is beyond question, castrating him would indeed satisfy the final condition. However, it is inconceivable that a man would be permitted to reside in the Minghua Pavilion. In the conference hall, a woman adorned in a splendid gown, with an enchanting countenance, vehemently rejected Balinlin's proposal. Her name was Zhang Jiao, a guest scholar of the Mingyue Pavilion. Her agitation stemmed from a simple fact. The resources of the Mingyue Pavilion were limited, and with already 3 guest scholars present, admitting another would significantly diminish the offerings distributed each month. For years, the Mingyue Pavilion had never set a precedent for admitting men. Did you, Balinlin, intend to disrupt the traditions established by our forebears? The more Zhang Jiao spoke, the more incensed she became, her fury barely contained. Balinlin frowned in distaste. Zhang Jiao had leveraged her connection with the previous pavilion master to remain in the Mingyue Pavilion for centuries, amassing wealth with little regard for propriety. While her accumulation of resources was of little concern, her dissatisfaction was evident, as she frequently meddled in the internal affairs of the pavilion, much to the discontent of the disciples. Elder Zhao, you must understand that the Mingyue Pavilion does not refuse male disciples. It is merely that the cultivation methods are incompatible. Balinlin retorted sharply. Moreover, these matters fall outside the purview of a mere guest scholar, such as yourself. Zhang Jiao's face flushed with indignation as she pointed a finger at Balinlin, exclaiming, Balinlin, when I was acquainted with your master, you were still in diapers. Now, you dare to admonish me in the conference hall? Who do you think you are? At the head of the hall sat a regal beauty clad in palace attire, resting her chin in boredom as she observed the commotion caused by Zhang Jiao. At first glance, this woman did not strike one as exceptionally stunning, yet upon closer inspection, she was utterly captivating. Her demeanor exuded dignity and grace, epitomizing classical beauty. This woman was not only the second most beautiful on the Rouge list, but also the current master of the Mingyue Pavilion, Nangang Chushue. Elder Zhao, please temper your anger. She is but a child, lacking in understanding. Nangang Chushue interjected with a gentle smile, waving her hand to quell the dispute. Chushue, you must not breach the established rules. Should the world learn that a man has entered the Mingyue Pavilion, it would undoubtedly invite criticism, Zhang Jiao said, addressing Nangang Chushue by her name rather than her title. A clear display of disrespect for a guest scholar. Nangang Chushue nodded, a soft smile gracing her lips. While her reasoning was sound, the prospect of a sword cultivator capable of slaying the 100 Ghosts Elder was certainly enticing. Zeng Xiao scoffed. The 100 Ghosts Elder has evaded capture for over a century, even by the 3 great sections. Do you truly believe that based solely on Balinlin's words, the 100 Ghosts Elder has been vanquished? That seems rather hasty. Indeed, you have a point. Nangang Chushue shifted her chin to her other hand, turning to Balinlin and inquiring further. Elder Bai, is there any evidence to substantiate that the Elder of the 100 Ghosts has perished? Bai Linlin gently nodded, extracting the cleaved remains of the Elder from her storage ring. Before departing from the White Emperor City, she had anticipated that Zhao Jiao would cause a stir and had secured the Elder's body in advance. Beholding the gruesome sight of the corpse on the ground, Zhao Jiao recoiled in fright, rendered momentarily speechless. Are you frightened? Elder Zhao must verify that the corpse indeed belongs to the Elder of the 100 Ghosts, lest you find fault with me later. Bai Linlin, sharp-tongued and merciless, began to mock. You, Zhao Jiao gritted her teeth in anger. Upon seeing the corpse, Nangang Chushue was also taken aback. It was evident that the Elder bore no other wounds, indicating that he had been cleaved in 2 without any prior injury. Such a feat could not be accomplished without strength surpassing the 6th realm. The cultivation system of the Tianyuan continent comprises 9 realms, with the 3 realms of the divine, Tao, existing beyond them, seldom traversing the mortal realm. Those who ascend beyond the 6th realm can be regarded as great cultivators. Nangang Chushue herself was merely at the 6th realm, the Qianfa realm, and the sole representative of that realm in the Mingyue Pavilion. Elder Zhao, do you have anything to add? The moment Nangang Chushue laid eyes on the corpse, she resolved to take a firmer stance, her tone no longer gentle. Zhao Jiao inhaled deeply, glancing at the other 2 guest elders. In response, they turned their heads, feigning ignorance. Linlin, where is that elder you mentioned? Let's go to greet him together. Nangang Chushue rose and proceeded towards the entrance. At Isa Peak, Xiyun was temporarily attending to Elder Lu. Bai Linlin hurriedly followed, not forgetting to smirk at Zhao Jiao as she exited, her eyes filled with disdain. That little girl is infuriating. Zhao Jiao, seething with rage, hastily followed, eager to see the extraordinary individual capable of slaying the Elder of the 100 Ghosts with a single strike. Isa Peak, adjacent to the main peak, was overrun by a plant known as the Tianqing climbing tiger, enveloping the entire mountain in a verdant hue, hence its name. I must tell you, girls, that a woman should not only focus on maintaining her appearance. Physique is of utmost importance as well. Look at this girl named Xiao Xiao. Her figure lacks the requisite allure, failing to impress certain individuals. This girl named Xiaoling has somewhat sloping shoulders, detracting from her overall beauty. Today, our gathering is a result of fate. I shall impart to you a technique for body sculpting, a method of yoga. Pay close attention and learn well. At Isa Peak, within a modest courtyard, a throng of young maidens surrounded Lu Chuan, chattering incessantly, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon their return to the Mingyue Pavilion, Zhao Luoluo had spread tales of Lu Chuan's heroic feats throughout the entirety of Isa Peak, prompting the disciples to flock to hear the news. At first, upon encountering Lu Chuan, who bore the visage of a decrepit old man, the girls felt a tinge of disappointment. However, they could not resist Lu Chuan's incessant chatter, and soon found themselves mingling joyfully with him. "The Lord is coming. Hurry and hide," exclaimed Gushi Yunduan, as she entered the courtyard with the freshly laundered clothes for Lu Chuan, her voice ringing out. Upon hearing this, the girls swiftly scattered. "Senior Lu, we shall return later. Do impart to us the secrets of yoga," echoed their voices from a distance. Ah, the beauty of youth is truly the most delightful aspect of this world, bringing immense joy to one's soul. Lu Chuan savored the fragrant essence left by the girls in the air, his face awash with bliss. This enchanting scene was observed by Nangong Chushue and her companions, particularly Zhao Zhiyao, who, upon seeing Lu Chuan, wore an expression of utter disdain. "Balinlin, is this the person you recommended? In this day and age, it seems anyone can enter Mingyue Pavilion." Zhao Zhiyao scoffed, emboldened by the realization that she could sense no trace of true essence emanating from Lu Chuan. Even the most formidable of beings in the realm of divine cultivation could not achieve such a feat, indicating that this decrepit old man was no practitioner at all. Nonetheless, Lu Chuan paid no heed to Zhao Zhiyao's scornful remarks, for his gaze was fixated upon Nangong Chushue. With a sudden burst of energy, Lu Chuan, disregarding his frail limbs, rushed towards Nangong Chushue like the wind, his clouded eyes fixated on her, nearly bulging with admiration. She embodied grace and beauty, possessing a regal presence that was simply breathtaking. Nangong Chushue offered a gentle bow, her face adorned with a smile. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed senior. I am the head of Mingyue Pavilion." She then proceeded to introduce her companions to Lu Chuan. "This is Balinlin, the head of Isa Peak. This is Zhao Zhiyao, a visiting guest. And this is—" Zhao Zhiyao interjected with a huff, displeased at being introduced after Balinlin. Very well, such poise and grace. If I were younger, I would undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly." Lu Chuan lamented with a shake of his head, growing increasingly dissatisfied with his own frail form. "A toad wishing to feast on swan meat. How audacious you are, not even considering your own standing." Zhao Zhiyao thought to herself, resolute that Nangong Chushue must not allow Lu Chuan into Mingyue Pavilion. Should word get out that a lecherous old man had been granted a position within, it would become a source of ridicule throughout the realm. Unable to contain herself, Zhao Zhiyao began to mock while simultaneously advising. "Who do you think you are? I am conversing with your pavilion master. What gives you the right to interject? Do you possess any manners or dignity?" Lu Chuan was no meek character. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Zhiyao. Enraged, she trembled with fury, her beautiful face turning a shade of deep crimson. No one within Mingyue Pavilion dared to speak to her in such a manner. Balinlin, standing nearby, erupted in laughter, finding great amusement in Zhao Zhiyao's vexed expression. "Chushue, if you dare allow this old man to enter, I shall take my leave from Mingyue Pavilion." Zhao Zhiyao was seething with anger and unexpectedly began to issue threats. "Very well, go to Chushue Peak to collect this month's salary before leaving." What Zhao Zhiyao did not anticipate was that Nangong Chushue readily agreed without hesitation. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. How could Zhao Zhiyao bear to leave Mingyue Pavilion? Here, there was food and clothing, resources to be obtained, and more importantly, one did not have to fight tooth and nail. Only someone with a troubled mind would think of departing. "Chushue, I am doing this for your own good, allowing such a lecher to enter Mingyue Pavilion. What if something scandalous occurs?" Zhao Zhiyao attempted to change the subject. "Damn it, you insufferable woman." Lu Chuan, filled with fury, could not bear to hear Zhao Zhiyao besmirch him yet again. Chapter 8. weak and petulant. With a resounding smack, Lu Chuan raised his hand and struck Zhao Jiao's face. The crisp sound reverberated, stunning everyone present. Though Zhao Jiao was sharp-tongued and venomous, she was still a fifth-tier practitioner. How could such a simple yet profoundly insulting slap land upon her? You've been given an inch, you wretched woman. Didn't you hear me telling you to leave? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in disdain, wiping his hands on his clothes. You dare strike me? Zhao Jiao erupted like an enraged rooster, jumping up in fury. You old fool. You think you can get away with this? If I don't beat you to a pulp today, may you die cleanly. Lu Chuan, rolling up his sleeves, prepared to charge forward, but as he took a step, his old back suddenly creaked. Bang! Lu Chuan fell heavily to the ground, grimacing and clutching his aching back. The crowd looked on in bewilderment. Only Bai Lin pulled the others back, advising them to keep their distance from Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's disgraceful display further convinced Zhao Jiao that this old man was no practitioner at all. As for how she received that slap earlier, Zhao Jiao could only convince herself that it was merely a moment of carelessness. You old fool, unable to walk steadily, yet you wish to enter Mingwu Pavilion? You must be losing your mind. After mocking him, Zhao Jiao summoned her true essence, stepping forward and unleashing all her strength in a slap directed at Lu Chuan. If that slap were to land, it might well obliterate anyone with a lower realm. Seeing Zhao Jiao harboring murderous intent, while Lu Chuan remained on the ground grimacing, Nangong Chushue began to doubt whether the corpse Bai Lin had brought back had indeed been slain by this unsteady old man. Have you always been this bold? Lu Chuan glared at the incoming slap, anger surging from his heart, turning into reckless courage. He had always been the one to strike others. When had it ever been his turn to be struck? I'll skewer you with my sword. On the spot, Lu Chuan conjured a sword move, pressing his right hand firmly against the ground. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass filled the air. Zhao Jiao felt a sharp pain in her back, and, ultimately, her hand halted mere inches from Lu Chuan's face, unable to advance any further. She lowered her head, staring blankly at her chest. The incredulity in her eyes was akin to the sudden strike of a thunderbolt on a clear day. A colorless ice sword unexpectedly pierced through her protective aura and penetrated her back, precisely transfixing her heart. Blood dripped down from the sword's tip, reflecting dazzling brilliance in the sunlight. With a thud, Zhao Jia fell heavily to the ground, leaving her in utter confusion until her last breath. Unaware of the origin of the ice sword, only Nangong Chushue, standing nearby, discerned some of its mysteries. This ice sword was conjured by Lu Chuan, utilizing the moisture in the air. However, Nangong Chushue had not anticipated the immense power of this ice sword, potent enough to slay a cultivator of the fifth realm. Nangong Chushue's countenance darkened significantly. Zhao Jia's death was regrettable, but not mourned. Her demise was, in fact, a matter worthy of celebration for the entire Mingwu Pavilion. Yet, Zhao Jia was not an orphan bereft of kin. She had an elder brother, Zhao Wujie, a venerable elder of the Tianlong sect. Although the Tianlong sect was merely a mid-tier power, it surpassed Mingwu Pavilion by considerable margin. This was the reason Zhao Jia had brazenly plundered resources from Mingwu Pavilion for centuries, inciting discontent among its members, and why Nangong Chushue dared not expel her forcefully. Even with the protection of the Jinyuan sect, such guardianship came at a price. To provoke the Tianlong sect over this incident could severely weaken Mingwu Pavilion's vitality. Oh dear, my old back. Lu Chuan groaned as he propped himself up with a wooden sword, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Jia's lifeless body. So weak and pretentious. Who gave you the audacity? Liang Jingru? He spat contemptuously, kicking the corpse aside. Fear not, little girl. I am the one who dealt the blow. Whatever troubles arise, I shall bear them. Don't Saul come on, smile. Astute as he was, Lu Chuan perceived the expressions of Nangong Chushue and the others, understanding that this matter was far from over. Yet, he remained unfazed, for these cultivators were weaker than he had anticipated. Perhaps they had never encountered a true stronghold. With the death of the individual, blaming anyone was futile. Regaining her composure, Nangong Chushue took charge. Lin, dispose of the body discreetly. Leave no trace and ensure utmost confidentiality. What can be concealed for now should be. She then turned to the two guest elders. Gentlemen, from this day forth, your salaries from Mingwu Pavilion will be doubled. Consider this incident as if you had not witnessed it. Rest assured, Pavilion Master, we are in this together. The two elders nodded vigorously, recognizing the rarity of such a lucrative opportunity. You may return, I have matters to discuss with the senior. Once the others had departed, Nangong Chushua gritted her teeth and stepped forward to support Lu Chuan, deliberately pressing his arm against her bosom. Senior, let us discuss the matter of refining the illusionary face pill. Lu Chuan's earlier performance had instilled in her a sense of reassurance. She could not discern Lu Chuan's realm. Yet one thing was certain. He was undoubtedly a grand practitioner of the sixth realm or higher. If Lu Chuan were to take residence at the Minghua Pavilion, many matters could be resolved, even those concerning the Jinyuan sect. Currently, Nangong Chushua was resolutely determined to keep Lu Chuan, regardless of the cost. Feeling the softness of her arm, Lu Chuan regarded this woman with newfound respect. Nangong Chushua approached her tasks with meticulous order and recognized that the fundamental solution to her problems lay in retaining him. No need. Lu Chuan gently withdrew his arm. Nangong Chushua paused, biting her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If there were another way, she would not resort to such a humiliating tactic. Yet, this method had been rebuffed. There is no need to degrade yourself, Lu Chuan said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. With little else occupying his time, he mused that this serene mountain retreat, adorned with picturesque scenery and charming maidens, was an ideal place for him to enjoy his twilight years. Nangong Chushua was momentarily taken aback, tears welling in her eyes. The world only beheld the splendor of the Minghua Pavilion, oblivious to the hardships underlying its existence. It was a monumental task for a woman, especially one as extraordinarily beautiful as she, to uphold the vastness of the pavilion. How could the world fathom the humiliation and helplessness she endured? Yet, this seemingly frivolous elder before her offered Nangong Chushua the respect she so richly deserved. Thank you, she murmured softly, stepping closer to support Lu Chuan, this time foregoing her earlier gestures. Afyu, come here and give me a back rub. Lu Chuan called out to Afyu, who was lounging atop the ceiling. Nangong Chushua, wishing to assist Lu Chuan with a massage, was met with disdain and rejection. Because this task is better suited for a donkey, and you're far too inexperienced, Afyu grumbled as he leaped down from the ceiling. Hey, you rascal. If I don't give you a good thrashing for a day, you become unruly, don't you? Chapter 9. This modest request. The illusory face pill is a high-grade elixir, requiring an abundance of materials for its concoction. While the Minghua Pavilion can gather most of the ingredients, 2 specific items can only be found within the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. As Afyu massaged Lu Chuan's back, Nangong Chushua stood nearby, nervously discussing the illusory face pill. The secret realm? Lu Chuan exclaimed, kicking Afyu away and rising from his reclining position. Upon seeing the donkey fly through the air like a cannonball, Nangong Chushua's heart raced with anxiety. Yes, the secret realm, a unique space brimming with rare treasures for practitioners to harvest. Is there something amiss with this secret realm? Lu Chuan, ever astute, immediately sensed Nangong Chushua's unease. With a sigh, she nodded, her expression one of resignation. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm opens once every 100 years, and in recent times, the Minghua Pavilion has waned in strength and competitiveness, rendering it long since they last ventured within. Greetings. I was pondering what could be the matter. Lu Chuan shook his head, reassuringly stating that he would make the trip himself. By the way, Lu Chuan tilted his head. A century of waiting for such an event. Surely, you jest? The young lady dared not jest with her senior. A chill surged within Nangong Chushua, prompting her to hastily explain. There is no need for concern, senior. In just a few days, the time for the opening of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm will arrive. However, there is a peculiar barrier within the realm that restricts entry to cultivators above the 4th realm. Then, that is no issue, Lu Chuan exhaled in relief. Fortunate that he would not have to wait for several years. Nangong Chushua paused, thinking Lu Chuan had not comprehended her words, and reiterated, Senior. Cultivators above the 4th realm cannot enter the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. What does that have to do with me? Lu Chuan scoffed. I am not a cultivator. What? Nangong Chushua stammered. Despite the absence of any aura of true essence emanating from Lu Chuan, she still regarded him as a practitioner. After all, how could he have so effortlessly dispatched Zhao Ziyao? There is no need to delve into this matter. Just call for me when the time comes. It was a topic that could not be easily clarified, given the differing systems, and Lu Chuan was too apathetic to explain it to Nangong Chushua. Though she was filled with questions, she understood the importance of discretion and refrained from pursuing the subject further. Senior, regarding your remuneration, what amount do you deem appropriate? Now that Lu Chuan had made his residence at Minghua Pavilion, Nangong Chushue was primarily concerned about the monthly stipend. With the pavilion's limited resources, what would happen if Lu Chuan requested an amount beyond their means? Remuneration? Lu Chuan regarded Nangong Chushue with a curious glance, suddenly realizing, "Oh, you mean salary." Nangong Chushue nodded, her heart racing, fervently hoping Lu Chuan would not demand an exorbitant sum. "Do you have paper and pen?" Observing the anxious demeanor of Nangong Chushue, Lu Chuan nearly burst into laughter. "Yes, yes, yes." She quickly retrieved paper and pen from her ring. Lu Chuan took the materials, reclined on the lounge chair, and began to write. Meanwhile, Nangong Chushue nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment, her mind conjuring various scenarios of Lu Chuan storming off in outrage due to unmet demands. Should such a situation arise, she was at a loss regarding how to address the future issues of Minghua Pavilion. Room and board, and find me 2 pretty maidservants to make my bed, fold my blankets, and serve me tea. Lu Chuan finally completed his writing and handed the paper and pen back to her. Nangong Chushue wiped the sweat from her palms, cautiously accepting the document. However, as her eyes scanned the content, they widened in disbelief, culminating in a visage of confusion. For instead of stringent demands, the paper was filled with requests for basic living supplies: firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. "Senior, is it truly only these few requirements?" Nangong Chushue stammered. Utterly flustered, Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, expressing that the demands were rather high. The meat must be of the finest quality, the vegetables fresh, and the chilies must possess a fiery heat. He urged them to make haste, for he eagerly anticipated indulging in hot pot that evening. After consuming potent elixirs for countless millennia, he had long since grown weary of the mundane fare. All he desired at that moment was a delectable feast. "Very well, I shall send someone immediately to arrange this," he assured. Nangong Chushue, relieved, felt her heart finally settle. Shortly after her departure, Afu stormed back with a furious expression. A kick had sent him flying for thousands of miles. Had he not been bound to Lu Chuan, it was uncertain how long it would have taken him to return. "If you dare utter a single word, I will beat you to a pulp," Lu Chuan growled, preemptively intimidating him. Instantly, Afu's anger dissipated. After all, he was accustomed to such treatment. Was there ever a day he wasn't on the receiving end of a thrashing? "Old fellow, I wish to discuss something with you," Afu said, scampering closer, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Humph," Lu Chuan scoffed. "What could we possibly discuss? Haven't you already caused me enough suffering? One shouldn't speak so harshly. I never wished for such events to unfold." Afu chuckled awkwardly, revealing his prominent teeth. "Besides, you've become invincible after these 10,000 years, haven't you?" This remark left Lu Chuan puzzled. "Foolish creature, I was under the impression that practitioners in this realm could summon clouds and rain at will. Yet everyone I encounter seems so lacking in prowess." Afu, suddenly animated, began to explain. "It's quite simple. Firstly, your strength is unparalleled. You have reached a transcendent level. Secondly, this world is vast, comprising 14 continents, and the Tianyuan continent is among the weakest, lacking any top-tier warriors." "What did you say?" Lu Chuan interjected, abruptly seizing Afu by the throat. "Have you matched the template of this world?" "Cough, cough. Release me, please." Afu gasped, nearly choking. No, I haven't matched it completely. I only grasped the general concept. The heavenly laws here are formidable, and I cannot intrude upon them." "I thought as much." Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and released his grip. Afu, rubbing his neck, retorted angrily, "You brute. Must you resort to such violence? You need a remedy for your temperament. To hell with your remedies. If you have nothing of importance to say, get lost. Your presence irks me." Lu Chuan sighed contentedly, basking in the sunlight. "Hey, handsome, don't be like that. Can we discuss something? It's a good thing, I assure you." Afu, with a face full of determination, approached once more. "A good thing? Ever since the day I met you, nothing has gone well," Lu Chuan replied impatiently, stretching his arms. Seeing Afu's lack of awareness, it seemed another round of punishment awaited him. Afu quickly leaped back, forcing a sheepish smile. "Let us deliberate on how to align with the cultivation template of this world. Should we succeed, I shall gladly extend the external assistance for you. How delightful that would be." Chapter 10. The Wise Afu. Lu Chuan scoffed, laughing derisively with that demeanor. "Do you truly have a solution?" "Of course," Afu replied, his spirits soaring at the prospect of success. "Allow me to elucidate in simpler terms. Imagine the entire world as a computer, and I am akin to a virus, while the heavenly principles serve as the firewall. Presently, this firewall is formidable. I cannot penetrate it, and there's a risk of being eradicated by the antivirus software. Ah, that analogy is rather intriguing. Lu Chuan could not help but show interest. Flattery will get you nowhere, the Fu said, raising his head proudly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Look at you, with that ridiculous expression. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Now tell me, how can we breach this firewall? It is not about breaching it, but rather deceiving it. A Fu grinned mischievously, displaying his prominent teeth. You will draw the attention of the heavenly principles while I exploit this opportunity to access the back door. Should I succeed, once the external assistance is activated, you will wreak havoc in this world. What a brilliant idea, my friend. I never imagined you possessed such intellect. Lu Chuan praised him amiably. My favorite aspect is the 36 stratagems from your world, a remarkable compilation of human wisdom. This time, I am merely testing my skills. It is nothing of great significance. The proud A Fu gazed skyward, as if ready to take flight. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, how shall I attract the attention of the heavenly principles? That is quite simple. A Fu leaned in, whispering in Lu Chuan's ear. You should unleash a barrage of strikes upon the Tianyuan continent, obliterating hundreds or even thousands of great cities. The ensuing chaos, with lamentations echoing and rivers flowing with blood, will naturally provoke the heavenly principles to act against you. He. While the heavenly principles concentrate their power to eliminate you, I shall stealthily infiltrate. How does that plan sound? Is there any flaw in it? Do you take me for a ruthless murderer? Lu Chuan's voice rose slightly. A Fu looked bewildered. Are you not? Lu Chuan harbored a severe inclination towards violence. To him, killing was as natural as eating or drinking. Thus, it was understandable that A Fu appeared confused. Do you think I would believe a foolish donkey like you? Lu Chuan suddenly stood, pressing A Fu down, raising his fist to strike at the wise eyes of the donkey. If you refuse to cooperate, prepare for the wrath of lightning. 10 minutes later, A Fu struggled to rise from the ground, his face resembling a flattened pancake. Your strength does not belong to this realm. If you strike too often, you will undoubtedly attract the attention of the heavenly principles, and they will smite you down. Oh, I am so scared. Lu Chuan lifted his foot and sent A Fu flying. Ah, you're utterly insignificant, foolish dog. As dusk approached, Zhang Xiun and Zhao Luluo arrived at the small courtyard. These two young ladies had been specifically assigned by Nangong Chushue to care for Lu Chuan. Upon entering the courtyard, they were gripped by trepidation, for Nangong Chushue had emphatically instructed them to cater to Lu Chuan's every whim, no matter how outrageous. Lacking the ability to refuse Nangong's directives, they steeled themselves to enter the courtyard. Where are the vegetables? Upon recognizing familiar faces, Lu Chuan displayed no hint of politeness. Yes, we brought them. Zhang Xiun momentarily froze, jolted back to reality, and hurriedly retrieved fresh vegetables and assorted meat from a ring. In her nervousness, a piece of meat slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground with a thud. Senior, I apologize. I will clean it up immediately. Startled, Zhang Xiun quickly crouched down. Hey, I don't eat children. What are you two so afraid of? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and stepped forward to take the items from Zhang Xiun. Soon, the pot was set, the fire lit, and delicious aromas wafted through the courtyard. It's not easy. I'm practically starving here. Come, let's eat together. Lu Chuan spread the food across the table, cheerfully beckoning the two girls. The girls exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss. Don't worry. I'm old enough that my interest lies elsewhere, he said rather crudely, yet his words relieved the two young women. Senior, let me help you. I will help too. The atmosphere gradually lightened, save for the donkey that had just returned, lying on the roof with a look of deep discontent. As for the unbearably spicy hot pot, the two girls dared not pick up their chopsticks after a single taste. Ultimately, all the food ended up in Lu Chuan's stomach. The following days passed in tranquility. Perhaps due to Nangong Chushue's admonitions, the young girls from Yishifeng refrained from disturbing Lu Chuan. Zhang Xiun and Zhao Luluo grew more familiar with him, gradually discerning some of his temperament. Lu Chuan's disposition was that of an imperious tyrant, intolerant of any defiance. Any hint of resistance could provoke his wrath. However, if one were to acquiesce to his desires, he could be quite amiable. Senior, the master has asked me to inform you that we are to gather at Longyin Valley today. In 2 days, the Maple Leaf Secret Realm will open. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiun brought Lu Chuan this delightful news. It's finally time. Little girl, bring the pots and pans. And don't forget the vegetables and meats. Lu Chuan stretched his body while issuing his instructions. Senior, are you sure we need to bring all of this to the secret realm? Zhao Luoluo inquired, her cherubic face filled with confusion. In the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, dangers lurk at every corner, with ferocious beasts roaming freely. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Are you planning a picnic with all this? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Zhao Luoluo, startled, quickly lowered her head and hastily began to tidy up. This time, Linlin was entrusted with leading the expedition into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, with the utmost responsibility to avoid conflicts with other sects while ensuring that Elder Lu's needs were met. At the Tianshui Peak Martial Arts Arena, a gathering of approximately 20 individuals convened. These disciples had been handpicked by Nangong Chushue. They were to accompany Lu Chuan into the secret realm. Due to insufficient strength, Minghua Pavilion had not ventured into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm for nearly a millennium. Without power, the competition for resources became impossible. This created a vicious cycle. Over time, Minghua Pavilion would grow weaker, ultimately facing extinction. Nangong Chushue had resolved to select a group of elite disciples, preparing them to join Lu Chuan in this trial. Should they return safely, they would become the next pillars of Minghua. Chapter 11. The journey begins, trouble arises. Elder Lu has arrived. A voice pierced the air, and the arena fell silent. The chosen disciples stretched their necks, peering into the distance. A male guest elder had arrived at Minghua Pavilion, marking an unprecedented event after a millennium. The discussion surrounding this news had been fervent. However, Nangong Chushue had issued a strict command prohibiting anyone from disturbing Lu Chuan at Isa Peak. Had it not been for this order, the threshold of that little courtyard would surely have been trampled. Anticipation hung in the air, yet disappointment soon followed. An old man, stooped and shuffling, ambled into the arena, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were the sovereign of the world. Why is an old man? Hadn't the sisters from Isa Peak claimed that the new guest elder was an extraordinary figure? It was indeed peculiar. He walked like a crab, and one wondered how he had not been beaten to a pulp outside. Hush, keep your voices down. I've heard that the new guest elder has a terrible temper and even consumes children, 3 at a time. As the girls whispered among themselves, a sudden chill swept over them. It was then they realized Nangong Chushue's gaze had turned their way, causing them to fall silent in fright. Elder Lu, Nangong Chushue promptly approached, bowing gracefully. Lu Chuan casually waved his hand. No need for such formality. When shall we depart? Any time, came the reply. Nangong Chushue exhaled in relief. For Lu Chuan appeared to be in good spirits. This humble girl has dared to select 20 disciples, hoping they might accompany you into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. That's of no consequence. Lu Chuan understood Nangong Chushue's intention was for him to look after these young maidens. It was a simple task, and he did not refuse. Thank you, Elder, Nangong Chushue exclaimed joyfully. With Lu Chuan's prowess, he would undoubtedly ensure the safety of these young ladies. After giving a few more instructions, Nangong Chushue nodded towards Bai Linlin. Bai Linlin produced a bamboo flute and gently played a note. Soon, a clear, melodious call echoed from the distant mountains. A massive azure bird, resembling a small mountain, spread its wings and swiftly soared towards Tianshui Peak. Senior, this is the Tianxing sparrow raised by Minghua Pavilion. It possesses remarkable speed. We shall reach Longyin Valley within a day, Bai Linlin remarked, casting a sharp glare at the whispering young girls. This bird was undeniably plump. It would suffice for a hot pot feast. Lu Chuan observed the Tianxing sparrow's legs, wiping away saliva. Zhang Xiyun and Zhao Luoluo shuddered in fright. The others, unaware of what a hot pot entailed, were oblivious. However, the duo, having cared for Lu Chuan for several days, certainly knew. Minghua Pavilion possessed but this one spirit beast capable of long-distance flight. If it were to be made into hot pot, any future endeavors would solely rely on their own flying abilities, which, over long distances, could prove exhausting. Just a jest. Look at how startled you two are. Lu Chuan chuckled, shaking his head as his toes lightly touched the Tianxing sparrow's head. Everyone gasped. This bird was known for its temper and did not tolerate humans atop its head. True to its reputation, the Tianxing sparrow began to shake its head, intent on dislodging the impudent old man. How dare you wretch! Nangong Chushue exclaimed urgently, reprimanding the bird. Yet, the Tianxing sparrow, an esteemed elder of Minghua Pavilion, paid no heed to her admonitions. You insolent creature, if you dare to move that head of yours, I shall turn you in a hot pot. Try me. Although Lu Chuan's tone was light and jestful, there lingered a hint of seriousness. As a spirit beast, the Tianxing sparrow possessed acute senses of danger. At the moment Lu Chuan uttered those words, it felt a surge of murderous intent coursing through it, causing its entire being to tremble involuntarily. The Tianqing sparrow understood that should it dare to shake its head, it would indeed find itself in the pot. Though it did not comprehend what a hot pot was, it instinctively recognized that it was not a favorable scenario. Observing the sudden silence of the Tianqing sparrow, the girls widened their eyes in astonishment, utterly bewildered. When had this feisty creature ever been so obedient? They suddenly perceived the elderly gentleman as somewhat more charming. Surely, he possessed true skill. Otherwise, how could the pavilion master allow a man to enter Mingyue Pavilion? How wonderful it would be if the senior could guide us in our cultivation. They mused. Lu Chuan's image quickly grew taller in their eyes. With discerning taste, I will be delighted to teach you swordsmanship. Listening to the chattering young ladies, Lu Chuan felt an immense sense of comfort. Mingyue Pavilion was indeed a splendid place. Merely gazing upon these girls each day could extend one's life by several years. The Tianqing sparrow commenced its journey, its large head stiff with apprehension, unwilling to move even an inch. Esteemed senior, here is the topographical map of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Would you care to take a look? Bai Linlin inquired, holding the map aloft as she approached the head of the Skywalker sparrow. Lu Chuan cast a casual glance, instantly imprinting the entire map into his mind, not merely memorizing it, but etching it as if he were a copier. Whenever he desired, he could effortlessly retrieve the map from his memory for further study. Just mention what needs to be noted, he replied nonchalantly, turning his attention to the surrounding scenery. Nangong Chushua nodded and began to elaborate. To concoct the illusory face pill, we require 3 specific herbs from the Maple Leaf Secret Realm: the Heavenly Fragrance Fruit, the Xianai's Flower, and the Blood Phoenix Wood. These 3 herbs are located in 3 distinct regions, necessitating some effort to procure. Upon entering the Secret Realm, one will be teleported randomly. Thus, for our safety, we must convene at the earliest opportunity. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm is only accessible for 7 days. Should we remain beyond that period, we will have to wait a century for the next opening. While Bai Linlin was speaking, a colossal streak of light swept by from a distance, stirring a tempestuous wind that veered the Skywalker sparrow off course. What a display of rudeness, Lu Chuan remarked, rolling his eyes at the retreating light. Old fool, you have changed. At that moment, a Fu appeared by Lu Chuan's side, his wise eyes observing Lu Chuan with a look of astonishment. Given Lu Chuan's tyrannical nature, one would expect him to have obliterated such a disrespectful streak of light. Yet, he merely uttered a curse and moved on, leaving a Fu bewildered. Shut that wretched mouth of yours. Your presence vexes me. Begone. Lu Chuan kicked a Fu away, causing a chorus of startled shrieks from a group of young girls. Just as the crowd was still recovering from the shock of the kicked figure, the previous streak of light astonishingly returned. It positioned itself before them, forcing the Skywalker sparrow to a halt. As the light gradually dissipated, its true form was revealed to be a colossal fish adorned with wings. It matched the size of the Skywalker sparrow, yet its imposing aura eclipsed that of its counterpart, indicating a vastly superior rank. Chapter 12. Weak yet provocative. The Winged Blue Fish, a creature of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Bai Linlin's expression darkened as she spoke to Lu Chuan. The 10,000 Beasts sect specializes in beast taming and possesses significantly greater overall strength than the Mingyue Pavilion. Their disciples are often domineering and unreasonable, making them frequent visitors to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Ah, is that not Elder Bai from the Mingyue Pavilion? It seems you are headed to Longyin Valley. At that moment, a middle-aged man standing atop the fish's head regarded Bai Linlin with a smirk, greeting her in a tone that dripped with sarcasm. Bai Linlin shot him a cold glance and quietly explained to Lu Chuan, Qian Shuyu, an elder of the 10,000 Beast sect, rides a 3-tailed golden leopard. He has some enmity with the Mingyue Pavilion. After speaking, Bai Linlin raised her gaze towards Qian Shuyu and coldly remarked, What, can your beast sect go? But we of the Mingyue Pavilion cannot. Qian Shuyu chuckled disdainfully in response. Elder Bai had misunderstood. The Maple Leaf Secret Realm was unclaimed territory, accessible to all. Yet, it was merely a futile endeavor for you women, was it not? His words provoked a chorus of laughter from the others. Practitioners across the Tianyuan continent were well aware that Mingyue Pavilion was not adept at warfare. These women could manage support roles, but competing for resources was akin to offering themselves as mere fodder. There had been occasions when Mingyue Pavilion sent individuals into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, but they invariably faced annihilation. This had been the fundamental reason for Mingyue Pavilion's absence from the realm for a millennium. Bai Linlin's face flushed with anger, a sense of helplessness washing over her as she recognized the truth in his words. Observing her speechless state, Qian Shoyu grew increasingly smug. A few years ago, you pilfered something of mine at the auction in Wuxiang City. Shouldn't it be returned? He taunted. How shameless, Bai Linlin retorted, her brows furrowed in indignation. That was rightfully acquired by Mingyue Pavilion through legitimate bidding. When did it become yours? In truth, during that auction in Wuxiang City, both Mingyue Pavilion and Beast Sect had their eyes on the same item. However, Beast Sect, having spent their funds on other rare treasures, could not secure it, leaving it to be claimed by Mingyue Pavilion. It was a mere matter of circumstance, nothing of great significance. Yet, Beast Sect, accustomed to their domineering ways, insisted that Mingyue Pavilion was targeting them. Since then, they had sought opportunities to provoke trouble. Qian Shoyu sneered. What need do you have for a beast-controlling artifact? To display it at home? Bai Linlin gritted her teeth in rebuttal. Does Mingyue Pavilion need your approval for acquisitions? At that moment, Lu Chuan, having seen enough of the spectacle, yawned in boredom. Why engage with him? He is merely seeking a quarrel. Just take him down, and it'll be over. Only then did Qian Shoyu notice Lu Chuan lounging atop the Tianqing sparrow. With its feathers fluffed, Lu Chuan sank into its form, making him nearly invisible from certain angles. Upon seeing Lu Chuan's lethargic appearance, Qian Shoyu couldn't help but laugh. Oh, what a rare sight. Since when did Mingyue Pavilion start keeping a man? An old one at that? If you're short on men, do let us know. B-Sect has plenty of strapping young lads to spare, far from needing to settle for such a state. His remarks incited another wave of laughter, the cruelty of his words striking deep among the group of young women. The disciples of Mingyue Pavilion were incensed, yet powerless against their adversaries, the frustration nearly bringing them to tears. Qian Shoyu, do not be overly arrogant, Bai Linlin exclaimed, as an ominous aura surged around her, a palpable threat rising into the air. Engage if you wish to. Why the incessant prattle? Go forth and render vile mouth. Lu Chuan fanned the flames from the sidelines. Old fool, do you believe she dares? Ha ha ha. Qian Shoyu nearly lost his breath from laughter. You wretched little scoundrel. So fond of laughter, are you? Lu Chuan suddenly erupted in fury. This time, Lu Chuan's old back held firm, surprisingly not faltering. Before Qian Shoyu's laughter could fully dissipate, that hunched, decrepit old man stood before him. So swift, Qian Shoyu's heart raced, just as he intended to summon his true essence. However, in the blink of an eye, a bony, withered hand reached toward his mouth. He then experienced the very essence of savagery. That old hand grasped his chin with such force that it shattered his jawbone. Before he could register the pain, a more brutal act transpired. Lu Chuan's other gaunt hand plunged into his mouth, hooking the corner of his lips with his middle finger and yanking it violently. Half of his face was torn open, blood gushing forth to stain half his body. The entire ordeal unfolded too rapidly. With half his mouth rent asunder, Qian Shoyu had yet to feel any pain. Speaking is for communication, not for spewing filth. You wretched scoundrel, uncultured creature. As the words left his lips, the other half of Qian Shoyu's mouth was similarly torn apart. Ack! Pain surged like a tidal wave, and Qian Shoyu finally let out a mournful wail. Lu Chuan scoffed, nonchalantly grasping Qian Shoyu by the hair, spinning him around to face the disciples of the 10,000 Beast Sect. At that moment, a wave of sword chi invaded Qian Shoyu's body, instantly shredding all his meridians. Forget begging for mercy. Even breathing became a struggle. Witnessing their elder's mouth torn wide open, hanging grotesquely on his face, they resembled a terrifying apparition. The disciples of the 10,000 Beast Sect trembled in fear, their legs quaking. Why the silence? Just a moment ago, you were laughing so heartily. Lu Chuan grinned wickedly. A bunch of useless fools, feeble and full of hatred. How have you maggots managed to survive until now? Senior, please spare us. We were blind to your greatness. Forgive our transgressions. Finally, someone mustered the courage to plead with Lu Chuan. Oh, how amusing, Lu Chuan replied with a mocking tone. Just a moment ago, you called him an old fool. Now he is a senior. A pack of blind wretches, wasting precious air with their existence. As Lu Chuan spoke, his expression darkened abruptly, a surge of brutal rage erupting forth. With a heavy stomp, he declared boom. The Haotong giant fish did not utter a sound before its entire head was obliterated, its carcass plummeting downward. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the 10,000 Beast Sect wasted no time, hastily fleeing. If you enjoy running, then run swiftly. Lu Chuan waved his hand lightly, causing the blood sprayed by the Haotong giant fish to rise ominously into the air. Blood coalesced into a crimson orb, appearing before Lu Chuan. Waves of sword intent emanated from him, enveloping the blood and shaping it into blades that pointed forward. The blood sphere transformed into dozens of long swords, whistling through the air in pursuit of the fleeing disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect. Chapter 13. Arrival at Longyin Valley. Notify the sect that we have been attacked by the Mingyue Pavilion, and Elder Qian has fallen in battle. The escaping disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect, seeing that Lu Chuan did not pursue them, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly reported the situation to their sect. However, just as the communication talisman in their hands extinguished, they sensed an unrelenting tremor in the air. This tremor was subtle, easily overlooked if one were not attentive. Before they could fully appreciate their reprieve or discern the source of the disturbance, a red long sword pierced one of their chests, accurately striking the heart. Soon, the sounds of more blades piercing flesh followed in rapid succession. Among the 38 disciples heading to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, none escaped. They were annihilated in an instant. Lu Chuan selected a tender piece of meat from the exquisite sea peach fish, cheerfully carrying it back to the head of the Tianqing sparrow. Resembling a farmer returning from the fields, nonchalant as if nothing had transpired, the young women had long been petrified by his ruthless methods, only regaining their senses when Lu Chuan began to prepare a hot pot. Bai Linlin's face turned pale, fully aware of the capabilities of cultivators. This group must have notified the 10,000 Beast sect. Those chosen for the Maple Leaf Secret Realm were primarily elite disciples, and now they had been entirely wiped out by Lu Chuan, with pre-existing grudges compounded by new enmities. It seemed unlikely that the Jinyuan sect could shield the Mingyue Pavilion this time. Stop dawdling. Come over and help with a hot pot. Lu Chuan beckoned to the girls with a cheerful smile. Senior, this time the Mingyue Pavilion is likely in serious trouble. Bai Linlin's voice trembled. Before their departure, Nangong Chushue had repeatedly cautioned against provoking conflict. Yet here they were, before even reaching Longyin Valley, already embroiled in a grave calamity. What if the sky were to fall? Lu Chuan chuckled, lifting his chopsticks. Fear not. Your elder is here. The sky will not collapse. This fish is exceptionally tender. Are you sure you want to come and have a taste? Having filleted the fish, the events had transpired. What more could be done? Bai Linlin bit her lip, resigning herself to the situation. Whatever lay ahead would be dealt with in due course. Senior, do you wish to keep the remains of the sea peach fish? Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. No need, you all can handle it yourselves. Thank you, Senior. Bai Linlin bowed and turned to the still shocked disciples. Xiao Xiao, take the others down and properly dispose of the large fish's remains. The sea peach fish possesses a hint of the ancient Kunpeng bloodline. It is a treasure not to be wasted. A charming young girl stood up, her expression revealing more excitement than trepidation. The young girl nodded, reassuring the elder, do not worry, they brought this upon themselves after bullying us in the past. Upon hearing this, the other girls seemed to awaken from a dream, their fear transforming into excitement. They chattered animatedly, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed at Lu Chuan. Bai Linlin smiled helplessly, pondering how this situation would ultimately unfold. After everyone had tidied up, they enjoyed a delightful meal of fish hot pot, and Tianqing also consumed the inner core of the hiding fish. The atmosphere was joyous, yet the world of the Wanshou men remained wounded. On the following morning, they finally arrived at Longyin Valley. It is said that this place is the final resting ground of a true dragon, and whenever it rains, a resounding dragon's roar can be heard, which is the origin of the valley's name. Upon their arrival, they found that Longyin Valley was already teeming with no fewer than 1,000 people, representing over 30 sects, creating a bustling market-like scene. The century-old Maple Leaf Secret Realm is a vital opportunity for these smaller sects to acquire resources. Thus, the gathering of so many sects was quite reasonable. The appearance of the Mingyue Pavilion caused quite a stir. It had been a millennium since they last dispatched representatives, and their sudden presence was naturally astonishing. An important reason behind this commotion was the youthful and radiant female disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion. Who could resist their charm? In a male-dominated cultivation world, they were particularly captivating. Isn't that Bai Linlin, the peak master of Mingyue Pavilion? Yes, it is indeed her. It is said that she ascended to the 5th realm after merely 100 years of cultivation. Is 100 years even worth mentioning? There's a prodigy from Haotian sect who reached the 5th realm in just 10 years. You're comparing the front gate to the back alley. Why not compare with the war god of the 3rd realm of Divine Path? It is rumored that the Mingyue Pavilion boasts 3 unparalleled beauties. Yet none are in sight this time. Are you foolish? The 3 renowned beauties of Mingyue Pavilion are the Pavilion Master, an aloof elder, and one who is said to be training outside. How could they possibly be here? Ha, what a farce! Mingyue Pavilion is merely the back garden of Jinyuan's sect. Brother, that's not quite fair. The Mingyue Pavilion must rely on a major sect like Jinyuan's sect for survival. Isn't it said that there are no men in Mingyue Pavilion? What is the deal with that old man? The onlookers, captivated by the beautiful women, spotted Lu Chuan at the rear, hands clasped behind him, resembling an elder. Surely he cannot be from Mingyue Pavilion? Unlikely. Mingyue Pavilion would not stoop so low as to include an old man among them. Definitely not. Stop thinking about it. If Mingyue Pavilion accepted men, I will be the first to abandon my sect and join them. Keep dreaming. Mingyue Pavilion lacks suitable cultivation techniques for men, and even if they did, would you dare? Your master would have your head. Wait a minute. Something is off. Bai Linlin is bowing to that old man. Goodness, quick, slap me. Bai Linlin holds the esteemed position of the second peak master of the Mingyue Pavilion, subordinate only to the pavilion leader. It is perplexing to witness her paying respect to an old man of questionable stature. Have you not noticed? The elderly gentleman does not emanate any true essence fluctuations, suggesting he may not be a practitioner at all. Could be true. Bai Linlin bows to an ordinary person. This revelation ventures into the realm of my ignorance. Is it possible that this old man is her father in the secular world? Otherwise, it seems inexplicable. The likelihood is considerable. Yet bringing one's father to the Maple Leaf secret realm is quite the unusual maneuver. At this moment, the attention of the onlookers has entirely shifted to Lu Chuan. Naturally, while curiosity abounds, no one dares to inquire further during this sensitive period. Elder Bai, it has been quite some time. I trust you are well. Bai Linlin had just settled her group when she received a visitor. Elder Zhao. Upon recognizing the visitor, Bai Linlin's expression involuntarily shifted. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Jiao's elder brother, Zhao Wuji, the law enforcement elder of the Tianlong sect. Bai Linlin was aware of Zhao Jiao's demise at Lu Chuan's hands. With the brother of the deceased standing before her, how could she not feel apprehensive? Zhao Wuji, a middle-aged man of imposing stature with a countenance marked by ruggedness, donned a suit of black armor that exuded an aura of intimidation. Elder Bai, what brings the Mingyue Pavilion here? Zhao Wuji inquired, his voice resonating so powerfully that the entire tent seemed to tremble. Chapter 14. The Secret Realm Opens. Gazing at Zhao Wuji, Bai Linlin steadied herself and forced a smile. The pavilion leader has sent disciples to gain experience. Remaining within the sect is not a viable option. Indeed, Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement. It is essential to venture forth. One cannot grow without shedding blood. Elder Zhao's words provided Bai Linlin with a sense of relief. However, Zhao Wuji abruptly asked, by the way, I have not heard from Yao Yao recently. Is everything all right? Feigning ease, Bai Linlin explained, Elder Zhao. She has recently attained a breakthrough and is currently in seclusion. Is that so? Zhao Wuji's face lit up with a smile of contentment. Very well. Once in the Maple Leaf secret realm, explore freely but refrain from competing for treasures. Your pavilion is lacking in practical experience. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhao. Bai Linlin replied, her expression slightly darkening. It seemed Zhao Wuji had come specifically to caution her about this matter, and his inquiry regarding Zhao Jiao was likely merely a formality. It appeared that the more powerful sects had already delineated their respective territories within the secret realm, which is to be expected. Those with greater strength naturally seize more opportunities. Without power, one possesses no voice. Who would engage in camaraderie? How naive! Upon entering the Maple Leaf secret realm, one must conceal themselves well and avoid unnecessary exposure, swiftly gathering at the Shueshua Valley. In the dead of night, Bai Linlin convened a meeting. Given the presence of barriers within the secret realm, those at the fifth boundary could not enter, leaving Bai Linlin to rely solely on her companions for survival once they crossed into the Maple Leaf secret realm. This time, under the command of the audacious Xiao Xiao, there was no need for you to fetch an abundance of rare treasures. The primary concern was to emerge safely. Bai Linlin, having spoken, turned her gaze towards an eccentric young girl named Lin Xiao Xiao, the foremost disciple of Isa Peak, renowned for her audacity. Previously, during the slaughter of the Beast sect, it was this girl who exhibited the greatest bravery. Lin Xiao Xiao, with a playful pat on her underdeveloped chest and a flash of her small tiger teeth, solemnly nodded. Master, rest assured, I will certainly bring my junior sisters back safely. Bai Linlin shook her head, her eyes reflecting deep concern. The Mingyue Pavilion had not entered the Maple Leaf Secret Realm for over 1,000 years. Its savagery was utterly beyond the imagination of these younglings. Bai Linlin's gaze shifted to Lu Chuan, who was beside her, indulging in a hot pot with grease glistening on his lips. She had long harbored a question: why did Lu Chuan have such an affinity for mundane food? Practitioners typically abstained from earthly sustenance, which would introduce impurities into their bodies. Senior, do you have any parting words of wisdom? In the interest of these girls' safety, Bai Linlin, with a bold face, sought to engage Lu Chuan. He set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, surveyed the group, and spoke nonchalantly. Since I have promised your pavilion master to look after you, I shall not go back on my word. As he spoke, Lu Chuan gently flicked his fingers, unleashing a faint, almost ethereal sword energy that spread from his fingertips. Each individual received a strand of this energy, which would automatically activate in the face of danger, ensuring a single chance at survival. This will suffice. Find me once you enter the secret realm, and you shall be safe. The group felt an overwhelming joy. They had already witnessed Lu Chuan's extraordinary prowess during the earlier encounter with the beast sect. Yet, a lingering question remained in their minds. How would Lu Chuan enter the Maple Leaf Secret Realm? No one dared to voice this inquiry. They could only wait for tomorrow to unveil the answer. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm. The night passed relatively smoothly. Senior, it is time to rise. In half an hour, the secret realm will open. Reluctantly, Lu Chuan climbed out of bed. At some point, a gentle drizzle began to fall in Longyin Valley. Accompanied by the rain, an eerie stillness enveloped the valley, pierced only by a palpable aura of impending danger. Zhang Xiyun held an umbrella for Lu Chuan as Bai Linlin led the group towards the location of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm's opening, Longzue Cliff. Perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere, the usually lively and cheerful young girls now followed Bai Linlin in silence. Longzue Cliff was almost filled with people. It was the sole passage into the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, and even a second's head start could grant a significant advantage. Such places were naturally dominated by the more powerful sects, relegating Lu Chuan and his companions to the back of the line. The appearance of Mingyue Pavilion attracted considerable attention, particularly due to the peculiar sight of Lu Chuan holding an umbrella, drawing the focus of many. However, the absence of discourse rendered the atmosphere unbearably oppressive. Everyone understood that the Maple Leaf Secret Realm was not only a place replete with resources, but also a ruthless arena for trials, a battleground for various sections. Each time, no more than 30% of those who entered the Maple Leaf Secret Realm would emerge alive. Thus, from 1,000 who ventured in, fewer than 300 would return. Though brutal, surviving such an ordeal would guarantee a meteoric rise within the sect. Lu Chuan, however, was indifferent to the queue, munching on a meat bun with relish. Secret Realm commence. Just as Lu Chuan began to grow impatient, a resonant voice echoed from the dragon's mouth cliff. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, where a small black that materialized in the air at the cliff's edge. This minute that began to enlarge at a visibly rapid pace, while a peculiar wave of energy spread through the air. Ultimately, the small black dot expanded until it was just large enough for a person to pass through. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility are governed by fate. Fellow Taoists, please, the deep voice resonated once more. As the voice faded, the crowd began to enter the black dot in an orderly fashion. Intrigued, Lu Chuan inquired of the surrounding air, "Donkey, what manner of space is this? Is it a realm from another dimension, or merely a fragmented little world?" No sooner had he spoken than Ah Fu's figure abruptly appeared beside him. With a wise glint in his eyes, Ah Fu glanced at the black dot and, exposing his large teeth, chuckled disdainfully. A mere little world, hardly an otherworldly space. It likely belongs to some long-gone cultivator. Observing the lengthy queue ahead, Ah Fu continued impatiently. "How long must we wait? Do you not possess a sword technique specifically for severing barriers? Why not cleave through that wretched barrier? Sword technique? What sword technique?" Lu Chuan gazed at the donkey in bewilderment. Ah Fu nearly sputtered blood at the sheer exasperation. How had he ended up with such an unreliable host? One who had forgotten everything he had learned? Enough, enough. Your memory seems to be failing you terribly. Let us pretend I never spoke. "Hey, who are you calling senile?" Lu Chuan retorted, raising a foot to send Ah Fu flying. This little interlude managed to lighten the atmosphere somewhat. Chapter 15. Come here, let me take a look. After waiting nearly 20 minutes atop Dragon's Mouth Cliff, it was finally the turn of the Mingyue Pavilion to enter the passage. However, As the leader, Lin Xiaoxiao, was about to step across the black, an arm reached out to obstruct her. A woman of strikingly alluring appearance stood in their path. The woman turned her gaze towards Bai Lin and, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Bai Lin, you must consider carefully. The Mingyue Pavilion already has few disciples, and those with fine potential are as rare as phoenix feathers. If you were to lose them all in the secret realm, I fear you would find it hard to bear. Your concern is unnecessary," Bai Lin replied, her expression impassive. The woman smiled, seemingly indifferent to Bai Lin's demeanor, and continued. "Your junior martial uncle has been away honing his skills for quite some time now. Why have we not received any news?" Bai Lin's expression darkened further. This woman, known as Bailey Dai, held the esteemed position of an elder within the Haisha sect. However, Bailey Dai once held another title, that of the Peak Master of the Isa Peak at the Mingyue Pavilion. Due to various circumstances, she betrayed the Mingyue Pavilion a century ago, absconding with several of its limited offensive techniques. This act led to a proliferation of the pavilion's martial arts, enabling numerous sects to devise countermeasures. The Mingyue Pavilion, already in a precarious position, began its decline from the moment its techniques were disseminated. Traditionally, betrayal of one's sect is regarded as an unforgivable sin within the realm of cultivation. Those who abandon their masters typically become malevolent practitioners. Yet, Bai Li, through unknown means, managed to infiltrate the Haisha sect and secure protection, ultimately ascending to the rank of elder 30 years ago. The Mingyue Pavilion and Bailey Dai harbored deep-seated enmity. Unfortunately, the prevailing circumstances rendered any retaliation futile, leaving this grievance to fester for over a century. Bai Lin, witnessing Bailey Dai obstructing the passage and engaging in trivial banter, was seething with rage. She was acutely aware of Bailey Dai's intent to delay, rendering the Mingyue Pavilion disciples completely passive upon entering the secret realm, an exceedingly malicious scheme. Bailey Dai, how much longer do you intend to persist? The Mingyue Pavilion has shown you grace, even refraining from pursuing your heinous betrayal, yet you still seek to provoke us. How ungrateful. In a bid to expedite her disciples' entry into the secret realm, Bai Lin resolved to confront Bailey Dai publicly. With a derisive laugh, Bailey Dai retorted, "What audacity! Nangguang Chuxue might want to seek retribution, but alas, lacks the power to do so." Step aside. Bai Lin, weary of verbal sparring, waved her hand as a white ribbon surged toward Bailey Dai. "Unfatsit." Bai Li merely smirked, flicking her finger lightly. A crimson small sword shot forth, shattering Bai Lin's ribbon to pieces. Flying sword. Bai Lin's heart raced in alarm as she swiftly retreated, summoning an invisible barrier of energy to shield herself. The red sword, having destroyed her ribbon, did not pursue, instead hovering silently before Bailey Dai. "What do you think of this?" Bailey Dai laughed triumphantly, displaying the flying sword acquired through the Mingyue Pavilion's martial arts. Shameless, Bai Lin's face flushed with indignation, yet she felt utterly powerless. Although Bailey Dai was not a sword cultivator, the lethality of the flying sword was beyond what a half-hearted practitioner like Bai Lin could contend with. Shameless? Bailey Dai shrugged with a hint of boredom. "The wisest decision I ever made was to leave the Mingyue Pavilion, clinging to such a dilapidated place that no one would mourn my passing." Step aside. What is it that you truly desire? I cannot fight, nor can I compete with your shamelessness, Bai Lin exclaimed in a frenzy of desperation. If this delay continues, those who entered first will have gathered, and the disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion will likely find themselves trapped and slaughtered. Surrounding them are 30 or so elders for various sects, who, instead of intervening against Bailey Dai's nefarious actions, are instead gleefully observing the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, Lu Chuan, who has been lingering at the back, finally finishes his sumptuous breakfast. He takes the mouthwash that Luo offers and gargles. "Hey, that old hag, why are you blocking the way? Are you collecting tolls?" With his hands behind his back, Lu Chuan saunters forward and immediately spots Bailey Dai standing obstinately in the passage. "Old crone, who do you think you are?" Bailey Dai, scolded as an old hag, immediately turns dark with fury. "Senior, she intends to delay the Mingyue Pavilion's entry into the secret realm," Bai Lin, anxious, directly reports. "If this drags on too long, the girls will be surrounded and slaughtered. Senior, please think of a way." Lu Chuan rolls his eyes in mockery. The Mingyue Pavilion is truly a soft persimmon. Anyone can squeeze it. Hearing this, Bai Lin feels a surge of anger and frustration, tears welling in her eyes. "Hey, why are you crying, little girl? Lu Chuan is both amused and exasperated. I am not. Bai Lin Lin, flustered and enraged, wipes her eyes and charges toward Bailey Dai. You old hag, step aside. Such foul-mouthed nonsense. Nangong Chushue really failed to teach you well. Let me assist her. With a wave of her hand, Bailey Dai sends a small red flying sword directly toward Bai Lin Lin's throat. Bai Lin Lin, infuriated, loses her composure and prepares to confront the flying sword head-on. If struck, she would surely suffer grievous injury, if not death. As she senses the sharpness of the sword's aura, Bai Lin Lin realizes her recklessness. However, it is too late to withdraw. She can only summon all her strength to withstand it. Just as the situation seems dire for Bai Lin Lin, an incongruous voice interrupts. Come here, let me have a look. In a bizarre turn of events, the flying sword, which was aimed at Bai Lin Lin's throat, abruptly veers and flies towards Lu Chuan. Everyone present is left in stunned silence. The flying sword is considered one of the most lethal artifacts on this continent. To say that a mere touch could lead to death is no exaggeration. Moreover, flying swords are typically in sync with their masters' minds. It has never been heard of a flying sword betraying its owner in battle. The spectacle is utterly surreal. Amid her astonishment, Bailey Dai hastily attempts to wield her half-mastered sword technique to regain control of the flying sword. However, to her greater horror, she finds that her connection to it has been completely severed. Even more astonishing to the onlookers, the small red sword halts 3 feet in front of Lu Chuan, gently vibrating. It then begins to glide joyfully around Lu Chuan, much like a child finding comfort in its mother's embrace. Interesting, you foolish beast. This little thing possesses strong sword energy, yet lacks any sword intent. Lu Chuan observes the small sword with keen interest. What a worthless piece of nonsense. Even a mere gust from my behind would surpass the prowess of this thing's sword energy. Can you not aspire to something greater? Afu apir de bezide Lu Chuan, his eyes filled with wisdom and disdain. Curse it all. Why do I find your words so irksome? Lu Chuan lifted a foot and kicked Afu off the cliff. Chapter 16. The Matching Small World. Old fool, return my flying sword. Lu Chuan's playful tussle with the foolish donkey nearly drove Bailey Dai, who had lost her flying sword, to the brink of madness. Bailey Dai lunged at Lu Chuan, attempting to reclaim her sword. However, to everyone's astonishment, the small red flying sword, without any command, turned and charged directly towards Bailey Dai. The sword is autonomously protecting its master. How could this be? Who is this old man, and how can he control another's flying sword? This incredible scene left the onlookers gasping in astonishment. Bang! The red sword collided forcefully against Bailey Dai's protective aura. The terrifying red sword energy erupted, shattering her protective barrier and sending her flying. TCH, is she really that weak? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and walked towards the passage. Seeing Lu Chuan depart, the red sword hurriedly returned, circling around him and emitting a buzzing sound, almost as if it were sulking. What do you want? You're so pathetic. Why follow me? Lu Chuan shot an exasperated glance at the little sword. The sword seemed to understand, its brilliance dimming suddenly. All right, acting like a little girl, about to cry after just a few words. Lu Chuan grimaced and pointed out Bai Lin Lin. Here, I give you a task. Guard this little girl well. And when I return, I shall bestow upon you some spirit or something. Bestow spirit? No one knew what that meant. Not even Lu Chuan himself. As it was a fabrication he conjured on the spot. The dimmed little sword suddenly blazed with light again, seemingly filled with boundless power. The sword flew to Bai Lin Lin's side, its energy radiating fiercely. Off I go. A somewhat bored Lu Chuan waved his hand and stepped into the passage, with Lin Xiao and the others hastily following suit. Witnessing Lu Chuan, this old codger, passing through the barrier without hindrance, the group fell into murmurs. Truly, strange occurrences abound every year, but this year seems particularly rife with them. Of course, Lu Chuan's unimpeded passage through the barrier relieved the group. At least in their perception, Lu Chuan was undoubtedly a cultivator not exceeding the 4th realm. As for how to explain the earlier incident with the flying sword, who could tell? After Lu Chuan departed, Bailey Dai, who had been sent flying, finally returned. Upon seeing her flying sword protecting Bai Lin Lin, she nearly exploded with rage. However, this time Bailey Dai had learned her lesson and refrained from forceful action. After all, compared to her life, a flying sword was not so significant. However, the enmity between them has deepened, and should they cross paths again, it may well result in mutual destruction. The scenery beyond the passage took Lu Chuan by surprise. It appeared to be a vast grassland, lush and verdant, stretching endlessly before him. Despite the absence of sunlight, visibility was ample, and one could even feel the warmth of light. A gentle breeze swept across the grassland, creating ripples that were utterly delightful. The atmosphere was perfect, with a mild wind and just the right amount of sunshine. Quite intriguing, Lu Chuan mused, nodding cheerfully as he immersed his consciousness in his mind's ocean, revisiting the map that had been etched in his memory. Before long, he reached a conclusion. This must be the Bai Chun grassland marked on the map, arguably the safest spot within the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Not only was this place secure, but it also boasted an abundance of natural treasures. Huh? Has fortune finally turned in my favor? Lu Chuan had endured countless misfortunes, burdened by a nonsensical system. Now, having entered this world, it seemed that luck was beginning to smile upon him. Foolish donkey, synchronize with this little realm and gather those young girls, he commanded. Though Lu Chuan was known for his bloodthirstiness, volatility, and lack of reason, he also bore a serious mental ailment. It was even conceivable that he suffered from early-onset dementia, given his propensity to forget everything he had learned, which certainly raised suspicions. Yet, no one is devoid of merits. Every individual possesses at least one or two virtues. Lu Chuan's singular virtue was his unwavering integrity. A promise made was a promise kept, having pledged to Nin Gong Chuxue to care for the group of young girls. Lu Chuan was resolute in ensuring their safe return. You truly know how to command others. The donkey, standing beside Lu Chuan, bared its large teeth, its intelligent eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Bound to Lu Chuan, no matter how far he was kicked away, a Fu could always return to Lu Chuan's side at a moment's notice. Thus, Lu Chuan, seeking amusement, often kicked at the donkey to relieve his stress. Understand this. You are not human. You are merely a foolish donkey, Lu Chuan emphasized with an eye roll. I must be the unluckiest soul to have you as a host. A Fu, while grumbling, closed its wise eyes. A strange wave of energy emanated from a Fu, enveloping the entire small world. After a few minutes, a Fu finally opened its eyes, brimming with disdain, and remarked, synchronization complete. This is a small realm left behind by a practitioner, lacking a complete set of grand principles. The area of this small world is roughly equivalent to that of the planet you once inhabited. Lu Chuan felt a jolt of astonishment. A small world the size of Earth was indeed daunting. Quite fascinating, this small realm seems to conceal something. I will transmit the information to you, a Fu stated, its eyes suddenly rolling back. A multitude of mysterious runes swiftly appeared over the pallid iris, flickering with an eerie green light, shimmering in an unpredictable manner. As the donkey performed its peculiar operations, Lu Chuan's mind became inundated with a wealth of information, all pertaining to this miniature world. Were it an ordinary individual to suddenly acquire such an overwhelming influx of knowledge, their mind would likely burst from sheer volume. Yet Lu Chuan, with his extraordinary mental capacity, was able to assimilate this vast amount of information. Subsequently, an immensely detailed map unfurled within his consciousness. The map was divided into 5 major regions, with Lu Chuan situated at the very center. It distinctly marked the locations of all precious resources. This was what one might call an extraordinary advantage. Furthermore, numerous red dots moved across the map, indicative of living entities. However, at the northernmost edge of the map lay an ominous patch of darkness, devoid of any markers in Ah Fu's matching information. This appeared to be the area where Ah Fu had mentioned something lurking. Lu Chuan, however, remained unconcerned, whatever it was. He would simply crush it if it dared to provoke him. Could you possibly provide more detail? They're all just red dots. How am I supposed to know which ones are the girls? Lu Chuan grumbled in dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Ah Fu's eyes bulged, and he exclaimed, "What do you think I am? Just providing a general idea is already a feat. I can't detail their appearances or genders. If you can't manage that, then get lost." Lu Chuan retorted, kicking Ah Fu away. Chapter 17. I am actually a swordsman after sending Ah Fu flying. Lu Chuan located the area known as Feishua Valley on the map within his mind. He had previously heard by Lin Lin mention that they were to gather there. Upon examining the location of Feishua Valley, Lu Chuan discovered it was surprisingly close to that northern area of shadow, a rather fortuitous choice indeed. However, one could hardly fault Bai Lin Lin for her choice of location. She did not possess Ah Fu's keen abilities to detect the anomalies of this small world. With his direction confirmed, Lu Chuan set forth towards Feishua Valley. He did not hurry, strolling leisurely while savoring the scenery. The vistas of this miniature world were far more splendid than the mundane confines of that foolish donkey's realm. After approximately 2 hours of leisurely wandering and taking in the sights, Lu Chuan resolved to take flight and head directly to Feishua Valley. A casual glance to his left revealed a disturbing sight: a multitude of corpses scattered across the ground. Intrigued, he approached cautiously. There were over 20 bodies, arranged in a bizarrely orderly fashion upon the grass. As he drew nearer, he noted the peculiar state of the corpses. Each had become a desiccated husk, devoid of any blood. Strangely, the air bore no scent of blood, yet these bodies were undeniably fresh. Lu Chuan recalled having seen these individuals just yesterday. They appeared to be disciples of the Haisha sect. Judging by the condition of the corpses, it seemed they had offered no resistance, having been completely drained of their lifeblood. It is somewhat peculiar that the cultivators who enter this place possess similar strengths. If they were to engage in combat amongst themselves, it shouldn't result in such casual fatalities. Could there be some other malevolent force at play? As Lu Chuan pondered, he disdainfully kicked at a corpse. After a moment's reflection, he felt a twinge of concern for the girls and set off at once, his form darting forth like a meteor toward the distant horizon. Feishua Valley lies to the north of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, unlike the temperate central region basking in the warmth of spring. The northern expanse is shrouded in the chill of winter. The landscape is stark and barren, an eerie desolation stretching as far as the eye can see. Following the map's guidance, Lu Chuan soon arrived at the entrance of Feishua Valley. "Senior." Just as he reached the threshold, a cheerful voice rang out. Turning around, he was surprised to find Lin Xiaoxiao. "Hey, you sure are quick," Lu Chuan remarked with a smile and a nod. Lin Xiaoxiao scratched her head, a bit shy. "I was just lucky to randomly end up in Feishua Valley." Lu Chuan glanced at the somber sky and furrowed his brow. "How long will it take for the others to arrive?" Lin Xiaoxiao swiftly produced a communication talisman, igniting it in her hand. "Everyone is making their way here. If all goes well, someone should arrive before nightfall." As she spoke, her expression grew troubled. "Senior, some of the junior sisters have discovered something unusual. Is it the corpses drained of blood?" Lu Chuan blurted out. Lin Xiaoxiao widened her beautiful eyes and nodded vigorously. "Have you encountered this too, Senior? Direct me to the girls' location. We must find them and not linger here." As Lu Chuan gestured casually, the air around them erupted with a series of sharp cracks. And over 20 water swords materialized from the atmosphere. The already dry and frigid air grew even heavier. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at this spectacle with envy. In the Tianyuan continent, sword cultivators are recognized as the most formidable fighters and hold the highest status among cultivators. "Senior, are you a sword cultivator?" She could not help but inquire. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment before responding. "Not quite. I would consider myself more of a swordsman." "I don't understand. Is there a difference?" Lin Xiaoxiao playfully stuck out her tongue. "They should be somewhat similar." In truth, Lu Chuan was uncertain, as he had yet to encounter a true sword cultivator since arriving in this world. However, he instinctively felt that he was fundamentally different from these cultivators. "Hop on. We're leaving." Lu Chuan waved his hand, and a water sword descended from above, landing before Lin Xiaoxiao. Her face flushed with excitement as she beheld the water sword. Although cultivators of the fourth realm can fly, none can match the elegance of riding a sword. Cautiously, Lin Xiaoxiao stepped atop the water sword, which proved far sturdier than she had anticipated, allowing her to stand confidently without issue. "Which girl is nearest?" Lu Chuan inquired. 700 miles to the east." Lin Xiaoxiao pointed in that direction. "Steady yourself. If you fall and meet your demise, I shall bear no responsibility." With that, the water sword surged upwards, startling Lin Xiaoxiao, who shuddered and dared not entertain other thoughts. Her entire focus locked onto her footing. In stark contrast, Lu Chuan displayed a remarkable nonchalance, casually seating himself upon the water sword, exuding an air of carefree indifference. 20-odd water swords, glimmering with astonishing radiance, surged towards the east. In the blink of an eye, spanning over 700 miles, Lu Chuan soon discerned the disciples of Mingyue Pavilion on the ground. Yet, the girl appeared to be fleeing from pursuers, her body drenched in blood, stumbling as she ran. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaoxiao, filled with urgency, leapt directly from the water sword. "Is she truly that fierce?" Lu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, hastily directing the water sword to descend. Upon reaching the ground, he found himself encircled by several cultivators, evidently members of the Tianlong sect. Lin Xiaoxiao, clutching her injured junior sister, glared at them fiercely, unyielding in her fearlessness. Lu Chuan found her amusing. This little girl was quite the character, adorably fierce. Observing Lu Chuan's aged appearance and the hovering water swords, the disciples of the Tianlong sect felt a twinge of confusion but dismissed it. For only cultivators of the fourth realm or below could enter this place. Even if the old man before them were a fourth realm sword cultivator, they held a significant numerical advantage and felt little apprehension. The Mingwe Pavilion junior sister was to surrender the Chaos Stargrass, and they would let you go unharmed. However, before this statement could be fully articulated, it was abruptly silenced. In an instant, a water sword pierced through his mouth. Blood gushed forth, the acrid scent of iron permeating the air. The suddenness of this scene left the other members of the Tianlong sect in a state of bewilderment. Without time for idle chatter, Lu Chuan waved his hand lightly, and the remaining water swords suddenly sprang into action. These inexperienced individuals had no time to react before being turned into a veritable hive of chaos. Next, where shall we go? Having dispatched so many foes, Lu Chuan remained utterly unfazed, as though he had merely crushed a few ants. That way, a distance of 1,200 miles. Lin Xiaoxiao, still a young girl, had never witnessed such brutality and was momentarily left at a loss. Forward to the next. Lu Chuan chuckled, shaking his head as he directed the water swords toward the direction indicated by Lin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 18, Master Hongya. Help, help. Upon arriving at the location Lin Xiaoxiao had indicated, Lu Chuan beheld a dozen individuals below, fleeing for their lives. One of the Mingwe Pavilion girls was among the panicked throng. As they soared through the air, their terrified cries echoed, as if some monstrous horror were pursuing them relentlessly. In the next moment, the fleeing crowd abruptly halted. They were forced to stop, for a vast expanse of earth before them suddenly upheaved. In an instant, the ground trembled, and stones flew in all directions. A torrent of gravel hurtled toward the crowd, accompanied by a chilling howl. Initially, the gathered individuals managed to cope, but the sheer volume and force of the stones soon overwhelmed their defenses. Almost everyone was struck by the errant debris, each one crying out in agony as they fell to the ground. Just as the little girl from the Mingwe Pavilion was about to meet a grim fate, Lu Chuan swung his right hand with fierce determination. A water sword, whistling through the air, descended rapidly, with a series of resounding impacts. The water swords embedded themselves into the chaotic earth, forming an extraordinary sword array. Streams of ominous sword energy erupted from this array, subduing the tumultuous ground. Yet, as Lu Chuan gazed at the array below, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Why had he ever learned such a technique? It turned out that Lu Chuan had not intended to create a sword array. He merely sought to forcibly quell the rebellious earth with sword energy. However, the water swords had unexpectedly formed a sword array, which took him by surprise. This array, known as the Celestial Sword Array, was primarily used for sealing and suppression, a technique he had learned long ago. I told you that you were succumbing to senility, but you refused to believe it, forgetting everything you once studied. At that moment, a Fu appeared in an opportune time to elucidate the situation to Lu Chuan. Enough of your nonsense. I have long since achieved the unity of man and sword, commonly referred to as a sword person. All things in heaven and earth can become a sword. Why would I need these trivial sword techniques? Lu Chuan adamantly refused to acknowledge his supposed senility. Huh, senile or not, you certainly are, a Fu couldn't help but mock. Curse you, I'll make you regret it, Lu Chuan exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he delivered a punch to a Fu's head. Like a meteor, a Fu plummeted toward the ground. Just as he was about to make a rather intimate acquaintance with the earth, a massive, gaping maw suddenly emerged from the ground. Swallowing afuole, a noxious stench of decaying corpses, mingling with the acrid scent of blood, instantly tainted the air. What has devoured your donkey, revered one? Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale upon witnessing this horrifying scene. Good riddance to that foolish donkey, Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. You go tend to the little girl. I shall ascertain the nature of this creature. With a call, Lu Chuan descended to the ground, darting toward the torn earth. Senior sister, the frightened little girl, shaken to her core, rushed into Lin Xiaoxiao's embrace upon seeing her. Others gathered around, all eyes on the frail Lu Chuan. They had witnessed Lu Chuan's water swords suppressing the earth and understood that their survival might hinge upon that aged man. Lin Xiaoxiao pulled her junior sister behind her, warily observing the others. The obsequious expressions on their faces made her feel nauseated. Had nothing gone awry, her junior sister might have been bullied by these very individuals. Little sister Xiaoxiao, that venerable elder must be one of your Mingwe Pavilion members, correct? A familiar face among the crowd greeted Lin Xiaoxiao warmly. No, I do not know you. Please cease pretending to be so familiar. Lin Xiaoxiao firmly denied, pulling her junior sister to sit atop the water sword. It was evident to anyone of sound intellect that Lin Xiaoxiao was weaving a web of deceit. As the last thread of hope seemed to slip away, the crowd hastily encircled her. "Little fairy, you see we are all practitioners. You cannot turn a blind eye to our peril," one implored. "Indeed, our heavenly dragon sect shares a bond with the Minghua Pavilion. Little fairy, if you could merely utter a few kind words before that venerable elder, we would forever be in your debt." As they spoke, their gazes darted anxiously toward the rear, their expressions betraying a palpable dread, as if something monstrous were about to descend upon them. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyelids flickered. She had now witnessed the depths of human shamelessness. Each and every one of these individuals had, at some point, taken advantage of the Minghua Pavilion or seized its resources. And now, they had the audacity to approach her for camaraderie. "I don't know you. I don't recognize you. If you have the courage, speak for yourselves." Lin Xiaoxiao resolutely maintained her stance. "Then why don't you all run?" A sarcastic female voice suddenly echoed from behind, accompanied by a nauseating gust of wind. As the words lingered in the air, a woman clad in a blood-red robe emerged gracefully from the shadows. Her long, slender legs, partially concealed beneath the flowing garment, ignited the imagination. With an enchanting visage and a figure that could incite flames, she was a vision of irresistible allure. The guardian of the 100 Ghosts sect, the Red Leaf True Person. Upon sighting this woman, Lin Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted sharply. Known only by her moniker, the Red Leaf True Person held a status within the 100 Ghosts sect second only to the leader. Cunning and ruthless, she was a master of enchanting arts. Countless cultivators had perished beneath her spell. The Xintian sect had made several attempts to apprehend her, yet all efforts had been in vain. As Lin Xiaoxiao processed her shock, a deeper mystery unfurled within her. It was said that the Red Leaf True Person was a formidable cultivator of the 6th realm. How had she infiltrated the Maple Leaf secret realm? Little fairy, hasten to summon that venerable elder, or we shall all perish here. The sight of the Red Leaf True Person approaching sent chills through the hearts of the crowd. Lin Xiaoxiao had no intention of speaking. It was not that she lacked the desire, but rather that she was paralyzed by fear. The Red Leaf True Person drew nearer, her lips curling into a bewitching smile, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. The crowd lacked the courage to resist. They were not on the same level, and any attempt to confront her would only lead to their demise. The immense pressure emanating from the Red Leaf True Person made their legs tremble, their clothes already soaked with cold sweat. "Even if I perish today, the dignity of our heavenly dragon sect shall not be diminished." Suddenly, a young man stepped forward, brandishing a magical artifact to confront the Red Leaf True Person. "Brother Zhou is magnificent. Brother Zhou, proceed as you wish. We shall support you." Observing someone stepping forward, the crowd rallied in encouragement. The Heavenly Dragon sect? That faction which preys on the weak and fears the strong? The charming He Jinren looked at the brave individual with a teasing glint in her eyes, stifling a laugh behind her delicate hand. Nonsense from the female demon. The Heavenly Dragon sect has always upheld justice, aiding the weak and punishing the strong. How can we be accused of cowardice? The youth, brimming with righteousness, rebuked, though his gaze furtively flicked to his fellow disciples nearby. Chapter 19. The Malice of Human Hearts. I have a fondness for those with unwavering resolve. He Jinren chuckled sweetly. "In that case, let us begin with you." With that, she raised her slender hand, a crimson glimmer coalescing at her fingertips. Just then, the resolute young man struck unexpectedly. But his target was not He Jinren. It was Lin Xiaoxiao standing beside her. Alongside the youth, 2 other disciples from the Heavenly Dragon sect also joined the fray. Completely focused on He Jinren, Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly unprepared for the ambush. Thud! Thud! 2 muffled sounds echoed as the attacker succeeded, sending Lin Xiaoxiao sprawling directly before He Jinren. In a state of urgency and fury, she gazed at the not-so-distant figure of He Jinren. Coupled with her unexpected injury from the ambush, her energy surged chaotically, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Shameless beasts. The 2 disciples from Minghua Pavilion stood momentarily stunned before erupting in furious curses. Yet, the crowd remained indifferent. The young man sneered, "Lin Xiaoxiao, since you refuse to let that old relic assist us, we shall have to put you at a disadvantage." "Well played, brother." Others applauded the youth's cunning. The mention of that old relic clearly indicated a connection to Minghua Pavilion. Now that Lin Xiaoxiao was in peril, there was little fear he would not act. This skillful manipulation of others for personal gain was executed with finesse. Behold, this is your so-called righteous spirit, your orthodox cultivation, Hongye Jinren scoffed at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. Over the years, Mingwei Pavilion had shielded her generation of disciples too well, leaving them unprepared for the treachery of the world. Now, having been ensnared, she could only blame herself for her naivety. With great effort, Lin Xiaoxiao steadied herself, gradually regaining her tranquility. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, she summoned her inner energy, confronting Hongye Jinren head-on. They may be shameless, but you're not much better. I refuse to believe that righteousness has no place in this world. Hongye Jinren regarded the defiant Lin Xiaoxiao, momentarily lost in thought, as if she saw a reflection of her younger self in the spirited girl. With a gentle shake of her head, she replied, "Dear girl, you are far too innocent. The world is not merely black and white. So-called justice can only be discussed by those with sufficient strength." Lin Xiaoxiao wiped the blood from her lips, casting a cold glare at Hongye Jinren, choosing silence over further words. As the saying goes, those with divergent paths do not conspire together. Divergent values render the debate on the essence of justice akin to a feudal exchange between a chicken and a duck. Enough of this. The Red Leaf Master shook his head and chuckled, remarking that such individuals as you are increasingly rare. Thus, I shall not trouble you further. As his words fell, Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. A crimson blur shot past her as the Red Leaf Master bypassed Lin Xiaoxiao, charging towards the others. The crowd appeared bewildered, for the actions of the Red Leaf Master were entirely at odds with the brutal and bloodthirsty demeanor of a cultist. Flee! Panic ensued, and the crowd scattered in a chaotic frenzy, each seeking to escape. Boom! Mere moments after their hurried departure, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. In an instant, the earth within a radius of several miles was upheaved as a colossal creature emerged from beneath. This creature possessed an extraordinarily peculiar form, resembling a massive, spherical mass of flesh, its surface slick with a viscous secretion. A gaping red maw, nearly half its size, was startlingly exaggerated. "Beast, who summoned you? Return." The Red Leaf Master bellowed at the monstrous entity. This creature, known as the Enlightened Beast, typically possessed the strength of a sixth realm being and was notorious for its insatiable appetite. It consumed anything that crossed its path without discrimination. The Red Leaf Master was, in fact, the master of this beast. The inability of the Zhantiang sect to capture her over the years was partly attributable to this creature. Despite the Red Leaf Master's fierce reprimands, the Enlightened Beast remained unperturbed. Upon closer inspection, the Red Leaf Master's expression shifted dramatically. The beast was not reluctant to return. Rather, it was physically incapable of doing so, as it was being hoisted aloft by a single hand. In comparison to the creature's immense size, the individual lifting it appeared minuscule, a detail that the Red Leaf Master initially overlooked. Who else could this be but Lu Chuan? Moments ago, he had descended through the gaping hole from which the Enlightened Beast emerged, pulling it forth with ease. Despite his age, Lu Chuan possessed the strength to move mountains. Having consumed strength-enhancing elixirs for a staggering 100,000 years, even a pig could attain Herculean strength under such circumstances. Bang! As the ground continued to quake, the water swords nearby suddenly sprang to life. Over 20 water swords launched an assault, swiftly impaling everyone except for the trio from the Mingwei Pavilion into the shattered earth. A few unfortunate souls were skewered through the head, meeting their demise on the spot. Even the formidable Sixth Realm cultivator, the Red Leaf Master, was not spared. A water sword pierced through her abdomen, pinning her to the fractured ground. The terrifying sword energy invaded her body, shattering her meridians. Even if she survived, the Red Leaf Master would be rendered incapacitated. Senior, Lin Xiaoxiao, witnessing Lu Chuan, pouted her lips in distress, nearly brought to tears. "Do not weep. Watch as I demonstrate my prowess," Lu Chuan replied cheerfully, adjusting his grip as he hurled the Enlightened Beast away. The poor Qioming beast had no time to struggle before being shredded into minuscule fragments by invisible sword chi. Blood rain and bits of flesh cascaded from the heavens. Lu Chuan ambled over leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. Old man, we are all in the same boat. Have mercy, have mercy." The youth who had previously plotted against Lin Xiaoxiao was now impaled through the thigh. The explosive sword chi ravaged his body, eliciting anguished cries from him. "Oh, how you embellish your own worth. In the same boat. Do you even deserve such a claim?" Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Suddenly, The sword chi within the boy's body erupted violently, reducing him to mere shards, a mist of blood spreading through the air. Ah, the fragrance of blood. Lu Chuan inhaled deeply, his face a mask of ecstasy. This grotesque spectacle nearly frightened everyone into submission. No one dared to utter a word, silently enduring the encroaching sword chi. Lu Chuan approached the nearly lifeless figure of the red leaf real person. "Hey, beautiful lady." He extended his bony, aged hand, lifting her chin. However, the gravely injured red leaf's pupils had begun to dull, her expression one of imminent departure from this world. Faced with Lu Chuan's lewdness, she could muster no resistance, tears trickling down her cheeks. Observing her plight, Lu Chuan awkwardly withdrew his hand, wiping it on his garment. "My hands are a bit dirty, but surely not to the point of such disdain. Please don't cry." Was it truly a matter of her disliking his unclean hands? The three young ladies from the Mingyue pavilion looked on, bewildered, questioning Lu Chuan's mental faculties. Chapter 20. Right and Wrong, Grievances and Gratitude. Witnessing the red leaf real person's suffering, Lu Chuan, with a sense of consideration, yanked the water sword that had pierced her abdomen with brutal force. "I'm not one to dwell on right or wrong, merely grievances and gratitude. You had the opportunity to kill that girl Xiao Xiao, but chose not to. Therefore, I shall spare you." As he spoke, he withdrew the sword chi that had invaded her body. The red leaf real person's condition improved slightly, yet her eyes lost all spark, overshadowed by despair. "Kill me," she uttered with a bitter smile, closing her eyes in resignation. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has perished. Her meridians have been nearly obliterated by Lu Chuan's sword chi. Even if she survived, she would be rendered a mere shell of her former self. From a lofty cultivator to a commoner, destined to endure the mundane cycle of life and death. The red leaf real person could not accept this fate. She would rather perish here. "Hey, what a peculiar request." Lu Chuan observed her, then seized her pulse. "Do not touch me, get away." The red leaf real person suddenly opened her eyes, screaming with all her might. She had originally entered the maple leaf secret realm as a hunter. Now, however, she finds herself utterly defeated by an old curmudgeon, her meridians completely destroyed. How could this not drive her to madness? For heaven's sake, does he not comprehend the essence of courtesy, the virtue of venerating the elderly and cherishing the young? Lu Chuan's fist struck the nose of the red leaf sage with tremendous force. The once prominent bridge of her nose was instantly crushed, blood gushing forth like a torrential stream. After such a blow, the red leaf sage was bereft of strength to contend with Lu Chuan any longer, collapsing onto the ground in resignation. Alas, this is precisely how it should be. Given the circumstances, why not acquiesce? Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction, pressing his fingers once more upon the pulse point of the red leaf sage. Her physique and skin were well maintained, far superior to those young maidens. Her bosom and figure were quite noteworthy, as the coarse touch of his wrist met her skin, accompanied by such frivolous remarks. The red leaf sage felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, wishing only for a swift end to her existence, while cursing Lu Chuan's ancestors in her heart. A gentle sword energy suddenly surged into her body through the pulse point. This energy bore no wild intent to kill. Instead, it radiated a soothing warmth. The sword energy coursed through her meridians, and astonishingly, those shattered pathways began to mend. What constitutes the divine? This is indeed a miracle. For cultivators, the restoration of damaged meridians has always been an arduous task. Even if repair is possible, it often leaves lingering repercussions. Yet now, this gentle sword energy not only swiftly restored her broken meridians, but also significantly enhanced them. The red leaf sage sat up abruptly, gazing at Lu Chuan in utter astonishment. To regain what was lost could be deemed a monumental joy in life. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan appeared deep in thought, gazing at his withered hands, murmuring to himself, "I have always said, while I possess the capacity to take life, I can equally save it, and indeed, my foresight has proven correct." At this moment, a Fu was meant to appear by Lu Chuan's side. As for being devoured by the void beast earlier, that was of little consequence. After all, compared to Lu Chuan's own formidable abilities, being swallowed by a beast was but a minor inconvenience. Your sword energy has long transcended the mundane, effortlessly traversing the dichotomy of life and death. However, I must admit, your recollection of the method to navigate this duality is quite surprising. It seems your senility is progressing in a rather positive direction. You may not speak, but that does not render you mute. Upon hearing the donkey once again reference his own senility, Lu Chuan felt a surge of anger rise within him. With a swift motion, he backhanded Ah Fu, sending him flying. Ah, what relief! Having sent Ah Fu soaring, Lu Chuan's spirits lifted immediately. Time to depart. With a gentle wave of his hand, the water swords that had ensnared the crowd suddenly surged to life. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, quickly fading into silence. The onlookers, initially believing that Lu Chuan would spare a single evil cultivator, soon realized he would not go easy on them. However, they were utterly oblivious to the fact that Lu Chuan was a person who never discerned right from wrong, only grievances and favors. Previously, a disciple from Tianlongmen had pushed Lin Xiaoxiao towards Master Hongya. Remarkably, Master Hongya did not strike Lin Xiaoxiao, but inadvertently saved her life instead. Such an outcome was beyond anyone's imagination. Truly, life is unpredictable and full of surprises. Like a butcher mercilessly slaughtering others, Lu Chuan commanded his water sword, preparing to depart from his place. Senior, at that moment, Master Hongya called out to Lu Chuan. What is it? Lu Chuan glanced sidelong. Are you smitten by my charm and wish to offer yourself? Huh. Master Hongya nearly spat blood in disbelief. Even if one were blind, they would never take an interest in a decrepit old man. How could he dare utter such words? Master Hongya chuckled awkwardly, then swiftly adopted a serious demeanor. Senior, if you have no business here, it would be prudent not to linger in the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. What do you mean? Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Before Master Hongya could finish, he received a resounding slap to the face, sending him flying through the air, blood gushing forth. That blow nearly cost Master Hongya his life. Foolish dog, chattering incessantly, Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and departed with the three young girls. After a considerable time, Master Hongya managed to struggle back to his feet, his left cheek disfigured from the strike. After stuffing a handful of pills into his mouth, his distorted face gradually returned to normal. Watching the direction in which Lu Chuan had vanished, Master Hongya's expression shifted from shock to a complex contemplation. Perhaps this old man could bring things to a conclusion. Subsequently, Lu Chuan roamed the world in search of the scattered disciples of Minghua Pavilion. Fortune smiled upon him. Aside from the initial two unfortunate souls, the others encountered no trouble. As darkness fell, he successfully gathered everyone, not a single person missing. That night, a bonfire was lit, and Lu Chuan commenced preparing dinner. The group gathered around the fire, listening as Lin Xiaoxiao embellished the events of the day. Upon hearing tales of sword flight, the young girls' faces radiated envy. When Master Hongya's name was mentioned, all hearts raced with trepidation. They could not fathom how a cultivator of Master Hongya's caliber had entered this realm. When they learned of Lu Chuan's decisive slap that sent the female demon flying, the eyes of the young girls sparkled with admiration. Under Lin Xiaoxiao's embellishments, Lu Chuan swiftly transformed into an invincible, mysterious elder capable of vanquishing all foes. Watching this lively group of young girls, Lu Chuan beamed with delight. Chapter 20. The Legend of the Blood Demon. However, the light-hearted atmosphere did not endure for long. Soon, an eerie wave swept over the entire Maple Leaf Secret Realm, akin to autumn winds stripping leaves from trees. At some point, the night had thickened to a degree that not even a knife could cut through it, nor a needle pierce its depths. The bonfire-esque glow failed to illuminate even a meter of the surrounding darkness. The oppressive darkness enveloped the world, akin to the chilling, viscous blood that oozes from a lifeless corpse, sprawling across the heavens and the earth. The distant mountains were rendered indistinct by the shadows, appearing from afar like a grotesque visage of flesh and sinew. Everything seemed to succumb to a dampness, as if the very skin of the trees and soil began to rot, while the air was thick with a suffocating aroma. Senior, Senior. Lin Xiaoxiao's trembling voice pierced through the heavy night. Yes, I am here, Lu Chuan replied softly. Those simple words acted as a balm for the girls, soothing their panic. Something was emerging. Lu Chuan rose to his feet and gazed towards the north. Slowly, he raised his gnarled hand, a glimmer of cold light swirling at his fingertips. This white sword aura pierced through the dense darkness, illuminating the surroundings with a radiant glow. Everything is fine. Eat, drink, and rest as you please. Lu Chuan gently flicked his fingers, causing the scintilla of white light to expand. The white sword aura formed a protective shell, enveloping all the young girls within its embrace. The overwhelming sense of dread dissipated in an instant. Let us gather herbs tomorrow and then leave. This place is not safe, Lu Chuan said with a smile. affectionately ruffling the hair of the still frightened girl beside him. Senior, Lin Xiaoxiao leaned closer, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, her sweet smile brightening the dark. Lu Chuan found her whimsical nature endearing, though his fondness was purely that of an elder for a younger counterpart, devoid of any romantic undertones. Speak your mind, Lu Chuan urged with a nod. Hee, Senior, you truly possess unparalleled wisdom, Lin Xiaoxiao teased, playfully sticking out her tongue in flattery. Lu Chuan chuckled, tapping her forehead lightly. If you have something to say, say it. If not, go rest. Ido. Lin Xiaoxiao covered her forehead, feeling a bit shy. Senior, could you take us to gather herbs tomorrow? Many from other sects have perished, and the treasures within the secret realm must still be there. The Maple Leaf secret realm was rich in resources. If they could harvest everything, it would be monumental for the Minghua Pavilion. With these resources, the elixirs needed for the younger disciples' cultivation would be secured. Moreover, any surplus could be exchanged for spirit stones and other supplies, ensuring that Minghua Pavilion would be free from resource concerns for at least 2 decades. What do you think I am? It's no big deal. Go rest. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, assuring her, we'll set off early tomorrow. Hee, Senior is the best. Lin Xiaoxiao beamed with joy, settling down beside Lu Chuan to rest her eyes. Yet, this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Just as Lu Chuan closed his eyes, the entire Maple Leaf secret realm trembled violently, as if shaken by an earthquake. In the silent sky above, occasional flashes of light streaked across, reminiscent of the figures of cultivators. Lu Chuan, prone to insomnia, found that even the slightest noise would prevent him from finding solace in sleep. Infuriated by the incessant noise, Lu Chuan's tongue abruptly rose, casting his gaze into the distant night. You girls, remain here and do not venture beyond the realm enveloped by the sword aura. I shall attend to that raucous disturbance, he declared, his neck twisting in a somewhat neurotic manner, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. The girls were visibly frightened by Lu Chuan's demeanor, nodding their heads like chicks pecking at the ground. In truth, Lu Chuan harbored little concern for their safety, as they were still imbued with the sword aura he had bestowed upon them. This aura would automatically activate should their lives be threatened. Stretching his back, Lu Chuan then propelled himself upward like a cannonball. In the Maple Leaf secret realm, to the north, lay the Star Burial Plateau. This desolate expanse was devoid of any semblance of life, the earth marred with patches of blackened soil, scattered as if afflicted by a skin disease. This cursed land bore no heavenly treasures. Even cultivators seeking herbs would not tread here. Yet tonight, at the heart of this plateau, dozens of figures stood silently, the air thick with a suffocating aura of impending slaughter. Where's Hongyi? Why has she not yet arrived? Inquired a figure, seemingly the leader. Master, the left guardian went to gather the blood of the cultivators, but for reasons unknown, she has suddenly lost contact and has yet to return, replied another, contemplatively. The leader pondered for a moment before beginning to arrange formations. For this day, our 100 Ghosts sect has labored for millennia. We cannot afford a single misstep. Once we successfully resurrect the Blood Ancestor, none upon the Tianyuan continent will dare to confront our 100 Ghosts sect with disdain. Should any cultivators of a more advanced age be present, the mere mention of the Blood Ancestor would likely instill in them a paralyzing fear. A millennium ago, a malevolent being known as the Blood Ancestor emerged abruptly, with no one knowing whence he came. Initially dismissed by the so-called prestigious sects, in a mere 3 to 5 years, the Blood Ancestor ascended to a terrifying 8th realm, even nearing the 9th. Moreover, he founded the Blood Demon sect, swiftly amassing half of the evil cultivators across the Tianyuan continent. The power of the Blood Demon sect swelled to a level where it could contend with the top 3 sections. By the time the cultivators recognized the threat, it was already too late. The Blood Demon sect unleashed a horrifying blood-soaked 3-month campaign. That March, the sect commenced a massacre from the south of the Tianyuan continent, systematically eradicating major sections. The Blood Demon sect's unique cultivation method, which relied on blood to enhance strength, meant that the more lives claimed, the stronger they became. In the span of a month, they annihilated hundreds of sects in the southern region. That march was a scene of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Ultimately, the top 3 sects, putting aside their prejudices, united to confront the Blood Demon sect at the Black Moon Abyss. Although they succeeded in vanquishing the Blood Demon sect there, their own losses were catastrophic. The extraordinary individuals of that generation perished almost entirely in battle, resulting in a significant interruption of their lineage. It was not until the passage of over 10 millennia that a gradual revival began to take shape. The blood demon can be described as a merciless tyrant who annihilated an entire generation of cultivators. Merely uttering its name sends shivers down the spine of anyone who hears it. Moreover, after the downfall of the blood demon sect, not all perished. Some malevolent practitioners survived. Lingering on, the 100 Ghost cult was once a branch of the blood demon sect. Form a formation, the leader commanded, signaling the official commencement of the blood demon's resurrection. Upon hearing the order, dozens of individuals dispersed swiftly to assume their designated positions. Chapter 22. Ancestor Blood. As the participants took their places, a colossal formation swiftly manifested upon the barren earth, enveloping an area nearly 10 miles in radius. The members of the 100 Ghosts cult positioned themselves at critical points within the formation, ready to act at their leader's command. They produced the prepared blood and poured it forth. The acrid scent of blood surged into the air as it was liberally infused into the formation, coursing along its intricate patterns and converging at the formation's center. Streams of blood began to flow continuously, a veritable deluge that could only be filled by countless lives. Master. At that moment, the real person Hongya appeared beside the leader, offering a respectful bow. Keep a close watch here. The leader glanced at Hongya without further comment. Hongya's gaze darkened as he surveyed the immense formation, lost in thought. As time elapsed, approximately 10 minutes later, the infusion of blood finally ceased. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from the formation's core, soaring skyward and transforming the dense darkness of night into a hue reminiscent of blood. Not enough, blood. More blood. Ethereal, wrathful roars echoed from the formation's heart. The hoarse voices resembled beasts starved for 3 days, filled with an unrestrained ferocity. The leader's eyes gleamed with fervent zeal upon hearing these sounds, akin to a devoted acolyte witnessing the descent of a deity. Death, sacrifice, the leader uttered with measured calm. Then, a chilling scene unfolded. A small black dagger shot forth from his sleeve, swiftly darting toward those standing within the formation, concealed by the shadows. With a muted thud, one individual fell, their carotid artery severed, blood gushing forth like the sound of a rising wind. Having claimed one life, the dagger did not linger, but moved on to the next target. By the time those within the formation realized what was transpiring, nearly 2/3 of them had been slaughtered by the blade. The surviving few attempted to flee, but they were utterly unable to escape the dagger's relentless speed. In the blink of an eye, several more fell, leaving only one remaining. The last survivor collapsed to the ground, aware that escape from the venomous grasp was impossible, and he erupted into a frantic roar. Wu Sheng, you once claimed that as long as there is sufficient blood, sacrifices are unnecessary. There is already more than enough blood. Why must you still demand our lives as offerings? The leader known as Wu Sheng sneered disdainfully. One must always guard against deception. After so many years of life and death, how can one remain so naive? Whom can you blame? You beast! As the final survivor's anguished cry faded, the sacrificial rite commenced. Fresh, steaming blood was fervently drawn into the ritual's focal point, and even their wretched souls were not spared. This was the horror of the sacrifice. It obliterated not only the body, but also demanded the very essence of the soul. The ritual was true annihilation, leaving no trace behind. Master of blood, the magnificent being who instills terror in all living creatures, your followers await your return here. Wu Sheng gazed at the increasingly radiant crimson light of the focal point, succumbing to a frenzied state. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, as the earth surrounding the focal point cracked open like a spider's web, rapidly splintering. The bloodlight shooting skyward grew ever more intense, casting a crimson hue across the entire firmament. Boom! Another resounding blast echoed as a withered, zombie-like hand thrust violently from the focal point. The blood demon had been resurrected. This once dreaded fiend, who plunged the entire Tianyuan continent into profound terror and committed endless atrocities, was returning tonight in the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Boom! A shattering roar followed closely, centered around the focal point, where the boundary of the ritual array lay. This expanse of land, spanning 10 miles, was violently shaken apart by an overwhelming force. The ground crumbled, and mountains and rivers lost their luster. Beneath the sky awash in bloodlight, an ancient figure, as desiccated as a corpse, emerged from the ruins. The entire secret realm trembled beneath his steps. With each footfall, the mountains shivered. Welcome back, ancestor. The last 3 members of the 100 Ghost sect facing the overwhelming pressure, were compelled to kneel. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and the right protector of the 100 Ghosts sect was swept up by a terrifying force, bringing him before the elder. "Spare me, ancestor! Spare me! If you let me leave the secret realm, I will offer an endless supply of blood." The elder's emotionless gaze turned towards the right protector, who pleaded in terror. The elder's deep gray eyes shifted slightly, and his withered mouth cracked open in a ghastly, cackling laugh. "I can hardly wait." With that raspy voice, the right protector's body exploded, showering blood that transformed into a mist and spread throughout the air. Bathed in the sanguine haze, the elder inhaled greedily, intoxicated, and closed his eyes in delight. Wu Sheng and the Red Leaf True Person were paralyzed with fear, not daring to breathe, kneeling on the ground in utter stillness. They could only silently pray that this ancient fiend would show mercy. What year is this evening? Having satiated his thirst for blood, the elder gazed at the two individuals kneeling before him and inquired with a detached tone. Wu Sheng exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief that his life was spared. Returning to the ancestor, it is now the year 138 of the Tianyuan era. Over 10,000 years have elapsed since your sealing. Over 10,000 years, indeed. The elder lifted his gaze to the obsidian sky, a hint of nostalgia creeping into his demeanor. The era of Tianyuan? Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his deep gray pupils to constrict sharply. Wu Sheng, startled by the elder's sudden reaction, mustered his courage to respond. "Yes, esteemed ancestor, it is indeed the Tianyuan era. Over a century ago, the three supreme sects abruptly altered the era name to Tianyuan. A chilling laughter, reminiscent of a dragon's hoot, escaped the elder's lips. Do you comprehend under what circumstances the name Tianyuan may be utilized?" Wu Sheng, bewildered, pondered the significance of an era name, admitting, "I am but a fool," unaware of any hidden meanings. The elder's gaze drifted into the distance as he reminisced. The era name can only be changed upon the birth of a universally acknowledged prodigy. This is the custom of the Tianyuan continent. Alas, it seems that such an era name has not graced us for at least 20 to 30,000 years. Upon hearing this, Wu Sheng felt increasingly perplexed, responding, "However, I have not heard of any exceptional talents being born." What right do you have to know?" The elder sneered, casting a sidelong glance at the enchanting figure of the enchanting red leaf. Upon witnessing her bewitching beauty and devilish physique, the elder licked his crimson tongue in anticipation. With a mere wave of his hand, the red leaf was uncontrollably drawn before him. Grasping her throat, he scrutinized her closely. "Indeed, you are a natural seductress, and still a virgin, an exquisite vessel indeed. You shall serve me tonight." It would be hard to believe that the master of allure, the one most adept at ensnaring men, was still untouched. Chapter 23. The Game of Flowers. The red leaf, her throat in the elder's grip, struggled helplessly. Yet, beneath the grasp of his claw-like hand, her efforts appeared futile. Suddenly, amidst her struggles, she produced a dagger and plunged it into the elder's neck. Beast! The searing pain drove the elder to the brink of madness as he forcefully pressed the red leaf to the ground, shaking the already fractured earth once more. Blood spewed from the red leaf's mouth, nearly sealing her fate. The demon-sealing dagger. The elder withdrew the dagger from his neck, his eerie laughter echoing once more. The wound, visibly healing at an astonishing pace, intrigued him. Quite fascinating. The elder toyed with the dagger in his grasp. Though it bore the name of a dagger, it was not forged but rather a rare phenomenon of nature, possessing tremendous destructive power against malevolent beings. Such items were exceedingly rare, often found only in perilous places, making them incredibly difficult to procure. It appears that this woman has deliberately plotted her own demise. The old man chuckled and shook his head, then forcefully shattered the leg of the Red Leaf True Person. "In light of your exquisite cauldron, I shall grant you a few more days of existence," the old ancestor declared. The agony contorted Red Leaf's face as he turned to the silent Wu Sheng beside him. Shouting frantically, "Wu Sheng, what on earth have you unleashed?" While he has yet to recover, swiftly eliminate him, lest he plunges the world into chaos and suffering. Red Leaf. Wu Sheng gently shook his head, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. "I have endured enough of this life of evasion. If I wish to stand in the light of day, the old ancestor must emerge to restore order." "Old ancestor?" Wu Sheng bowed once more to the old man, pleading for the sparing of Red Leaf's life. "You spineless wretch," the old man scoffed. "Let us conclude my amusement first." Wu Sheng clenched his fists tightly at this, only to quickly relax them. It is entirely up to the old ancestor, he murmured, lowering his head in submission. Coward, Red Leaf True Person replied with a bitter smile. Wu Sheng, though we are regarded as practitioners of the dark arts, we have always lived according to our own convictions. In our lifetime, we seek only a sense of peace. If you release this demon and bring ruin upon the world, will your heart find tranquility? Enough. Wu Sheng suddenly erupted, his eyes wild with fury. To hell with your carefree existence. To hell with your peace of mind. Ask those righteous ones if they would consent. Red Leaf True Person smiled wryly, shaking her head in despair. She understood that this once comrade had succumbed to darkness. Do you care for her? The old man observed the unleashed Wu Sheng, his eyes narrowing slightly. Having attachments is hardly a virtue. His expression darkened as he waved his hand fiercely. In an instant, Red Leaf's garments were completely torn asunder, exposing her blood-stained, alabaster form to the air. Capture her, then slay her. Tell me, can you accomplish this? The old man's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng's lips quivered, yet ultimately, the madness in his eyes was subdued by reason, and he nodded vigorously. Very well, the old man said, pleased. This cauldron is now yours. At this moment, Red Leaf True Person lifted her gaze to the obsidian night sky and suddenly laughed, for she perceived a streak of white light racing towards them from the horizon. She recalled that loquacious, irreverent old man. His sword aura bore a similar hue. I shall share a secret with you. Red Leaf True Person laughed joyfully, as if she had stumbled upon the most amusing revelation in the world. In the secret realm, there exists a swordsman, one capable of reversing the tides of life and death with his sword aura. Nonsense, the old man scoffed dismissively. Reversing the extremes of life and death is a feat achievable only by those of the divine path's third realm, and across the entire Tianyuan continent. Only the secluded peak of Kunlun in the far north is home to such an aloof deity. Lu Chuan advanced towards Red Leaf True Person, his eyes ablaze with desire. Ah, how flamboyant the play is! A bizarre, aged, and incredulous jest began to resonate in the ears of the onlookers. Soon, the figure of Lu Chuan emerged not far from the group. The old man and Wu Sheng's expressions changed dramatically, for they had failed to notice how this decrepit fellow had approached so closely. Who are you? The old man coldly glared at Lu Chuan. However, at that moment, Lu Chuan's attention was entirely captivated by the presence of the enchanting Hongye Jinren. Upon lifting his gaze to the unclad form of Hongye Jinren, he was immediately beset by a gush of nosebleed. Such a stunning beauty! How can one play like this? Please, do not look, do not look. Witnessing Lu Chuan's nosebleed, Hongye Jinren felt a blend of embarrassment and fury, yet found herself unable to move, tears streaming down her cheeks. I did not mean to. You are so brazenly displayed here. How can I not look? Lu Chuan shrugged and gently wiggled his fingers. A torrent of black sword energy surged forth, enveloping Hongye Jinren in a formidable armor of dark sword qi. This spectacle caused the old man and Wu Chang's pupils to constrict sharply. The mastery over sword energy displayed here was indeed somewhat terrifying. Yet, what puzzled them was the absence of any true energy fluctuations emanating from this old man. Even a deity of the third realm could not achieve such a feat. Who are you? The old man squinted, repeating his inquiry. I am your father, Lu Chuan replied, wiping away the blood from his nose and casting a sidelong glance at the old man. Was that commotion caused by you? Damn it, it's the dead of night, shaking the very heavens and earth. Are you not considerate of others' sleep? Hearing Lu Chuan's utterly uncouth remarks, the old man let out a low, cold chuckle. Boom! In the next moment, without warning, a red tentacle surged from beneath Lu Chuan's feet. The tentacle struck with incredible speed, rising unexpectedly from the ground. A common person might have been caught off guard. However, as the tentacle made contact with Lu Chuan, it was instantly severed into powder by invisible sword qi. Interesting indeed. The old man couldn't help but chuckle at this sight. You possess no true energy fluctuations, yet can wield such formidable sword energy. This truly astonishes me. You scoundrel. Lacking martial ethics, attempting to ambush an old man. Are you? Lu Chuan remarked as he reached for his waist. Yet in the next moment he froze, realizing that his tattered wooden sword was likely resting in a corner from when he had hastily departed. Did you forget to bring your sword? The old man taunted. A sword is the second life of a swordsman. How strong can one be who forgets to bring their sword? Although unable to decipher Lu Chuan's true nature, the old man had already sentenced him to death in his mind. Chapter 24. Clumsy yet playful. Where's your sword? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his true energy surged forth. Even though he had already sentenced Lu Chuan to death in his heart, he still summoned all his strength, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. A lion, when hunting a rabbit, employs its full power. To underestimate and exhibit arrogance are the most expedient steps into the abyss of death. The blood ancestor, a creature of ancient longevity, surely comprehended this truth. As his true essence surged wildly, a dense mist of blood erupted from the elder's body. This sanguine fog expanded rapidly, enveloping the surrounding area in mere moments, extending for dozens of miles. Wherever the blood mist passed, all life withered, decaying into oblivion. At this moment, the land had descended into a lifeless hell. Faced with this potent, corrosive fog, Lu Chuan remained steadfast. Slowly, he raised his frail, aged hand. Sword, he uttered softly, but in the next instant, like a deflated balloon, his arm fell heavily. Ah, forget it. I shan't bother with a sword for a mere dead chicken. Although the elder had been sealed for over 10,000 years, his strength diminished. He still possessed the power of the peak of the seventh realm. To utter such words to one of such formidable prowess was an epitome of arrogance and hubris. The ignorant are doomed to their fate. Ha ha ha. The blood coffin shall bury the heavens. The elder cackled ominously, clenching his fist tightly towards Lu Chuan. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as a blood-colored coffin plummeted from above Lu Chuan. Boom! The coffin burst open, and a blazing crimson light erupted from within, dyeing the world anew in a suffocating scarlet hue. Wu Sheng, upon seeing the blood-colored coffin, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The ancient texts of the 100 Ghosts sect chronicled the blood ancestors' remarkable technique. The blood coffin, a conglomeration of filth when sealed within, could not only taint a cultivator's true essence and consciousness, but could also directly refine and annihilate them. It was through this very technique that the blood ancestor had slaughtered countless masters in the past. Before the blood coffin, Lu Chuan stood immobile, exhibiting no extraneous movements. He merely watched with keen interest, as if witnessing a performance, even allowing the blood-colored coffin to envelop him. This nonchalant demeanor utterly infuriated the elder. With a wave of his hand, the coffin slammed shut. Today, I shall ensure your soul is obliterated to quell the hatred in my heart. The elder hastily formed incantations with his hands, and simultaneously, strange and profound runes began to materialize upon the blood-colored coffin. These runes flickered with intense red light in accordance with the elder's incantation. Break! The elder shouted sharply. Boom! The entire blood-colored coffin erupted violently. A searing wave of heat surged forth with the explosive sound. Billowing blood mist rose like a sandstorm, blooming into resplendent crimson flowers in the air. A visible shockwave accompanied these enchanting blood blossoms, sweeping across the heavens. The entire world awakened from its slumber. What a terrifying spectacle this is. Witnessing such a soul-stirring scene, Wu bowed slightly, growing increasingly respectful. Though somewhat unfamiliar, the act of slaying an old dog was more than sufficient. The old man, gazing at the epicenter of the explosion, cracked a withered smile, brimming with satisfaction. The thick blood mist gradually dissipated. However, upon observing the frail, stooped figure standing serenely amidst the ruins, the old man's heart constricted violently. Beneath the blood-soaked coffin, this decrepit old man remained unscathed. Truly, a mere pup is just a mere pup. Great commotion with little consequence. What a farce! Lu Chuan twisted his neck and then sprang into action. Whoosh! A sudden explosion reverberated through the air. In an instant, Lu Chuan, leaving behind trails of phantoms, appeared before the old man. Swift, so swift that there was scarcely time for a reaction. Before the terror could fully register on the old man's face, Lu Chuan had seized his neck with a vice-like grip. Clumsy and playful, how utterly pathetic. Lu Chuan disdainfully tugged at the corners of his parched lips and exerted his strength. Tear! A bone-chilling sound of tearing flesh echoed through the air. Half of the old man's neck was brutally ripped apart by Lu Chuan. Blood gushed forth. The exposed trachea, stained crimson, lay helplessly in the air, inducing nausea. The old man staggered back several steps, clutching his throat desperately. Yet, the blood would not cease. His once proud regenerative ability had inexplicably failed him in this moment. A surge of sword energy surged through the wound, frantically stirring his meridians. The defiance that once flickered in the old man's eyes was replaced by trembling dread. One must possess decorum, you see. Do not create such a ruckus in the dead of night. Lu Chuan chided, turning his back, losing all interest in the old man. Soon, the old man collapsed heavily to the ground, blood drained entirely, his skin turning an unsettling pale. Lu Chuan's interest in the true person of Hong Ye clearly surpassed that of the decrepit blood ancestor. He let out a wolf whistle toward the dazed true person of Hong Ye. "Oh, beautiful lady, may I have another glimpse? How about I serenade you?" The true person of Hong Ye, shocked back to her senses by his audacious request, promptly rejected it. What a miser. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and was about to depart when a sudden crack echoed from his lower back. Ah, damn it. Lu Chuan braced himself, carefully sitting on the ground, his face contorting in pain. The true person of Hong Ye, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch in her eyelids. A person who had just slain the blood ancestor was now incapacitated by back pain. Struggling, the true person of Hong Ye rose from the ground and approached Lu Chuan. Seeing him grimace in genuine discomfort, she respectfully inquired, "Elder, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you. Beauty and kindness coexist. Dear beauty, you shall live until death." Lu Chuan praised, indicating a direction. The Red Leaf Master couldn't help but roll her eyes. Such flattery was unwarranted. Gathering her limited true essence, she departed with Lu Chuan. Before leaving, the Red Leaf Master glanced at Wu Sheng, who knelt on the ground, trembling. Her eyes revealed unmasked disappointment and disdain. Lu Chuan did not trouble Wu Sheng, nor did he spare him a glance, treating him as if he were mere air. For the proud Wu Sheng, this was a profound insult. Yet what could he do? All returned to tranquility. Wu Sheng stared at the corpse of the blood ancestor, feeling as if everything was surreal, as if the earlier events were merely a dream. However, the heavy scent of blood in the air confirmed the grim reality. This was no dream. As Wu Sheng was lost in thought, a drop of blood suddenly surged from the ground, entering his body through his nostrils. "Spare me, ancestor, spare me." Wu Sheng collapsed, rolling frantically on the ground. Gradually his struggles subsided. Ah, misfortune or fortune. After a long while, Wu Sheng slowly rose, his eyes now a dead gray. He gently formed a spell, extracting several drops of blood from the shattered earth. It was the nosebleed Lu Chuan had shed earlier. "Hee, old man, we shall meet again." Wu Sheng chuckled ominously, watching Lu Chuan's departing figure. Chapter 25, Red Leaf's Plans. Oh dear, my poor back. Lu Chuan returned to the place he had rested, lying on the ground and groaning like a ghost. Lin Xiaoxiao instructed several young maidens to massage Lu Chuan's aching back. Meanwhile, she and others stood guard, vigilantly watching the Red Leaf Master. "Vile sorceress, you are not welcome here. Leave at once." Lin Xiaoxiao feigned a fierce demeanor. However, given her adorable appearance, her puffed cheeks only made her seem endearing. "You little girl, instead of thanking me for sparing your life, you act so menacingly," the Red Leaf Master teased, unable to resist the charm of the lovely Lin Xiaoxiao. Unbeknownst to the Red Leaf Master, Lu Chuan had left traces of sword energy on these maidens. Had she acted recklessly and endangered Lin Xiaoxiao's life, it would have been her demise. "We are not on the same path. You should not linger here any longer." Lin Xiaoxiao, irritated, expressed her frustration, feeling her wrath was ineffective. "Little sister, shall we discuss a matter?" The Red Leaf Master's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, plotting something unknown. "What is there to discuss? There is nothing to negotiate." Being called little sister made Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks puff in indignation. The esteemed Red Leaf glanced at the reclining Lu Chuan and, with a smile, inquired of Lin Xiao, "Is the venerable elder one of your Mingyue Pavilion members?" "Indeed." Lin Xiao proudly lifted her petite head. "The elder is a guest elder of our Mingyue Pavilion." A wave of joy surged within Red Leaf. "Little sister, how about I join your Mingyue Pavilion? I'm a cultivator of the 6th realm, after all." What? Lin Xiao thought she had misheard. This female demon wished to join Mingyue Pavilion? Surely this was a jest. If the upper 3 sects were to learn of this, they would likely annihilate even the ashes of Mingyue Pavilion. "Little sister, please do not hastily refuse," Red Leaf chuckled, enumerating her points. "First, I am not an irredeemable villain. I have merely dealt with a few lecherous individuals. Second, should I join Mingyue Pavilion, I shall certainly alter my appearance to avoid detection. Third, having a 6th realm cultivator among you would hold significant value. Wouldn't you agree?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao hesitated, feeling somewhat tempted. Although Red Leaf's reputation was less than stellar, it seemed she had not engaged in indiscriminate slaughter. "I don't know. I'm just a small fry. I cannot make such decisions." Lin Xiao shook her head, rejecting Red Leaf's offer. "No matter. I shall accompany you back to the old solitary mountain and let Nangon Chushua make the decision. Red Leaf responded with increasing delight. Lin Xiao feigned deep contemplation for a moment, considering that with Lu Chuan present, this female demon would likely not stir up much trouble. Very well, but you must keep your distance from the elder. Look at you. Your flirtatiousness is nearly pressing against him, she warned. Not a problem. Red Leaf cheerfully nodded, then turned her gaze to Lu Chuan. Elder, could you remove this sword or armor? I would like to change my attire. Lu Chuan, whose waist pain had slightly improved, snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the black armor adorning Red Leaf fell away. Her flawless, unclad figure was revealed before everyone. How shameless! Lin Xiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. Why are you so well endowed? And why are your legs so long? She huffed, turning her head away, somewhat reluctant to look. The space was filled with women, save for Lu Chuan, the solitary elder. After all, she had already been seen by Lu Chuan earlier. What did it matter if she stole another glance? Red Leaf, unburdened by modesty, leisurely donned a flowing red gown. Elder, why are you bleeding from your nose? Just a little heat, ha ha. Do not mind the details. At last, the night passed peacefully, and it was not until dawn that Lu Chuan slowly arose from his makeshift bed. After breakfast, Lu Chuan led the young maidens to scour the entire Maple Leaf secret realm for heavenly materials and treasures. At Lu Chuan's pace, this endeavor lasted a full 2 days. This excursion could be deemed a grand harvest, and he successfully gathered the materials needed for the illusory face pill without any unforeseen mishaps. In the past 2 days, Master Hongye has successfully integrated into the group of young girls. After all, she is an old witch, having cultivated for many years. Dealing with a bunch of inexperienced young girls is more than manageable for her. Through these 2 days of interaction, she has also gleaned some insights regarding the resurrection of the Blood Ancestor. According to Master Hongye, the origins of the Blood Ancestor are shrouded in mystery. Even during the bloody battle at the Black Spring Abyss, he was not slain. The remnants of the Blood Demon sect sealed the near-death Blood Ancestor within this secret realm, subsequently inciting those who entered the realm to engage in mutual slaughter, gathering a copious amount of blood to prepare for the Blood Ancestor's revival. As for how the 100 Demon sect gained entry, it is quite simple. The entire secret realm was a trap laid by the Blood Demon sect a millennium ago, and this barrier was also established by them. As a branch of the Blood Demon sect, the 100 Demon sect naturally had methods to traverse the barrier. On the morning of the 4th day, Lu Chuan, filled with delight, prepared to lead everyone out of the Maple Leaf secret realm. Everything was in place. They only awaited the favorable winds. Once the illusory face pill was refined, he could restore himself to a youthful appearance. Lu Chuan had grown weary of his aged form. At this moment, atop Dragon's Mouth Cliff, tension filled the air, thick with the scent of gunpowder. The Beast sect had suffered heavy losses at the hands of Lu Chuan. Those who came to the secret realm for training were the elite of the younger generation, making this incident quite significant. In their fury, the Beast sect mobilized nearly half of their sect's strength to the secret realm to apprehend the culprit. Their plan was to capture the perpetrator here, gather concrete evidence, and then seek an explanation from Nangon Chushue at the old solitary mountain of Minghua Pavilion. Leading this operation for the Beast sect was the esteemed elder Wang Yueming, a practitioner of the 6th realm. Typically, a sect of the Beast sect's moderate size would have at most 2 practitioners at the 6th realm, while Minghua Pavilion has only 1. The dispatch of a 6th realm practitioner by the Beast sect underscores the gravity of this matter. Should they fail to provide a satisfactory explanation to the Beast sect, it is likely that the very foundation of Minghua Pavilion would be upended. Wang Yueming, accompanied by over 100 elite disciples, arrived at Dragon's Mouth Cliff and took control of the entire valley, conveniently cornering by Linlin before the passage of the secret realm. Wang Yueming appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s, clad in a simple yet elegant robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. However, at this moment, the fury in Wang Yueming's eyes was about to burst forth. Due to the annihilation of the Beast sect, Bai Linlin had chosen to deny any involvement, refusing to acknowledge the incident. Even when Wang Yueming presented the information relayed back by the Beast sect disciples via communication talismans, Bai Linlin remained obstinately unyielding, adamantly asserting that the matter had nothing to do with Minghua Pavilion. Chapter 26, Responsibility. Wang Yueming, do not slander us here. Faced with Wang Yueming, who was a realm above her, Bai Linlin maintained an admirable composure. Everyone knew that our Minghua Pavilion had been in a precarious position in recent years, always acting with caution and kindness towards others, without delving into whether we possess the capability to annihilate the multitude of your Beast Gate. Surely we must have a valid reason for such an action? Bai Linlin's agitation intensified with each uttered word, her tone rising significantly. Wang Yueming, are you suggesting that since your beast gate has encountered a mishap and cannot identify the culprit, you intend to extract something from our Bright Moon Pavilion? How audacious to pick on the weak. With over 30 elders from various sects observing, if you dare to resort to force, this matter will undoubtedly be reported to the Jinyuan sect. Bai Linlin shifted from a passive stance to an assertive one, directly invoking the name of Jinyuan's sect, one of the three upper sects. The status of the three upper sects on the Tianyuan continent is unparalleled, possessing absolute authority aside from a few ancient families that remain detached from worldly affairs. Hearing this, Wang Yueming could not suppress a cold smirk. What a sharp-tongued little girl. I, Wang Yueming, have always conducted my affairs with fairness and will not speak without basis. As he spoke, he gestured politely to the surrounding elders from various sects observing the spectacle. Our Beast Gate has dispatched personnel to the scene of the incident, prepared to utilize the mirror flower water moon technique to restore the circumstances of the heinous act. I kindly ask all fellow Taoists to serve as witnesses, lest it be said that I am abusing my power. If this matter is unrelated to the Bright Moon Pavilion, I shall offer an apology and compensation. However, if it indeed stems from the Bright Moon Pavilion, do not blame our Beast Gate for being ruthless. Upon hearing the ominous name of Mirror Flower Water Moon, Bai Linlin's complexion paled dramatically. This array is profoundly mysterious, capable of restoring events that transpired at a location. Although this formation is remarkable, its consumption is exceedingly extravagant. Activating Mirror Flower Water Moon requires the expenditure of at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones worth of rare materials. The entire annual revenue of the Bright Moon Pavilion amounts to this sum. The Beast Gate's willingness to invest such resources reveals their unwavering intent to unveil the perpetrator. Elder Wang's words hold great weight. This matter is of utmost importance and must be thoroughly investigated. Elder Bai, feeling wronged, suggested that since they must wait for their disciples to emerge, they might as well cooperate. Indeed, if there are sinister cultivators at play, it would be prudent for us to take precautions in advance. The crowd, each contributing their thoughts, unanimously supported the Beast Gate. Bai Linlin, unwilling to provoke the assembly, could only nod in acquiescence. Externally calm, her inner turmoil was tumultuous. She had not anticipated the Beast Gate's extravagant commitment to set up the Mirror Flower Water Moon. Should the scene be restored, it would likely spell disaster not only for herself but for the entire Bright Moon Pavilion as well. Stubbornness would not resolve the predicament. Strength was indeed paramount. Bai Linlin cast her gaze towards the secret passage, realizing that only Lu Chuan could potentially remedy this situation. Yet, Lu Chuan had slain so many, and as a guest elder of the Bright Moon Pavilion, he could not justify his actions before the Jinyuan sect. In that moment, Bai Linlin's mind was a tempest of confusion. As time slipped away, the immense psychological pressure began to bear down upon her. Elder, the Mirror Flower Water Moon has been completed, and the crime scene has been restored and reported back via the communication talisman. The announcement from the Beast Gate disciple became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Bai Linlin's lips drained of color in shock as she cast another glance at the secret passage. However, today marked merely the fourth day. Lu Chuan could not possibly emerge from the mystic realm just yet. Observing Wang Yueming whispering with his disciples, Bai Linlin sighed deeply within. There was no other recourse but to shoulder the blame herself. In the end, she resolved to atone with her life, hoping not to drag the Mingwei Pavilion too deeply into this quagmire. With this thought, Bai Linlin found a measure of peace, exhaling a long sigh. At that moment, Wang Yueming concluded his conversation with his disciples and turned his piercing gaze towards Bai Linlin. He towered over the crowd, his fury radiating an oppressive energy that forced Bai Linlin to half kneel, immobilized. Friends, do not accuse me of bullying the weak, Wang Yueming gritted through clenched teeth, coldly articulating a few words. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, a shimmering ripple appeared in the air before them, revealing a water mirror that materialized in front of the onlookers. Reflected within the watery surface was a picturesque landscape, the very site where Lu Chuan had slain the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Soon, the mirror displayed the unfolding conflict between the 10,000 Beasts sect and the Mingwei Pavilion. The audience, reveling in the spectacle, initially laughed heartily. However, their mirth quickly waned. Lu Chuan, that vile old man, exhibited a brutal penchant for murder, and his terrifying sword aura sent shivers down the spines of all, even from behind the water mirror. Such ruthless methods could only belong to a malevolent cultivator. How could the Mingyue Pavilion treat its fellow practitioners with such cruelty? They murmured. To slaughter the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect without cause. Surely even the Jinyuan sect cannot protect the Mingyue Pavilion from this. This matter could not be overlooked. The Mingyue Pavilion must pay for its blood debts. Elder Wang, that murderous old wretch, has entered the secret realm. His strength likely does not exceed the fourth realm. Perhaps he possesses treasures like flying swords to exhibit such savagery. The crowd unanimously directed their ire towards the Mingyue Pavilion, each consumed with righteous indignation. Were one unaware, they might mistake these individuals for champions of justice. Faced with such irrefutable evidence, Bai Linlin found herself unable to counter their accusations. Enduring the immense pressure emanating from Wang Yueming, she gradually rose to her feet. In that moment, her gaze was eerily calm, surveying the assembly with icy detachment. Bai Linlin let out a cold laugh. For these years, have you not humiliated the Mingyue Pavilion enough? Can you not see that the 10,000 Beasts sect sought its own demise? She shook her head self-mockingly. They were merely blind to the truth. Though Bai Linlin was but a woman, her words resonated with a weighty authority. The crowd, chastened by her remarks, fell into an uneasy silence. In truth, the 10,000 Beasts sect had instigated this conflict. Their demise was not without justification. Yet, due to their overwhelming might, the others chose to feign ignorance. Bai Linlin turned her gaze back to Wang Yueming, now fully composed. Wang Yueming, grievances have their origins, and debts have their owners. This matter will be commanded by me, Bai Linlin, and I shall atone with my life. Along with the 20 disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion in the secret realm, I shall accompany the members of the 10,000 Beasts sect to their graves. Is this arrangement satisfactory? In order to prevent the entire Mingyue Pavilion from being implicated, Bai Linlin even involved the disciples who entered the secret realm. Now, Bai Linlin hopes to sacrifice her own life to delay the 10,000 Beasts sect, ensuring they do not proceed directly to the Mingyue Pavilion. As long as the 10,000 Beasts sect remains here, waiting for the disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion, then when Lu Chuan emerges, there is a high probability that the matter can be resolved. Wang Yueming gazed at the desperate Bai Linlin, feeling somewhat moved, and eventually nodded gently. Although this matter cannot solely be resolved through your sacrifice, I, Wang Yueming, can assure you that I will not make things too difficult for Nangong Chuxue and the Mingyue Pavilion. Bai Linlin bit her lip and softly expressed her gratitude. Taking a deep breath, she drew a silver dagger from her bosom, raising her gaze toward the distance, where the desolate, old, solitary mountain lay. Chapter 27. The Sword's Grief. I am sorry, Sister Chuxue. I am sorry, Master. Linlin has let down your expectations. Bai Linlin drew forth the dagger and closed her eyes. The dagger glinted with the morning sunlight, casting dazzling hues. Yet, at this moment, those colors were destined to claim a girl's life. Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. An ancient voice abruptly resonated in that instant. A strange wave rippled through the air, visible ripples spreading outward. The space seemed to freeze at that moment. Every element slowed to an infinite degree. The dagger in Bai Linlin's hand halted at the position of her heart, unable to advance even a fraction further. In the next moment, everyone beheld an elderly man, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely emerging from the passage of the secret realm. His frail body appeared on the verge of collapse, as if the next gust of wind could sweep him away. Yet, from this old man emanated an indescribable aura. This presence felt like a deity seated high in the clouds, descending to the mortal realm, evoking a sense of awe that rendered one unable to gaze directly, touch, or defile. Lu Chuan ambled over to Bai Linlin, squatting down to meet her tear-filled eyes, gently stating, "Child, you cannot perish. Nangong Chuxue has entrusted me with your care. And how could I return without you?" As he spoke, Lu Chuan extended his frail, aged hand to dry her tears. However, the tears that had just been wiped away flowed uncontrollably once more. Lu Chuan tenderly ruffled Bai Linlin's hair, offering a warm smile. Then, he gently relieved her of the dagger. "Do not weep, child. I shall seek an explanation for you." Upon hearing this, Bai Linlin could no longer contain herself and burst into loud sobs. Had Lu Chuan emerged even a second later, she would have missed the dawn of another day. Observing Bai Linlin as heartfelt cries, Lu Chuan slowly rose. "Let's not dwell on right or wrong. Instead, let us discuss grievances and enmities." As the crowd stared in a daze, Lu Chuan cracked a parched smile, his previously languid gaze sharpening in an instant. His cold, piercing look was as sharp as a drawn sword. He addressed Wang Yueming with a nonchalant tone. Given your attire, you must belong to the 10,000 Beast sect. Am I correct? Before Wang Yueming could respond, Lu Chuan continued. So you've come to provoke me, intent on driving my dear girl to her demise. How despicable. He lightly flicked his fingers, unleashing a subtle wisp of black sword energy that soared from his fingertips. This black energy, unaccompanied by any cataclysmic explosion, was silent yet deadly, lurking in the shadows like the most lethal assassin. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, unaware of what had transpired until it was too late. What are you? Wang Yueming stammered, gazing at Lu Chuan in disbelief. Yet, he would never receive an answer to his query. A small crimson bloom materialized at the center of Wang Yueming's forehead, gradually expanding into a striking blood-red rose. Is he dead? Dead. Has Wang Yueming truly perished? A cultivator of the sixth realm, extinguished so inexplicably, so effortlessly. Even a dog would struggle, would whimper, wouldn't he it? As the fallen Wang Yueming lay before them, an overwhelming dread spread like a plague, crashing upon the crowd like a relentless tide. Lu Chuan closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the lingering essence of that sword energy. He was aging, his memories long forgotten. The only truth he now grasped was his identity as a swordsman. How could a swordsman lack exquisite swordsmanship? Within the vast expanse of his consciousness, the sealed door of memory creaked open, revealing a narrow fissure. Through this opening, Lu Chuan beheld a sword suspended within the depths of his recollections, a long, obsidian blade, solitary and awaiting its master's touch once more. He extended his hand. The black sword trembled softly, a wave of immense joy erupting within him. With this newfound elation, the sword soared into Lu Chuan's grasp. In that moment, a surge of black, ferocious sword energy erupted from him, ascending towards the heavens as if to sever all that is beautiful in the world. Sky morning, he uttered, the name of a technique slipping from his lips. As the words left him, the soaring black sword energy erupted in a cataclysm above. The rolling waves of black energy split into countless small swords, each no longer than a finger, raining down upon the valley. Screams, curses, pleas for mercy, and the sounds of terror echoed throughout the entire gorge. However, soon these sounds faded away, leaving not a whisper behind. Everything had come to an end. All lives had been harvested. The efficiency of this slaughter surpassed even that of the Grim Reaper's scythe. The only survivor, by Lin Lin, found herself unable to weep any longer. Compared to others, she felt remarkably fortunate. Old fool, have you remembered? Is it coming back to you? At this moment, a Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, a glimmer of intelligence shining in his eyes. Black sword energy, a long black sword, named the Sword of Slaughter. The Sword of Slaughter, accompanied by a set of 12 sword styles, which you created yourself. Is it coming back to you? Furthermore, have you seen a white sword? What the hell are you talking about? Lu Chuan snapped back to reality, delivering a sharp slap to a Fu's face. This blow sent a Fu spinning through the air. Unfazed, for he was accustomed to being beaten, he thought nothing of it. Quickly rising from the ground, he approached Lu Chuan fearlessly, continuing his guidance. In the duality of life and death, the end of death is rebirth. You should possess 2 swords. Reflect once more to locate that white sword, symbolizing life. Are you deliberately provoking me? The door to memory had already closed. Lu Chuan could recall nothing. TSK, senile dementia. It's a condition that can be treated. A Fu rolled his eyes with a mocking expression. Your entire family suffers from senile dementia. Lu Chuan raised his foot and kicked a Fu away. You must remember, the white long sword represents your ultimate comprehension, capable of breaking through. A Fu's voice echoed distantly. Fool! Lu Chuan scoffed, then went to help by Lin Lin to her feet. How is it, girl? Are you satisfied with the explanation I procured for you? How could I not be satisfied? They were all slaughtered without mercy. It was faster than butchering pigs. Chapter 28, Side Quest. It was 2 days later when they returned to the Mingyue Pavilion. Lu Chuan handed over the group of young girls, one and all, to Nangon Chushue. As for how to handle Master Hongye and the resources, that was now her concern. Lu Chuan merely needed to await the arrival of the illusory face pill. In the quaint little courtyard, a Fu was conversing with Lu Chuan about intelligence regarding this vast cultivation world. Remarkably, this time the donkey had not been beaten. From your slaughter of that bloodthirsty old man, we can analyze that cultivator's strength increases exponentially with each ascension, not merely a simple addition. Lu Chuan reclined in his chair, basking in the sun, feeling somewhat impatient as he turned over. From your astute analysis, What level should I be at within this power system? Seeing Lu Chuan's patience, a Fu grinned widely, his large teeth glistening. This world's cultivation system is divided into 12 realms. I want to discuss the first 9. Let me tell you about the top 3. Lu Chuan nodded. Since he had been deceived by the donkey and transported to this world, it was essential to grasp some fundamental information. Seeing Lu Chuan's agreement, a Fu felt an overwhelming joy, almost bursting into a celebratory song. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a system to be so attuned to its host's emotions. Cheerfully, a Fu approached and explained the 3 highest realms of this world, known as the 3 realms of divine path, the realm of Dao 1, the near-divine realm, and finally, the annihilation realm. Dao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. This realm is akin to what mortals perceive as divine. Creation and destruction are but a single thought apart. The near-divine realm brushes against the principles of the great Tao, requiring mastery over a particular rule of power to attain it. Lastly, the annihilation realm embodies the creation of one's own path, unbound by the constraints of the great Tao. Its essence can be summarized in 2 words: carefree. As for the connections among these realms, I shall refrain from elaborating, as you likely would not find it engaging. An intriguing fact to note is that entering these 3 realms relies solely on enlightenment. One might achieve instant comprehension and step into the divine, or remain trapped at the pinnacle of the 9th realm for a lifetime, unable to ascend. The donkey rambled on, nearly lulling Lu Chuan into a stupor. Once the donkey finished, Lu Chuan finally lifted his eyelids and inquired about his overall strength and what realm it should belong to. It's rather difficult to compare, but considering your unique dual swords of life and death, your power should reside at the pinnacle of the annihilation realm. Is that so? Then I am invincible under heaven. Let us not discuss this further, Lu Chuan replied with an exasperated roll of his eyes. Not so fast. A Fu raised a foreleg and pointed to the heavens. You may be truly unmatched among mortals, but there exists a heavenly Tao above. Huh. I have no intention of provoking it. What could it possibly do to me? Lu Chuan scoffed. Afuchakod miskievusli. You have provoked quite a number already, employing powers not of this world to slay so many cultivators. The heavenly Tao has likely already marked you. I suspect that should you strike once or twice more, you will undoubtedly attract the divine annihilation, thunder calamity. Enough. What is your intention in saying all this? Lu Chuan's hand itched, tempted to swat the donkey once more. A Fu fidgeted slightly. Well, I am a system, and as such I must have tasks, right? For the past 100,000 years, I have not assigned you a single task. Moreover, I have supported you for 100,000 years, expending numerous resources. A one-sided outflow, even a wealthy landlord could not sustain. Ah, I see why you seem off today, waiting for me like this. Lu Chuan scoffed, flipping back over from his chair. Now, what task do you have? If it can assist me, I shall certainly lend my hand. Despite often teasing the donkey, their bond forged over 100,000 years was not to be taken lightly. Ah, your wisdom and prowess are truly commendable. The donkey is brimming with excitement. Over the past few days, I have made some progress in navigating this world, and consequently, a corresponding task has emerged. Currently, there exists but one task, the epic dungeon, the extinguishing of the abyssal spring. Periodically, a cataclysmic event befalls this grand realm, heralding the emergence of the abyssal spring. This spring serves as a conduit to the boundless realm of demons, shaking the very fabric of existence every 10 millennia. When the abyssal spring trembles, spatial rifts appear, and your objective is to seal the spring's source. Quite simple, wouldn't you agree? Upon concluding, the donkey gazed at Lu Chuan with eager anticipation. What do you take me for, a benefactor? Lu Chuan retorted, gripping Afu by the neck and delivering 2 hefty blows. Merely discussing the task without mentioning the rewards. Do you consider me a free laborer? Yes, there are rewards. A single entry to the bronze temple. The donkey shivered from blows. Oh, intriguing. What is this bronze temple? Lu Chuan's interest began to pique. This donkey seems to harbor a myriad of secrets. Unearthing them could yield substantial benefits. Bronze the temple, Afu proclaimed proudly. Ah, it is a repository of ultimate knowledge, a coveted place sought after by countless souls. You dare to regale me with your fanciful tales? What ultimate knowledge? Have you indulged too much in those tales of tomb raiders? Lu Chuan forcefully shoved the donkey's head into the ground. After a considerable pause, Afu lifted his flattened head, lamenting. The task is described thus. How am I to know what the ultimate pertains to? It may be related to the vanished emperor, but that is merely conjecture on my part. Emperor? Great brother? What is that? Lu Chuan inquired, perplexed. Afyu regarded Lu Chuan as though he were a fool. You do not suppose that the Annihilation Realm represents the pinnacle, do you? The zenith of power is the emperor. However, it has been eons since an emperor has graced us with their presence, and I have yet to uncover specific details. This is quite intriguing. Lu Chuan nodded. I shall accept this task. Excellent. Straightforward indeed. The donkey shook his head vigorously, drool flying in all directions. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice resonated within Lu Chuan's mind. Ding! The 5 major dungeons of the Grand World have been activated. Epic Dungeon. The Extinguishing of the Abyssal Spring. In 3 days, the Blood Moon shall descend, and the Abyssal Spring will manifest, allowing the host to choose between 2 paths. First, unite with various experts to seal the Abyssal Spring and accumulate prestige. Reward: 1 hour in the Bronze Temple and the title of Supreme of the Tianyuan continent. Second, exterminate all breathing entities to amass malice. Reward: 1 hour in the Bronze Temple and the title of the Dark Overlord. Chapter 29. Charging ahead on Afyu. What is this? Are you playing a game with your 2 paths? Lu Chuan scoffed, tugging at his lips disdainfully and giving Afyu another kick. There lingers an unsettling feeling. Perhaps it would be best to let it be. I, after all, am invincible in this world. Is it not preferable to simply recline here? Pursuit. Why not to have aspirations? Do you understand? Upon hearing that Lu Chuan intended to take a more passive approach, Afu was instantly agitated. We must possess a sense of urgency. The universe is vast, and the world teeming with countless entities. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who would assert they are undefeated? TC, foolish dog. Lu Chuan merely turned over, continuing his repose. Alas, we cannot afford to lie idle. There are many significant matters awaiting our attention. Bang! Afu's words were abruptly cut short as Lu Chuan delivered a kick to his backside, sending him flying. The subsequent 2 days were spent in comfort, gazing at lovely maidens, indulging in slumber, and maintaining a buoyant spirit. Meanwhile, the discussions within the Mingyue Pavilion reached a conclusion. The fate of the Red Leaf Real Person was decided. She was to become a new guest elder of the pavilion. This acquisition was a boon for the Mingyue Pavilion, and accommodating another guest elder posed no difficulty. However, it was stipulated that the Red Leaf Real Person must conceal her identity and alter her appearance. She readily consented, taking up residence on Isa Peak, thereby becoming a neighbor to Lu Chuan. The refinement of the illusionary face pill was also placed on the agenda. Yet, the illusionary face pill is a superior grade elixir, necessitating specialized concoction at the 100 Flowers sect, renowned for its alchemical prowess. The 100 Flowers sect enjoys a stellar reputation across the Tianyuan continent, ranking just below the top 3 sections. Interestingly, the sect is more famous for its contemporary leader, the 100 Flowers Fairy, than for its alchemical achievements. Nangong Chushue, the second most beautiful on the Rouge list, is overshadowed by the 100 Flowers Fairy, who consistently holds the top spot. Universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Tianyuan continent, the 100 Flowers Fairy's allure is undisputed. Many cultivators who journey to the 100 Flowers sect for alchemical training actually harbor the ulterior motive of catching a glimpse of her beauty. However, she has remained reclusive for many years, with few having laid eyes on her. The matter of the illusionary face pill is of utmost importance to Lu Chuan, and Nangong Chushue takes it very seriously. She arranged for the master of Wanxia Peak to escort dozens of disciples to ensure safe passage to the 100 Flowers sect. Furthermore, she capitalized on this venture to reinforce the protective array surrounding the sect. Without delay, she dispatched individuals to Wuxiang City to procure substantial resources. Simultaneously, she commanded the disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion to refrain from venturing outside. Nangong Chushue is acutely aware that with the opening of the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, nearly all sects that participated faced obliteration, leaving the Mingyue Pavilion unscathed. This situation is far from resolved. It is only a matter of time before these sects come seeking answers. Preparations must be made in advance. Should conflict arise, we must be ready to respond. Thus, several days passed in tranquility. While awaiting inquiries from smaller sects, an enormous entity arrived instead, the Zhenyuan sect. The Zhenyuan sect, one of the 3 notorious factions of the Tianyuan continent, wields absolute authority in the central and western regions. Over 200 sects, large and small, in this area must operate under the watchful eye of the Zhenyuan sect. Moreover, the Jinyuan sect boasts an impressive following of over 100,000 disciples. With prodigies emerging in abundance, their incense burning ceaselessly, flourishing to an extraordinary degree, far beyond the capabilities of a mere establishment like the Mingyue Pavilion. This time, 3 individuals from the Jinyuan sect arrived, yet unfortunate circumstances led them to cross paths with Lu Chuan, who was ambling about the mountains accompanied by a foolish donkey. Recently, Lu Chuan had stumbled upon a delightful locale. Approximately 100 miles from Isa Peak, there lay a small mountain teeming with spiritual energy. However, what truly captivated Lu Chuan was not the spiritual essence, but rather the enchanting maidens dwelling within the mountain. After a couple of days of observation, Lu Chuan discovered that around 100 youthful and radiant girls resided there, each one more exquisite than the last. So much so that even a dog would admire their beauty. Their cultivation methods were also quite peculiar, diverging significantly from those of Bai Linlin and her companions. Lu Chuan, who enjoyed the company of beautiful women, had no ulterior motives. He merely sought to maintain a positive disposition and stave off intermittent bouts of madness. Today, he intended to introduce himself to these lovely maidens, even going so far as to wash up and don fresh attire. As Lu Chuan strolled to the foot of the mountain, he unexpectedly encountered the 3 young disciples of the Jinyuan sect. What struck Lu Chuan as odd was that these 3 appeared to have entered unaccompanied, a rather unusual occurrence. The Mingyue Pavilion was protected by a formidable array. The arrival of strangers would undoubtedly trigger an alarm. Yet, these 3 young men seemed to have breezed in as if they were entering their own backyard. As a man, a male creature, how could he tolerate the presence of other males in a place like the Mingyue Pavilion? Here, apart from Lu Chuan, even the mosquitoes were required to be female. Where had these 3 ruffians come from? Riding a foo, Lu Chuan leisurely approached the trio from the Jinyuan sect. Upon seeing a man in the Mingyue Pavilion, the 3 disciples were momentarily taken aback. However, it was not long before their expressions shifted to indignation. Lu Chuan, perplexed and increasingly irate, was baffled by their audacity to be angered before he himself had even expressed displeasure. "Old man, this is not a place for you. Begone," declared the leader, a youthful lad, haughtily waving his hand at Lu Chuan. Feeling a mix of confusion and anger, Lu Chuan retaliated with a swift slap to the young man's face. The youth, taken by surprise by the old man's rapid reaction, found himself airborne before he could comprehend the situation. As he spun through the air, his teeth scattered, the remaining 2 were left in a state of shock. "We are from the Jinyuan sect, here on a mission to retrieve the cauldron from Mingyue Pavilion. Do you dare to obstruct us? Contact Nangong Chushue and have her come to provide an explanation. This matter is far from over. How dare you be so arrogant? If I don't make you regret it today, then consider it a clean slate for you." Fueled by righteous fury, Lu Chuan drew forth a tattered wooden sword from his waist and charged forward atop a foo. Although a foo had previously been reluctant to engage in such demeaning antics, Lu Chuan's recent tasks had led to a more laid-back attitude. In an effort to lift Lu Chuan's spirits and emphasize the importance of their mission, a foo has become utterly compliant to his every whim. Not only is he willing to charge into battle, but if Lu Chuan merely shows a hint of diligence towards their task, he would even dare to face the most absurd of challenges. Despite his frail, emaciated appearance, when a foo springs into action, he resembles a frenzied rabbit. As the remaining 2 individuals contemplated a counterattack, a foo, bearing his prominent teeth, swiftly approached them. With 2 sharp cracks, the wooden sword struck their faces, subjecting them to the same fate as the young boy. "Go, mercilessly strike down the fallen," Lu Chuan commanded, gallantly riding a foo towards the trio. "You old fool, dare you challenge me? I am a member of the Jinyuan sect. If you dare to insult me, further stop. Stop, it's about to come out," came the frantic cries. "Help, help! Mother, mother, I want to go home." The forest echoed with their anguished screams. Chapter 30. Breaking away from the Jinyuan sect, the pitiful cries of the 3 miscreants soon attracted the attention of the young maidens in the nearby hills. Upon discovering that the beaten trio were members of the Jinyuan sect, the maidens turned pale with fright. "Please, sir, cease this." A leading maiden hurried forward, alarm evident in her voice. Quickly informed the sect leader, "If a life is lost here, the Jinyuan sect will not let this go unpunished." However, Lu Chuan paid her no heed, pressing on with his relentless assault. By the time Nangong Chushue arrived, the 3 wretches were gasping for breath, on the verge of succumbing to their injuries. "Elder, please show mercy." Seeing the scene unfold, Nangong Chushue was nearly overcome with distress. "Ah, utterly pathetic, completely inept," Lu Chuan exclaimed, pinching his nose in disgust as he expelled a mouthful of phlegm, finally relenting in his assault. Nangong Chushue promptly instructed her companions to assist the unfortunate trio, hastily feeding them medicinal pills. Under the influence of the elixirs, after a few minutes, their lives were miraculously restored. The leading young man glared at Nangong Chushue, seething with rage. The physical pain was trivial compared to the humiliation he had endured. The incident would surely become a source of mockery. The more he brooded over it, the more incensed he became, ultimately turning to threaten Nangong Chushue. Nangong Chushue, if you do not provide me with an explanation, I will report this to the sect and have your Mingyue Pavilion's gates torn down. Nangong Chushue's face fluctuated between shades of white and green. In the end, she could only force a smile and assure him, "Rest assured, we will provide a satisfactory resolution. The Mingyue Pavilion will compensate you until you are content." As she uttered these words, her heart felt heavy, casting a resentful glance at Lu Chuan. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan, seemingly oblivious to the plight of the three beaten men, had instead sidled up to the maidens, flamboyantly introducing himself. The small hill appeared to be isolated from the world, and these young maidens were utterly oblivious to the sudden emergence of a figure like Lu Chuan at Mingyue Pavilion. Upon seeing Lu Chuan's flamboyant demeanor, they were momentarily taken aback. "Senior, perhaps you should return to rest. I will handle things here." Nangong Chushue approached Lu Chuan with a hint of trepidation. "What do you want?" Lu Chuan shot a sideways glance. "I shall pursue my own interests while you tend to yours. We are not intertwined. By the way," Lu Chuan's gaze shifted towards the three unfortunate souls. "Where did these three clowns come from? How did they manage to bypass the Grand Array and enter Mingyue Pavilion?" Under Lu Chuan's piercing stare, the trio from Jinyuan sect shuddered as if struck by an electric shock. Only the youth among them wore an expression of defiance, vociferously proclaiming, "Nangong Chushue, this old fool must be handed over to us for retribution at Jinyuan sect. There are still those on Tianyuan continent who dare not regard Jinyuan sect with respect." A chill ran down Nangong Chushue's spine. Over the years, Jinyuan sect had produced such arrogant fools, lacking in humility and rife with pride. "How dare you?" Lu Chuan, incensed by the remark, charged forward on his steed, a foo. Nangong Chushue was acutely aware of Lu Chuan's temperament and dared not intervene. "Go." Lu Chuan rode a foo, conjuring a tempest in his wake. The lean donkey, astonishingly, was propelled with the vigor of 1,000 galloping steeds. "You dare," the youth called out, hoping for Nangong Chushue, the pavilion master, to intervene on his behalf. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Lu Chuan now held a position at Mingyue Pavilion akin to that of a grand emperor. Nangong Chushue had no authority to restrain Lu Chuan, nor had she ever contemplated doing so. Though Lu Chuan's temper was fierce and his disposition capricious, he possessed a commendable trait. He never instigated trouble. However, should anyone provoke him, they would find themselves in dire straits. In his interactions with the maidens, Lu Chuan was always amiable, devoid of any airs of superiority, and he refrained from meddling in the internal affairs of Mingyue Pavilion. Such a powerful and understanding guest elder was someone Nangong Chushue would be foolish to attempt to restrain. Smack! Lu Chuan's wooden sword struck the youth's face, sending him spinning through the air. Yet this time, fortune had abandoned him. Lu Chuan clearly intended to inflict serious harm. The youth, suspended in the air before he could touch the ground, found himself directly confronted by Lu Chuan, who was mounted on his donkey. Smack! 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 The air was filled with the sound of crackling strikes. The youth's cries of agony gradually subsided. As for the other two members of Jinyuan's sect, they were evidently more astute. Aside from trembling in place, they tightly sealed their lips. Thud! The youth's lifeless body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily before the two remaining members of Jinyuan's sect. Gazing upon the bloodied and unrecognizable remains of youth, two young men abruptly fell to their knees, their legs giving way beneath them. It is over. It is truly over. Nangong Chushue found herself engulfed in a cacophony of thoughts. Here I am, seeking solace in my twilight years, and you come here to stir trouble. Lu Chuan disdainfully rolled his eyes. You all should return. At that moment, Nangong Chushue's expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve, as if she had made a profound decision. Addressing the remaining two disciples of the Jinyuan sect, she spoke each word with deliberate weight. From this moment forth, the Mingyue Pavilion shall no longer be beholden to the Jinyuan sect. All agreements are null and void, including the stipulation of 100 alchemical furnaces every 3 years. Her declaration not only astounded the two Jinyuan disciples, but left the other members of the Mingyue Pavilion equally bewildered. The Jinyuan sect held a prestigious position. How could agreements be dismissed so casually? Given the Jinyuan sect's notorious nature, Nangong Chushue's words foreshadowed the impending demise of the Mingyue Pavilion. Nangong Pavilion Master, you must reconsider. One of the Jinyuan disciples stammered. Nangong Chushue glanced at Lu Chuan, gritted her teeth, and nodded. I have considered it thoroughly. Although we have enjoyed nominal protection by being affiliated with the Jinyuan sect over the years, we have received no substantial aid. You view the Mingyue Pavilion merely as your private garden. With that, she turned her gaze towards the young maidens emerging from the mountains, her expression heavy with remorse. As the pavilion master, I have not only failed to safeguard my disciples, but have also been compelled to provide you with alchemical furnaces. I have endured enough. Whatever the consequences, the Mingyue Pavilion will bear the burden. Pavilion master, you mustn't, cried one of the maidens, her voice laced with sorrow, fully aware of the dire ramifications of severing ties with the Jinyuan sect. She knelt, and soon, the others followed suit, their eyes brimming with tears. Pavilion master, do not worry about us. We are willing to become furnaces for the survival of the Mingyue Pavilion. Chapter 31, Arrogance and Hubris. Upon hearing this, Nangong Chushue could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks. Over the years, she had committed many acts against her own conscience for the sake of the Mingyue Pavilion survival. The most unbearable burden for her was the fate of those children who had become furnaces. This torment had begun to consume her, pushing her to the brink of madness. Now, she aimed to place her hopes in Lu Chuan, seeking liberation from the Jinyuan sect's exploitation, striving for the true independence of the Mingyue Pavilion. Oh dear, how can an elderly person like me bear witness to this? Observing the maidens weeping uncontrollably, Lu Chuan felt his heart ache. Chushue, what exactly is a furnace? He approached Nangong Chushue, resolved to intervene. The Mingyue Pavilion was his sanctuary. It could not be a place of incessant lamentation. Nangong Chushue wiped away her tears, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate her thoughts. Yet, having chosen to place her trust in Lu Chuan, she knew she must speak. Nangong Chushue understood the necessity of conveying the full context to Lu Chuan. Senior, please take a seat. I shall explain everything gradually. Once Lu Chuan settled himself, Nangong Chushue began to narrate the tale. Due to the weakness of the Mingyue Pavilion, many years ago, we reached an agreement with the Jinyuan sect. The Jinyuan sect would offer us protection, and in return, we would periodically pay tribute with various resources. Lu Chuan, bewildered, pondered the absurdity of the situation. How could the Mingyue Pavilion, in such dire straits, still be expected to provide resources? Wasn't that a vicious cycle, ensuring they could never rise again? Nangong Chushue offered a resigned smile. While it seemed so, the Mingyue Pavilion had no alternative. After some contemplation, Lu Chuan nodded in understanding. The women of the Mingyue Pavilion had a strenuous existence. They could hardly afford to consider anything beyond survival. Among the tributes rendered, one was the provision of 100 dinglu every 3 years to the Jinyuan sect. At this juncture, Nangong Chushue's fists clenched tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. The dinglu referred to young boys and girls with unique constitutions, who were nurtured from a tender age through special methods. Upon reaching adulthood, they would engage in dual cultivation, transferring the essence they had accumulated over the years to their partners. Lu Chuan was taken aback, feeling a surge of indignation as he glanced at the girls kneeling on the ground. He began to comprehend why these children practiced their cultivation so differently from others. Their purity and innocence a deliberate preparation for becoming dinglu. Yet, what fate awaited these children after they fulfilled this role? Anger began to simmer within Lu Chuan. How could such beautiful girls, the epitome of grace in the world, be subjected to such treatment? Nangong Chushue, resolute in her determination, gritted her teeth and continued. The fortunate dinglu, after being consumed, may return to a life of ordinariness, living out their days unremarkably. The less fortunate ones, however, are imprisoned and turned into tools for the release of desire. Once their beauty fades, they are simply killed. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan could no longer contain his outrage. Each of these girls was a vision of beauty, and the thought of their grim fate was unbearable. With a thud, Nangong Chushue knelt before Lu Chuan, bowing her head 3 times with great force. She did not use protective energy. Her forehead struck the ground, blood trickling down as it mingled with her tears, a silent testament to her anguish. Senior, I dare not hope for much. I only plead for you to save these children. I am willing to serve you unconditionally. For the sake of her disciples, a revered pavilion master was willing to kneel before another. Regardless of her thoughts, this sense of responsibility and commitment was undeniable. Lu Chuan, his expression impassive, cast a glance at the two individuals from the Jinyuan sect. The previous brutality was absent, yet this tranquility sent tremors through their very souls. I do not require you to serve me. Your 3 bows suffice. Lu Chuan gently lifted Nangong Chushua, wiping the blood from her forehead. As she gazed upon Lu Chuan's face, marked by deep wrinkles, Nangong Chushua found herself momentarily transported back to memories of her grandfather. The tears that had just been restrained surged forth once more. Lu Chuan turned his attention towards the two individuals from the Jinyuan sect and spoke in a composed manner. Return to your sect and inform them to bring their people and sincerity to Mingwe Pavilion in 10 days to resolve this matter. Should you choose not to come, I shall descend upon Jinyuan's sect and eliminate all within. Such audacity and arrogance were unprecedented. Never had anyone dared to utter such words to Jinyuan's sect on the Tianyuan continent. Yet, every audacious act must have its inaugural moment. And it was Lu Chuan who would take that bold step. Idonotist. Remember, come with sincerity, Lu Chuan concluded, casting his gaze towards the kneeling maidens. From this moment forward, you shall resume your normal cultivation. No one shall dare to covet you again, and should they attempt, it will only lead to their demise. His voice, though not loud, resonated within the hearts of the young women like the resounding beat of a drum. They understood their fates. Yet they realized that destiny was a force beyond their control. Now, a chink had been torn open in the shroud of their endless fate, allowing a glimpse of sunlight to seep through. In times devoid of hope, they might have succumbed to their grim fate. But now that they had witnessed a glimmer of hope, how could they continue to wallow in despair? On Linlang Mountain, 100 disciples stand ready to advance and retreat together with you, senior, to face life and death. The youthful voices of the maidens echoed through the mountains. Lu Chuan nodded. He had no intention of sending these young women into battle or to their deaths. The mere presence of their rebellious spirit signified a profound transformation. Now, go back and deliver the message. I shall await your Jinyuan sect for 10 days, Lu Chuan declared, his voice as frigid as the biting chill of winter. The two individuals, already paralyzed by fear, dared not utter another word and promptly prepared to leave. Wait! Lu Chuan's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized them. The two froze, their hearts racing, uncertain of what further demands this elder might impose. Seniors, we assure you we will relay your words to the sect without omission, they stammered. A sinister grin spread across Lu Chuan's face. Oh, sending a message, is it? One person will suffice. You two shall engage in a duel, and the survivor will return with the news. At that moment, Lu Chuan's mischievous nature revealed itself, expertly toying with their emotions. Count to 3, should you not fight. I will slay you both and personally visit Jinyuan's sect. He raised 3 fingers playfully. Cold sweat poured from the two, soaking their garments as if they had just emerged from a river. 3, the ominous countdown began. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw profound despair. 1. Lu Chuan skipped the count of 2, leaping directly to 1. For a brief moment, they hesitated, but the instinct for survival overwhelmed all rational thought. In unison, they lunged at each other, akin to wild beasts, and began to grapple and tear at one another. Chapter 32. The Winds of Change Rise Again. Jinyuan sect is nestled within the Tiandang mountain range, situated in the heart of the Tianyuan continent. This entire mountain range serves as the dragon vein of the continent, brimming with abundant spiritual energy that nourishes the land and is rich in spiritual stone resources. However, the mountains are predominantly occupied by 3 formidable factions, leaving other sects to merely gaze enviously. The Tianji Peak stands as the principal summit of Jinyuan sect, towering magnificently and piercing the heavens. Atop this peak lies the Hanzhong Hall, a revered venue among practitioners. Since the inception of Jinyuan sect, this hall has been the site of numerous pivotal decisions impacting the Tianyuan continent, including the decree to combat the blood demon a millennium ago. It can be said that each convening of Hanzhong Hall heralds the approach of significant events. Today, the Hanzhong Hall is in session. The 9 peak masters of Jinyuan sect, along with the law enforcement elder and the sect leader, a total of 11 influential figures have gathered here. Such a grand assembly has not been witnessed in many years. Given Jinyuan sect's current strength and status, It is rare for such prominent leaders to convene for discussions of great importance. The current sect leader, Liu Zhe, appears to be in his 30s, possessing a dignified appearance and an aura of scholarly refinement. Yet he is one of the few individuals in the entire Tianyuan continent who has attained the ninth realm. A mere stamp of his foot can send tremors throughout the land. Recently, celestial phenomena have been unusual, and the Tianyuan continent may be on the brink of chaos. Not long ago, strange ripples were observed above the unrest sea, suggesting signs of revival from the long-dormant eye of the abyss beneath the waves. Liu Zhe, seated in the main position, gradually introduces the topic of discussion. The eye of the abyss has remained silent for millennia. Why has it suddenly stirred? A burly man with a dark complexion interjects. He is Luo Ran, the law enforcement elder of Jinyuan sect, a figure whose exterior starkly contrasts with his inner astuteness. Though he may appear as a simple-minded giant, he possesses a keen strategic mind and a comprehensive grasp of the situation. Among the two ninth realm practitioners in Jinyuan sect, Luo Ran is one. His standing is second only to the sect leader, above all others. Liu Zhe rests his chin in thought, his fingers lightly tapping his cheek as he ponders the matter. He muses whether the celestial anomalies triggered the disturbances in the eye of the abyss, or if the latter caused the former. The gathered assembly, being astute individuals, comprehend the implications of his words. Should the celestial anomalies instigate the disturbances? The primary catalyst for potential turmoil in the Tianyuan continent may not be the eye of the abyss itself, but rather something else. Conversely, if the upheaval in the eye of the abyss is responsible for the celestial anomalies, then the focus should solely be on safeguarding against the eye. After further deliberation, yet reaching no decisive conclusions, Liu Zhe declares the meeting adjourned. He instructs that all major sects be notified to remain vigilant for any peculiar individuals or occurrences in the near future. With the convergence of the three great demonic stars, it is likely that a formidable evil will soon emerge. Rising from his seat, Liu Zhe exhales deeply. In this gathering of malevolent stars, one cannot help but wonder what chaos may ensue. The formidable Jinyuan sect is destined to be among the foremost affected in these tumultuous times. Sectmaster, there is another matter I must report, spoke Luoran as Liu Zhe was about to depart the council chamber. Liu Zhe furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What is it?" "It pertains to the events that transpired 3 days ago at the Mingyue Pavilion," Luoran replied, calling out gently towards the entrance of the council chamber. "Come in." The attention of the assembly shifted towards the doorway. Soon, a figure entered cautiously, appearing dazed and trembling as he walked. He was one of the three who had previously journeyed to the Mingyue Pavilion. Zhou Lu recounted the occurrences of the past few days in meticulous detail. Luoran frowned. Yes. Zhou Lu, his eyes darting suspiciously around the room, swallowed hard before narrating the ordeal he faced at the hands of Lu Chuan. 3 days prior, under the orders of the Peak Master, he had been dispatched to retrieve the cauldron from the Mingyue Pavilion. As Zhou Lu concluded his tale, an eerie silence enveloped the council chamber. It had been many years since they had encountered such a situation, and for a moment, they were rendered speechless. The most absurd aspect was that the so-called elder had imposed a deadline upon the Jinyuan sect. It was truly a ludicrous affair. An aged man, devoid of any true essence fluctuations, with a character as erratic as it was violent. Liu Zhe pondered for a moment before turning to Luoran. "You shall handle this matter. If there is anything amiss between the Mingyue Pavilion and this elder, eliminate it swiftly. We cannot afford any further complications in this turbulent season." In the subtlety of his words lay the fate of countless lives in the Mingyue Pavilion. Also, dispatch someone to the Weiming Sea to maintain watch over the Yuquan Eye. Any signs of disturbance must be reported without delay. After the meeting adjourned, Luoran escorted the incapacitated Zhou Lu from the council chamber. What a pitiful creature, he mused, recalling the events of that day, which had become a haunting nightmare for Zhou Lu. Each recollection left him utterly drained. Zhou Lu lifted his vacant gaze, murmuring in a daze, "Elder, there are but 7 days remaining. The appointed time is nearing. We must hurry, for if we anger him, the entire Jinyuan sect may face annihilation." Luoran's brow furrowed in concern, even suspecting that Zhou Lu might have fallen victim to a soul-binding sorcery. "Guards, take Zhou Lu to the ice prison." Elder, we must go quickly. Time is running out." Zhou Lu was dragged towards the dungeon, yet he seemed oblivious, incessantly chanting those frantic words. "Gather the Longyuan guards. Accompany me to the Mingyue Pavilion." At this proclamation, the guards nearby could hardly maintain their composure. The Long Yuan guards were the elite force of the Jinyuan sect, composed entirely of exceptional disciples. Moreover, they excelled in combat, meticulously coordinating their battle formations. Rumors have circulated that Long Yanwei has cultivated a battle spirit. If this is indeed the case, few individuals across the entire Tianyuan continent would be capable of opposing him. Long Yanwei is a formidable trump card, typically deployed only during conflicts among large sections. What merit does a mere Mingyue pavilion possess to warrant the mobilization of Long Yanwei by the Jinyuan sect? In the face of the guard's astonishment, Luo Rand chuckled. One must navigate cautiously, for it is unwise to wait until one meets their demise in a ditch before contemplating regret. The elder spoke wisely. On this day, 200 members of Long Yanwei from the Jinyuan sect marched majestically towards the Mingyue pavilion. Onlookers might have mistaken their intentions for an impending war against the Xintian sect, another of the top 3 sections. Concurrently, another group was also en route to Mingyue Pavilion, those unfortunate sects that had recently been annihilated in the Maple Leaf Secret Realm. Under the alliance of the 10,000 Beast sect, over 30 sects had mobilized no fewer than 2,000 individuals, advancing towards Mingyue Pavilion with great momentum. The Tianyuan continent, which had enjoyed tranquility for centuries, was once again stirred by turmoil. Chapter 33. Dining and Singing Senior, Trouble Looms. A multitude of cultivators is heading towards our Mingyue Pavilion. In recent days, Mingyue Pavilion had been fervently preparing for battle, ready to face life and death alongside their sect. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan indulged himself daily with hot pot and the company of beautiful women, seemingly unfazed by the looming threat. It was precisely lunchtime when he received this news. Glancing at the table laden with exquisite ingredients, he felt a surge of anger. These scoundrels choose to arrive now, during my mealtime, as if to provoke me. Noticing the signs of Lu Chuan's impending outburst, a food discreetly slipped away. Xiao Luoluo, Xiao Xiun, move the provisions to the mountain gate. One must prioritize sustenance. How can we neglect our meals? Lu Chuan resolutely decided to head to the mountain gate for a feast, with the intention of eliminating any unwitting adversaries to elevate the occasion. Zhao Luluo and Zhang Xiun, the 2 young maidservants, were momentarily taken aback. They wished to clarify, but Lu Chuan had already strolled out with his hands behind his back. Resigned, the 2 could only pack the prepared ingredients. However, the sheer volume proved overwhelming, and ultimately, it took the arrival of the esteemed Hongye Jinren for the 3 of them to transport everything. Master, approximately 2,000 individuals have crossed Chonglu Ditch, and they will reach the mountain gate in another 200 miles, a report was relayed to Nangong Chuxue. Her expression darkened. Instead of awaiting the Jinyuan sect, she was confronted with this band of jesters. With a steely resolve, Nangong Chuxue thought, if one is already embroiled in conflict with the Jinyuan sect, what does it matter to offend a few more? This encounter would either lead to the complete annihilation of Mingyue Pavilion or usher in a future of indulgence alongside Lu Chuan. Summon all disciples to the mountain gate and prepare for battle. At that moment, a young maid rushed in, her face flushed from running. Calm down and speak slowly, Nangong Chuxue chided gently, handing her a cup of tea. The young maid gulped it down, wiped her mouth, and began to stammer out her report. Previously, the elder was at the mountain gate enjoying hot pot, insisting that someone play a tune for him, specifically requesting the notorious 18 touches. How could we possibly know that? South Palace Chuxue nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. At this moment, Lu Chuan still had the leisure to relish hot pot and listen to melodies right at the mountain gate. The crucial question remained, what kind of tune was 18 touches? After a moment's contemplation, South Palace Chuxue found herself somewhat relieved. It seemed Lu Chuan's unreliability was a constant. As for heading to the Nine Springs Valley, perhaps they should invite the Grand Elder to play a piece for the Elder instead. The young girl looked at South Palace Chuxue in utter confusion. The Mingyue Pavilion boasted 3 beauties. One was the exceptionally dignified and graceful South Palace Chuxue, embodying the essence of a regal matron. Another was the Grand Elder, Chu Yuran, who ranked 3rd on the Rouge list, renowned for her dual talents in both beauty and artistry. Chu Yuran had long since distanced herself from worldly affairs, residing in the Nine Springs Valley to cultivate flowers and greenery. Many of the disciples of Mingyue Pavilion had yet to meet her. The final beauty was the little Shu, often mentioned by the girls. However, this little Shu had descended the mountain to experience the world years ago and had yet to return, leaving her circumstances unknown. Go on. South Palace Chushua smiled. Although Elder Chu was not adept in battles, her musical prowess was unparalleled. The mountain gate of Minghua Pavilion was not particularly luxurious or grand, yet it exuded an air of exquisite elegance. However, before this refined entrance, the old man Lu Chuan had set up a fire, preparing for lunch. Meanwhile, a throng of Minghua Pavilion disciples had gathered behind the mountain gate, all curiously observing Lu Chuan. Typically, during meals, only Luo and Shiyun, two young girls, attended to Lu Chuan. Today, however, an additional figure had joined, the vivacious Hongye Junren, who thrived on excitement, eagerly finding a role to play in pouring wine. I prefer your original self. It has more flavor, Lu Chuan teased, raising his wine cup and downing its contents in one go. Hongye Junren gazed intently at the composed Lu Chuan, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of their first encounter when her alluring charm was unmistakable. If you enjoy watching, I can entertain you privately from now on. I do relish this flirtatious demeanor, Lu Chuan mused, savoring the taste. Was it the potency of the wine or the bewitching beauty before him that captivated him so? The Grand Elder has arrived. Someone among the girls called out, and all heads turned towards the back. Chu Yuran was renowned for her tranquil disposition, unperturbed by the collapse of the heavens, her heart as clear as ice. The young girls could hardly fathom that Chu Yuran would appear here. The crowd instinctively parted to form a pathway. A young woman, seemingly in her 20s, appeared leisurely before everyone. Clad in a pristine white gown, untouched by the mundane world, her shoulders were elegantly sculpted, her waist slender, her skin as smooth as silk, and her demeanor ethereal as an orchid, possessing an enchanting allure that transcended mere beauty. Cradling an ancient zither in her arms, she approached Lu Chuan with a gentle smile. Her eyes are nearly popping out, Hongye Junren remarked with a hint of envy. As soon as the words escaped from Hongye Junren's lips, he was taken aback. Was he truly feeling envious? Impossible, utterly inconcevable. He glanced at Lu Chuan, whose old face was dripping with drool, and the notion of jealousy dissipated into thin air. Yi Yuan, having encountered her predecessor, gracefully approached Lu Chuan and performed a respectful bow. Saliva, saliva, murmured the petite Luo, noticing Lu Chuan's dazed gaze fixed on Chu Yuan, prompting her to quietly remind him. Ahem. The beauty of this young lady is indeed unparalleled, he chuckled, feeling a sense of shame at being so captivated by her charm. It seemed that only Lu Chuan, the shameless old fellow, could nonchalantly dismiss such a mortifying situation. Chu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle as well. The phrase unparalleled beauty seemed somewhat excessive to describe a woman's looks. I have heard from my predecessor that you wish to hear 18 touches. I am but a simple girl and have never encountered this piece, she said. No. Lu Chuan quickly waved his hand. Just play whatever you are adept at. To have such a delightful maiden perform a risque tune was simply inappropriate. Forgive my lack of skill, Chu Yuan said, offering a gentle bow before taking a seat nearby. The sound of her guqin began to flow gently, gradually filling every corner of the mountain gate like a rising tide. The notes were soft and continuous, akin to a mountain spring meandering through a secluded valley, flowing serenely. Even a rough man like Lu Chuan found himself momentarily entranced. The beauty was as captivating as a painting, capable of bewitching kingdoms with a single smile and ensnaring souls with a mere glance. The melody lingered, drawing him into a state of blissful oblivion. For a moment, Lu Chuan began to comprehend the joy of those foolish monarchs. Suddenly, a booming voice, echoing like thunder, shattered the tranquility. Nangong chuksu, come fort. Yet, the melody did not falter. Chu Yuan continued to play as though the outside world had become irrelevant in the wake of her music. All heads turned towards the commotion rising from a distance, where over 30 sects, comprising more than 2,000 cultivators, had converged before the gates of Minghua Pavilion, demanding accountability. Chapter 34. The Sword's Second Lament. Are you polite? Lu Chuan, interrupted from his reverie, returned to the dining table with an expressionless demeanor. He lifted his gaze to the approaching army. The immense throng was a cacophony of movement, some flying above, others rushing below, a spectacle more lively than a bustling marketplace during the new year. Lu Chuan slowly picked up his chopsticks, delicately dipping them into a bowl of spicy chili oil. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the crimson oil shot forth from the chopsticks, distorting the air in its wake. Nangong Chu Shua, do not hide like a coward. Come out and explain why our people perished in the Maple Leaf Secret Realm while your Minghua Pavilion remained unscathed, the leader's words hung in the air, unfinished. A streak of crimson pierced through his mouth, erupting from the back of his head. White brain matter, mingled with blood, gushed forth from the small wound, shimmering in the sunlight. Bang! The leader fell violently from the back of the beast beneath him, his pupils dilating in a haze. Even in death, he could not comprehend why his mouth tasted of chili oil. The sudden demise of the leader startled the advancing army into a halt. Gazing upon the unblinking corpse, a chill swept over the crowd. This man was a formidable expert from the Beastmaster sect. How could he have met such an inexplicable end? The onlookers lifted their eyes towards the gates of the Mingwa Pavilion. An old man, disheveled and carefree, was indulging in music, wine, and hot pot. Yet, before they could ponder further, the old man raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth before slowly rising. At the moment he stood, the world inexplicably darkened. Though the sun blazed overhead, the sky took on a peculiar gloom, as if shrouded in a veil of black silk. An eerie sensation enveloping the air. An invisible pressure descended upon them, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. In that instant, everyone felt an unbearable weight upon their shoulders. The entire army was forced to the ground, pressed against the earth, rendered immobile. No matter how they struggled, they were met only with an abyss of despair. The most terrifying part was that when they opened their mouths to speak, no sound emerged. The world was now reduced to the lingering notes of a zither. In that moment, realization dawned upon them. They yearned to flee, but it was too late. All they could do was watch as the old man approached, unhurried and leisurely, like a satiated farmer taking a stroll. In my hometown, there's a saying. Lu Chuan halted not far from the crowd, a tone of mockery and disdain lacing his words. Surrender and lose half. Another saying goes, when in the fray, one must acknowledge their mistakes and stand tall in the face of punishment. As Lu Chuan spoke, he suddenly laughed, his gaze drifting towards the distant horizon where earth met sky, a hint of melancholy shimmering in his eyes. Hometown, such a familiar yet foreign pair of words. Lu Chuan slowly settled cross-legged on the ground, resting his chin on his hand as his thoughts wandered far away. Yet, memories of his homeland had become obscured over time. 100,000 years is an eternity for a single soul. After a long while, Lu Chuan returned to the present, observing the terrified expressions around him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. In this world, there are no potions for regret. With that, Lu Chuan rose and drew the wooden sword from his waist. With a fierce thrust, he drove the wooden sword deep into the ground. Having completed this act, Lu Chuan turned to return to his dining table. As he walked, he raised his withered hand to gently wave a final farewell to the gathered crowd. Yin evet bitterly. From a distance, Ah Fu, witnessing this scene, exclaimed with excitement. I knew it, you old rascal. Remember the 12 sword techniques in that small world. Senior Donkey, what are the 12 sword techniques? A curious young girl inquired. Typically, Ah Fu would disregard such young ones, but today his spirits were exceptionally high. With a flick of his tongue and a glint of wisdom in his eyes, he began to explain to the girls. The 12 sword techniques represent the pinnacle of killing conceived by Lu Chuan in his youth. These techniques are categorized into 3 realms: heaven, earth, and humanity, the divine, the ghostly, and the demonic, and the 4 emotions of wind, flower, snow, and moon. Wait a moment, Senior Donkey, that only counts as 10, the girls remarked, puzzled. Ah Fu, observing Lu Chuan's gradual approach, chuckled softly. He. No living being wishes to witness the final 2 forms of the 12 sword techniques. The young girls wore expressions of bewilderment, finding his words both intimidating and devoid of immediate action. However, what unfolded next was a scene that would haunt their dreams. Centered around the wooden sword, a sinister black sword energy began to swirl. The ground itself undulated like ocean waves, gently at first. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed. The earth's heaving accelerated, and the ground violently fractured. Boom, boom, boom. The very surface erupted amidst the tumult. The black sword energy engulfed their entire field of vision, lifting the shattered earth into the air, coalescing into a monstrous black tornado. Those trapped beneath the surface, a disarrayed multitude, were all swept upwards, none spared. The black vortex roared like a furious dragon, whisking away over 2,000 lives, swirling freely in midair. Then, all present were confronted with a horrifying sight, one they would never forget. Those caught in the tornado found their bodies disintegrating under the razor-sharp black sword energy, as if subjected to 1,000 torturous cuts, limbs splintering, torsos shattering. In this moment of being devoured by sword energy, the distinction between pain and oblivion faded. Even more peculiarly, while their bodies were torn asunder, their heads remained intact. Until the moment of death, the expressions on those faces were frozen in a grotesque agony. All of this transpired in silence, save for the discordant strains of a lute played by Chu Yuran, bidding them farewell. As the black tornado dissipated, all the mangled flesh and blood converged into a singular mass. The residual black sword energy coalesced into a colossal meatball, with the heads that had not been crushed embedded upon its surface. The gaping mouths, twisted expressions, and the eyes filled with endless despair following terror. These decapitated heads silently narrate a horrific massacre. As the grotesque mass, a grotesque amalgamation of over 2,000 corpses, plummets from the heavens, the wooden sword embedded in the ground quivers gently. The sword, trailing a faint aura of darkness, accurately arrives at the point of impact. It prods the mass into stillness, and from that moment forth, a landmark emerges before the gates of Minghua Pavilion, later dubbed the Corpse Ball by those who came after. Many years hence, countless seekers of truth would flock to this site, drawn by the remnants of the supreme sword energy left by the tabooed individual, residing within the Corpse Ball and the supporting wooden sword. Chapter 35. The Aging of Man. Let this object stand here, serving to instill fear and deter any troublemakers from approaching in the future. Alas, why are you all retching? Lu Chuan observed the gagging crowd with an eye roll, the only one maintaining composure being Nangong Chushue. Yet, when she looked at Lu Chuan, her gaze was tinged with a hint of dread. Nangong Chushue was no stranger to taking lives, yet such efficient slaughter, followed by the morbid act of forming the corpses into a grotesque mass, deeply unsettled her instincts as a human being. This exceeded the bounds of what any normal person could endure. However, there was a commendable quality in Nangong Chushue, her self-awareness. Suppressing her physiological discomfort, she bowed gently to Lu Chuan, acknowledging that all matters will be decided by her elder. I appreciate women like you. Lu Chuan nodded in approval. This woman was remarkable, understanding the importance of discretion and the balance of gains and losses. Given sufficient conditions, Minghua Pavilion would undoubtedly flourish under her stewardship. The condition had now materialized. Lu Chuan himself. Upon hearing his words, a blush crept across Nangong Chushue's face. If the elder does not mind, Enough. Where are you headed with this? Lu Chuan chuckled, bemused. I'm well past my prime and uninterested in such matters. Nangong Chushue paused, quickly realizing her misunderstanding of Lu Chuan's intentions. Yet disappointment surged within her. If binding Lu Chuan to Minghua Pavilion could be achieved in such a manner, she would not hesitate to offer her body, even if he was old and unattractive. It was evident that Lu Chuan held no interest in her. Lu Chuan waved to the younger members. Everyone disperse, focus on your cultivation, and strive to handle such situations independently in the future. His words jolted Nangong Chushue. Gazing at Lu Chuan's stooped figure, she wished to speak, yet ultimately refrained. For she understood that one day, Lu Chuan would inevitably depart from Minghua Pavilion. Due to the diminutive size of the Minghua Pavilion and the Tianyuan continent, how could this realm accommodate such a formidable deity? At this moment, Nangong Chushue set herself a goal. Before Lu Chuan's departure from this place, she resolved to utilize every means possible to strengthen the Minghua Pavilion. A self-reliant and robust Minghua Pavilion would be the most fitting farewell gift when Lu Chuan took his leave. Thank you, Senior. Nangong Chushue bowed deeply to Lu Chuan. He nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing her determination reflected in her eyes. I shall lend you a hand. As for how far you can go, that depends on you, Lu Chuan said as he returned to the dining table to continue his unfinished lunch. Hearing his words, Nangong Chushue felt a pang of emotion. I will not disappoint your expectations, Senior. After everyone dispersed, Lu Chuan leisurely continued to enjoy the hot pot. At this moment, Chu Yuran's discordant melodies finally found their harmony. Realizing Jinren Hongye was the first to regain composure, having adapted to the earlier scene as a practitioner of the dark arts. Senior, will you feel cold sleeping alone tonight? Jinren Hongye poured a drink for Lu Chuan. Leaning in closely, Vixen, brazen creature, shameless, Xiao Luoluo, and Xiao Shiyun seethed at this sight, their teeth clenched in indignation. Taking in the female demon was indeed a grave mistake for the Minghua Pavilion. I do not require warmth. My donkey is quite warm, Lu Chuan replied with bemusement, giving Jinren Hongye a hearty slap on the rear. The force of the blow nearly brought tears to Hongye's eyes, This old fellow certainly struck with vigor. Nearby, Ah Fu was nearly brought to tears by the sight. After all these years, this old man finally recognized something about him, albeit of little consequence. Delicate one, you should return as well. Lu Chuan nodded at Chu Yuran, advising her not to isolate herself in the mountains, but rather to venture out and bask in the sun. Chu Yuran responded softly, merely nodding in agreement. You all should head back and take your time. I will clean up after I finish eating. After dismissing a few people, Lu Chuan sipped his drink while reminiscing about the past. Donkey, I want to go home. After a long while, Lu Chuan blurted this out. Huh? Ah Fu was momentarily bewildered. Are you feverish? I swear I'll smack you dead. Lu Chuan raised his hand, prepared to deliver a hefty blow to the donkey. Hey, let's not resort to violence. Ah Fu quickly dodged. If you wish to return, you must possess the ability to breach dimensions. Your homeland and this world do not exist on the same plane. What nonsense are you dreaming? You speak so eloquently. Yet I'm the one dreaming? I'll make sure you're well fed first. Lu Chuan seized Ah Fu and plopped himself down atop its head. With a series of resounding flatulent sounds, Ah Fu was nearly sent into a state of shock. Huff, huff. Old fellow, are you suffering from indigestion? Your flatulence is unbearably foul. Uffed. Brother, father, grandfather, I was wrong. Uffed. Perhaps if we return, we might discover a method to transcend boundaries within the Bronze Temple. Silly dog. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, finally ceasing his relentless barrage of flatulence. The Bronze Temple has existed since time immemorial. Perhaps it harbors a way to break through realms, Ah Fu solemnly remarked. You wretched spawn, do you think to lead me astray? Lu Chuan scoffed. Ah Fu, with a resigned grin, replied, otherwise, perhaps you could reach the Emperor realm and find a way back home. Sigh, let's discuss it later. Lu Chuan shook his head, gazing into the distance. As one ages, the yearning for home becomes ever stronger. This hot pot meal has lost its flavor. Perhaps it is indeed age catching up. Once the thought of returning home takes root in one's heart, it flourishes like tender grass in spring. Bang, bang, bang. As Lu Chuan tidied the dishes after the meal, the entire dining table began to tremble. Not only the table, but the very earth quaked rhythmically, as if an army of thousands were charging forth. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. A neat black line emerged on the distant horizon, surging towards us like the tide, its pressure intensifying as it drew closer. This was the 200 Dragon Yuan guards, led by Luo Ran. In truth, the Jin Yuan sect was the true master. The previous rabble could only be considered an appetizer. However, Lu Chuan felt somewhat disinterested, lacking the desire to slay or negotiate with the Jin Yuan sect. Casually waving his hand, two characters appeared on the ground. Having completed this, Lu Chuan instructed Ah Fu to carry the pots and dishes while he strolled back to Issa Peak with his hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 36, Awaiting. Although Luo Ran led merely 200 Dragon Yuan guards, their presence was far more formidable than the previous ragtag army of over 2,000. Clad in unified black armor and riding matching black steeds, they projected an aura akin to a landslide. Upon reaching the entrance of Minghua Pavilion, Luo Ran beheld a colossal mass. The area before the entrance was desolate, save for the shimmering light of the protective mountain array, occasionally reflecting peculiar colors. What is this? Luo Ran, catching the lingering scent of blood in the air, furrowed his brow at the sight of the massive form. He nodded to one of the Dragon Yuan guards behind him and instructed, "Go investigate." The guard dismounted and approached the enormous mass. Upon noticing the surface embedded with a multitude of heads, distorted expressions, hollow stares, and gaping mouths like black holes, the Dragon Yuan guard's mental fortitude was profoundly shaken. In an instant, his mind went blank, and he began to frantically strike his helmet in a fit of madness. Observing the unsettling situation, Luo Ran hurried forward, employing his true essence to obscure the vision of the Dragon Yuan guard. However, upon glimpsing the grotesque mass, Luo Ran too found himself momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, his formidable strength shielded him from any adverse effects. How could this be? Exclaimed the nearly deranged Dragon Yuan guard, regaining his composure. Luo Ran shook his head, sensing a previously unseen sword aura lingering in the air, cruel and savage enough to influence one's mental state. The Dragon Yuan guard exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that it was merely residual sword energy. Is this thing crafted from a living being? He pondered, directing his gaze at the grotesque mass, feeling a visceral discomfort. Luo Ran nodded thoughtfully. It is still quite fresh. It cannot be older than an hour. Master. That head appears to belong to the leader of the Wyafeng from the Juek sect. The Dragon Yuan guard soon recognized the identity of the head embedded in the grotesque mass. Luo Ran gently tapped his forehead, deducing that multiple sects had likely joined forces to confront the Mingyue Pavilion. Send someone to investigate these sects and ascertain their intentions for coming to the Mingyue Pavilion. Elder, there are characters over there, someone called out, prompting Luo Ran to raise his gaze towards the entrance of the mountain. Indeed, on the ground near the mountain gate, there were two crooked characters inscribed. Wait for whom? Realization dawned on Luo Ran that these characters were intended for the Jinyuan sect. Amused, he chuckled at the sight of the sloppily written characters. How many years has it been? How long has the Jinyuan sect not faced such an incident? Soon, Luo Ran sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow. Given the strength of the Mingyue Pavilion, it was inconceivable that they would engage in such mocking behavior. Even a moment of madness. Yet, this was indeed the reality. What emboldened the Mingyue Pavilion to act in such a way? And how had that grotesque mass come into existence? There were no apparent signs of destruction in the vicinity, suggesting that no large-scale conflict had occurred. This implied that the demise of these cultivators had been abrupt. Contemplating this, Luo Ran refrained from rash actions and, regarding the two characters, remarked with a hint of irony. Since they ask us to wait, let us indeed wait. Although the Dragon Yuan guard was puzzled by Luo Ran's orders, their discipline prevented them from questioning further. Are you not going to take that wooden sword? You have no other suitable blade. A Fu casually initiated a conversation with Lu Chuan on their way back to Isa Peak. That broken wooden sword has served you for over 10,000 years. Soaking up your sword energy. With your abilities, given a bit more time, you could cultivate an exceptional sword spirit. I've noticed you've been quite lively lately. He continued, his incessant chatter grating on Lu Chuan's nerves. Irritated, Lu Chuan snapped a twig and casually tucked it into his waist. Do not behave like a nagging mother, meddling in every affair. The donkey, dissatisfied, rolled its wise eyes. Humph, do you think I wish to interfere? If someone were to die before me, I wouldn't even blink. Foolish dog, Lu Chuan scoffed, surprisingly refraining from reprimanding the donkey. You have slain too many today. It will attract divine retribution. A Fu shifted the topic. What are you doing? Lu Chuan impatiently gestured towards the sky. Does the heavenly way have nothing better to do? Killing a few pigs and dogs warrants its attention? A Fu shook his head. The death of a few individuals certainly won't draw the attention of the heavenly way. But your power does not belong to this world. Let me explain it this way. Imagine this world as a computer, and your situation within it is akin to a virus in the system. When your computer is infected, do you not deploy antivirus software? Bah, you're the virus. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Am I afraid of her? If she provokes me, I'll chop her down. Brute. The donkey scoffed dismissively and continued. Though you are indeed unrivaled among mortals, confronting the heavenly way of a grand world directly is a gamble with uncertain outcomes. Besides, the heavenly way won't confront you head-on. It will strike you with lightning daily, and while it may not kill you, it will surely vex you. You insufferable creature. What are you trying to convey? Lu Chuan exclaimed, delivering a forceful slap to the donkey's face. The donkey's visage contorted from the blow, yet it remained unfazed. Accustomed to such treatment, if Lu Chuan were to refrain from striking, it would feel somewhat out of place. Let me be straightforward. Ah Fu shook his head, restoring his distorted face. You must learn the cultivation system of this world. Only then will you avoid drawing the ire of the heavenly way. Are you out of your mind? Lu Chuan's voice rose an octave. Are you certain that the two systems of power, conflict within me? Ah Fu shook his head. I don't know. You'll have to figure it out. I'm just here to provide assistance. How you manage it is your concern. After pondering for a while, Lu Chuan decided to return and experiment. That night, heavy rain poured down on the desolate Laogusha Mountains. Luo Ran, leading the Longyuan guards, stood resolutely in the downpour. Even as the rain lashed down, the Longyuan guards remained steadfast, maintaining their formation intact. The ground beneath them, however, had already washed away, leaving only two characters. A black warhorse galloped swiftly from the distance, carrying a Longyuan guard who had been dispatched earlier to gather intelligence. Reporting to the elder, the matter has been clarified. Half a month ago, the Maple Leaf Secret Realm opened, and all participating sects, except for the disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion, were utterly annihilated. This time, it is the Wansho sect allied with various sects to create trouble for the Mingyue Pavilion. So, only the Mingyue Pavilion's members survived? Luo Ran pondered, increasingly sensing the peculiar shift in the Minghua Pavilion. Since we are here, let's wait for a while. Luo Ran's rise to this point was not without reason. Exercise caution, for a prudent voyage endures through the ages. This truth remains immutable, regardless of circumstance. Indeed, should one ascertain that the Minghua Pavilion is devoid of uncertainties. A massacre awaits it. Chapter 37. The Inability to Cultivate. Senior, the disciples of the Jinyuan sect have awaited at the mountain's base throughout the night. Just as Lu Chuan arose from slumber, Nangong Chushua entered the courtyard. She appeared somewhat haggard, evidently having sacrificed rest the previous night. The arrival of the Longyuan guard had placed immense pressure upon her. Nangong Chushua could scarcely fathom that the Jinyuan sect would dispatch such a formidable weapon as the Longyuan guard. I lack the inclination to engage with them. Let's leave them waiting a few more days, Lu Chuan declared, proceeding to perform calisthenics in the courtyard. Nangong Chushua felt a twitch of anxiety. After all, they were dealing with the Jinyuan sect, and the arrival of the notorious Luo Ran made the situation even more precarious. However, with all her hopes resting upon Lu Chuan, she had no choice but to heed his commands. Upon completing his exercises, Lu Chuan felt a slight alleviation of discomfort. These aging limbs worry me. I fear the day may come when they can no longer function. He paused, then added, by the way, procure some introductory texts on cultivation for me, and also find a clear-spoken, logically minded maid to instruct me. Nangong Chushua was taken aback, uncertain of Lu Chuan's intentions. In her understanding, he was a practitioner of cultivation, albeit one who had concealed his true essence. Go on, don't be foolish. Lu Chuan playfully swatted her backside. The sudden sting jolted her back to reality, and she exited the courtyard with a flushed face. Before long, Bai Linlin arrived with several books and a piece of white stone. It was evident that Nangong Chushua had arranged for Bai Linlin to be Lu Chuan's mentor. Senior, this is the introductory technique of the Minghua Pavilion, the Qingchuan Ju, and this is the Tianqing stone, utilized to assess one's aptitude. Bai Linlin, being relatively familiar with Lu Chuan, exhibited little nervousness as she placed the items on the table and began to introduce them. Cultivation indeed requires a measure of innate talent, a truth that Lu Chuan grasped. After Bai Linlin completed her introductions, he picked up the transparent stone, focusing his attention upon it. With my capabilities, I must possess at least an exceptional talent, he thought, confidently grasping the stone. Before long, the Tianqing stone responded, emitting wisps of colorful mist that began to swirl above it. The mist thickened and coalesced, ultimately forming a small orb, akin to a miniature black hole. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the Tianqing stone shattered. This spectacle filled Lu Chuan with pride. Such a commotion indicated extraordinary aptitude, did it not? Yet, as he glanced at Bai Linlin and the onlookers, including Xiao Luluo, Xiao Xiun, and the enigmatic Hong Yezhenren, an unsettling feeling crept over him, suggesting that all was not as it seemed. For women, all wearing expressions of bewilderment, seemed utterly unprepared for this outcome. How is it that this elder possesses such extraordinary talent? Lu Chuan inquired uncertainly. At that moment, Hong Yezhenren could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Covering her mouth, she chuckled. Elder, your gift is not merely exceptional. It could be said to be unparalleled across the entire Tianyuan continent. Lu Chuan was perplexed. If his talent was indeed so remarkable, why did everyone appear so disconcerted? Bai Linlin scratched her head, her delicate features contorting into a frown as she attempted to explain. Senior, based on the reaction of the Tianqing stone, your constitution should be the legendary 5 elements dominant body. Oh, haha, impressive indeed. Just the name itself sounds extraordinary. Lu Chuan beamed, feeling like a chosen one. Ha! Hong Yezhenren laughed heartily. Elder, the 5 elements dominant body may sound formidable, but throughout history, only one person has ever succeeded in cultivating it. Lu Chuan was unfazed. A good talent should naturally come with its challenges. Be quiet. Bai Linlin shot a fierce glare at the gleeful Hong Yezhenren. Then, her gaze softened as she looked apologetically at Lu Chuan and continued, Senior, the 5 elements dominant body is a very unique constitution. Typically, practitioners possess 1 or 2 primary attributes, perhaps 3 at most. We merely need to cultivate according to our inherent attributes, which does not require excessive resources. However, the 5 elements dominant body encompasses all 5 elements, demanding not only an astonishing quantity of resources, but also a delicate balance among them. Historical records indicate that during the resource-rich ancient times, someone managed to cultivate it successfully. Yet, given the current scarcity of resources, Such cultivation is utterly impossible. Lu Chuan was left utterly bewildered. His constitution was indeed formidable, yet he could not cultivate it. That seemed to be the crux of the matter. Elder, if you cannot cultivate, then where does your incredible strength come from? Hong Yezhiren teased. Mind your own business. Lu Chuan retorted angrily, slapping Hong Yezhiren playfully on the backside, making her wince and tear up. Enough, enough. Go about your own business. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. After they departed, Lu Chuan sought out a Fu. Donkey, you saw what just happened. I can't cultivate, and there's nothing I can do about it. Why are you in a tizzy? A Fu replied, cheerfully, his eyes glinting with intelligence as he scanned Lu Chuan from head to toe. The 5 elements dominant body isn't impossible to cultivate. It's merely constrained by resources. The input-to-output ratio is simply not favorable, commonly referred to as a low-cost performance ratio. Speak in terms I can understand. Lu Chuan was tempted to give the donkey another playful jab. A Fu retracted his radiant gaze and chuckled. It's quite simple. The resources required to nurture one 5 elements dominant body could sustain over 100,000 ordinary practitioners. Moreover, the cultivation of the 5 elements dominance body is exceedingly arduous. If one fails to find equilibrium, the risk of disintegration looms perpetually. Given the cost-to-benefit ratio, any rational mind would refrain from investing in the 5 elements dominance body. Coincidentally, I lack the motivation to engage in such arduous training. As for Lu Chuan, he is indifferent. Why toil so hard when one could simply recline in ease? Just because others cannot, does not imply you cannot either. The donkey, in its foolishness, approached Lu Chuan. As long as I can align with the information of this world, I shall procure sufficient resources for you. Now, go forth to several major cities and spill rivers of blood, compelling the heavenly path to take action against you. While the heavenly path focuses its attention on you, I shall invade this grand world. Should I succeed, the resources of the entire world shall be devoted to you alone. What is there to fear about failure? Get lost. Lu Chuan lifted a foot and kicked the donkey away. Consider it. This is the sole method. The donkey's persistent voice echoed in the distance. Lu Chuan was not so dull. If he could not cultivate, then he would forego it. Lying here, admiring beautiful women, was far more enticing, was it not? Once he successfully rejuvenated himself, he could utilize his prowess and marry 100 wives. What a splendid prospect. Something is amiss, senior. A disciple sent to the 100 Flowers sect for alchemy has encountered a mishap. While Lu Chuan envisioned a bright future, Bai Linlin rushed into the courtyard, her face as pale as death. What the hell? Lu Chuan leapt from his chair in alarm. Chapter 38, Sudden Death. The illusory face pill is Lu Chuan's only hope for rejuvenation. Should anything go awry, this deranged individual might unleash chaos upon the heavens. Let's go and investigate. Lu Chuan followed by Linlin to the main peak, Tianshui Peak. At this moment, the discussion hall of Tianshui Peak was filled with hundreds of disciples standing in eerie silence. No one uttered a word. The atmosphere was oppressively quiet. The occasional sound of weeping only intensified the overwhelming sorrow. In the center of the hall lay a girl drenched in blood, her face obscured by the crimson liquid, rendering her features unrecognizable. Nangong Chushua held the girl tightly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Where is the senior? The bloodied girl managed to open her eyes with great difficulty. Her once bright pupils had turned a lifeless gray. She gently opened her palm, and a ring slipped from her grasp. This ring contained the materials for the illusory face pill that Lu Chuan sought. Upon seeing the blood-stained ring, Nangong Chushua could no longer contain herself and broke into loud sobs. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, the senior will be here soon, very soon. Please don't sleep, don't sleep. If you sleep, you may never awaken. Yet, the passage of life never slows for the abundance of emotions. Lin Xiao Xiao, with great effort, lifted her head to gaze at the entrance of the discussion hall. Until her final breath, she did not glimpse that aging figure. My name is Lin Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao for short. Senior, would you please take us to gather medicinal herbs? Hee, senior, why does your waist keep getting injured? Hee, senior, when we return, could you teach me swordsmanship? When Lu Chuan arrived at the council hall, Lin Xiao Xiao had closed her eyes forever. He recognized the blood-soaked figure. The girl who always smiled brightly, yet would raise her chin defiantly when unhappy. Lu Chuan had a poor memory, yet he had always remembered the name of this girl who smiled like a little kitten, Lin Xiao Xiao. She was gone. Her death came as a shock, so sudden that Lu Chuan was left unprepared. While he was dismissive of his enemies' lives, he cherished the lives of those close to him. The unexpected demise of Lin Xiao left him stunned at the entrance. In this world, life is the most inexpensive yet the most precious. The lives of enemies are cheap, while the lives of loved ones are invaluable. Senior. Nangong Chushue picked up the ring that Lin Xiao had dropped, holding it before her eyes as she choked back tears. Xiao and the others did not abandon their mission. The materials for the illusionary elixir were well protected. Lu Chuan sighed softly and stepped into the hall. He gently closed Lin Xiao's unblinking eyes. "There will be those who accompany you in death." His cold voice echoed in the hall. What transpired? Nangong Chushue understood that this was not the time for sorrow and silently wiped her tears. This mission to the 100-Flower Sect included 11 guards, led by Elder Wu. To avoid drawing attention, they did not ride spirit beasts but used magical artifacts to fly to the 100-Flower Sect. The last message Xiao brought back revealed that they had encountered evil cultivators at Black Moon Beach. Elder Wu and the other disciples perished in battle, while only Xiao managed to break through with her life. Lu Chuan nodded. It seemed they had been ambushed. With a sorrowful and helpless expression, Nangong Chushue stated, "In recent years, the Mingyue Pavilion has grown weak, and I have always restricted my disciple from venturing out, fearing such occurrences. Take me to Black Moon Beach." Lu Chuan rose. Every matter must reach a conclusion. Blood debts must be repaid, as is only just. Nangong Chushue nodded, lifting Lin Xiao's lifeless body. Her eyes ablaze with fury. Lin, prepare the materials for the Mirror Flower Water Moon elixir and accompany our senior to Black Moon Beach. The other disciples should ready themselves for battle and guard the mountain gate. Until our senior returns, no outsiders are permitted to step into the Mingyue Pavilion. Hongye, you should also accompany our senior to Black Moon Beach. You are more familiar with the matters concerning the evil cultivators. Nangong Chushue methodically orchestrated everything. Black Moon Beach was a necessary passage to the 100-Flower Sect. To avoid traversing Black Moon Beach would require circumventing the vast Bow's Lake, consuming much more time. Furthermore, the areas surrounding Bow's Lake were frequently plagued by demonic beasts, posing a constant threat of being devoured. Thus, Black Moon Beach had nearly become a solitary route. For this reason, Black Moon Beach has become the prime location for nefarious deeds and highway robbery. Those who journey to the 100-Flower Sect are invariably alchemists, often carrying substantial amounts of rare materials. Such a risk-free endeavor is appealing to many, and over time, Black Moon Beach is transformed into a den of bandits. Furthermore, its treacherous terrain, coupled with its proximity to Bay's Lake, provides a strategic advantage, even with the 3 sects' attempts to encircle the area. These rogue practitioners can easily slip into the lake, evading capture. Once the commotion subsides, the fortunate survivors re-emerge to continue their illicit activities. Moreover, these bandits are astute, refraining from antagonizing the disciples of major sects, instead targeting those weaker sections. It is evident that the Mingyue Pavilion falls into this vulnerable category. When Lu Chuan arrived at Black Moon Beach, he was met with a gruesome scene of scattered corpses. The blood had darkened, and a multitude of flies swarmed over the remains, while carrion creatures lurked nearby, poised for a feast. Witnessing the dismembered bodies of their comrades, Bai Lin and her companions could not help but redden their eyes. "Let's first gather the bodies," Lu Chuan stated flatly, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. The group complied and began to piece together the remains on the riverbank. "Senior, something feels amiss." Red Leaf Jinren quickly sensed the unease in the atmosphere. "Speak," Lu Chuan replied, his expression unchanging. Red Leaf Jinren swallowed hard, apprehensive of Lu Chuan's demeanor. Generally, the malevolent practitioners inhabiting Black Moon Beach do not resort to such extreme measures. Even during robbery, fatalities are rare, let alone the dismemberment of bodies. Their motivation lies in wealth, not in bloodshed. Observing Lu Chuan's silence, Red Leaf Jinren continued, based on this brutal approach, it is likely that the robbery and murders were committed by a different group. As he spoke, Red Leaf Jinren gestured, and a severed arm flew into his hand. The severed limb exhibited a peculiar, ghastly green hue, indicative of a lethal poison. Few practitioners employ poisons, and those who do are often considered among the most heinous. Even typical rogue practitioners would avoid such methods. After finishing his statement, Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. Taken aback, Red Leaf Jinren nodded hastily. This green toxin, known as green glaze, is only found on the 72 Immortal Island. The mere mention of 72 Immortal Island sent a shiver down the spines of Bai Lin and her companions. Chapter 39. The Sword of Three Men and Calamity. If the 100 Go sect is the leader of the dark path in the western part of Tianyuan continent, then the 72 Immortal Cave commands the entirety of the dark forces across the continent. Located above the Sleepless Sea, far from the mainland, it is said that the number of rogue practitioners congregated at the 72 Immortal Cave exceeds 10,000. Each of these practitioners is ruthless, possessing unique and lethal abilities, and their combined influence rivals that of the three sects. Even Yamen's, one of the three sects adjacent to the Sleepless Sea, finds itself powerless against the 72 Immortal Cave. After Red Leaf Jinren concluded his remarks, Lu Chuan turned his gaze toward Bai Linlin. Child, restore the scene with the illusory reflection, one by one. I shall eradicate their entire lineage. Lu Chuan's words enveloped Bai Linlin with an immense sense of security. Soon, the illusory reflection array was fully arranged, and the scene materialized within the water mirror. Witnessing the brutal battle, along with Elder Wu leading the girls to cover Lin Xiaoxiao's retreat, the disciples of Mingyue Pavilion were already in tears. Ultimately, it concluded with Elder Wu's self-detonation, marking the end of the conflict. Thus, it was impossible to find any remnants of Elder Wu at the scene. Silence, accompanied by low sobs, cast an oppressive atmosphere. Senior, I recognize this individual. He belongs to the 72 Immortal Caves. The silence was shattered by real person Hongya, pointing to the elder who appeared last in the image. Lu Chuan nodded, confirming that this ambush incident was orchestrated by the 72 Immortal Caves. However, real person Hongya gazed at the image with some perplexity. Senior, there is one thing I do not understand. The 72 Immortal Caves generally operate along the coast. How could they venture so deeply near Baize Lake? It is likely hundreds of thousands of miles from Weimian Sea. They have no reason to forsake proximity for distance to commit robbery and murder here. I will ascertain the truth, Lu Chuan declared, lifting his gaze to the surrounding mountains and inquiring, are there malevolent cultivators lurking within these mountains? Real person Hongya nodded, explaining that without a large-scale purge, the malevolent cultivators entrenched at Heiyue Beach typically concealed themselves in the surrounding mountains. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan drew a branch from his waist and forcefully implanted it into the ground. Sort of the three calamities. Black sword energy spread like a spider's web, quickly enveloping the entire ground and extending into the nearby mountains. The moment the web of black sword energy unfurled, the chirping of insects and the calls of birds vanished. The gentle breeze ceased to blow, and the nearby stream halted its flow. All sounds surrendered to a profound silence. 10 minutes later, they witnessed a figure emerging from the mountain ahead. The individual appeared dazed, staggering as though a mere husk of flesh. Upon closer inspection, a strand of black silk connected to his feet. With the appearance of the first individual, followed by the second, third, and fourth, within just 10 minutes, over 100 figures emerged from the surrounding mountains. These individuals shared a commonality. They were ensnared by the black sword energy, rendered as mere automatons. Such a sinister method sent chills through the onlookers. The first to approach Lu Chuan was a tall, gaunt middle-aged man. The illness of the old age, Wu Dajiang. Real person Hongya gazed at the middle-aged man, astonished. Wu Dajiang was quite renowned in the realm of malevolent cultivation. It was said that due to an unremitting ailment, he had been tormented by pain, rendering him tall and emaciated, resembling a skeleton, which earned him the moniker of the illness of the old age. However, this disease of the Tai Shui is indeed a formidable practitioner of the sixth realm, renowned even in the dark arts. Yet now, Wu Dajiang resembles a marionette, staring vacantly at Lu Chuan. What transpired during the battle at Heiyue Beach? Lu Chuan inquired. Wu Dajiang, with a dazed expression, nodded slightly. The people from the 72 Immortal Caves arrived here the other day to discuss the assassination of the Mingyue Pavilion members. The condition was that all members of the Mingyue Pavilion must be killed, and they would take not a single coin from the spoils. Given the Mingyue Pavilion's precarious position, we acquiesced. After speaking, Wu Dajiang fell silent once more, lost in thought. Not for wealth, but merely to kill. Lu Chuan gently tapped his forehead. It seemed he would need to visit the 72 Immortal Caves to clarify matters, as there might be someone orchestrating these murders. As Lu Chuan pondered, he picked up a branch from the ground and tossed it away. The branch landed steadily at the center of the small river. Since you have partaken in this matter, then you may as well meet your demise. All the controlled practitioners now turned direction, mechanically moving toward the river's center. Over 100 individuals gathered, forming concentric circles. I shall pay a visit to that damned immortal cave. Who knows the way? Having said this, Lu Chuan enveloped all the maidens in a shroud of black sword energy. The real person Hongya contemplated for a moment and remarked, "The 72 immortal caves are shrouded in mystery, located above the vast ocean, said to be protected by a natural formation, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Senior, I can guide you to the Wuming Sea, but I do not know the exact position. We can head to Yunming's then." Boom! Before the real person Hongya could finish speaking, the circle of practitioners nearby erupted in a deafening explosion. All present saw a flash of black light, followed by a loss of hearing and nearly blinded eyes. The explosion of over 100 practitioners was nothing short of terrifying. A colossal black mushroom cloud ascended, and the horrifying shockwave nearly overturned everything visible within a 10-mile radius. This is Lu Chuan, the origin of the name man-made disaster among the 12 sword techniques. He erodes the living with sword energy, then incites them to self-detonate, effectively turning them into human bombs. This technique is particularly suited for large-scale slaughter. If Lu Chuan so desired, he could obliterate a grand city with this man-made disaster in mere moments. Moreover, the stronger the individuals controlled by the sword energy, the greater the explosive force. These hundreds were practitioners, including powerful figures like Wu Dajiang of the Sixth Realm. The explosive power was equivalent to that of a small nuclear bomb. Most terrifying of all, the black sword energy that scattered post-explosion would continue to control the living, inciting further self-detonations until it dissipated completely. These 12 sword techniques were birthed during Lu Chuan's most erratic period, imbued with an extreme anti-human and anti-social essence. Although those shielded by the sword energy were not affected by the shockwave, the horrifying scene rendered everyone weak in the knees. After the explosion, Lu Chuan retracted all the scattered black sword energy. Although he still experienced intermittent episodes of madness, he had considerably improved since emerging from that state. No longer indifferent to life and death, you all should return first. I will accompany Xiao Hongya to the dreamless sea. With a gentle wave of his hand, a branch from the center of the small river flew before by Linlin. Remarkably, the intensity of the earlier explosion had not damaged the branch in the slightest, which was truly astonishing. Take this branch. Should you encounter any troublemakers, use it to teach them a lesson. Chapter 40. Conducting some business. The Baifeng Ferry is the gateway to the dreamless sea. Here, a vast city, Baifeng City, has emerged primarily focused on maritime trade, governed by one of the three major sects, Yunming's. Among the three sects, Yunming's is the most understated, possessing the weakest presence. It is rare to see disciples of Yunming's traversing the world. Nevertheless, it is acknowledged as the wealthiest sect on the Tianyuan continent due to its control over maritime commerce, boasting 3 flying merchant ships capable of traversing the continent. These vessels are responsible for trade with other continents, returning every 3 to 5 years, each journey yielding immense profits for Yunming's. However, in recent years, Yunming's maritime trade has faced significant challenges. The 72 immortal caves in the Dreamless Sea have been particularly active, frequently landing and pillaging Baifeng City, though they dare not attack Yunming's merchant ships. The entire city has been thrown into chaos lately, greatly affecting Yunming's trade activities. Yet, Yunming's finds itself powerless against this nuisance. The 72 immortal caves are protected by natural formations within the vast ocean, and the rogue cultivators are exceptional individuals. A complete eradication would likely cause severe repercussions for Yunming's. They are most reluctant to allow the Xintian sect and Jinyuan sect to benefit from such turmoil. 2 days later, Lu Chuan arrived in Baifeng City. Traveling at his speed, he had journeyed for a full 2 days, gaining a new understanding of the vastness of this world. Accompanying him, the real person Hongya observed the bustling streets. "Senior, let us inquire at the city lord's mansion. Yunming's must know the exact location of the 72 immortal caves." Lu Chuan did not refuse. Indeed, locating several small islands in this boundless sea would prove quite challenging. If only the donkey could match the information of this world, such difficulties would be unnecessary. The city lord's mansion had issued a new announcement. Yet again, they were recruiting personnel. How many times this month? The group of ruffians from the 72 immortal caves had become exceedingly audacious, reportedly setting their sights on the flying merchant ships, prompting Yunming's to take action. Let's merely observe the spectacle. No amount of commission is worth risking our lives. In front of the opulent gates of the city lord's mansion, a crowd of cultivators gathered, discussing the newly posted announcement on the wall. Lu Chuan glanced at the notice, which was an announcement for recruiting guards. The requirements were rather high, necessitating candidates to be above the fifth realm, with a preference for sword cultivators. Furthermore, it was a long-term contract, lasting a minimum of 5 years. Naturally, the offered conditions were quite enticing, boasting a yearly salary of at least 10,000 high-quality spirit stones, alongside various rare materials. Lu Chuan recalled that the annual income of the Mingyue Pavilion was only around 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. For Yunmings to offer a guard a salary of 10,000 high-quality spirit stones per year was indeed indicative of their financial prowess. It seemed that Yunmings had not been faring well in recent years, given the exorbitant prices they had set. After reading the announcement, Master Hongye sighed with a hint of nostalgia. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment, formulating an idea to negotiate with their leader, asking how much they would offer for his annihilation of the 72 immortal caves. The Mingyue Pavilion was rather impoverished, and since he had decided to assist them, Lu Chuan felt it necessary to put in a bit more effort. After all, he was already set on destroying the 72 immortal caves. If he could simultaneously secure a profit for the maidens of the Mingyue Pavilion, it would be quite beneficial. Why didn't I think of that before? Master Hongye exclaimed, slapping his forehead. What are we doing? We're here to apply for the guard position, but this is the city Lord's mansion. Master Hongye pulled Lu Chuan along, carelessly barging through the main gate, only to be predictably stopped by the guards. Lu Chuan lacked the patience for idle chatter with the guards, swiftly using his sword energy to subdue them and instructing them to relay his intentions. Before long, the city lord himself came out to greet them, exhibiting a warm demeanor. After all, it had been many years since such a formidable individual had appeared, one intent on destroying the 72 immortal caves. The city lord appeared to be a portly man in his 50s, exuding an amiable aura akin to that of a wealthy gentleman. Please come inside. He beckoned when he saw Lu Chuan and Master Hongye, though he could not entirely conceal his disappointment at their appearance. Nevertheless, having ascended to his position, the little chubby man was adept at handling social interactions and did not show any signs of neglect due to their looks. No need. Just send someone who knows the way. We are setting sail immediately, Lu Chuan replied curtly, disinterested in the subtleties of social niceties. The city lord, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled helplessly. Elder, sailing is certainly feasible, but you must understand that this is no trifling matter. How much will Yunmings compensate for the eradication of the 72 immortal caves? Lu Chuan cut straight to the chase, avoiding any unnecessary conversation. The city lord, uncertain of Lu Chuan's confidence, began to question whether this elder was genuinely formidable or merely deranged. Moreover, he sensed no fluctuations of true essence emanating from Lu Chuan, which left him in doubt. 200,000 high-quality spirit stones. After much deliberation, the city lord finally proposed a price. This sum was roughly equivalent to the Mingyue Pavilion's earnings over 2 decades. A flat rate of 400,000, Lu Chuan countered, raising the stakes significantly. Are you out of your mind? The city lord exclaimed, taken aback. 400,000 high-quality spirit stones constituted the entirety of Yunming's income over 3 years. Can we negotiate on the 400,000? Lu Chuan was formidable, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the city lord's mansion. The city lord felt an inexplicable tremor in his soul as he met Lu Chuan's emotionless eyes. 3 million. To Lu Chuan's surprise, the portly man stood firm against the pressure and countered with a price. The Yunming's family was prominent and prosperous, yet their expenditures were equally substantial. Your quoted price is excessively high. Each maritime venture carried risks. While issues with cargo could be manageable, complications with personnel could entail significant compensation. Previously, the Feiyun ship collided with an iceberg, and repairing the vessel alone cost 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The city lord lamented, pouring out his grievances. For million, reduce it by a single coin, and I shall crush you. Dispatch men to the dock immediately. Set sail at once. Lu Chuan's domineering nature was unmistakable. Having spoken, he turned on his heel and departed from the city lord's mansion. As Lu Chuan's figure receded, the city lord exhaled deeply. The pressure this old man imposed was indeed immense, particularly when those piercing eyes were fixed upon him, as if they could siphon away his very soul. For a million to obliterate the 72 immortal caves was not exorbitant. After calculating, the city lord deemed the 4 million acceptable, provided that the 72 immortal caves were completely annihilated. Otherwise, if the flames of a wildfire were to persist and spring breezes reignite, that 4 million would be squandered. After much contemplation, the city lord resolved to take the gamble. After all, the risk of loss was minimal. Should he succeed, the Yunmings would eliminate a lingering concern, ensuring the safety of Baifeng City during their maritime endeavors. If he failed, the old man would not return, sparing him the hassle of future troubles. Chapter 41. Setting Sail in Search of Islands. Senior, you truly dare to ask for such a sum. 4 million high-grade spirit stones. That's an immense pile. In a modest noodle shop at the dock, Lu Chuan savored his meal, accompanied by the esteemed Red Leaf Master. It must be less, Lu Chuan replied, shaking his head. If the 72 immortal caves could indeed be entirely eradicated, the Yunmings would entertain a higher price. The safety of maritime routes was a vital factor influencing trade, and the Yunmings would not skimp on this expense. Suddenly, 4 individuals burst through the door of the noodle shop. After surveying the surroundings, they approached Lu Chuan's table directly. The leader, a burly man, slammed the compass onto the table with great force. You old man, hiding in this shabby place eating noodles, it took me quite the effort to find you. You intend to set sail, correct? His booming voice reverberated throughout the noodle shop, shaking it to its core. Had the city lord lost his senses? Did these two think they could seek the immortal caves? Such audacity in these times. Before the man could finish his sentence, he received a resounding slap across the face, sending him crashing through the noodle shop and landing on the curb. Next, please. A guest who can articulate, Lu Chuan remarked, lifting a large bowl and slurping the broth. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman exchanged glances, swallowing hard. They have utterly failed to comprehend how a person could be propelled into the air. However, one thing is certain. It was the old man indulging in noodles who instigated it. I am Wang Shuyue, and this is my second brother, Wang Shouyu, while my younger brother is Wang Shuren. The one you flung away is our eldest brother, Wang Shui. Ultimately, it was the woman who spoke first. Huh, Wang Shui's fragrant dish. Lu Chuan glanced at Wang Shui, who lay on the roadside, teetering between life and death, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. What? Wang Shui momentarily failed to grasp the meaning. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. You understand the task now, right? Just lead me to that so-called divine cave. Wang Shui nodded. The city lord has already instructed us. Good. I don't wish to engage further with you. Just focus on your own matters, Lu Chuan stated, his mood sour before striding out of the noodle shop. And let that fragrant dish not follow. It dampens my spirits. Upon exiting, Lu Chuan kicked Wang Shuyue once more, adding, you. Second brother Wang Shouyu could no longer bear it and was about to speak, only to be silenced by Wang Shuyue's hand over his mouth. Choose another place to die. We can't provoke this old man. Wang Shui nodded helplessly. The voyage went smoothly. Their boarding caused quite a stir, for such reckless endeavors are rare these days. The seasoned old-timers at Baifeng Dock were well aware of one fact. Once the 4 siblings of the Wang family set sail, they were undoubtedly seeking the divine cave. Only these 4 siblings could accurately pinpoint the locations of the 72 divine caves. The last time they ventured out to sea was nearly 20 years ago, if memory serves. Indeed, that expedition stirred quite a commotion. I recall there was a band of thousands formed to combat bandits, along with several great cultivators of the 7th realm. You are mistaken. The last time was 32 years ago, led by the Yunming's own organized expedition, which consisted of over 3,000 people. Yet only a little over 100 returned. It has been too long. My recollections have faded. Alas, Yunming's is becoming increasingly unreliable, allowing an old man to set sail. If the 4 siblings of the Wang family are involved, Yunming's will surely find itself regretting it. It is said, mind you, that the 72 divine caves are indeed related to 2 other major sections. Buddy, you must not speak such words lightly. Speak lightly? Have you not considered why the 72 divine caves thrive right beneath Yunming's nose? Without the backing of those 2 sects, I would not believe it even if you beat me to death. There is some truth to that. After all, Yunming's business is exceedingly lucrative. And it stands alone. Wouldn't others covet it? Enough, enough. This is not for us to discuss. The golden vessel, carrying Lu Chuan and his companions, set sail, igniting fervent discussions among those on the shore. Elder, this is our Wang family's unique assault boat, significantly faster than ordinary vessels. Should you wish to return, we can turn back at any moment. Wang Shuyue spoke anxiously to Lu Chuan aboard the ship. Lu Chuan ignored her, sitting alone at the bow of the boat, admiring the vast ocean scenery. Wang Shui, the unfortunate fellow, was also aboard, as the quest to locate the 72 immortal caves concealed by the natural formation required the combined efforts of the 4 siblings. Despite his disfavor towards this man, Lu Chuan allowed him onto the vessel. Wang Shui, with his right cheek swollen and a look of grievance on his face, huddled at the rear of the small boat, attempting to keep his distance from Lu Chuan. Your incessant chatter has landed you in quite the predicament. Wang Shuiyue scolded him while administering medicine. Hearing this, Wang Shuyi's eyes brimmed with tears, his sorrowful demeanor adding a touch of absurdity to the scene. For the following 2 days, the small boat sped through the boundless sea. It was not until the 3rd day, past midnight, that they reached a dark expanse of ocean where the boat finally halted. Elder, we are about to begin locating the immortal island, Wang Shuiyue said anxiously, glancing at Lu Chuan, still hoping he might turn back. After all, those who sought the immortal caves over the years seldom met with favorable outcomes. It was evident that this girl possessed a kind heart. Her concern lay not for herself, but for Lu Chuan and the safety of the real man Hongya. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. If you feel unsafe, you may determine your position and depart. That's not what I meant, Wang Shuiyue replied with a resigned smile. Unable to dissuade him, she resolved to commence her task. The 4 siblings secured the boat, each producing a compass and gazing up at the stars above. The position of the 72 immortal caves was not fixed. Due to the influence of a natural formation, the islands would constantly shift, yet they would not stray far from this dark sea. Wang Shuiyue explained to Lu Chuan, we can determine the current location of the 72 immortal caves by following the celestial signs. A few beams of moonlight cascaded from the zenith, illuminating the center of the 4 compasses. The compasses erupted with a brilliant golden light, which then shot back towards the heavens, causing the compasses to begin spinning. As the 4 of them continued their intricate gestures, the ancient compasses exhibited astonishing transformations. The center of the compass gradually opened, each segment resembling a quarter of a lotus flower. Subsequently, the 4 gathered their compasses, and the central lotus portion detached from the compass, ascending into the air to form a complete lotus. The lotus slowly unfurled beneath the moonlight, and ultimately, a nautical chart appeared atop the blooming flower. We found it, exclaimed Wang Shuiyue, her heart swelling with joy at the sight of the chart. However, before she could articulate the precise location, the tranquil sea suddenly roiled. Towering waves surged forth, violently rocking the small boat as if it were on the verge of being capsized. A colossal dark shadow loomed amidst the waves, rapidly approaching the vessel. The Sea Devourer, how could an 8-realm beast appear here? Upon witnessing that ominous shadow, Wang Shuiyue's voice trembled in fear. Quick, accelerate. Let us depart from this place. Yet, it was too late. The shadow surged forth upon a colossal wave, its maw agape, commencing a tempestuous intake. The small vessel spun helplessly under the terrifying pull. The Sea Devourer, an 8th-tier beast, faced the Wang siblings, the most formidable among them being Wang Shuyi, who barely reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. To escape the jaws of the Sea Devourer with such feeble strength was but a foolish dream. Amidst the roiling waves, despair enveloped them deeply. Get lost. Just as the small boat threatened to spiral out of control, Lu Chuan's icy voice resonated with a dispassionate clarity. The utterance was not loud, yet it penetrated the ears of all present, as though it had struck their very souls, causing a collective shudder. Astonishingly, the Sea Devourer, riding the waves and wielding nature's might, plummeted into the depths of the ocean following that command. The onlookers witnessed the beast's massive form retreating swiftly beneath the surface. As if fleeing from a plague, the survivors collapsed upon the small boat, their gazes toward Lu Chuan transformed entirely. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. Wang Shuiyue led the expression of gratitude, with the other 3 hastily following suit. Have the positions been confirmed? Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Wang Shuiyue nodded. Yes, confirmed. 3,500 miles to the southeast. The 72 immortal caves are protected by a natural formation. Entry is not so easily attained. Before Wang Shuiyue could finish her sentence, Lu Chuan had vanished from the bow. The group exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing a look of confusion. Only the enigmatic Hongye Jinren, accustomed to such occurrences, leaned languidly against the side of the boat, gazing into the dark sea in a daze. Miss, what is the background of this elder? Wang Shuyi, unable to contain his curiosity, ventured a question after previously offending Lu Chuan. I do not know, Hongye Jinren replied with a smile and a shrug. Just avoid provoking him. Silence enveloped the group momentarily. Who would not wish to provoke such a seemingly vulnerable figure? Sister, the appearance of an 8th-tier beast here is rather peculiar, Wang Shuren, typically reticent, voiced his concerns. Wang Shuiyue nodded in agreement. It likely relates to the tremors of the Eye of the Abyss. Powerful beasts from the heart of the unrestful sea may have been driven to other regions. Sighing, Wang Shoren lamented, I cannot fathom why things have been so unsettled at sea these past 2 years. Wang Shuyue affectionately ruffled Wang Shoren's hair, smiling. Such matters are beyond our concern. The three sects have dispatched individuals to the eye of the abyss. Fear not, all shall be well. Why is the malignant tumor of the 72 immortal caves so difficult to eradicate? The answer is simple. This archipelago is shielded by a remarkable natural formation, one that allows the islands to shift positions continuously. Without the ability for astrological navigation, it would be utterly impossible to accurately locate oneself amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. Lu Chuan arrived at the position indicated by Wang Shuyue, seemingly walking in midair. Below, a vast ocean surface lay shrouded in thick fog, teeming with a palpable presence of life. It appeared that he had reached the correct location. This must indeed be where the 72 immortal caves were situated. Gently, Lu Chuan raised his hand, and a dark sword aura began to swirl around his fingertips. He maintained this posture for a full 10 minutes, during which the sword aura condensed into a small, black hole-like entity. The sword winds began to stir. With a flick of his finger, the tiny black hole plummeted from the heights. Lu Chuan descended alongside it, plunging into the thick fog below. The small black hole ultimately hovered approximately 10 meters above the fog, while Lu Chuan continued his descent. Upon making contact with the fog, a tremendous force of resistance rebounded against him. This must be the protective barrier of the formation. Although this force was not particularly immense, it presented an insurmountable chasm for ordinary cultivators. With a swift motion, Lu Chuan sliced through this barrier and landed steadily on the ground. He had neither the inclination nor the time to observe the surrounding environment. His purpose for coming here was singular, to eliminate everyone present, leaving only a few alive for interrogation later. Rise! Lu Chuan softly snapped his fingers. In that instant, the small black hole hovering above the fog erupted with a sudden flash of darkness. Following this, an immense suction force emanated from the black hole. Under this tremendous pull, the thick fog below surged into the black hole as if devoured by a whale. An eternal night began to envelop the earth, the stars hidden from view. The moon obscured, leaving no glimmer of hope for life. Under the influence of this terrifying force, the entire 72 immortal caves began to convulse. Numerous cultivators, cursing vehemently, soared into the sky. When they realized that the eternal night had descended and the protective fog of the islands had dissipated, fear spread through the crowd like a plague. Which esteemed friend has graced the immortal cave with their presence? Might you step forth for a discourse? A robust voice resonated across the island. Lu Chuan had no desire to engage. His sole objective for this visit was to eradicate everyone present. As he observed the fog being consumed, his vision gradually cleared. Lu Chuan snapped his fingers once more. Scatter. The small black hole ceased its tempestuous absorption. With a thunderous boom, a sound erupted. Subsequently, a black wind blade, scarcely a foot in length, shot forth from the black hole. The wind blade, moving with the swiftness of a shooting star, raced toward the cultivators suspended in the air. The cultivators had no time to react before the wind blade, trailing a long line of black luminescence, severed their necks. The decapitated heads fell from the sky like dumplings. Lu Chuan called out softly. A Fu, ever perceptive, promptly appeared by his side. Ah, master, what can I do for you? Sensing Lu Chuan's discontent, a Fu refrained from provoking him further. Lu Chuan nodded. Gather those heads for me. I wish to take them back and pay tribute to the deceased. Rest assured, it's a trivial task. A Fu chuckled heartily and vanished into the darkness. Lu Chuan closed his eyes for a moment, then, hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely towards the area abundant with the scent of life. With each step, the small black holes in the sky unleashed a merciless black blade of wind that ruthlessly reaped lives. Chapter 43. Killing for money, a reasonable justification. Beneath the polar night, the black blades of wind trailed a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors. This light intertwined to form a vast net, unrelentingly harvesting the lives across the archipelago. Soon, a terrified scream echoed through the air. He attempted to flee, but as he took a step, the blade of wind, accompanied by the light, sliced through his neck. In that moment, the warmth in his chest turned icy. This must be a dream. Surely it was a dream, for he felt no pain. Yet, the cacophony of final cries from the islanders revealed the grim truth. This was no dream. Reality and illusion. How can one discern? He beheld his own body, noticed his toes, and ultimately succumbed to the endless darkness. Life was so trivial. With a mere flick of a finger, much could be taken away. Lu Chuan continued his deliberate march, counting each step. 1,235. This was the number of steps he had taken, and it mirrored the quantity of deathly blades hovering over the archipelago at that moment. This night, none would survive. Upon completing those 1,235 steps, Lu Chuan encountered the first living souls. No, a multitude. They were huddled within a cave, frantically cursing, venting their fear. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, they regarded him as a savior. Though they did not know him, the moment they laid eyes on the old man, they instinctively deemed him the orchestrator of this merciless slaughter. It was a peculiar sensation, as if they shared an unspoken connection. Who are you? Who are you? And why do you massacre our divine cave? A tall, middle-aged man summoned all his courage to roar at Lu Chuan. Does it matter? Lu Chuan replied with a smile, shaking his head as he settled onto a stone. Tell me, who are you? Who are you truly? The middle-aged man howled in desperation once more. Is this question of any significance? To Lu Chuan, it held little weight. Yet for these doomed souls, it was of utmost importance. How could they depart this world without understanding? Lu Chuan waved his hand and smiled. Let us change the subject. A few days ago, your divine cave ambushed the disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion at Black Moon Beach. Who orchestrated that? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware of the situation at hand. You are mistaken. We will not venture inland. It serves no benefit for us. It seemed he had grasped the lifeline. As he began to shout an explanation, Lu Chuan rested his chin on his hand, gently tapping his cheek with his finger, and slowly said, Here is a hint, green glass. Upon hearing these 3 words, the middle-aged man's body trembled. Tu Bailey, you scoundrel, come over here. He roared hoarsely towards the crowd behind him. Soon, a person was thrown to the forefront. Lu Chuan glanced at him and nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed the elder who had appeared last in the illusory scene. A faint smile crept on Lu Chuan's face as he teasingly remarked, Speak up. I presume you have something to say to me. Tu Bailey looked at Lu Chuan, his entire being trembling like a sieve. I should not have ambushed the disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion. I was bewitched. Please forgive my folly. Not that. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, feeling somewhat disinterested. I accepted a task from the Wanshaman to kill a disciple of the Mingyue Pavilion for a reward of 100 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Chuan nodded, finding the matter rather simple. So, it seems you are collecting money to eliminate people. Is that correct? Yes. Tu Bailey hurriedly nodded, but then immediately felt something amiss and shook his head vigorously. All right, killing for money is indeed a compelling reason. Lu Chuan rose and dusted himself off. Senior, the culprit has been found. Could you spare my divine cave? I am willing to accept any form of compensation. The middle-aged man's will to survive was strong, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Lu Chuan shrugged and chuckled merrily. I've already stated that killing for money is a fine rationale. Coincidentally, I have also accepted a task for 1 million high-grade spirit stones to obliterate your divine cave. Do you have any further inquiries? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt a wave of dizziness. I can offer an even higher price. I only ask that you spare my life. Lu Chuan could no longer suppress his laughter and, in a fit of mania, twisted his neck. Do you truly believe I am here for the money? Ha! You are mistaken. I merely seek individuals to accompany the young ladies in their burial. Of course, the more, the merrier. Profit is merely a secondary concern. With that, Lu Chuan strolled away with his hands behind his back. The gloom that had lingered in his heart for days had finally begun to dissipate, lifting his spirits considerably. Ha! If you wish for us to accompany you in death, do not even think of leaving this place. In the depths of despair, the middle-aged man unexpectedly began to laugh. Do you know why even the divine cave cannot escape this place? Because true deities reside here. Ha! You have disrupted the formation. Your slaughter will awaken them. The bloodshed will rouse them, and the formation will no longer restrain them. The Tianyuan continent shall face catastrophe. Ha! As the middle-aged man roared in despair, the entire archipelago began to tremble violently. A series of explosive sounds resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The dense night seemed to thicken further, impenetrable even to a knife or a needle. A sudden gust of wind swept across, stirring a cloud of dust and debris. A slender figure flickered in and out of visibility within the tempest. This silhouette appeared distant, yet tantalizingly close. At this moment, atop the far-off peaks of the northern Kunlun Mountains, a middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, the stars within his gaze twinkled erratically. He gazed toward the direction of the sleepless sea and gently shook his head. The wind spirit had been roused. It seemed a descent was imminent. How intriguing. This must be a naturally born wind deity worthy of study. Such a spirit holds immense value for understanding the evolution of this world. Unbeknownst to him, Afu had appeared by Lu Chuan's side. Observing the elusive figure amidst the storm, Afu cheerfully proposed a suggestion. The donkey was dragging a massive net behind it, filled with fresh, severed heads. Lu Chuan, annoyed, delivered a punch to Afu's head. Collecting heads is your task. Why complicate matters? Hey, just a minor suggestion. By the way, I'll assign you a side quest. Feel free to undertake it or not. No need to be upset, Afu chuckled, hastily retreating with his net. Lu Chuan cast a glance at the shadow, uninterested in the trivial deity. As long as it posed no trouble, all was well. Ding. Special side quest activated. Awakening of the wind spirit. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The wind spirit, suppressed by the heavenly Tao for millennia, has been liberated by the host. The Tianyuan continent shall face a calamity. The host may subdue the wind spirit to assist in cultivating the 5 elements dominance body. Chapter 44. Under surveillance. Are you instructing me? Lu Chuan scoffed, rolling his eyes as he gestured toward the figure amidst the storm. You there. Stop playing with the wind and come over here. The raging winds abruptly ceased. The dark figure stood frozen, evidently taken aback by Lu Chuan's command. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome man before? I said come here, did you not hear? Lu Chuan's impatience grew. You're courting death. A voice, indignant and ambiguous in gender, retorted. The shadow vanished and reappeared before Lu Chuan in an instant. A pair of large black hands reached for Lu Chuan's chest, conjuring an unseen wind that fractured the surrounding space. The air shattered like a broken mirror, riddled with cracks. Damn it, how dare you? Lu Chuan, now infuriated, extended his own hand. Smack! Lu Chuan struck first, delivering a resounding slap to the figure's face. The crisp sound echoed, leaving the shadow momentarily stunned. Hand raised in astonishment. Smack, smack, smack. Lu Chuan delivered several resounding slaps to the shadow's visage, rendering it utterly befuddled. I am the wind spirit, a deity born of heaven and earth. How is it that you have encountered me? The shadow inquired, raising its hand with a quivering voice. Crying? Dare to weep, and I shall obliterate you, Lu Chuan retorted, lifting his hand once more, causing the shadow to hastily cover its mouth in fright. I am in need of a henchman. Your peculiar physique has caught my eye, so you shall suffice. Lu Chuan often felt lethargic and preferred not to engage in conflict himself, thus seeking an accomplice aligned with his current needs. Upon hearing this demand, the shadow was incensed. I am the spirit of the wind, a god born of heaven and earth. What are you to me? How dare you presume to give me orders? Lu Chuan raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of slaps upon the shadow. Please cease. Enough. The shadow whimpered, its dark mist dissipating significantly under the onslaught, begging Lu Chuan to relent. Have you made your decision? Lu Chuan glared fiercely at the shadow. The shadow, shrinking back, weakly nodded in affirmation. However, in the blink of an eye, the shadow suddenly erupted into action, soaring skyward. The formation has been broken. Nothing in this world can bind me now. You ancient relic, how dare you expect me to serve as your henchman? Take a good look at yourself. Yet, before the shadow could finish its tirade, a piercing wind blade struck its neck, sending it plummeting from the sky with a shriek. To Lu Chuan's astonishment, the shadow appeared largely unscathed. The wound inflicted by the wind blade rapidly healed, returning to its original state. This is too troublesome, Lu Chuan sighed, snapping his fingers lightly. The small black hole hovering above quivered gently, and dozens of wind blades surged downward towards the shadow. What do you take me for? I am the wind spirit, born of heaven and earth. Mere wind blades cannot harm me, the shadow proclaimed defiantly as it struggled to rise from the ground. Yet, moments later, it collapsed to its knees before Lu Chuan. Spare me, noble one. I am willing to assist you in your endeavors. Lu Chuan nearly choked on his own blood, astonished by the shadow's utter lack of dignity. Is this truly a deity? So weak and devoid of honor? He waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the oncoming wind blades. You have deceived me once. Should you attempt it again, I shall drown you in the latrine. Fear not, noble one. There shall not be a second time. The shadow swore, raising its hand to the heavens in an oath. O heavens, O earth! What kind of monstrosity is this? The onlookers on the island, witnessing the outcome, nearly ascended to the skies in shock. Black Shadow, go assist my donkey in collecting heads, Lu Chuan commanded, strolling away with his hands behind his back, swaying leisurely. Lu Chuan strolled around the island, ensuring that no potential threats remained, before returning to the small boat. Upon seeing his quick return, the others speculated that the old man was in over his head and was preparing to flee. Wait a moment. Lu Chuan gestured to Wang Shoyue, who was about to start the boat. Huh? Wang Shoyue appeared perplexed. Senior, aren't we making a getaway? Getaway. Lu Chuan was equally bewildered. Once those malevolent cultivators from the immortal cave pursue us, it will be too late to escape. Wang Shoyue glanced anxiously at the distant sea. What? Lu Chuan chuckled reassuringly. It's all resolved. There will be no pursuit. Naturally, the others were unconvinced, as only an hour had passed. With over 10,000 wicked cultivators entrenched in the 72 Immortal Cave, it seemed implausible that one could eliminate them in such a short time. Disinterested in further explanations, Lu Chuan raised his gaze to the sky. For the past 10 minutes, he had sensed a pair of eyes watching him from above. Furthermore, a vast energy was wildly converging. A change was imminent. Wang Shoyue noticed, to his bewilderment, that a dense layer of clouds had formed above, gathering at an alarming speed from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the clouds completely obscured the sky. As the layers thickened, it felt as though they were pressing down upon them, making it hard to breathe. A deafening rumble echoed from within the clouds, accompanied by flashes of red lightning, which danced like a dragon within the tempestuous mass. What is this? Why is the lightning red? The awe of nature's might left them trembling, their hairs standing on end. Particularly at the moment the thunder roared, as if their very souls were being shaken apart. Thunder tribulation. Master Hongye swallowed hard, glancing at Lu Chuan, the term escaping his lips. Thunder tribulation. The four siblings were stricken with fear at the mere mention of those words. Any cultivator, upon hearing them, would tremble. This phenomenon targeted those who had usurped the fortunes of heaven and earth. Typically, one would only attract a thunder tribulation upon entering the third realm of divine path. Throughout the Tianyuan continent, known practitioners of the third realm were limited to the master of Kunlun Divine Palace. Other than that, there were no reports of anyone else reaching such heights, except perhaps for ancient families with lineages spanning millions of years. However, none here sought to ascend to the third realm of divine path, so how could a thunder tribulation arise? As they beheld the sky transformed into a crimson shroud, Master Hongye trembled as he recounted. Ancient texts describe the heavenly tribulation as blue, while this red hue signifies the annihilation thunder tribulation. It was unleashed 1,000,000 years ago when the otherworldly demons descended. At that moment, a Fu, who was scavenging for heads on the island, noticed the changes in the distant sky. With a boisterous laugh, a Fu arrived, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The shadow dispatched by Lu Chuan to collect heads was now crouched on the ground, overwhelmed by the terrifying might of the divine retribution, tears streaming down its face. Oh, I haven't done anything deserving of such wrath. What merit do I possess to warrant the divine annihilation thunderbolt? Afu scolded, rolling his eyes disdainfully as he untied the net bag slung over his shoulder. He then delivered a kick to the shadow, which was still in a state of shock. You little brat, collect the heads properly, or I'll have your skin for a coat. Following this, a Fu transformed into a streak of crimson light and vanished from the island. The shadow, still dazed, stared at the bag filled with heads, finally realizing that the divine annihilation thunderbolt was not aimed at it. If it wasn't meant for him, then it must have been directed at that old man who had just perished. Bah! No one has survived the divine annihilation thunderbolt throughout history. He deserved his fate. The old fool. The shadow spat vehemently before rising to its feet and disappearing into the horizon. You all go ahead. Xiao Hongye. Just wait for me at the Bai phone crossing, Lu Chuan said, stretching his body and giving a brief instruction to the real person Hong Yi. Upon comprehending the gravity of the situation, real person Hong Yi realized that the divine annihilation thunderbolt was aimed at Lu Chuan. The realization caused her heart to skip a beat and her eyes widened like saucers. According to historical records, it seemed no one had ever survived the divine annihilation thunderbolt. Staring blankly at Lu Chuan, she wanted to voice her concerns but found herself at a loss for words. In that moment, she understood the insignificance of her existence, as if she were but dust, incapable of stirring even a ripple in the vast ocean of fate. Let us go. Lu Chuan gently pressed his foot down, and a black sword aura enveloped the small boat, propelling it forward. Watching Lu Chuan recede into the distance, real person Hong, you felt a pang of sorrow in her eyes. Although their time together had been brief, those days constituted the most stable period of her life. At some point, she had come to view Lu Chuan as a pillar of support. It seemed that as long as he was present, no problem was insurmountable. Leaning over the bow of the boat, she summoned all her strength to shout, "Senior, please return safely." After uttering those words, she felt utterly drained, collapsing against the side of the boat. But would he truly return? On the summit of the southernmost peak, a tall elder gazed into the distant sky, his expression a tapestry of emotions. The divine annihilation thunderbolt. I have been absent for merely a millennium. And what calamity has emerged on the Tianyuan continent to provoke such a phenomenon? It seems I must venture out. On the easternmost Isle of Penglai, a handsome man clad in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He too stared at the far-off horizon, worry etched across his features. In recent years, the Tianyuan continent had not faced any disasters, nor had any great demons arisen. How could the divine annihilation thunderbolt suddenly descend? Though the mystical spring trembles, it remains unopened. What could possibly be amiss? In the vast expanse of the western desert, it is said that an ancient family lies hidden. A young maiden carries a great burden, akin to an ascetic, traversing the rugged terrain of the desert barefoot, her serene visage betraying not a hint of emotion. Suddenly, she seems to sense something. With a gentle tremor, the weight upon her transforms into mere dust. She gazes towards the distant sky, murmuring to herself, "The divine extermination, thunder, tribulation, how intriguing." While the spring quakes, I shall venture forth. In the far northern lands, a man whose eyes flicker like stars descends from Kunlun Mountain. It begins, he declares, that old coot is preoccupied. I shall pilfer from that girl as home. The exuberant voice of Afu resonates within Lu Chuan's mind. "You mutt, should you dare to speak suddenly again, I will strangle you." Lu Chuan retorts, lifting his gaze to the heavens, where the blood-red clouds press down ominously, low enough to seem within reach. Instinctively, he reaches for his waist, only to find it devoid of his sword. Once more, Afu's voice echoes in Lu Chuan's mind. There are swords, in the chambers of your memory. 2 blades are sealed, one black, a harbinger of death, one white, a seeker of benevolence. Draw them forth. Lu Chuan, disinterested in Afu's chatter, merely gestures towards the tumultuous sea beneath him. At that moment, the previously tranquil waters erupt in a frenzy. Boom! 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 The explosive sounds resonate through the air. The roiling sea conjures forth dozens of towering water columns, akin to colossal dragons. One wave surges from below, lifting Lu Chuan skyward. Old madman, Afu exclaims, his voice tinged with urgency. Do not engage directly. Your body is too frail to withstand it. Await patiently below, taking your rest. Lu Chuan disregards Afu's warning. Fixated on the blood clouds above, the crimson clouds begin to whirl violently, forming a colossal vortex in the sky. At its center, a red thunder dragon dances, exuding an overwhelming power that commands the heavens and the earth. Yet, in the face of such celestial might, Lu Chuan merely smirks, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. As if sensing his disdainful expression, a thunderous roar erupts. The divine extermination, thunder, tribulation ignites in an instant, fueled by boundless fury. Across the heavens, a crimson flash illuminates the pitch-black night. The thunderclap resounds, and a red thunder dragon, infused with cataclysmic energy, hurtles towards Lu Chuan. At that moment, Lu Chuan closes his eyes. Closer it draws, 1,000 meters, 100 meters, 10 meters, just as the thunder dragon is about to strike above him. His murky eyes snap open. Black sword energy surges forth from his body, soaring into the sky. This dark energy spreads like oil in clear water, rapidly tainting the firmament. The entire sky was divided into 2 hues by the dark sword energy of Lu Chuan and the crimson annihilation thunder. Bang! Lu Chuan's hands, ensconced in the swirling sword aura, transformed into an ebony shade. With these frail, withered hands, Lu Chuan forcefully pressed against the maw of the thunder dragon. In this moment, the seemingly insignificant Lu Chuan dared to confront the immense red thunder dragon. Should anyone be fortunate enough to witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless by the sheer astonishment. Do you think I've consumed the great strength pill for nothing? Lu Chuan snorted coldly, his emaciated muscles unexpectedly bulging at that instant. In the next moment, he concentrated his power in his hands and tore downwards with ferocity. A force akin to a demon's wrath, capable of shattering the heavens and earth, erupted explosively from his stooped form. The colossal head of the thunder dragon was torn asunder, followed by its torso, and finally its tail. A bolt of annihilation thunder was violently shredded by Lu Chuan's hands. Chapter 46. I possess a sword that can cleave the celestial might. Do not be reckless. Your body cannot withstand this. Grandfather, ancestors, I beseech you, use the sword, use the sword. A Fu's urgent voice quivered with desperation. However, Lu Chuan paid him no mind. After rending the first divine thunder, the waves beneath him surged higher. A Fu sighed, realizing he could not dissuade this old fool, and chose to remain silent. Soon after, the second bolt of annihilation thunder descended with a thunderous roar. Lu Chuan raised his fist, channeling every ounce of strength from his frail physique, and struck with great force. The red thunder dragon was once again obliterated. The third, fourth, and 15th bolts followed in succession. Lu Chuan shattered a total of 15 bolts of annihilation thunder. At this point, his face was marred with cracks, as if he might shatter into pieces at any moment. Yet, the heavenly tribulation showed no signs of abating. In fact, its power only intensified. Cough. One cannot deny the ravages of age. Lu Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood, chuckling self-deprecatingly. Boom! Another red thunder dragon descended with a fierce crash. Lu Chuan casually snapped his fingers, awakening a towering column of water left below. The black sword energy enveloped the water column, transforming it into a colossal black dragon. The black water dragon roared upwards, colliding violently with the red thunder dragon. Water and thunder, two opposing elements, clashed, igniting resplendent sparks. In that instant, the entire sky was illuminated, akin to an extravagant firework display. With each thunder dragon shattered, Lu Chuan allowed the waves to elevate him slightly higher. By the time the last water column was exhausted, he was perilously close to the crimson vortex. At this juncture, a staggering 80 bolts of annihilation thunder had struck down. Lu Chuan's condition was far from optimistic. His aging body could no longer endure such power, beginning to crumble. The skin on his face resembled a shattered mirror, flaking away in pieces. Yet, Lu Chuan laughed nonchalantly, undeterred. Perhaps he has always been indifferent to everything. At the center of the crimson thundercloud's vortex, a frenzied roar erupted, with countless scarlet lightning bolts flickering erratically. Lu Chuan understood that this was likely the final annihilating thunder, and indeed, the most formidable one. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, only to find an empty void. With a wry smile, Lu Chuan tapped his forehead, lamenting his deteriorating memory. He had forgotten to carry his sword. Meanwhile, the vortex of the thundercloud began to convulse violently. The last colossal red dragon was rapidly forming. Perhaps due to the overwhelming intensity of red, this final thunder dragon had morphed into black. Lu Chuan gently sliced his palm, blood gushing forth. Shaping his fingers into a sword, he swept them before him. The blood coalesced, refusing to disperse, transforming into a blood-red longsword. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chuan grasped the hilt with resolve. Today, with blood as his blade, he would cleave the heavens. With a decisive strike, he unleashed the blood sword. A stream of black sword energy was drawn forth. This black energy soared upward, racing toward the vortex's core. The sword energy expanded against the wind, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, until it stretched across the firmament. This rending sword energy struck the crimson thundercloud vortex, a sharp black light flashing across the sky. There was no violent collision. No dazzling fireworks. Everything remained eerily silent. The piercing sword energy sliced through the center of the vortex without stirring a ripple. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The black thunder dragon halted, and the red vortex ceased its rotation. With a thunderous crack, the vortex shattered, leaving the sky as pristine as if washed by pure spring water. While others faced tribulations to transcend, Lu Chuan's tribulation was meant to sever. I wield a sword that can challenge celestial might. Cough, cough. Lu Chuan began to cough violently. Excessive blood loss, coupled with the strain on his body, left him lightheaded, barely managing to keep from collapsing into the sea. Grandmaster is formidable, unrivaled in the world. At that moment, a Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, carrying him toward the already ravaged archipelago. A Fu's head seemed inexplicably swollen, making him appear even more foolish. He landed, grinning like a simpleton. Grandmaster, we succeeded. I have matched the information of this world. It is indeed astonishing, with an overwhelming amount of information. I need some time to organize it. Lu Chuan, racked with pain, had no inclination to engage with him, rolling his eyes in response. Hastened to gather the heads and return to the Mingyu pavilion. I'm utterly exasperated with this daily ordeal. Very well, you take your seat. I shall promptly attend to my duties. The donkey nodded obediently. With utmost respect, he nearly arranged a grand procession for Lu Chuan, presenting the heads as if offerings. Leaning against a stone, Lu Chuan, fatigued beyond measure, slipped in a slumber unbeknownst to him. Master, master, what has befallen you? You cannot perish. If you do, how shall I survive? The donkey lamented loudly, awakening Lu Chuan from his restless sleep. Upon opening his eyes, he found the dawn had arrived. The sky was a brilliant blue, pristine and unblemished. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the sunlight was just right. Lu Chuan struck Afu across the donkey's face, growling, "What in the world are you wailing about? Is the task completed?" Despite the slap, Afu's spirits lifted. The familiar routine unfolded once more. Indeed, it is done. A total of 12,318 heads, Afu exclaimed proudly. Turning to behold the enormous net bag behind him, filled to the brim with severed heads, the ground beneath soaked in blood, resembling a hellish scene. By the way, it seems the wind spirit has fled. Damn it, should I encounter it again, I shall beat it to a pulp. Lu Chuan waved dismissively. Let it be. A mere fledgling like it can be left to its own devices. We must hasten back to the Mingyu pavilion. If this body does not revert to youth soon, it shall surely deteriorate. Very well, hold on tight, Afu said, as he dragged the net and ascended into the sky. A donkey, bearing thousands of heads, galloped through the heavens, carrying atop an elderly man with peeling skin and numerous cracks. This terrifying spectacle, if witnessed by those of a more timid nature, would likely induce immediate fright. Jinren Hongya stretched her long, fair neck and gazed at the sea throughout the night. The commotion in the skies had long ceased. Yet Lu Chuan had yet to return. Her spirits had plummeted to an abyss. Without Lu Chuan's protection, how long could this tranquility endure? What is that? Suddenly, someone shouted, pointing toward a distant black speck in the sky. Soon, all those at the ferry began to notice this ominous figure approaching. As it drew nearer, the minds of the onlookers faltered. Chapter 47. Tremors across the realm. A donkey, hauling this net filled with countless heads, instilled a profound shock among the crowd, rendering them as if struck by lightning, their minds teetering between consciousness and stupor. They were utterly dumbfounded, as if rendered mute and numb, devoid of words or strength. To the Lord Mayor's residence, Lu Chuan commanded, not allowing Afu to land, but calling out to Hongya from the skies. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's voice, Jinren Hongya felt rejuvenated. She rose, wiping her eyes, and joyfully raced toward the Lord Mayor's residence. Her swift movement triggered a chain reaction among the onlookers. The crowd at the ferry hurriedly followed her, all racing towards the Lord's mansion. What transpired? Have a beast from his 72 immortal caves returned? Alas, what has happened? My friend? Passers-by, witnessing the scene, could not contain their curiosity and began to inquire. To the Lord's mansion, a significant event is unfolding. What sort of event? I do not know. One must go to find out. It is undoubtedly important. Such dialogues incessantly played out along the way. 1 transmitted to 10, and 10 to 100. Something significant is afoot. This news spread throughout Baifeng City like a gentle spring breeze. The throngs heading towards the Lord's mansion grew increasingly numerous, ultimately filling the entire street. A sea of humanity, jostling shoulder to shoulder. Even the departure of the flying cloud vessel, with the presence of the Yunmeng sect master, could not rival such a spectacle. The tumult within the city led the Lord to believe that the 72 immortal caves had launched a full-scale assault on Baifeng City. The Lord, gathering his forces, prepared to rush to the ferry's aid. Just as he stepped outside the mansion, a gaunt donkey descended from the sky, upon which sat a figure dragging a net bag. The bag was filled with severed heads. In an instant, the Lord's face turned ashen, his eyes bulging, mouth agape. Your mind a blank slate. Little fatty, pay up, roared Lu Chuan from atop the donkey. This shout jolted the Lord back to reality. He swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation and promptly issued commands. Seal the gates. No one is to enter. The guards, finally snapping back to focus, sprang into action, barricading the entrance to the Lord's mansion. Trembling, the Lord approached the net filled with heads. The masters of the 100 Poisons Cave, the Spirit Serpent Cave, and the Daio Cave. He murmured the names of the notorious leaders of the 72 immortal caves, infamous practitioners of the dark arts. Yet these once mighty individuals now found their heads severed and contained within the net. Ultimately, the Lord discovered the head of a middle-aged man among the collection. At that moment, his heart found solace, for this head belonged to the greatest leader of the 72 immortal caves. It was now certain that the 72 immortal caves had been entirely eradicated. The Lord trembled with excitement. The malignant tumor had finally been excised. "Old man, I bow to you," he exclaimed, deeply bowing towards Lu Chuan in gratitude. "Pay up, and spare me your prattle." Lu Chuan waved his hand impatiently. The Lord, not daring to linger, turned swiftly. "Please wait, esteemed elder. I shall have someone fetch spirit stones from the sect immediately. Get out of my way." At that moment, the guards at the entrance were suddenly kicked aside. A streak of red, like a jubilant lark, dashed towards Lu Chuan, and the crowd that had been blocked at the entrance surged forward. The real person Hongya dashed towards Lu Chuan, her small face flushed from the vigorous sprint. She gazed at Lu Chuan, breaking into a foolish smile. Slightly embarrassed, as she scratched her head, the absurdity of the moment left Lu Chuan both amused and exasperated. This woman was truly audacious. Before them lay the head of the hundred-eyed true monarch, a formidable figure among the fifth-tier practitioners. And there was the Tying Master, responsible for the previous assault at the ferry, a brute that had mercilessly slaughtered innocent civilians. Good riddance. Come, gather round. Behold the poisonous Liuli, the one who once poisoned an entire town of tens of thousands. Echoed the crowd, some mourning for the lives lost, their cries resonating through the air. The situation had spiraled beyond control, and the city lord dared not send the people away at such a moment. Everyone, lend me your ears," the city lord bellowed, finally capturing the attention of the assembled crowd. Clearing his throat and taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to proclaim, "I, Qian Duo, the 38th city lord of Baifeng City, hereby announce the complete annihilation of the 72 immortal caves. From this day forth, you need not live in fear. Practitioners can venture out to sea with peace of mind, seeking rare treasures on the distant islands. Common folk can farm without the dread of harassment." His voice resonated from the Lord's mansion, sweeping across the entirety of Baifeng City. Millions of residents turned their eyes towards the sea, caught in a surreal moment that felt like a dream, yet palpable. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to grandly present the esteemed individual responsible for the eradication of the 72 immortal caves." The city lord, brimming with pride, turned to introduce Lu Chuan. However, at that moment, Lu Chuan had already been assisted by the real person Hongya to the entrance of the lord's mansion. Senior, the city lord called out loudly. Lu Chuan raised his hand, giving a gentle wave, and entered the mansion without uttering a word. The crowd stood in silence, observing Lu Chuan's frail and stooped figure. Unsure of how to react, the city lord felt a twinge of awkwardness. It was evident that Lu Chuan held little interest in fame or fortune. "Everyone, disperse and prepare to set sail. The islands of the sea await you." With that, the crowd snapped back to reality. Due to the threat posed by the 72 immortal caves, many had not ventured out to sea for years. The vast, resource-rich, unresting sea was incomparable to the land. Now, the opportunity to sail meant that countless treasures lay in wait. "Brothers, let us embark." On that day, the Baifeng ferry experienced a prosperity unseen in a millennium. The news of the 72 immortal caves' demise spread from Baifeng City, reverberating throughout the continent. On that day, an elderly man's portrait emerged among the esteemed sects and ancient families. "Senior, your condition." In the city lord's mansion, the venerable Hongya gazed upon Lu Chuan's body, marred with cracks, tears cascading from her eyes. Lu Chuan found it amusing. This fierce woman, usually so formidable, now appeared as fragile as a young girl. "Fear not. Good people do not live long, while calamities endure for millennia. A notorious villain such as myself will not easily meet my demise." Chapter 48, Commemorating the Deceased. "What villainy do you speak of? You are indeed a true hero." The number of cultivators and civilians who perished at the hands of the 72 immortals exceeds 1,000,000. Your eradication of them has garnered immense gratitude from countless souls. Hongya puffed her cheeks, retrieving a jade vial to apply medicine to Lu Chuan. He shook his head. "It is futile. In this wretched state, only a return to youth can bring about recovery." Reluctantly, Hongya stored the vial, her gaze lost in contemplation as she continued to observe Lu Chuan. Frankly speaking, Lu Chuan appeared aged and unattractive. The wrinkles on his face could easily ensnare a fly. Yet, oddly enough, the more she looked, the more appealing he became to her, as she began to anticipate his youthful visage. "Please fetch me something to eat. I am famished." Under her scrutinizing gaze, even Lu Chuan's thick skin began to falter, compelling him to devise an excuse to send her away. After Hongya departed, a Fu scampered out with a cheeky demeanor, its head restored to normalcy, eyes gleaming with intelligence. "Master, I bear splendid news. I have successfully completed the matching process. This world is called the vast world of Hauran, comprising 13 continents, with the Tianyuan continent being the smallest and least formidable. The expanse of this world is beyond imagination, with many regions yet to be discovered. Furthermore, it is the birthplace of the last great emperor, where opportunities for ascension to imperial status may exist. This realm also occupies a unique position, with passages leading to the endless demon domain and the realm of the underworld." Lu Chuan grew impatient, kicking a Fu's face. "Speak of something useful." A Fu vigorously shook its head. "Very well, let us discuss something of substance. I shall provide you with a map overlay. We can mine for spirit stones. Your 5 elements body requires substantial resources for enhancement. This is indeed useful." Lu Chuan gently tapped his forehead, deep in thought. Currently, the heavenly Tao had him in its sights. If he refrained from cultivating and continued to wield sword energy, he risked being relentlessly pursued by the Tao. Though death was not a concern, the periodic visits were bothersome. Moreover, to return home, he would need the power to breach dimensions. Presently, the sources for such power seemed limited to 2, achieving imperial status or venturing to the Bronze Divine Hall. For safety's sake, Lu Chuan ultimately resolved to commence his cultivation. With a Fu's assistance, rapidly attaining the 3rd realm of Divine Path should pose little difficulty. Subsequently, Lu Chuan remained in the City Lord's mansion for an entire day, receiving 4 million high-grade spirit stones, personally delivered by the sect leader of Yunmings, who earnestly sought to recruit Lu Chuan as a guest elder. The price had even escalated to 800,000 high-grade spirit stones per year. However, in the end, the master of Yunmings received nothing but a disdainful glance from Lu Chuan. The Mingyue Pavilion, with its picturesque landscapes, was primarily populated by charming maidens. Only someone with a lapse in judgment would consider venturing to Yunmings. 5 days later, a donkey laden with a net bag returned to the Mingyue Pavilion, carrying both Lu Chuan and the esteemed Master Hongya. To Lu Chuan's surprise, the members of Jinyuan's sect were still patiently stationed at the mountain gate. In truth, Luo Ran's patience had long since been exhausted. However, 5 days prior, he had received intelligence from the sect regarding Lu Chuan. Speculations from various factions suggested that the ones responsible for the annihilation of the 72 celestial caves might be residing at the Mingyue Pavilion. This would elucidate the sudden shift in the pavilion's dynamics. Since that day, Luo Ran had regained ample patience. When he beheld the net filled with severed heads, despite being mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. "Senior, I am a law elder of Jinyuan's sect, here to offer my apologies to the Mingyue Pavilion." Luo Ran approached Lu Chuan, adopting a notably submissive stance. Lu Chuan scoffed, thinking that had his fists not been formidable, the maidens of Mingyue Pavilion would have long been reduced to ashes. It was merely the norm of the world to fear power rather than virtue. "Since you show sincerity, I will have the girl Chushue come to discuss matters with you. All you need to do is nod in agreement," Lu Chuan stated. Luo Ran's lips quivered. Was this a negotiation or the signing of an unequal treaty? However, given the uncertain circumstances and Lu Chuan's unknown depths, he could only suppress his irritation and nod in agreement with a forced smile. Having concluded their negotiations, Lu Chuan proceeded through the mountain gate, dragging the net filled with severed heads. Nangong Chushue, accompanied by disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion, awaited them. Lu Chuan, observing the weary expression on Nangong Chushue's face, inquired, "Have Xiao Xiao and the others been laid to rest?" Nangong Chushue nodded, her demeanor visibly easing. "Yes, they were buried in Qingxue Valley. Let us go pay our respects." With the net in tow, Lu Chuan made his way toward the mountain. The early spring snow had partially melted, forming small streams that flowed down the mountainside. In Qingxue Valley stood 12 pristine tombstones, where 12 young girls lay in eternal slumber. Lu Chuan washed his face in the stream, opened the net, and methodically arranged the severed heads before the graves. "I promised you there would be company in your burial. I hope this quantity meets your satisfaction. If not, please visit me in my dreams tonight." He added, "As for the people from the 10,000 B sect, you girls will have to wait a couple of days." Lu Chuan spent 3 full hours meticulously aligning all the heads. He then used sword energy to remove the flesh from the skulls, preventing any odor from polluting the surroundings. Ultimately, Over 10,000 heads were reduced to mere skeletons, their stark whiteness glaringly visible. After paying his respects to the girls, Lu Chuan, exhausted, returned to his small courtyard. Hardly had he lain down when Nangong Chushue arrived. As she gazed upon Lu Chuan's seemingly crumbling form, Nangong Chushue could not help but shed silent tears. Senior, the illusory face pill has been successfully refined. Upon hearing this news, Lu Chuan sprang up from his chair in astonishment. What? So soon? Startled, Nangong Chushue nodded and explained. After the matters at Black Moon Beach were resolved, Lin Lin did not return directly to Minghua Pavilion, but instead went to the 100 Flowers sect. In the days since you departed, the 100 Flowers sect has already refined the illusory face pill. With that, she produced a delicate small box and offered it to Lu Chuan. Taking a deep breath, he accepted the box and gazed at the emerald green pill within, unable to suppress a self-deprecating smile. Thank you, Senior. Your words are too flattering, Nangong Chushue replied, quickly shaking her head. If it weren't for you, Minghua Pavilion would likely have vanished into oblivion. To lighten the mood, she casually inquired, I wonder what you were like in your youth? Lu Chuan chuckled, playfully tossing his hair. In my younger days, I was exceptionally handsome, a sight to behold. Nangong Chushue laughed along. This was the Lu Chuan they were familiar with. Chapter 49, A Sight to Behold. Senior, I'll wait for you at the door. We must ensure we are the first to see it, lest it be given away to others. With a smile, Nangong Chushue stepped out of the courtyard. Fear not, the fertile waters will not flow to outsiders, Lu Chuan said, preparing to place the pill into his mouth. Wait a moment. At that instant, Ah Fu suddenly appeared. With an unusually serious expression, he looked at Lu Chuan and warned, if you return to your youth, it will inevitably awaken the memories you have sealed away. You must be cautious. Do not linger at the gate of memories, and do not touch the deepest point of that seal. Lu Chuan stared blankly. What, can my own memories harm me? To his surprise, Ah Fu nodded earnestly. Indeed, the matter of sealing your memories is quite significant. If you recklessly unseal them, I cannot predict what might happen. For now, it is best not to unseal them. Simply retrieve the 2 swords, killing and seeking benevolence, that you have sealed away. Reflecting for a moment, Lu Chuan ultimately nodded. Though this donkey was often out of sorts, he never intended harm. Seeing Lu Chuan acquiesce, Ah Fu finally relaxed. Old man, you're much easier to converse with when you are in your right mind. Get lost. Lu Chuan kicked Ah Fu away. He then took the pill and slowly placed it in his mouth. A wisp of white mist began to emanate from Lu Chuan, gradually enveloping him. The warm mist was comforting, and as he relaxed, he entered his own spiritual realm. Within the boundless sea of consciousness stood a colossal door of memories. In this realm, Lu Chuan was the sole sovereign. If someone were to discover the vastness of another's consciousness, boundless and infinite, one might wonder if it could induce sheer terror. The once serene sea of consciousness was now stirred into tumultuous waves, signifying that Lu Chuan's spirit was undergoing violent upheaval. With a single step, Lu Chuan found himself before the great door. He extended his hand and gently pressed it against the surface of the door. The gate of memories, which had previously remained unyielding, now began to open slowly. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chuan stepped inside. A torrent of sealed memories surged forth, filling the void of fragmented recollections. These memories were rife with intense emotions. Lu Chuan understood why he had chosen to lock away these memories. Had he not done so, he would likely have become a complete madman. As Lu Chuan wandered through the corridor of memories, time lost all meaning. Eventually, a black longsword appeared, quietly suspended before him. As he gazed upon the dark blade, an overwhelming sense of kinship washed over him. The sword began to tremble gently, joyfully swaying in the air. Lu Chuan approached and grasped the hilt firmly. In that moment, the lost memories regarding the black sword flooded back to him. Its name was Killing, an entirely black blade, devoid of any other hue. Forged from his own blood at the age of 30,000, it later became the foundation for the 12 swords of killing, capable of slaying all living beings. Old friend, it has been too long, Lu Chuan chuckled as he sheathed Killing at his side and continued onward. Time eluded him once more, and the black expanse transformed into white. A white longsword quietly floated before him. While he retained some recollection of Killing, he had no memories associated with this white sword. Lu Chuan stepped forward and seized the longsword, yet it remained unresponsive, and no related memory surfaced. With a resigned shake of his head, he mused, seek virtue? Come along as well. He secured the white sword at his waist and pressed on, but at this moment, his memories came to an abrupt halt. Estimating the situation, Lu Chuan realized he possessed memories from only the last 60,000 years, with an additional 40,000 years still shrouded in mystery. He pondered what had transpired in those final 4 years that necessitated such a complete sealing of memories. Reluctant to surrender, he endeavored to push forward. Eventually, Lu Chuan beheld a still, black river winding into the distance, its origin and terminus unknown. An inexplicable sensation surged within him, as if something within the black river was calling out to him. Approaching the river, just as he was about to step into its depths, a voice broke through in urgency, Ah Fu's voice. Wake up, wake up! In an instant, everything dissipated at the sound of Ah Fu's call. Lu Chuan slowly opened his eyes. His first sensation was an unsettling chill enveloping his entire body, particularly in the region of his trousers. He glanced down, and a smile crept across his lips, his expression taking on a peculiar twist. Ha ha! Observing the spirited young man, Lu Chuan could not help but burst into laughter. Raising his arm, he then noticed that his previously weathered skin now gleamed with vitality. Its pallor transformed into a delicate rosy hue, as if it could yield moisture with a mere touch. Examining his chin, he found that even his beard had vanished, and the wrinkles that could have trapped a fly had disappeared. His once white hair had morphed into lustrous black strands, cascading down his back like a waterfall. Afu, bring me a mirror, would you? Lu Chuan called cheerfully. At that moment, the gate of the small courtyard swung open, but instead of Afu, it was Nangong Chushu, by Lin Lin, and a host of young maidens who entered, carrying a mirror that seemed to have been prepared in advance. However, upon witnessing Lu Chuan's bare form, the young girls erupted into excited shrieks, not out of fear, but sheer exhilaration. They hastily covered their eyes, yet peeked through their fingers to steal glances at Lu Chuan. At that moment, Lu Chuan had shed all traces of age, appearing no more than 17 or 18, his skin so tender it seemed to exude a milky fragrance. His well-defined muscles and towering stature, combined with a youthful visage, were undeniably enticing. Lu Chuan was not exaggerating. In his youth, he had indeed been extraordinarily handsome. Though his features bore a hint of femininity, it did not come across as jarring. Overall, he possessed a delicate grace without any trace of effeminacy. Well, what do you think? Am I not striking? Lu Chuan proclaimed, unabashedly confident. When it came to shamelessness, he excelled. Bare as he was, he had no intention of donning clothing, instead playfully performing various bodybuilding poses, prompting another round of excited screams from maidens. Out, out! What a disgrace! Nangong Chushu exclaimed, setting down the mirror and shooing the young girls away. Yet, as she closed the door, she cast a lingering glance at Lu Chuan, her expression tinged with lingering desire. You truly have no shame, she muttered, shaking her head in disbelief. Afu sauntered over, marveling at Lu Chuan's physique. This potion works wonders. It even has beautifying effects. Perhaps I should have old Don give it a try someday. Lu Chuan playfully kicked Afu. Get lost. This is pure natural beauty. No amount of that would save your looks. Chapter 50. The Indolent Nobleman. Lu Chuan formed his fingers into a sword shape, gently slicing through the air. Clad in a complete robe, his bare skin now adorned with a black and white long garment that accentuated his perfect physique. He picked up 2 long swords, one black and one white, and sheathed them at his waist, with his hair simply tied back and his left forearm casually resting on the sword hilt. He exuded the demeanor of a languid nobleman, his eyes reflecting a blend of indifference and intrigue. Perhaps we should consider a career change. How about living off the affections of others? The nearby donkey shook its head in disapproval. It was indeed unusual for a man to possess such beauty, defying the natural order. Extremes often lead to the extraordinary, and what is deemed abnormal may become a marvel. Lu Chuan's malevolent disposition, combined with his striking appearance, renders him almost demonic. He does not shy away from indulging in a life of ease, raising an eyebrow and nodding earnestly. Very well, my friend. Introduce me to a charming lady. Don't be absurd, A Fu retorted, rolling his eyes. We aspire to reach for the stars and the vast seas. We cannot linger in the comforts of soft beauty. Foolish dog, be gone. Lu Chuan kicked A Fuazide, his lithe body, infused with vigor, finally freed from the burdens of age. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. As he approached the door, having promised not to let opportunities slip away, he felt compelled to show the young ladies how he looked in attire. The door swung open, revealing Lu Chuan with a cheerful smile. Who are you? The young ladies stood before him, their heads adorned with a large question mark. Clad in white as snow, his long hair simply tied back, he bore 2 swords at his waist, one white and one black, imparting an air of intimidation. With his arms draped over the sword hilts, he exuded a relaxed demeanor, standing at the threshold like a refined gentleman from a bygone era. His graceful presence and bright smile, complemented by a delicate widow's peak, radiated an ethereal beauty that transcended gender. His allure lay not solely in his captivating visage, but also in the enigmatic, gentle aura that enveloped him. "Is that you, senior?" Nan Gong Chushue stammered, though she had previously seen Lu Chuan in his natural state. Now, adorned in garments, she found herself uncertain. "What senior? Call me Gay." Lu Chuan replied, his words laced with an unusual tone, instantly shattering the noble facade he had projected. The young ladies nearly choked, particularly at the elongated Gay, which mercilessly crushed their beautiful fantasies. "Senior, could you refrain from speaking?" Nan Gong Chushue implored, her face forlorn. Lu Chuan playfully tossed his hair. "Do not concern yourself with such trifles." This familiar gesture, this characteristic flamboyance, left the young ladies both amused and exasperated. It was undoubtedly Lu Chuan. Suddenly, he recalled an important matter. "Ah, the Jinyu insect is waiting outside. Speak with them. Feel free to propose any conditions. I've already given them a heads up." Nan Gong Chushue nodded, her gaze filled with newfound confidence. "Do not disturb the senior. Just play for a while before leaving," she instructed, taking Bai Linlin aside to discuss matters. Once Nan Gong Chushue departed, a throng of young ladies animatedly surrounded Lu Chuan, chattering incessantly. Some bold enough even reached out to touch his attire and the swords, eventually daring to caress his face. After all, Lu Chuan appeared remarkably youthful. Resembling a lad of merely 17 or 18, his delicate features exuding an irresistible charm akin to that of a playful puppy. Lu Chuan was not angered. This was one of his admirable qualities. He bore no airs of seniority. He amused himself with playful banter, reveling in the joy of the moment. It felt utterly like paradise. In the dead of night, Lu Chuan sat alone in the courtyard, admiring the moon while sipping wine. It must be said that he was a true connoisseur of spirits. After being confined for 100,000 years, it would indeed be a travesty if he did not indulge in some form of passion. His taste in wine was indiscriminate. Anything could find its way to his lips. At an opportune moment, a fu appeared, shattering this rare and blissful night. "Great leader, I have organized a map of the Tianyuan continent, revealing some highly valuable resources. Are you trying to hasten my demise? Can't you allow me a few days of relaxation?" Lu Chuan felt an overwhelming urge to drown this individual in the toilet. One must possess a sense of urgency, understand? The donkey grumbled, rolling its wise eyes. On the Tianyuan continent, there were a total of 4 high-quality spirit stone mines, predominantly controlled by the top 3 sections. "How about we catch them off guard tonight and seize the mines?" Lu Chuan, bored, idly picked at his ears, showing little interest. "Besides, if I deplete the spirit stones, what will the girls use in the future?" The donkey snorted in dissatisfaction. Such narrow-mindedness. Moreover, spirit stones are a renewable resource. As long as the concentration of spiritual energy is sufficient, they will continue to crystallize. "Even if you proclaim the heavens, I shall not go. I'm too lazy to move," Lu Chuan scoffed, tossing a peanut into his mouth. "Very well then," the donkey seethed. "We'll head to the Wuming Sea and prepare for the battle at the Yukon. Surely, you cannot refuse this. Once the task is complete, we shall depart from this desolate continent and venture to a land abundant in resources, seizing it with fervor." Splendid idea. Lu Chuan nodded. Deep down, he understood he could not retire in the Mingwa Pavilion. After all, he bore a system and harbored dreams of returning home. "Let us set forth immediately to blow up the Yukon and expedite our mission." Upon seeing Lu Chuan nod, the donkey's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Great idea. You go ahead. I will follow shortly." With that, Lu Chuan turned over and continued to drink. "You stubborn fool." Afu, exasperated, accepted the lack of urgency in their mission, but insisted, "From tomorrow onwards, you must begin your cultivation. Are you testing my patience? Enough with the incessant nagging," Lu Chuan said, swatting the donkey away. Not long after the donkey was sent flying, real person Hongya arrived at the small courtyard. She seemed to have overheard their conversation, her delicate face etched with anxiety and trepidation. "Senior, are you leaving the Mingwa Pavilion?" Her voice trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. Lu Chuan did not conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation. "All gatherings must eventually come to an end. I will leave here sooner or later. However, fret not. I am a person who sees things through to completion. I will ensure that the Mingwa Pavilion grows to a point of self-sufficiency before my departure. The figure of the red leaf master parted her lips, yet the words she longed to express remained unspoken. She understood that Lu Chuan and she belonged to disparate realms. He was akin to clouds drifting in the heavens, while she was merely dust upon the earth. This ephemeral cloud had merely coincidentally floated above her at this particular moment, and to gaze upon it was already a source of contentment. How could she dare to desire more? Chapter 51. The Clever A Fu. The first realm is known as the Gathering Qi realm, primarily focused on attuning oneself to the spiritual energies of the universe, while simultaneously honing the physical body to lay the groundwork for what lies ahead. Depending on one's elemental affinity, each individual perceives the spiritual energies differently. As one with a water affinity, I could only sense the essence of water. At the break of dawn the following day, Bai Linlin assumed the responsibilities of a mentor, seeking out Lu Chuan to commence his training. It was not a simple task. As Lu Chuan perused the foundational techniques in his hands, he endeavored to attune himself to the energies. Soon, the air around him began to shift. A plethora of vividly colored little figures appeared, bouncing about before him, exuding an air of delightful foolishness. Lu Chuan eagerly shared his discovery with Bai Linlin, who nearly gasped in disbelief, almost succumbing to faintness. What Lu Chuan beheld were not mere foolish little figures, but rather the genuine spirits of the five elements. Such entities could only be sensed when one possessed an extraordinary affinity, and the innate talent required was exceedingly high. Bai Linlin, for instance, could only perceive the outlines of the water element, and was unable to commune with the water spirit. The crux of the matter was that Lu Chuan witnessed a vibrant assembly of spirits. This indicated not merely a singular essence, but a complete representation of the five elements. Comparisons could be disheartening. Bai Linlin recalled that during her own initiation, she had to toil for 3 months before barely grasping the energies. Yet here was Lu Chuan, who, before completing his reading of the foundational techniques, had already encountered the spirits of the five elements. Ah, senior, you are truly remarkable. This first realm is generally navigated in such a manner. Once you break through, you shall seamlessly transition into the second realm, Bai Linlin remarked, genuinely delighted for Lu Chuan. However, a thought soon crossed her mind. Senior, you possess the five elemental dominance body, yet it seems the techniques for this body have been lost to time. Coughing slightly, Lu Chuan nearly expelled the remnants of the previous night's revelry. Without the techniques, how could one cultivate it all? No matter, I shall inquire with the donkey later. If not, then so be it, Lu Chuan replied with a carefree spirit. After Bai Linlin departed, Lu Chuan began to experiment with guiding the whimsical spirits of the five elements into his meridians. However, the moment these little beings entered his body, they were instantly repelled by the sword energy within him. The little spirits leapt onto Lu Chuan's head and face, chattering away in a language unknown to him. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, realizing the principal dilemma. The two cultivation systems were incompatible, despite having subdued his sword energy to the gentlest degree. These little entities still could not penetrate, remaining utterly unable to enter. The only piece of good news is that the two forces have not clashed. They merely repel each other. Solutions are indeed possible. At that moment, Ah Fu appeared, shaking his head, and began to speak. Your sword aura belongs to chaos. Essentially, it can freely transform its attributes and encompass the five elements. We can tackle this one step at a time. First, we shall alter the attributes of your sword aura, and then allow the corresponding spirits of the five elements to enter your body. This way, those spirits will be able to settle within you. What do you think? Am I not a genius? After saying this, Ah Fu swayed his head with pride. You truly are a genius, Lu Chuan replied, revealing a bright smile. However, in the next moment, Lu Chuan's hand was firmly gripping Ah Fu's neck. Only someone with a serious illness could conceive of such a method. Sharing a single meridian between two forces. Are you trying to get me killed? Right now, the power of the five elements is weak, which is manageable. But once it grows stronger, it will inevitably compete for territory with the sword aura. If one day I fail to maintain balance, I explode into a fine mist. Ah Fu, gasping for breath, his tongue hanging out and rolling his eyes, looked as if he were about to meet his maker. There is a way. Your sword aura has formed a small universe in your dantian, right? You can redirect all the sword aura, nourishing your meridians to the five elemental forces. Lu Chuan's eyelids twitched at this suggestion, as it implied he would temporarily abandon his sword path cultivation to focus on cultivating the dominant body. Lu Chuan was quite stubborn. and he had already thought of this method himself. However, the thought of pausing his sword path training filled him with reluctance. Furthermore, should he successfully cultivate the dominant body, it would mean the 5 elemental forces would completely occupy the meridians, preventing any further advancement in his sword path. Although Lu Chuan's swordsmanship had reached its pinnacle, his obstinate nature compelled him to seek further progress. Ah Fu, leveraging his strengths, began to persuade him gently. We can think of solutions later. A living person can't be suffocated by their own urine, right? You wouldn't want the heavens chasing after you with lightning every day, would you? Moreover, your meridians have already reached their utmost strength. Continuing to nourish them with sword aura would yield minimal benefit. Your sword path has also reached its zenith. There are no precedents to draw from, and you'll have to achieve enlightenment on your own, forging a path uniquely your own. It is said that donkeys are perceptive. Ah Fu's eloquence truly managed to sway Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan nodded, realizing that it was the only way forward for now. We shall wait until the dominant body is fully realized. Hee, when you're not being obstinate, you're quite adorable. Just look at that fair and rosy little face. Ah Fu exclaimed, extending his long tongue in an attempt to lick Lu Chuan's face. I'll smack you for that. Lu Chuan nearly retched in disgust, delivering a punch that shattered Ah Fu's head. Cough, cough. When emotions run deep, one may act impulsively. It is beyond control. Ah Fu managed to recover, awkwardly attempting to explain himself. Indeed, allow me to share an incident with you. Last night, I detonated the Eye of the Abyss. Oh, what a magnificent spectacle it was. The sea surged backward, the heavens fractured, drums resounded, and firecrackers crackled. Alas, you were not there to witness it. Lu Chuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "You little rascal, stirring up trouble for no reason." At that moment, Bai Linlin rushed into the courtyard, visibly anxious. Something has happened at the unfathomable sea. The Eye of the Abyss has opened. The 3 major sects have issued a death mandate, summoning all cultivators above the 4th realm to the unfathomable sea to prepare for the impending invasion of the demonic forces. Lu Chuan shot a fierce glare at Ah Fu, blaming him for this predicament. Ah Fu, feigning innocence, turned his head aside and whistled, acting as if he were entirely uninvolved. Can the Mingwe Pavilion afford to abstain? Lu Chuan inquired with a furrowed brow. Bai Linlin, her face sorrowful, shook her head. No, if we do not attend, the Mingwe Pavilion may find itself without a foothold in the entire Tianyuan continent. What do you mean by if? Ah Fu scolded. Let's see if we can withstand the demonic army first. Shut your mouth. Lu Chuan thought of throttling the fellow. I am but a humble donkey, destined to keep my opinions to myself. Ah Fu mocked, revealing his large teeth, before discreetly making his exit. Chapter 52. The situation appears dire. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment, deciding it would be best to send the girls on a journey to broaden their horizons. When shall we depart? I shall heed your arrangements, esteemed senior. Bai Linlin nodded. We must leave immediately. The winds over the unfathomable sea are treacherous, and war could erupt at any moment. Very well, prepare yourselves. I have matters to attend to. Lu Chuan felt little concern for the situation. Had it not been for the girls of the Mingwe Pavilion needing to go, he would have remained idle. Once Bai Linlin departed, Lu Chuan summoned all the sword chi in his meridians and directed it to his dantian, thereby clearing his meridians. After several minutes, he guided the essence of the 5 elements into his body. To his intrigue, upon entering his meridians, the 5 elemental spirits did not interfere with one another. Tiny figures of 5 distinct colors lined up within his meridians, transporting the spiritual energy to various locations in his body. However, the spiritual energy was insufficient, leaving these little creatures somewhat idle. Lu Chuan retrieved some spirit stones he had yet to pass on to Nangong Chushua, uncertain of how to absorb them. He simply crushed them. The shattered spirit stones transformed into billowing white mist. Had anyone witnessed Lu Chuan waste such high-quality spirit stones, they would likely faint from rage. The spiritual energy contained within superior spirit stones is exceptionally pure and vast, requiring gradual absorption and guidance. Moreover, once a spirit stone shatters, its essence dissipates into the cosmos. Strangely, however, the spiritual energy around Lu Chuan did not disperse. Rather, it began to flow into his body, as a multitude of 5 elemental spirits commenced transporting the energy into him. In no time, the abundant spiritual energy from countless top-grade spirit stones was entirely transported away by the little gluttons. Such a plethora of superior spirit stones was sufficient for a 5th-tier cultivator to absorb for an entire year. Yet, Lu Chuan managed to consume them all in under 10 minutes. Such efficiency could easily astonish anyone. Remarkably, he experienced no discomfort despite absorbing such a vast amount of spiritual energy at once. However, Lu Chuan chose to refrain from continuing. These spirit stones were meant for the Mingyue Pavilion, and it would be inappropriate to squander them. From this moment forth, Lu Chuan truly embraced the path of a cultivator, a mere fledgling in the gathering Qi realm. Once he had completed this task, Lu Chuan leisurely made his way to the summit. Upon seeing him, Nangong Chushu momentarily froze, still unaccustomed to Lu Chuan's strikingly handsome appearance. "Senior," she exclaimed, quickly approaching him to report the situation. "There are a total of 450 cultivators above the 4th realm from the Mingyue Pavilion. We will arrive at Baifeng City in 5 days. The city has already been requisitioned as the rear headquarters. We will not join the front lines as primary combatants. Our main duty is to tend to the wounded. Additionally, 2 elders and a guest elder will remain at the mountain gate to prevent any unforeseen incidents." With over 10,000 disciples in the Mingyue Pavilion, the number of cultivators above the 4th realm was dishearteningly sparse. After sharing this information, Nangong Chushua looked at Lu Chuan, hoping he would take charge. "Don't look to me. I am not the pavilion master. You decide," Lu Chuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Well then, let us depart," Nangong Chushua said without further ado, leading everyone to the location of the Tianxing. Lu Chuan once again perched atop the head of the Tianxing. This peculiar creature had benefited from their last encounter, making significant progress in its cultivation, and now treated Lu Chuan with utmost respect. Before leaving, Lu Chuan enveloped the entire Mingyue Pavilion in sword qi to safeguard against any potential theft during their absence, which would undoubtedly cause distress. 5 days later, at Baifeng City, the Tianxing descended outside the city. Serving as the maritime gateway of the Wuming Sea, Baifeng City was set to function as the rear headquarters. At this moment, the once vibrant city had lost its lively atmosphere. The common folk had been relocated, and the Lord's mansion had been seized to serve as a temporary command center. Heavily armed guards patrolled the gates, with the lowest-ranking soldiers being 5th-tier cultivators. The Mingyue Pavilion's fledgling cultivators were truly outmatched. A chilling aura of impending doom enveloped the entire Baifeng City, sending shivers down one's spine. Make way, do not obstruct the path." A thunderous roar echoed as a massive spider descended from the sky, its nauseating stench of blood permeating the air. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of cultivators were unceremoniously hurled from the spider's back. The unfortunate souls were either missing limbs or drenched in blood, barely clinging to life. Soon after, a throng of ordinary citizens rushed out from the city gates. A group of individuals swiftly carried stretchers, transporting the injured into the city. It seemed this was not their first encounter, as the civilians exhibited a remarkable calmness. "Comrade, how fares the front line?" A soldier stationed at the city walls called out to the figure atop the spider. "Currently, only a few magical creatures have appeared. The army of the demon realm has yet to invade, so we can hold our ground for the time being," came the reply before the spider ascended into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. "Which sect do you belong to? Present your sect token." A guard approached the group from the Mingyue Pavilion with a notably harsh demeanor. Nangong Chushua recognized that this was not the time for anger and promptly produced the sect token to hand it over to the guard. After a meticulous inspection, the guard finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his tone softening considerably. "Ah, so you are comrades from the Mingyue Pavilion. I apologize for the earlier rudeness. There have been reports of shape-shifting demons lately, making identification quite challenging. They often disguise themselves as our people to create chaos within Baifeng City. Under such extraordinary circumstances, it is understandable," she nodded in acknowledgement. The guard wasted no time. "You all should head directly to the southern city for registration. Arrangements will be made for you there." It was evident that the situation was rather grim. The sight of a woman like Nangong Chushua, who could bring calamity upon nations, did not warrant even a second glance from a guard. Upon entering the city, the level of vigilance surpassed their expectations, akin to a sentry every 3 steps and a post every 5. Arriving at the southern city, they encountered a vast open space, which appeared to be a large wartime hospital. An array had been set up in the area, casting a green luminescence that enveloped the entire expanse. The field, illuminated by the array, was filled with injured individuals, with occasional groans of agony piercing the air. This was the Shinong Array, a large healing formation that required an immense amount of resources and collaboration among multiple sects to establish. The green glow within could continuously mend the wounds of the injured. As Nangong Chushue explained to Lu Chuan, "I'm afraid I can't grasp what you're saying." Lu Chuan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "You all go about your business. It seems relatively safe here." After Nangong Chushue reported in with her companions, Lu Chuan began to wander around. Chapter 53. Oh, the punching bag. How's it going? Not bad, right? The progress of this mission is absolutely swift. Afyu appeared beside Lu Chuan, proudly raising his chin. In a few days, once the demon army has gathered and crossed through the eye of the abyss, you can wreak havoc, annihilating them all. Wouldn't it be splendid to earn the title of a great demon lord? You little rascal, stop creating trouble for me, Lu Chuan retorted, delivering an uppercut that sent Afyu flying. After sending Afyu soaring, Lu Chuan strolled through the city, only to find no place to dine. Eventually, he had no choice but to return to the makeshift hospital, where at least there were beautiful women to gaze upon. Hurry and eliminate her. If her affliction spreads, the entire Baifeng city will suffer the consequences. Nangong Chushue, if you cannot summon the resolve, allow me to assist you. Even before arriving at the destination, Lu Chuan caught sight of a throng gathered outside the Shenong array, a chaotic mass of bodies clustered together. Why should we be subjected to such indignities? We came to offer our aid, not to be treated like swine, slaughtered at your whim. Nangong Chushue's voice, frigid and laced with fury, echoed through the air. Lu Chuan felt somewhat at a loss. How could so little time away lead to such turmoil? Were these girls truly here only to endure insult? Please step aside, everyone. Lu Chuan cheerfully called out. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly to all present. The onlookers blocking the path merely received his call without any inclination to be troublesome. Lu Chuan had never been one to seek conflict, a trait that endeared him to many. As the crowd turned, they beheld a young man adorned with two long swords, one black, one white, hanging at his waist, exuding an air of aristocracy. His effeminate features were a rarity, leaving the spectators momentarily stunned. The sight of a foundation-level cultivator exhibiting such an arrogant demeanor further astonished them. What are you staring at? If you have objections, step forward for a duel. Lu Chuan barked, irritated by the intense scrutiny. Yet, this mere novice's roar reverberated through the assembly, leaving many in a trance, as if their very souls were on the verge of departure from their bodies. Pathetic. Lu Chuan spat disdainfully, pushing through the throng to reach the center. Raising his gaze, he saw a girl from Mingyue Pavilion lying on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, lips darkened, and her body drenched in sweat, indicating a dire situation. Nangong Chushue stood protectively beside her, neck arched defiantly as she confronted an elderly woman, resembling a fierce hen guarding her chick. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Senior. The utterance of this title left the surrounding individuals bewildered, their gazes fixed incredulously upon Lu Chuan. Furrowing his brow, Lu Chuan noted that Nangong Chushue was a remarkably resilient child. She would not weep so easily unless deeply wronged. What transpired? Lu Chuan inquired. Wiping her tears, Nangong Chushue began to recount the events. After you departed, we were assigned to tend to the injured. Not long ago, a new group of casualties was brought in, and during the treatment, this girl was accidentally harmed by one of the patients, resulting in her current condition. As she spoke, her agitation grew, and she pointed vehemently at the old woman, berating her. That wretched old hag. When she saw the girl injured, she said nothing and simply ejected her from the array, even intending to kill her. Under the fierce scrutiny of Nangong Chushue, the old woman's eyelids twitched with irritation. She regarded Nangong Chushue with a mocking smirk. Nangong Chushue, you would do well to show some respect. Who do you think you are? And what is your Mingyue Pavilion in the grand scheme of things? This malevolent poison possesses an exceptionally strong contagion. If she is not eliminated, will she infect others? I am your grandmother. Nangong Chushue was truly infuriated. Normally gentle and courteous, she could not help but erupt in vulgarity at this moment. You decrepit old hag. Others infected with this poison can be saved, yet our people from the Mingyue Pavilion cannot. Why do you harbor such animosity towards us? You wretched creature, dare you speak so disrespectfully to me? The old woman, her eyes nearly bulging with rage, swung her palm towards Nangong Chushue's face. This old hag was an elder of the Xiantian sect, a genuine practitioner of the seventh realm. A strike from her would leave Nangong Chushue severely injured, if not dead. Ah, so you fancy resorting to violence. Lu Chuan chuckled, for before the old woman's hand could reach Nangong Chushue, it had already met with his own face. The elder coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent sprawling through the crowd. The onlookers were nearly struck down by shock at this sight. This old woman was indeed a formidable practitioner of the seventh realm. How could a mere first realm novice like Lu Chuan send her flying with a single slap? Truly, both incompetent and pretentious, Lu Chuan scoffed, rolling his eyes as he crouched to examine the girl's injuries. Young master, be careful. Those infected with the poison can become violent. A bystander kindly warned. At that moment, the girl, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. They were entirely black, and her face contorted as if she were a malevolent spirit. She lunged at Lu Chuan's arm, teeth bared. With a resounding crunch, Lu Chuan made no effort to evade her bite, allowing her to sink her teeth into his arm. The girl nearly shattered her own teeth in the process. It's fine. It's fine. Let me take a look, Lu Chuan said with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. The dazed girl, inexplicably calmed, began to weep black tears. Lu Chuan sent a stream of sword energy into her body and quickly discerned the source of her affliction. She was not poisoned but rather controlled by peculiar entities, tiny insects that were eroding her mind and seemingly manipulating her behavior. He shattered these creatures with his sword energy, and soon the girl's eyes returned to normal, her expression calming. Realizing she had been biting Lu Chuan's arm, she blushed and hastily released her grip. Senior, I am sorry. Did it hurt? Is it truly resolved? The crowd's hearts momentarily ceased. This poison was known to be one of the most challenging ailments, highly contagious and exceedingly difficult to eradicate. The costs of treating a person infected with this poison were staggering. As the onlookers regarded Lu Chuan, their expressions transformed, viewing him as if he were a monster. Who dares commit violence in Baifeng City? A deep, resonant voice from a middle-aged man echoed through the air. As the crowd heard the sound, they instinctively parted to create a pathway, all casting sympathetic glances toward Lu Chuan. A middle-aged man clad in splendid attire strode in, accompanied by an elderly woman whose face bore the marks of violence. Ah, you have survived the onslaught? Lu Chuan stared at the old woman in astonishment. The slap earlier, though devoid of sword energy, was no trifling matter. Having consumed a decade's worth of potent elixirs, he possessed an extraordinary strength capable of tearing apart celestial calamities and rending the earth itself. Truly a monstrous figure in human form. Lu Chuan found it perplexing that the old woman had not perished. Sensing Lu Chuan's gaze, the elderly woman timidly inched closer to the middle-aged man, still haunted by the psychological trauma inflicted by that slap. Had it not been for her protective artifact, she might have suffered a fatal blow. Though she had narrowly escaped death, the thought of her painstakingly acquired treasure being lost filled her with a desire for vengeance against Lu Chuan, longing to flay him alive to relieve her anger. Chapter 54. I shall smash your heads. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Nangong Chushue's expression darkened instantly. She whispered to Lu Chuan, that is Zheng Nancheng, the esteemed elder of the Xintian sect, a peak practitioner of the Eighth Realm, currently overseeing various matters in Baifeng City. Before Nangong Chushue could finish her words, Zheng Nancheng had already approached them. He cast a glance at Lu Chuan and, noticing he was merely a minor practitioner of the Gathering Qi realm, did not pay him much heed. Instead, he turned his stern gaze toward Nangong Chushue, demanding, Who struck just now? Has no one informed you that fighting is strictly prohibited in Baifeng City? As Zheng Nancheng spoke, his aura emanated outward, rendering Nangong Chushue unable to move. Her bones creaked under the pressure, yet she lifted her head defiantly, glaring at the elderly woman behind Zheng Nancheng. Elder Zheng, is it not unjust to hold me accountable without inquiring into the circumstances? The onlookers shuddered at Nangong Chushue's retort. Zheng Nancheng was renowned for his protective nature. Openly defying him would likely yield dire consequences. Huh, do I require your permission to conduct my affairs? Zheng Nancheng scoffed, his words sharp. Who is responsible for this state of affairs? If you do not provide an explanation, this matter will surely reflect upon your Minghua Pavilion. Nangong Chushue, nearly seething with fury, thought to herself, is this the conduct of the upper sex? Ask that decrepit woman what she has done. The mention of the decrepit woman ignited the elderly woman's fury. Bolstered by Zheng Nancheng's presence, she retorted defiantly, A mere practitioner of the fourth realm from your Minghua Pavilion has no right to squander elixirs. If she perished, it is merely a result of her ill fortune. Nangong Chushue was utterly taken aback by such brazen arrogance, finding it to be the epitome of shamelessness. The surrounding spectators seethed with indignation. Yet what could they do? The decision lay with those in power, leaving them with no choice but to watch in silence. At this moment, Lu Chuan, who had been leisurely observing the commotion, finally stood up. He felt quite dissatisfied with the way Nangong Chushue had handled the situation. The girl had many admirable qualities, yet when it came to the safety of her disciples, she often lost her composure. This temperament was not inherently negative, but it was ill-suited for leading a sect. Had he not been present today, with Nangong Chushue's demeanor, it was likely that Xintian sect would have stripped her of her dignity. Lu Chuan flamboyantly tossed his hair and chuckled. It was I who struck that person. I find it rather peculiar that I did not finish her off. What does arrogance truly mean? This is what it looks like. Zheng Nancheng watched the flamboyant young master before him, his eyelids twitching in response. How could someone who looked so refined speak with such a tone of superiority? Zheng Nancheng felt a surge of anger mixed with irony. In just a brief moment, he had been disdained by two juniors, who seemed to regard the name of Xintian sect with utter disregard. Infuriated, Lu Chuan's once jovial expression twisted into that of a malevolent specter as he addressed Zheng Nancheng's mother with deliberate emphasis. In the crowd, Afu, who had been enjoying the spectacle, immediately sought to distance himself upon witnessing Lu Chuan's transformation, recognizing it as a sign of impending chaos. You dare insult me, you little wretch. Zheng Nancheng fumed, his anger reaching a boiling point. According to the wartime regulations of Baifeng City, he had the authority to execute Lu Chuan on the spot. However, before Zheng Nancheng could finish his declaration, a pained scream escaped his lips as Lu Chuan inexplicably appeared before him, seizing his hair with a vice-like grip. Zheng Nancheng felt an immense force, akin to a collapsing mountain, restraining him. In a frantic response, he unleashed his true essence, forming a visible barrier around him in an instant. Yet, the effort proved futile. Lu Chuan, still gripping Zheng Nancheng's hair, forcefully drove his head into the ground. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, visibly disturbing the surroundings. The onlookers were caught in the aftermath, some thrown off balance, while others, too close to the epicenter, were sent reeling, blood gushing forth, their lives hanging by a thread. The ground where Zheng Nancheng's head made contact fractured like a spider's web, the fissures extending for hundreds of meters, a testament to the overwhelming force Lu Chuan had exerted. You old hag, you enjoy playing favorites, do you? Lu Chuan's left hand gestured toward a terrified old woman nearby, who was instantly drawn to him. With Zheng Nancheng in one hand and the old woman in the other, Lu Chuan held their hair and slammed their heads into the ground. You relish in bullying the weak, do you? He declared, as the ground shook with the impact. Lu Chuan spoke as he lifted the heads of the two individuals and forcefully slammed them down. Enjoying the role of a big bad wolf, are we? Bang. Favoring the distinction between precious and worthless lives, are we? Bang. Lu Chuan continued to strike them down repeatedly. The blood from the shattered skulls of Zheng Nancheng and the old woman splattered across Lu Chuan's face. Yet he remained unfazed, continuing his relentless assault until their heads were reduced to a pulp. As for Zheng Nancheng and the old woman, they were already as dead as one could be. Ah, how exasperating. Lu Chuan spat contemptuously at their corpses. How dare you provoke my wrath, you blind fools. The onlookers, who had distanced themselves to watch the spectacle, were left in utter disbelief. They had witnessed the demise of an 8th-tier and a 7th-tier cultivator, both perishing at the hands of a mere young master. Moreover, these two were members of the Xintian sect. The crowd's minds had ceased to function, standing there like wooden puppets, their eyes fixated in a daze upon the two lifeless bodies. Hang these corpses at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, so that those who fancy themselves invaluable might learn a lesson. Lu Chuan finally regained his composure and instructed Nangong Chushue. Very well, I shall take care of it myself. Nangong Chushue replied, her anger still simmering as she nodded vigorously. Fear not, ladies. Continue with your tasks. Since you are here, seize the opportunity to broaden your horizons and enhance your skills. Lu Chuan turned to the disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion, his face beaming with joy. The young ladies, initially terrified by Lu Chuan's terrifying actions, finally regained their senses. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. They expressed their gratitude before resuming their efforts to tend to the injured. Xiao Luoluo, Xiao Xiyun, bring over the cooking utensils. Lunch has yet to be served. Lu Chuan cheerfully instructed his two personal maids. The two young girls hurried over, expertly setting up the table and preparing the fire. Soon, the delicious aroma of food filled the air. At this point, it seemed that Lu Chuan was the only one capable of eating. Chapter 55. The Crisis in Baifeng City. Senior, wait a moment. Just as Lu Chuan picked up his chopsticks, Xiao Luo called out, hurriedly handing him a handkerchief. It turned out that Lu Chuan's face was smeared with blood, making him look rather frightening, almost as if he were about to feast upon a child. Let go of that boy, allow me. Just as Lu Chuan took the handkerchief, a donkey came galloping towards him from a distance. Ah Fu, with its tongue lolling out, was wildly flinging drool everywhere, seemingly aiming to clean Lu Chuan's face. Foolish beast. Lu Chuan nearly coughed up blood in exasperation. Just as Ah Fu's large tongue was about to slap against his face, he swiftly pulled it away. Then he wrapped his tongue around the donkey's neck and gave a vigorous tug, finally restoring tranquility to the world. Xiang. Lu Chuan wiped the blood from his face with a handkerchief and then inhaled deeply, his expression one of perverse ecstasy. The two nearby maidservants recoiled in fear. At that moment, before the city lord's mansion, Nangong Chushua, under the watchful eyes of numerous guards, hung the corpses of Zheng Nansheng and the old woman upon the opulent gate. Upon recognizing the bodies, the guards were rendered speechless with shock. Shortly thereafter, a tall, dark figure approached the entrance, none other than the familiar Luo Ran. Zheng Nansheng was responsible for managing the affairs of Baifeng City, while Luo Ran oversaw the overall administration. In truth, Luo Ran was the highest authority in Baifeng City. Upon seeing the two bodies, Luo Ran's expression shifted slightly. However, upon noticing the lingering fury in Nangong Chushua, he quickly regained his composure. Nangong Pavilion Master, what has transpired? Luo Ran inquired cheerfully as he stepped forward. Nangong Chushua politely bowed and recounted the events that had just unfolded. Upon hearing her account, Luo Ran's countenance darkened with indignation. Those brutes from the Xiantian sect, accustomed to their tyranny, still wish to play favorites in such circumstances. They deserve this fate. Nangong Chushua inwardly smirked, realizing that if Luo Ran were aware of Lu Chuan's presence, the Zhenyuan sect would be no different. Elder Luo is indeed a paragon of righteousness. She complimented with a smile. Luo Ran nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Miss Nangong, I will report this matter truthfully. No one will pursue further accountability, nor will anyone dare to trouble the Minghua Pavilion. Thank you, Elder Luo, for upholding justice. The two shared a tacit understanding as they conversed for a while longer. Once Nangong Chushua departed, Luo Ran gazed at the two corpses, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Xiantian sect. Will you swallow your pride or seek vengeance? Elder, shall we remove the bodies? One of the guards asked. Luo Ran waved his hand dismissively. Leave them hanging, just as they are. With the impending battle, the Xiantian sect's ambition for power should serve as a fitting warning. Now, procure some odor-masking materials. Moreover, send word that the disciples of the Zhenyuan sect must not provoke the people of the Minghua Pavilion. Should any interaction be necessary, it must be conducted with utmost courtesy. Those who disobey shall face execution. The very mention of execution sent shivers down the spines of the guards. Luo Ran stretched languidly, murmuring to himself, if the Yunming Marsh were to provoke them as well, that would be delightful. Of course, Luo Ran was not one to sow discord. He was a cunning individual. Moreover, he had recently encountered Lu Chuan and understood the terror he embodied. Lu Chuan, having finished his meal, dozed off on the spot. During this time, Luo Ran issued orders for the affairs in the southern city to be wholly entrusted to the Minghua Pavilion. This gesture bestowed considerable respect, and Nangong Chushua was well aware that it was due to Lu Chuan's influence that the Minghua Pavilion received such treatment. In order to spare Lu Chuan from embarrassment, the disciples of Minghua Pavilion sprang into action, treating each injured individual with utmost diligence and without discrimination. The once chaotic Shenong array had significantly improved. As night fell, an unexpected influx of hundreds of wounded arrived, marking the highest number of casualties in recent days. Fellow cultivator, what has transpired to cause such a surge in the injured? Nangong Chushua inquired, gesturing towards the crowd assisting in the transportation of the wounded. Earlier this evening, the cavalry from the demon domain suddenly emerged from the eye of the abyss, wreaking havoc and resulting in numerous casualties. The man's expression soured as he continued. It's perplexing that so many cultivators could not withstand a single cavalry charge. Alas, aside from our main force, hardly any members of the four ancient clans have come. If this continues, we may be compelled to abandon Baifeng City and retreat inland. Oh, and do be cautious. The cavalry has breached our defenses and landed ashore, potentially aiming to assault Baifeng City. Nangong Chushua's countenance shifted, instinctively glancing at Lu Chuan, who was nearby, sipping a drink. Noticing her distress, the man reassured her. There is no need for excessive worry. Baifeng City is fortified by the elite troops of the upper three sects, and it should hold. Shortly after their conversation concluded and the bearers of the wounded departed, the ground began to tremble rhythmically. This was the unmistakable force of a cavalry charge. Soon, a brilliant red arrow soared into the heavens, illuminating the night sky. A resounding voice echoed throughout Baifeng City. The demon domain cavalry is approaching. All cultivators promptly entered a state of readiness. Those at the fifth realm and above proceeded to the east city gate, preparing for battle. This sudden announcement roused the previously silent Baifeng City, as numerous formations flared to life, bathing the entire city in a radiant glow. Elders, we are heading to the east city, Nangong Chushue announced, leading her pitiful contingent of 20 or so fifth realm cultivators to report to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan nodded. Let the children step onto the battlefield. It is good for them to witness bloodshed. With that, he flicked his fingers, and streams of black sword energy surged into the bodies of the young disciples. This sword energy will protect you. Your bodies are too frail to withstand stronger forces, but it will suffice for your safety. Go forth, children. The time to achieve glory has arrived. With a wave of his hand, he encouraged them onward. Nangong Chushue bowed deeply, her eyes filled with determination. She understood that Minghua Pavilion could not forever advance under Lu Chuan's protection. Now was the moment for her disciples to face the reality of battle. Before the East City Gate, 3 cavalry units were fully prepared for action. These cavalry groups consisted of the Longyuan guards from Zhenyuan's sect, the Tianji guards from Yunmeng's, and the Laying guards from Xintian's sect. These 3 cavalry units were the true aces of the upper 3 sects, designated for large-scale military engagements. Though the 3 cavalry units comprised merely around 1,000 men, their presence exuded a formidable aura far surpassing the multitude of over 10,000 cultivators positioned behind them. Luo Ran, the supreme commander, stood resolutely at the forefront of the formation. Upon witnessing Nangong Chushue accompanied by disciples from the Minghua Pavilion arriving at the eastern city, a sense of relief washed over him. He understood that as long as the Minghua Pavilion joined the fray, even if all 3 cavalry units perished, Baifeng City would remain secure. That individual would undoubtedly not stand idly by. Chapter 56. Fighting for the land beneath our feet. Luo Ran was a shrewd individual. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to his current position. However, one truth he grasped with utmost clarity was that this land had bestowed upon him everything he possessed. Should the Tianyuan continent fall under the dominion of the demon realm, he would lose all that he held dear. Adjusting his meticulously crafted armor, he directed his gaze towards the source of the tremors rippling through the ground. A dark line gradually emerged within his field of vision, a cavalry unit astride black nightmarish steeds, numbering around 500, clad in obsidian armor, wielding ebony lances, and mounted on shadowy steeds. They appeared to blend seamlessly into the night. The only sound piercing the air was the thunderous rhythm of hooves striking the earth, causing the hearts of all present to race uneasily in response. A chilling aura of impending slaughter surged forth like a tidal wave crashing against the shore. The demon cavalry, mounted upon their nightmarish steeds, were enveloped in blue flames that flickered like the soul fires of a ghostly realm. The war horses sensed the dread, whinnying anxiously in response. As Luo Ran's vision sharpened, it signified that the demon cavalry had drawn perilously close. Prepare. Luo Ran raised his lance, draping a blindfold over his steed's eyes. He recognized that this would be a direct clash. No strategy or formation could hinder the advance of this cavalry. Their only recourse lay in confronting them head-on. Failure would mean the loss of a rear base, depriving the front lines of reinforcements, compelling a retreat inland, and allowing the flames of war to engulf the entirety of the Tianyuan continent. Kill! Luo Ran summoned the full force of his essence, bellowing the command. The 3 iron-blooded cavalry units of Baifeng City surged forward. Simultaneously, the 500 demon riders accelerated. The earth trembled violently beneath the onslaught of the iron steeds. A suffocating aura of death permeated the atmosphere, and the scent of blood mingled with rusted iron wafted through the air. 3 colossal phantom beasts materialized above the 3 cavalry units, embodiments of battle spirits. Such manifestations could only be summoned by an army exhibiting profound synergy and mastery in the art of formation. The appearance of these battle spirits greatly invigorated the cultivators positioned behind. The combat prowess of a single battle spirit equated to that of a ninth-level cultivator. A figure of divine stature in the eyes of these ordinary cultivators. Boom! Black flames erupted as the demon cavalry charged forth, and a towering behemoth, reaching a height of 100 meters, loomed above them. A figure clad in armor, wielding a battle blade, emerged as the grim reaper of the battlefield. This cavalry from the realm of magic possessed its own spirit of formation, a testament to their significance as a formidable force within this mystical domain. With a thunderous clash, the cavalry collided, igniting a brutal melee. Simultaneously, for spirits of formation joined the fray. Blood began to saturate the earth, and the cacophony of tearing impacts intertwined with furious roars, composing a symphony heralding the arrival of death. The humanoid battle spirit, donning armor, faced off against the beastly spirits of the three sects, astonishingly holding its ground against three foes, even exhibiting a tendency to dominate. The conflict between these two races epitomized the utmost brutality, leaving no option but life or death. With a resounding crash, the humanoid spirit cleaved through the head of the Xiantian sect spirit. In an instant, the charging cavalry of the Xiantian sect was shattered, only to be engulfed by the dark, iron steeds. Following suit, the spirit from Yunmeng's met a similar fate, its head severed, and its cavalry was ruthlessly decimated. It was evident that the humanoid spirit possessed a significantly higher combat prowess than its beastly counterparts. The demise of the remaining Jinyuan sect was merely a matter of time. Luo ran, drenched in blood, felt his hands tremble. He had never anticipated such an outcome. His once proud iron cavalry crumbled under the opposing charge with such vulnerability. As the commander, his wavering resolve directly influenced the survival of the battle spirits. The last spirit began to blur, as if on the verge of disintegration. Disciples of Mingyue Pavilion, charge with me. Nangong Chushue realized that waiting any longer was futile. If the final spirit were to shatter, their capacity for resistance would vanish entirely. The entire Baifeng city would fall. A group of maidens faced this bloody battlefield. Were they not afraid? Indeed, they were, but they understood that mere survival was not an option. It was a matter of life or death. Leading the charge, Nangong Chushue was followed by the scant 20 disciples of the fifth realm from Mingyue Pavilion, their backbone. Should they all perish, Mingyue Pavilion would be irreparably lost. Yet, Nangong Chushue remained undeterred, for this was their land. This land had granted them everything. To lose, it was to lose all. Witnessing the charge of these women, the onlooking cultivators momentarily froze. Charge, damn it! Someone shouted, and over 10,000 cultivators surged toward the battlefield with fervor. Lu Chuan's figure appeared before the desolate city gate, enviously observing the charging cultivators. Though they may not be comrades, they shared a singular purpose, to fight for the land beneath their feet. Well, my homeland, the ground upon which I stand. Lu Chuan gently shook his empty wine jug, letting out a deep sigh. A Fu, who accompanied him, remained silent, knowing that his thoughts had turned to home once more. Courage is a most treasured quality. However, it often proves insufficient in determining outcomes. The results of events are ultimately dictated by strength. Faced with a formidable cavalry of approximately 500, the thousands of cultivators experienced not the anticipated fierce clash, but rather a one-sided massacre. The disciplined formation of the demonic cavalry rendered them as impenetrable as a barrel, each charge claiming hundreds of lives. Passion alone cannot bridge the chasm of disparity in power. How could they possibly be so inept? Lu Chuan shook his head in disbelief. With a resounding crash, he cast aside the wine jar and stepped forward. The dust of the ground swirled around him, an aura of brutal annihilation sweeping across the battlefield like autumn winds scattering leaves. The cultivators, locked in a desperate struggle, halted, as did the demonic cavalry. The world fell into an unnerving silence. Retreat. Realizing Lu Chuan was still alive, Luo Ran swiftly issued the command. The surviving cultivators fled towards the city gates, accompanied by the few remaining iron riders of the Jinyuan sect. In response to the retreat, the demonic cavalry refrained from pursuit, instead reorganizing their ranks. The retreating throng instinctively parted to grant passage to Lu Chuan. They gazed at this seemingly languid young nobleman, uncertain how to express their gratitude. A melodious sound of hooves echoed as the aligned demonic cavalry also opened a pathway. A striking woman, with a sword at her waist and hair elegantly tied up, approached Lu Chuan with a commanding presence. The night cloaked her visage, rendering it indistinct. Yet, her form-fitting black armor could not conceal her devilish physique. An initial realm cultivator? Her voice, clear yet tinged with disappointment, resonated. Chapter 57. The Sword of Falling Flowers. Lu Chuan regarded the woman from a distance and shook his head, replying earnestly, "In truth, I am a swordsman." "A swordsman?" She furrowed her brow slightly. "Indeed, a swordsman." Lu Chuan chuckled softly. He then raised his right hand, resting it lightly upon the hilt of his killing sword. "One who slays a man with every 10 steps, leaving no trace across 1,000 miles. How intriguing." The woman laughed as well. "I am Zixia, the left vanguard's deputy of the endless demonic realm." With that, she drew her long blade from her waist, an overwhelming aura of slaughter cascading downwards. A crimson mist emanated from her, enveloping the surrounding world. "Domain." The cultivators, observing from the city gates, trembled as they uttered these words. The domain is a unique technique possessed by the powerful beings of the Divine Path's third realm, wherein they manifest the formless principles they have comprehended into a tangible form. The domain serves as the ultimate trump card for cultivators of the Divine Path's third realm, a most fearsome method of attack. Only another domain can contend with it. Before them stood a woman from the realm of demonic domains, her prowess rivaling that of practitioners at the third stage of Divine Path. The onlookers gazed at Lu Chuan, observing him merely resting his hand upon the hilt of that obsidian sword, devoid of any visible means of defense. Despair, akin to a rampant plague, began to spread among them. They understood that before an adversary capable of manifesting domains, escape was but a distant luxury. "Judgment," the woman intoned, her fingers lightly flicking her long blade. A melodious quiver emanated from the blade, which gradually transformed into a hue reminiscent of blood. The armor she donned shifted to crimson, mysterious runes materializing upon her visage. Her aura surged, reaching an apex of overwhelming power. In that moment, the woman appeared as if the very embodiment of a harbinger of death had descended upon the world, poised to reap all life. "Is that all?" Lu Chuan inquired. "Is it not enough?" The woman laughed, confidence brimming in her voice. "Indeed, it is insufficient." Lu Chuan shook his head, slowly drawing forth the sword of slaughter. At the instant the blade emerged from its sheath, an enigmatic wave erupted from its length. A ferocious intent to kill surged within the hearts of all present, a force so intense it threatened to shatter their sanity, driving them to madness. Blade of the 5 flowers. In an instant, Lu Chuan's figure vanished from sight, leaving only a solitary black flower of the sword drifting downwards. "How fast? I cannot perceive him." The woman's pupils constricted sharply as she beheld the place where Lu Chuan had just stood. She swung her long knife downwards, yet in the next moment, her expression froze, her weapon halted in midair. A black sword flower descended before her. She attempted to reach out and grasp it, but her body betrayed her will. Lu Chuan reappeared 10 paces behind her, neither more nor less. The sword of slaughter was sheathed once more, and Lu Chuan, without glancing back, strolled leisurely toward the cavalry. What swiftness in that blade! The woman's trembling lips uttered those 4 words. In the next heartbeat, her domain shattered violently, her head soaring high above as blood gushed forth with a sound akin to the wind. She would never comprehend why this youth, devoid of a domain, could roam freely within hers. The crowd at the city gates only regained their senses upon witnessing the shattering of the domain and the severed head soaring into the air. All exceeded their understanding and knowledge. They could not fathom what manner of being that noble youth truly was. The demonic cavalry charged forth, undeterred by the demise of their commander. The colossal war spirit brandished its long knife, striking down towards Lu Chuan with a force that could rend mountains and shatter earth. The cavalry surged forward, prepared for close-quarters combat. "Let the flowers bloom." Lu Chuan gently raised his hand, and the blossoms formed from sword energy began to cascade down from the heavens. Blade of the 5 flowers. Among Lu Chuan's 12 sword techniques, this was the most romantic. Yet, such romance demanded a toll of life. In the next moment, the blooming sword flowers erupted violently, engulfing the demonic cavalry in an instant. The fierce battle concluded, and Baifeng City was preserved. However, apart from Lu Chuan, who continued to eat and drink as usual, everyone else was consumed by anxiety and panic, casting a pall of gloom over the entire city. This sudden assault by the demonic cavalry had nearly annihilated the cavalry of the 3 sects, resulting in close to 3,000 casualties among the defending cultivators. The most terrifying aspect was that the enemy consisted of merely 500 Iron Riders. Had it not been for Lu Chuan, who decimated the demonic woman capable of manifesting a domain, the fate of Baifeng City would have been dire. The The people, having endured this harrowing conflict, began to gradually comprehend the chasm between Tianyuan continent and the endless demonic realm. Should the Eye of the Abyss fail to be resealed in a short time, even with the formidable Lu Chuan, the fall of Tianyuan continent would merely be a matter of time. Despite Lu Chuan's strength, no one believed he alone could contend against the boundless demonic domain. The sole piece of good news was that, following the battle, Baifeng's city had finally settled, and for several days thereafter, no unexpected events transpired. "Come here, little pup." Lu Chuan declined Luo Rant's invitation to reside in the Lord's mansion, preferring instead to remain languidly in the Shenong array. During mealtimes, a plump little dog would come to him, seeking scraps. This little creature, likely abandoned by a commoner during the evacuation, had taken to Lu Chuan. He was a complex and peculiar individual, lacking patience for many people and matters, yet he found himself unable to resist this furry little being. He procured a bowl for the dog, serving himself a portion while also providing a meal for his newfound companion. One feasted at the table, while the other dined beneath it, both indulging to the point of greasy delight. After finishing its meal, the little dog would linger beside Lu Chuan for a while before silently departing. Lu Chuan never insisted on keeping the dog, allowing it the freedom to come and go as it pleased. This became a unique spectacle in the southern city. The endless demonic domain, a mysterious realm powerful enough to challenge the entire vast world of Howren. The general impression of the endless demonic domain was scarce and unfavorable, as it seemed they were only capable of waging war. Fortunately, the narrow Eye of the Abyss had long restricted the demonic army's entry into the Howren world. However, this time, the eye had completely shattered, with the explosion covering nearly 1/10 of the Sleepless Sea. This indicated that the vast demonic forces could now traverse the Eye of the Abyss without hindrance and commence their onslaught. On the other side of the Eye of the Abyss, within the endless demonic domain, the sky was shrouded in gray, and the oppressive environment was stifling. An endless army was gathering, with humanity comprising only a minuscule fraction of these soldiers. The majority were nameless demonic entities. At the heart of the army stood a magnificent high platform. The ruler of the demon realm, the demon lord, gazed upon his assembled subordinates. Chapter 58. The Sovereign of the Demon Domain. The demon lord appeared as a strikingly handsome youth, yet in truth he had surpassed the age of 50,000 years. Perched upon a high platform, he rested his chin on his hand, observing the boundless army gathering before him, feeling rather listless. Beside him stood a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her demeanor imbued with an ethereal chill, her features obscured by a veil. She was the high priestess of the demon realm, a being far more ancient than the demon lord himself. In the demon realm, there exists a saying, the demon lord is as fleeting as flowing water, while the high priestess is steadfast as iron. She had witnessed the rise and fall of many eras, and this time, she had placed the entirety of her hopes upon this generation of the demon lord. Zixia had perished in battle. The high priestess extended her hand, revealing a small black crystal orb. This orb, marked by numerous cracks, seemed poised to shatter at any moment. Known as the demon core, it is a unique trait of the beings inhabiting the demon realm, serving as both a source of strength and a vulnerability. Only those of immense power could extract the core through special means. As long as the core remained intact, even if the body perished, it would swiftly regenerate. This is the fundamental reason why cultivators from the Tianyuan continent harbor a deep-seated fear of demons. High-level demonic entities are nearly impossible to kill completely, and even upon bodily demise, they would soon be reborn from their cores. However, at this moment, the demon core in the high priestess' grasp crumbled into dust, dissipating into the air. This signified the complete annihilation of Zixia's soul, rendering any possibility of resurrection futile. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. The high priestess lifted her gaze, peering through the dense black clouds toward the heavens. The celestial phenomena were peculiar, and ominous stars flickered with unusual vitality, suggesting impending turmoil. Upon hearing this, the demon lord merely chuckled disdainfully. The Tianyuan continent was but a speck of land, lacking in spiritual energy and resources. Even the divine past three realms were scarcely represented. What kind of upheaval could possibly arise? The high priestess shook her head, her furrowed brow betraying her lingering concerns. Predictions eluded her, as each attempt to approach those ominous stars was met with obfuscation. The demon lord, smiling, reassured her, "There is no need for such worry, high priestess. The recent unexpected explosion of the Eye of the Abyss heralds a once-in-a-100,000-year opportunity. We must seize this chance to enter the vast world beyond. Upon hearing this, the High Priestess's features gradually softened. Indeed, she had awaited this moment for 100 millennia. Should she fail to grasp it now, she would have to endure another 100,000 years of waiting. 10,000 years ago, the Emperor of the Sky achieved enlightenment in the Dragon Field, and now the sight of his enlightenment would re-emerge, undoubtedly presenting an opportunity for ascension. This was not only a chance for the Demon Lord, but for the entire demon realm. "Come here, little pup, come sit." The chubby dog arrived promptly for its meal, and Lu Chuan, understanding its intent, served it a delectable dish. To receive such care from the tyrant was indeed a pinnacle of canine existence. "I heard that a few days ago, you killed a general from the demon realm capable of opening a domain." As Lu Chuan lifted his chopsticks, a faint feminine voice resonated nearby. A barefoot girl, clad in coarse linen, emerged from a distance. She was not conventionally attractive. Her skin was dark, and her face was speckled with freckles, reminiscent of a tomboy who had spent her days rolling in the mud of the countryside. Instantly, Lu Chuan sensed a formidable power emanating from her, rivaling that of the previously encountered general from the demonic realm. This implied that she was a master of the third realm of the divine path. "Leave. Are you not tired of pestering me?" Lu Chuan waved his hand with a hint of impatience, having detected a suppressed excitement and hostility in the girl's voice. Such emotions could only arise from a martial enthusiast, indicating that this girl had come seeking a fight. The girl gazed at Lu Chuan, her pupils gradually constricting. Her body trembled violently with excitement, her expression contorting. When Lu Chuan uttered that dismissive command, she felt an overwhelming force, an indescribable power. How could a mere practitioner of the first realm evoke such feelings? The girl no longer wished to ponder this question. Her extreme excitement had already caused her pupils to exhibit irregularities. They transformed into serpent-like vertical slits, within which symbols of civilization flickered erratically. The eye of the serpent of the ancient Luo clan. Onlookers gasped at the transformation in the girl's eyes. The Luo clan, one of the four ancient families, had existed far longer than the three great sections. Their most distinctive emblem was the serpent-like eye, believed to be linked to the primordial divine beast, which could bestow remarkable innate abilities upon its bearer. Only those of pure Luo blood had a minuscule chance of awakening the eye. Undoubtedly, this lean, dark-skinned girl was a core member of the Luo clan. "Be cautious. Young master, this girl is from the Luo family," a bystander warned kindly. The girl flashed a smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. As she looked at Lu Chuan, "Engage in combat with me. Should you prevail, a hearty meal awaits you." Lu Chuan's eyelids twitched, and he slammed his chopsticks onto the table. The plump dog beneath the table jumped at the sudden noise, raising its innocent eyes to Lu Chuan. "Hee hee hee." Lu Chuan's demeanor shifted instantly, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he reassured the little dog. "It's all right. Carry on with your meal." The chubby dog tilted its head and whimpered, seemingly understanding Lu Chuan's words, before resuming its feast. Casting a glance at the little dog, Lu Chuan inhaled deeply, then picked up his chopsticks once more, turning to the girl with a somber warning. "Consider your decision carefully. Once we engage, it will be a matter of life or death, with no alternative outcome." Perhaps the girl was unaware that she owed a debt of gratitude to that little dog. Had it not been for the fear of startling it, Lu Chuan might have already severed her head. At this moment, the girl's needle-like pupils suddenly welled with blood. Her body trembled more violently, yet this tremor stemmed from sheer terror. The eye of the serpent possesses the ability to perceive the aura of others, discerning strength through the intensity of this energy. However, the aura that Lu Chuan inadvertently revealed moments ago darkened the world before the girl. She had never encountered such a pure manifestation of brutal energy, vast enough to obscure the heavens and threaten to rend the very fabric of existence. The girl stood frozen in place, acutely aware that should she act, the consequence could be encapsulated in a single word: death. The onlookers, having interacted with Lu Chuan over the past few days, were well aware of his temperament. As long as one did not provoke him, matters could be easily resolved. However, should one choose to court disaster, there would be no mercy. The crowd buzzed with excitement, barely containing their anticipation for the girl to step forward and meet her doom. Ordinary cultivators harbored a rather poor impression of the four ancient clans. These families were akin to parasites within the Tianyuan continent. When in peril, they would retreat from the world, cloaked in the pretense of following destiny. Yet in times of peace, they occupied vast spiritual mines and sacred realms, ravenously plundering resources. With such conduct, the masses wished fervently for the downfall of the four ancient clans to arrive sooner rather than later. Chapter 59. The Onset of War. The girl lingered in place for an extended period, until the onlookers began to lose their patience, prompting her to turn and depart. Ultimately, she lacked the courage to confront Lu Chuan. Just as she had distanced herself, a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips. For Lu Chuan, this was merely a minor interlude, insignificant in the grand scheme. Yet for the girl, it directly fractured her resolve. Should this rift remain unhealed, she might be forever trapped at her current level of cultivation. Alas, it appeared that this fissure would remain unfixable for a lifetime, as Lu Chuan would not afford her that opportunity. This is the essence of heaven's misdeeds may be opposed, but self-inflicted calamities cannot be escaped. As Lu Chuan finished his lunch, a deep horn sounded from the distant sea. All gazes turned toward the sleepless sea, for they knew that war had commenced. Merely an hour had passed when a streak of light cut through the sky, and a colossal flying artifact descended, hovering above Baifeng City. The first line of defense had been breached. The demonic forces had fully invaded the sleepless sea, prompting all logistical personnel to evacuate from Baifeng City to Wuxiang City. The sudden news left everyone in a state of shock. It had happened too swiftly. How could the first line of defense have fallen in just 1 hour? Wasn't the first line the Sunluo formation? How could it be breached so quickly? Some, unwilling to accept this grim reality, raised their voices in protest. The numbers of the demonic army were beyond imagination, utterly insurmountable. Hurry, everyone come aboard. The logistics team must relocate to Wuxiang City first and establish a supply point. This response fills everyone with despair. Wuxiang City, yes, we still have Wuxiang City. Some have come to their senses and rushed towards the colossal flying apparatus. Wuxiang City is the largest city in the Tianyuan continent, its towering walls and natural defenses promising a way out. Elder, shall we depart? Nangong Chushua led the disciples of Mingyue Pavilion, breaking free from the panicked crowd. Lu Chuan observed these cultivators, flitting about like headless flies within the city, and could not help but shake his head. We must leave, undoubtedly, but not with them. Nangong Chushua, puzzled, implored, please, elder, elucidate. Lu Chuan pointed towards a flying device as large as half of Baifeng City. This contraption is too massive, its target too conspicuous. Do not accompany them. It would be too easy to be swept away. You should return directly to Mingyue Pavilion. Hearing Lu Chuan's intention to part ways, Nangong Chushua anxiously questioned, elder, will you not join us? Lu Chuan shook his head. Do not concern yourself with me. Focus on ensuring the safety of your disciples. After this war, the powers of the Tianyuan continent will be reshuffled, and whether Mingyue Pavilion can secure its place will depend on you alone. Understood. Nangong Chushua nodded resolutely, and then led her disciples towards the city gate. Mingyue Pavilion consisted of only a few hundred individuals, insignificant compared to the vast army of 100,000 in Baifeng City. No one paid any heed to where Mingyue Pavilion was headed, nor did anyone care about their survival. An hour later, the entirety of Baifeng City had been vacated. Those aboard the apparatus gazed back at the city, now left with only the solitary figure of Lu Chuan, their hearts heavy with unspoken sentiments. They could not fathom why Lu Chuan chose to remain. Relishing the solitude, Lu Chuan finally decided to rise from his chair. Stretching leisurely, he ambled towards the nearby houses. Soon, he discovered the little chubby dog, lying forlornly before a closed door, its eyes brimming with sorrow. This was presumably its home, yet its owner seemed to have abandoned it. Upon hearing footsteps, the little dog lifted its head, and upon recognizing Lu Chuan, its tail wagged slightly, letting out a soft whimper. Come on, little one, let us take a stroll. Lu Chuan greeted with a smile. The dog stood up, glanced at the firmly shut door, and hesitated, retracting its leg. It was afraid, if it left this spot, what would happen if its owner returned and could not find it? The little dog tilted its head, wagging its tail, resolutely refusing to leave the doorway. Lu Chuan made no attempts to persuade it, instead placing a bowl of meat before the little dog. Gently stroking its head, he said, if you get hungry, come to the dock to find me. I shall certainly be there. The little dog licked Lu Chuan's hand, not quite grasping his words. I'm off now. No need to see me off. Lu Chuan chuckled, waving his hand gently. The little dog watched Lu Chuan's retreating figure, its large eyes filled with confusion. It was perplexing to the good man why he seemed to emanate a somewhat different scent today. The cultivators of the Tianyuan continent were collapsing more rapidly than anticipated. Upon Lu Chuan's arrival at the ferry terminal, he observed several colossal warships approaching the horizon, akin to small cities. Soon, the vessels docked, and a multitude of cultivators poured forth like a swarm of bees, their faces contorted with abject terror. Lu Chuan found a favorable vantage point at the dock, gleefully watching the panicked throng while his gaze searched for something specific. Before long, a cultivator clad in the robes of the 10,000 Beasts sect came into view. With a subtle lift of his hand, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air, piercing the man's brow. Lu Chuan harbored a deep-seated grudge. The 10,000 Beasts sect had recently provoked him, and he certainly had no intention of showing them mercy. The death of a single individual would hardly stir the tide of fleeing souls, but what if it were 100? When he claimed his 100th victim, at last, someone noticed Lu Chuan's ruthless slaughter of the sect's disciples. A somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, accompanied by several others, approached to seek retribution. This man, the leader, was Luo Yuntian, the sect master of Xintian's sect. However, in this moment, he bore no semblance of authority, appearing as lost as a stray dog. What enmity could be driving such actions? Lu Chuan, feeling somewhat bored, flicked his fingers once more, and several more cultivators from the 10,000 Beast sect fell amidst the fleeing crowd. Luo Yuntian, witnessing the boy's complete disregard for him, felt the pent-up frustration from the demonic army's side erupt within him. In the midst of battle, slaying frontline soldiers regardless of their sect was something he could do without hesitation. In a fit of rage, Luo Yuntian swung his palm towards Lu Chuan's head. "Are you not weary? Why not act like the lost dog you are?" Lu Chuan, now angered, understood the grave consequences of this encounter. As Luo Yuntian's palm approached, Lu Chuan reacted swiftly, seizing the pulse point on Luo Yuntian's wrist. Before the latter could comprehend the situation, Lu Chuan yanked him forward and followed with a vicious uppercut, striking Luo Yuntian's chin with a resounding crack. The cacophony of shattered bones echoed as Luo Yuntian's jaw was obliterated, leaving him with a disfigured visage. A piercing scream pierced through the chaos of the fleeing crowd. In Chapter 60, besieging Baifeng City, Lu Chuan observed Luo Yuntian, rendered speechless by his shattered jaw. With a roll of his eyes, he then twisted the man's neck, ensuring his demise was thorough, and crushed his skull beneath his foot. After completing these deeds, Lu Chuan settled back into his position, continuing his search for the members of the 10,000 Beast sect amidst the throng. He toiled until dusk, and only after a million-strong army had successfully landed and confirmed that no one had escaped did he finally cease his actions. At this moment, 20 colossal flying vessels hovered in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire expanse. It seemed their purpose was to transport the returning cultivators to Wuxiang City. Lu Chuan calculated that even if each flying vessel could accommodate only 100,000 individuals, they could collectively carry up to 200,000 cultivators. The sheer number of cultivators retreating from the front lines left Lu Chuan somewhat astonished. He pondered with curiosity how such a formidable army of cultivators could have collapsed so swiftly. Just how powerful was the demonic realm? Merely a rabble. At this juncture, a Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, his tone laced with disdain. If it were one of the top 3 continents, they might stand a chance against the demonic realm, but Tianyuan continent was entirely unqualified. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, wondering where a Fu had been these past 2 days. He hadn't seen the donkey's presence, which was rather unusual. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's inquiry, a Fu glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before whispering. "I've been researching and discovered the reason behind the demonic realm's assault on Tianyuan continent." Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. "What? Is there some particular reason?" A Fu excitedly snorted. "If my conjecture is correct, it likely pertains to the Emperor's enlightenment grounds." "Enlightenment grounds?" Lu Chuan replied, somewhat perplexed. A Fu nodded. 100,000 years ago, a wielder of great fortune achieved enlightenment at Longchong, ascending to the position of emperor. The enlightenment grounds may soon reappear, presenting opportunities for another to become an emperor. I cannot pinpoint the exact location. We must wait for its emergence to discern it. Lu Chuan nodded. This was indeed promising news. Just then, one of the flying vessels transporting cultivators suddenly erupted. In an instant, flames soared skyward, and a blinding white light, 100 times more radiant than the sun, spread across the sky. A second vessel followed suit, then a third. Within mere minutes, all 20 flying vessels had detonated. Such a rapid series of explosions resulted in the demise of countless cultivators, amounting to tens of thousands. The brutality of war was starkly evident, with casualties counted in the thousands. These foolish beings, such a large target, did they not invite their own destruction? A Fu could not help but scoff. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A hoarse shout echoed across the heavens. The cultivators who had not yet boarded quickly halted, scrambling to form a defensive formation. At that moment, 3 figures materialized in the sky where the vessels had exploded, their formidable presence pressing down like mountains. The once bustling Baifeng city fell into a sudden and eerie silence. Ladies and gentlemen, no need for arduous travel. The feng shui here is superb. Buried in this place, you may be reborn into a fortunate life, proclaimed a middle-aged man clad in black armor, wielding a coiling dragon spear. As he looked down upon the ants below with a sneer, Lu Chuan observed the 3 individuals with a hint of curiosity and inquired, "Donkey, among cultivators. The disparity in strength across different realms is immense. Just a handful of demons possessing the 3rd stage of divine path prowess could easily annihilate these cultivators. Why does the demon domain still muster its forces and advance with great armies? Do you even understand?" Donkey rolled his eyes. In facing high-level cultivators, lower-tier practitioners can leverage battle formations and arrays. They are not entirely without recourse. If it weren't for the current chaos among these cultivators, who are floundering about, they would be able to utilize the formations effectively. Those 3 insignificant beings of the 1st realm up there would be overwhelmed by the sheer number of over 100,000 ordinary cultivators. Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully. "I see. In that case, I think I'll take my leave. If the demon domain's armies form ranks, it would be rather embarrassing if I cannot hold my own." Ah Fu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Others are others, but you are you. It's not the same." He quickly stopped Lu Chuan, showering him with flattery. "You are the strongest sword god in history. Your efficiency in slaying rivals that of an assembly line. We're the 3rd stage divine path practitioners compared to you." "Huh. If you can speak well, do say more." Lu Chuan seated himself once again, and for once, Ah Fu was spared from punishment. Form ranks. Form ranks. Find your positions. Do not scatter, do not panic." At last, someone stepped forward to take charge. However, the army was already paralyzed with fear, and this voice was soon drowned out by their terror. Silence. In the sky, the general wielding a coiling dragon spear spoke once more. A tremendous pressure swept across White Wind City, compelling everyone into silence. "I am Mo Kaja, the commander of the Demon Domain's vanguard. One of my officers has perished here. Does anyone know who is responsible? Whoever informs this general shall be guaranteed safe passage from this place." Good luck with that." Ah Fu looked at Lu Chuan with a face full of schadenfreude. White Wind City fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to respond. Those who knew had long since fled. Is no one aware? This truly disappoints me. Mo Kajia shook his head and subtly gestured to the 2 individuals beside him. Without uttering a single word, the 2 descended from the sky, unleashing a one-sided massacre. In an instant, White Wind City was filled with the wails of the dying, their cries echoing through the air. "Vile creatures, cease your insolence." At that moment, a streak of azure light shot forth from the horizon. A flying sword, imbued with tremendous might, surged toward the 2 demons within the city. Following the sword, a figure approached from the heavens. A magnificent palace's ethereal silhouette flickered behind him. Though this individual appeared to walk at a leisurely pace, there was an indescribable sense of peculiarity about him. It was as if he traversed through space itself, arriving above White Wind City in mere blinks of an eye. Upon seeing the flickering palace, a few individuals suddenly realized. The azure flying sword, like petals falling in a stream, heralded the arrival of Yi Xiangwan, the master of the Kunlun Divine Palace. Upon hearing his name, the cultivators, who had been akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, were instantly filled with fervor. The Kunlun Divine Palace is the most enigmatic of sects, regarded as a sacred site in the hearts of the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent. The current master of Kunlun, Yi Xiangwan, is a sword cultivator at the 1st realm of Dao. Although the Kunlun Divine Palace seldom manifests in the world, its legends have been passed down through generations among cultivators. The figure gradually became clearer, revealing a middle-aged man clad in tattered linen, his face adorned with a bushy beard. This image diverged somewhat from the ethereal, transcendent sword immortals imagined by many, yet the menacing, sharp sword aura emanating from him confirmed that he was indeed Yi Xiangwan. In Chapter 61, surrounding Baifeng City 2, Yi Xiangwan, the renowned Grand Sword Immortal, stood before his adversary, Mo Kujiashur, who smirked as he observed the confrontation, black flames igniting around him. The air surrounding them warped under the influence of these flames, rendering Mo Kujiashur's figure somewhat surreal. His ability to utter Yi Xiangwan's name suggested that the demonic realm possessed commendable intelligence regarding the Tianyuan continent. Yi Xiangwan, his expression impassive, scoffed coldly. Talking to a bunch of loathsome vermin sullies my tongue. Amused, Mo Kujia sure could not help but chuckle, replying, I hope that the bones of Yi Sword Immortal are as unyielding as your tongue. Brother Yi, how could one slay these beasts without my involvement? At that moment, a beam of white light rose from the sea, heralding the arrival of a white-clad sword immortal who walked upon the waves. It was Shimin Changge, from the legendary Penglai Pavilion, one of the 4 ancient clans hidden atop the unslumbering sea. The crowd was taken aback by the arrival of a member of the Shimin clan, pondering whether the other 3 clans might also send representatives. Should all the divine realm cultivators unite, alongside over 1 million practitioners, they might possess the strength to contend in battle. Excitement surged once more among the spectators, igniting a flicker of hope for survival. Brother Yi, leave those 2 below to me. You deal with the one above. Shimin Changge declared with bravado. As he lightly stepped forward, the winds and clouds above roared anew, swiftly forming a colossal sword formation that filled the heavens with an overwhelming, destructive sword intent. Brother Shimin, splendid. Let us drink together afterwards. Yi Viangyan, Lafit Heartily, extending his hand to summon back the azure flying sword that had been entangled with the 2 demon beings below. The ignorant shall not escape their doom. Mo Kujia remarked with a slight shake of his head. In the next moment, the flames beside him erupted with ferocity. A towering beast, standing 100 meters tall, emerged from the conflagration. Black demonic energy surged skyward, occupying the heavens alongside Yi Xiangwan's azure sword screen and Shimin Changji's white sword formation. Let me experience the cold mountain sword intent of the current Kunlun master. Mo Kujia said as he lightly stepped onto the shoulder of the beast. The roaring flames surged once more, enveloping the creature in a fiery armor. Should you wish to see, then I shall show you. A torrent of overwhelming sword intent erupted from Yi Xiangwan, the weight of mountains and the terror of icy coldness rapidly spreading outward. The essence of the sword clashed with the black flames of Mokagash. The collision of these 2 extreme attributes igniting a splendid radiance that illuminated the entire night. Simultaneously, the white sword array quivered, erupting with dazzling divine light. As the battlefield between Shimin Changge and the demon obstructed the city gates, the cultivators of Baifeng City were forced to retreat, returning once more to the dock. There, they beheld the young man who had slain Luo Yuntian, nonchalantly adorned with 2 long swords at his waist. He sat at the end of the long bridge by the dock, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought as he gazed at the magnificent sea. He appeared utterly disinterested in the conflict engulfing Baifeng City. As night fell, the chubby dog rose from in front of the tightly shut door. Fortunately, the tremors of Baifeng City had spared it. The little dog, bouncing with excitement, prepared to seek out Lu Chuan, as mealtime had arrived. However, after a few steps, it returned to the door, retrieving its small bowl. Upon arriving at its usual spot, it found only emptiness, the familiar presence absent. The bowl clattered to the ground. Filled with sorrow, its master was gone, and the newly met friend had vanished as well. With tears welling in its eyes, the little dog circled the spot where Lu Chuan had once sat, sniffing the air with its tiny nose. Soon, it halted, intently sniffing the atmosphere, having caught the scent of Lu Chuan. This aroma was deeply ingrained in its memory, for it was the most delightful scent it had ever encountered, surpassing even the meat in its bowl. Joyfully, the little dog picked up its bowl and dashed toward the dock. Master Bailey, we should seize this opportunity to break through. Once we reach Wuxiang City, we will have a chance. Indeed, Lord Bailey, this is our only opportunity. As long as we keep the Green Mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Please give the order. With the death of the chief of Xintian sect, one of the 3 upper sects, and the limited influence of the Yunjing sect, there was little authority left. Only Bailey Yuza, the master of Jinyuan sect, possessed the power to stabilize the situation. Bailey Yuza surveyed the battleground where several Dao 1 entities clashed, the sky trembling with their fury, while Baifeng City was being rapidly obliterated. If the fighting continued, they would likely perish beneath the aftermath of their violent confrontations. This was the optimal moment for them to leave Baifeng City. Yet, Bailey Yuza understood, well, that even if they reached Wuxiang City, they would not be able to hold their ground. The fall of the entire Tianyuan continent was merely a matter of time. Even with all 4 ancient clans mobilized, alongside the Kunlun Divine Palace. They could not withstand the onslaught of the Demon Realm's army. Bailey Yu's gaze turned to Lu Chuan. Earlier, when Lu Chuan had been in Baifeng City and had dispatched the Demon Realm's Dao one female, Luo Ran had conveyed the information to him. He was well aware that this extraordinarily handsome youth was the infamous killing god of Mingyue Pavilion, for Luo Ran Zhenyuan sect had previously interacted with Lu Chuan. Naturally, as the leader of the Zhenyuan sect, Bai Liu Zhe is one of the few able to gauge Lu Chuan's strength. The ability to easily vanquish a Dao One Realm expert is perhaps within reach. Bai Li Sect Master, we cannot all perish here. Since you are unwilling to give the order, do not blame us for abandoning righteousness. At that moment, someone interrupted Bai Liu Zhe's train of thought. Brothers, follow me. Let's charge out together. The rallying cry was met with immediate response. In the face of life and death, no one would speak of principles. Make way, make way. Amidst the roars, an injured individual was brought before Bai Liu Zhe. Isn't this a disciple of the Hundred Flowers sect? Did they not withdraw first? How have they returned? Upon seeing the wounded, an ominous premonition surged within the crowd. Bai Liu Zhe hurriedly placed a pill into the injured person's mouth. Their condition improved slightly, but that was all. Their spirit was on the verge of collapse. No remedy could salvage the situation. And Master Bai, we were intercepted by the demonic army. Do not go to Wuxiang City. The retreat has been cut off. The injured individual managed to utter a few fragmented words before falling silent. Bai Liu Zhe's mind buzzed, and, as he stood, he felt a moment of disorientation, nearly losing consciousness. This news spread like a plague, leaving everyone pale as death. Despair was all that remained. Master Bai, are you all right? Those nearby quickly steadied him. Alles Bai Liu Zhe sighed deeply, forcing a bitter smile. We have no path of retreat within a day. The Tian Yuan continent can be declared lost. Enough, enough. Let us all flee for our lives. With a wave of his hand, he appeared to age a decade in an instant. Chapter 62. A grand scene, alas. Misfortunes never come singly, nor do blessings come in pairs. Amidst the spread of despair, a mournful horn echoed from the distant sea. Where the sky met the ocean, a wall of black water surged forth, a tumultuous sea. It resembled a celestial river in reverse, rendering Baifeng City nearly insignificant beneath this watery wall. The hearts of the crowd raced violently with the sound of the horns. The world trembled with the rising tide. A gray pallor crept across every face, a hue befitting the dead. They had silently condemned themselves to death. The surging sea advanced slowly, seemingly intent on delaying its approach. An invisible pressure reached its zenith, causing some cultivators to vomit in sheer terror. Others attempted to flee, but found themselves unable to take a single step. The ground trembled with the thunderous sound of hooves pounding behind Baifeng City. A towering humanoid war spirit, standing at an astonishing height of over 10,000 meters, emerged from behind the mountains. The grandeur of this being was nothing short of incredible. It brandished its weapon, a formidable warblade, effortlessly leveling the mountains that obstructed its path as it advanced towards Baifeng City. With wolves in front and tigers behind, the entire city had become akin to a sandwich, trapped with no hope of escape. Form ranks, form ranks, form ranks. The hoarse voice of Bai Liu Zhe echoed through the heavens, infused with a determination to face inevitable doom. Humans are curious creatures. In the throes of fear, they may devolve into spineless cowards. Yet, when confronted with the brink of death, they can transform into cornered beasts, baring their teeth in defiance. Damn it, if we must perish, let's take a few of these beasts down with us. The resolve of the cultivators, somewhat ironically, coalesced in this dire predicament. The atmosphere in Baifeng City grew eerily quiet. No one uttered a word, save for the sounds of cultivators weaving their formations. Amidst the crowd, a small, plump dog traversed with a tiny bowl in its mouth. Fortunately, no one felt inclined to kick the little creature. Otherwise, they might have faced the wrath of Lu Chuan first. Woof, woof, woof. The small dog finally spotted Lu Chuan and joyfully dropped its bowl at his feet. You really came. Lu Chuan bent down to ruffle the dog's head, exasperatedly shrugging his shoulders. There's no dinner tonight. I haven't cooked anything. The little dog, famished from its journey, tilted its head at Lu Chuan, who seemed to misunderstand its intentions. It nudged its bowl with a paw and yipped twice. Lu Chuan, both amused and exasperated, playfully punched his companion a fu, urging him to produce some potent pills. What is wrong with you? Can't you speak properly? A fu irked, bared his large teeth in frustration. Lu Chuan shot him a sideways glance, prompting a Fu to obediently retrieve a small pouch. A filthy dog like you doesn't deserve to eat the great Lord Donkey's pills. You're lucky to get anything at all, a Fu grumbled under his breath. Disregarding a Fu's complaints, Lu Chuan opened the pouch, retrieved a handful of silver pills, and placed them into the small bowl. He pushed the bowl towards the little dog, his eyes nearly squinting with mirth. Go ahead and eat. Although they lack flavor, they fill you up. After you eat, you'll be the most dazzling pup on the street. The little dog, truly starving, didn't mind the tastelessness of the pills. Anything in the bowl was surely edible. With eager munching, it devoured half of the pills in no time. Lu Chuan chuckled, pouring the remaining half of the pouch into the dog's bowl. What a waste. Oh heavens! A Fu watched, gritting his teeth, wishing he could kick the little dog to kingdom come. The tense atmosphere, however, seemed to lighten considerably with the arrival of the small dog. The cultivators, having completed their formations, turned their gazes towards Lu Chuan, who was feeding the dog. In the gentle moonlight, Lu Chuan's slender figure was elongated, casting a long shadow. At the waist, two swords of contrasting hues hung, an incongruity for a cultivator, who typically wielded flying swords. Young master, swiftly enter the grand formation. Every moment of survival counts, a nearby cultivator called out, seemingly reluctant to witness this ethereal noble perish beneath the surging waves. Perhaps they were unaware that this fleeting act of kindness had inadvertently preserved their own lives. Lu Chuan lifted his gaze towards the speaker, unable to suppress a smile and shaking his head gently. As the saying goes in the face of death, one's words turn benevolent. With a light clap, Lu Chuan rose slowly. The tumultuous sea was now vividly visible, far more terrifying than he had envisioned. The churning waters loomed like a vast black curtain, threatening to sever the world before him. Do not lose your composure. Maintain the formation's core. As long as the array holds, we shall have a chance, Bai Li Yu's trembling voice echoed. Yet, even he harbored doubts about his own words. When that black curtain descended, it would signal the annihilation of Baifeng City. He cast another glance at the slender figure, uncertain whether to cling to hope. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently as the dark veil approached, and the entire Baifeng City was engulfed in a harrowing earthquake. Lu Chuan, hands clasped behind his back, observed indifferently. Suddenly, a plump little dog sprang in front of Lu Chuan, barking ferociously at the looming darkness. Despite its fear, with its tail tucked and body trembling, it resolutely stood guard before Lu Chuan. Perhaps this was the reason Lu Chuan favored dogs over people. Your goodwill is appreciated, he chuckled, patting the little creature before taking a delicate step forward. The onlookers stared in astonishment, bewildered by the noble's intentions. What is he doing? He must be dazed with fear. We cannot prevent him from courting death, they whispered, lamenting his folly. Only Bai Li Yu's pupils gleamed with renewed determination as he proclaimed. Hold a formation. If we endure this moment, we shall have a chance at survival. His spirited voice resonated through the trembling Baifeng City. Stepping onto the surface of the sea, Lu Chuan felt the gentle ripples beneath his feet. A Fu followed suit, gazing at the encroaching darkness with a grin. Is this considered a grand spectacle? A Fu teased lightly. Lu Chuan shook his head, forming a sword gesture with his fingers and softly drawing across the air. This is the true spectacle. The surging white waves rose from the distant ocean, glistening silver crests relentlessly ascending. Ultimately, the surrounding ocean surged dramatically, revealing the mottled seabed beneath. The towering waves roared, escalating in both height and sound, akin to the thunderous charge of 1,000 cavalry. Chapter 63. The Futility of Numbers. The people of Baifeng City were rendered utterly speechless, their mouths agape, as if they were boxes, momentarily stunned into silence. Subsequently, everyone instinctively swallowed 2 or 3 times. Yet their throats remained parched. Bai Li Yu felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, on the verge of collapsing. He braced himself, gazing at the slender figure in the distance, his eyes seemingly ablaze with an inner fire. Perhaps they truly had a glimmer of hope. With a deafening crash, 2 colossal waves converged, forming a celestial dome that collided with tremendous force. In that instant, the earth trembled and the mountains quaked, the cascading waters crashing down like a great avalanche. Under the terrifying impact of this clash, a profound sense of despair enveloped everyone, making them feel as insignificant as dust. Lu Chuan walked upon the waves, hands clasped behind his back, proceeding neither quickly nor slowly. The ominous black sky gradually dissipated, revealing a neat black line upon the now tranquil sea. This line was not a mere tide, but rather an army. This formidable force, due to its sheer numbers, spread across the visible expanse of the ocean, appearing as a singular black line. At the heart of this vast army stood an opulent high platform. The demon lord reveled in the scenic beauty of the sleepless sea. In the harsh environment of the demon realm, such enchanting vistas were a rarity. The demon lord envisioned himself achieving enlightenment in the dragon arena, reaching the pinnacle of power, with this place destined to become the home of the demon realm in the future. As the high platform gradually came to a halt, the demon lord's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Why they stopped? Irritation flickered within him. He believed that in the Tianyuan continent, no person or entity could halt the advance of a demon army. Soon enough, the demon lord understood the reason for the halt. A strikingly handsome youth stood boldly upon the waves, unabashedly blocking the path of his million-strong army, causing their advance to cease. Absurd, wasn't he it? Quite laughable indeed. The demon lord squinted at the youth, the pale moonlight casting an ethereal glow upon him, imbuing him with an indescribable otherworldly essence. At that moment, the high priest beside the demon lord furrowed his brows deeply, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. The ominous star shone, and the signs in the heavens began to shift. He was the very source of this celestial upheaval. Intriguing. The demon lord chuckled, waving his hand lightly. Even if a mere human could stir the heavens, what could they possibly do to obstruct my demon army? Change formation, let this king tread forth. At the demon lord's command, the halted army began to advance once more, with the central battalion moving first. This formidable army represents the most elite vanguard of the demon realm, composed entirely of earth dragon demons, each towering nearly 10 meters high. These demons possess the bloodline of earth dragons, endowing them with immense strength and remarkable physical resilience. The scales adorning their bodies serve as the finest armor, capable of withstanding the majority of magical assaults. They are unparalleled as a forward force, unrivaled in their understanding of the charge. 100,000 earth dragon soldiers surged forth, their feet crashing upon the surface of the sea. Above this mighty battalion loomed a colossal, mountain-like apparition of an earth dragon war spirit, its terrifying form nearly obscuring half the sky. Simultaneously, two torrents of iron, one to the left and one to the right, closely flanked the earth dragon army, charging together with unwavering resolve. An overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon the battlefield, akin to a cataclysmic landslide. Lu Chuan began to comprehend why the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent had succumbed so swiftly. In comparison to these disciplined, well-trained soldiers, the scattered and disorganized cultivators of Tianyuan were utterly insignificant. Observing the advancing army, Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head. Sometimes, sheer numbers do not dictate the outcome. The demon lord remained oblivious to the means by which this youth intended to thwart the army of the demon realm. However, he would soon be enlightened. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, his right hand gradually resting upon the hilt of his sword, killing. As a swordsman, Lu Chuan favored one-on-one duels against formidable opponents, rather than the current scenario. With a swift motion, killing was unleashed. A streak of black light shot into the heavens. At that moment, dark storm clouds began to gather above. As killing was drawn, it seemed as though the heavens themselves sensed impending danger and commenced their divine retribution against Lu Chuan. A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The sword heralded calamity. The blade was released, slowly sinking into the vast ocean before him. In the next instant, Lu Chuan summoned the nebula formed by the sword intent within his dantian. The nebula began to swirl, infusing terrifying power into killing, now submerged beneath the waves. Where the sword had vanished, a surge of black water erupted, coalescing ominously. Suddenly, from that dark mass, countless black threads emerged, spreading like a spider's web, frantically radiating in all directions from a single point. These black threads, akin to insidious and venomous sea serpents, silently infiltrated the advancing army. By the time the soldiers recognized the multitude of black threads sprawling across the ocean's surface, it was far too late. 100,000 earth dragon demons, along with the 15,000 iron cavalry flanking them, found their feet ensnared by these ominous threads. Waves of treacherous and brutal sword intent surged through these strands, overwhelming their minds in an instant, transforming them into mere puppets, devoid of will. Lu Chuan raised his hand and gently waved it. The advancing army came to an abrupt halt, pivoting to direct their blades towards their comrades in the rear. Witnessing this scene, the Dark Lord sprang from his seat, his countenance ashen with rage. "Do you dare to rebel?" he bellowed, yet no one responded. Only the synchronized march of the 250,000 soldiers echoed in the air. They had been ensnared, severing the dark threads that bound them. The high priestess chanted incantations with great urgency, unleashing a torrent of obscure runes from her being. These runes stirred the very fabric of the laws of the universe, causing fractures to emerge in the atmosphere. As these runes descended upon the ocean's surface, they aimed to sever the dark threads. However, upon contact, the high priestess was met with an overwhelming and terrifying sword intent, surging back through the runes. With a gasp, she turned pale, blood erupting from her lips as she hastily severed her connection to the runes. This was no mere essence of primal energy. It bore no trace of a loss, only the most unadulterated force of slaughter. The high priestess instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation, her voice hoarse as she spoke. "He is not of this world. His power does not belong here." As she uttered this, her gaze turned skyward, where the cataclysmic thunderclouds had gathered ominously. It was no wonder the heavens had turned against him. Chapter 64, Bloodshed. Retreat. Gazing upon the slender figure of the youth, the high priestess unhesitatingly uttered these words. Yet the Dark Lord remained unmoved, shaking his head defiantly. "I refuse to wait any longer. I will not believe that millions of warriors from the demon realm, alongside 50 masters of the third realm of divinity, cannot subdue a single individual." The high priestess opened her mouth, trembling lips betraying her uncertainty. She found herself at a loss for words. In her heart, the notion of retreat was utterly abhorrent. Imperial guards dispersed these traitors. The Dark Lord commanded grandly, waving his hand with audacity. From behind, a silver torrent surged forth, starkly contrasting with the overall darkness and oppression of the demon realm. This army represented the elite of the demon realm, the very foundation of the Dark Lord's audacity to tread upon the vast and righteous world. The silver tide charged towards the 250,000 controlled soldiers. The clash of black and white torrents was imminent. However, the ensuing chaos was not as the Dark Lord had envisioned. As the two armies collided, an explosion erupted without warning or delay. The controlled soldiers self-destructed almost instantaneously. A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens, a blinding flash of searing black light illuminating the surroundings, rendering nearly everyone momentarily blind. Then, from the tumultuous melee, a wave of scorching heat surged forth. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted like a tempestuous sandstorm, unleashing a crimson mist that bloomed with a mesmerizing beauty, reminiscent of enchanting spider lilies vying for attention. The formidable army of the demon realm, a striking force of 250,000 elite warriors, self-destructed. This tremendous power astonishingly evaporated the surrounding seawater in mere moments, enveloping the battlefield in a dense shroud of steam. At this juncture, Lu Chuan's swordplay was rekindled. The long sword, submerged in the ocean, soared forth, landing gracefully in his grasp. Observing the swirling vapors, Lu Chuan gently waved his blade. The technique, Sword 6, Snow's Grievance, transformed a single droplet of vapor into a water bead, which delicately perched upon the lethal tip of his sword. As the droplets splashed and dispersed, it eerily suspended in midair. In that fleeting moment, the rotund and charming water bead froze, serving as a harbinger of death. From the tip of the killing sword, an unimaginable chill surged forth with a ferocious roar. In the next instant, the steam that dominated the battlefield crystallized, followed by the very surface of the sea, and ultimately, the air itself succumbed to the relentless freeze. With a single stroke, Lu Chuan turned this realm into a frozen hell. Within this icy dominion, countless silhouettes became visible, encased in the glistening frost. One sword, day's morning. Lu Chuan lifted his sword once more. With a swift motion, he directed his blade towards the heavens, unleashing a surge of sword energy that soared skyward. The sky turned obsidian, and even the roaring thunderclouds of annihilation appeared insignificant beneath the ascendant force of his sword energy. The dark sword energy pierced the firmament, transforming into myriad long swords. Soon after, a torrential downpour of swords commenced. The frozen hell began to shatter under the onslaught of the sword rain, and the frozen demon army crumbled into dust. A resounding rumble echoed. As if unable to tolerate Lu Chuan's carnage, the heavenly forces stirred. A crimson bolt of destructive lightning descended from the celestial expanse. Foolish creature, Lu Chuan scoffed coldly, swinging his sword backhandedly towards the thunderous calamity. This time, the bolt of annihilation met a fate far less fortunate, being cleaved into fragments by his blade. You shall perish for slaying my 100,000 demon kin. A thunderous roar reverberated amidst the storm of swords. Suddenly, a crimson domain erupted, enveloping the entire sea. Countless blood-red runes flickered ominously within this realm. The demon lord ignited with a fiery crimson blaze, akin to a deity of fire descending upon the world, exuding an overwhelming pressure as he advanced slowly towards Lu Chuan. With each step, the earth trembled and the fabric of space fractured. From the fissures, chilling wails echoed, reminiscent of vengeful souls lamenting their untimely demise. As he strode forth, the demon lord commanded loudly, "High priest, you lead the others back." "No, Xingar?" The high priest's anguished voice rang out. Xingar was the demon lord's pet name. In the entire demon realm, only the high priest held the privilege to address him in such an intimate manner. Upon hearing the sound of the star, the dark lord paused in his tracks, lowering his head as if something flickered within his gaze. "Might I bid farewell?" His voice, devoid of the anticipated fervor, resonated with a calm detachment. In uttering these words, he seemed to have foreseen his own demise, hence his choice of the term farewell. Yet, in the face of death, the Dark Lord displayed an unsettling tranquility, even a composed indifference. Lu Chuan sheathed his weapon and nodded. "You may return. I hold little interest." The Dark Lord shook his head, rejecting Lu Chuan's offer of clemency. "One must atone for their transgressions. The wrongs I have committed can only be rectified with this life." With over half of his army decimated and the elite forces of the Imperial Guard and the Earth Dragon demons annihilated, the very foundation of the demon realm had been shaken. Such losses would likely take millennia to restore. The Dark Lord attributed all of this to his own hubris. Had he activated his domain before the self-destruction of the 200,000 soldiers, he could have preserved the remainder of his forces. Yet in this world, what if holds no weight? The Dark Lord was a proud individual, and the proud cannot tolerate their own errors, nor can they bear the sting of failure. He resolved to pay for his mistakes with his life, challenging Lu Chuan for a final confrontation. "I seek death." Lu Chuan straightened his posture, a gesture of respect towards the Dark Lord. "Very well, I shall await you." Typically lacking in patience, Lu Chuan's willingness to wait indicated his newfound acknowledgement of this proud figure. "Thank you." Upon the Dark Lord's return, he was accompanied by a veiled woman. Lu Chuan was unaware of their exchange, but it was evident they intended to face death together. The woman gazed at the Dark Lord with a sweet smile, her eyes nearly crinkling with joy. They held hands, no longer to be parted, reminiscent of their childhood when she guided him through the bustling streets of the demon city. Back then, his hand was small, easily enveloped by hers. Now, his hand was large enough to comfortably grasp hers. After millennia of companionship, they finally set aside all else in this moment, uniting as one. Time spoke without words, elucidating everything. No one knew what transpired that night. All that remained was the tale of a noble young man who, in the inky darkness, approached the million-strong army of the demon realm. The heavens' thunderstorm was cleaved apart, and the demonic forces vanished without a trace, while the eye of the abyss was sealed once more. The Tianyuan continent narrowly escaped this calamity. Chapter 65, The Bronze Temple. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the Eye of the Abyss mission. Host has not met the conditions and cannot obtain the title. Ding, the host has met the criteria for a special title and has acquired the title of a Lone Brave. Lone Brave, when the host fights alone, they gain special enhancements, invoking the 4 symbols malevolent stars to disrupt the heavens. Lu Chuan paid no heed to such trifling titles. Lu Chuan was primarily concerned with the rewards for completing the task, particularly the opportunity to enter the Bronze Temple. The host has completed the epic task elimination of the Abyssal Spring and gained the qualification to enter the Bronze Temple. Preparing for teleportation. Teleportation commencing 10-9-8-7-6. A brilliant white light enveloped him, and when Lu Chuan's vision cleared, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar realm. Surrounding him were vibrant nebulae, and beneath his feet lay an unfathomable void. The desolation of this place was palpable, enveloped in a silence so profound it threatened to drive one mad. Suddenly, a staircase materialized beneath Lu Chuan's feet. Crafted of bronze, the steps bore the marks of age, their patina whispering tales of time's passage. Without hesitation, he ascended the first step, followed by the emergence of a second bronze stair. Thus, he continued his ascent, traversing the bronze steps until he reached the 999th. At last, Lu Chuan beheld what awaited him at the summit, a door. This weathered bronze door was neither lavish nor grand, but rather appeared somewhat dilapidated. It stood solitary against the backdrop of the cosmos, as if waiting for someone to push it open. Approaching the door, Lu Chuan gently pressed his hand against it. With a creak, the bronze door swung open, revealing untold stories that had long remained sealed. To Lu Chuan's astonishment, behind the worn door lay an entirely different world. He found himself in a vast hall, its boundaries unseen. Towering within the hall were 9 bronze pillars, majestic as if they could support the heavens. Lu Chuan approached the nearest pillar and gazed upward. Intricate designs adorned its surface, yet upon a mere glance, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. The imagery depicted an ethereal old man, fishing amidst the clouds, not for fish, but for souls beneath the clouds. Beside him lay an uncovered fish basket, from which several hands reached out as if yearning to escape. A foreboding feeling surged within Lu Chuan, prompting him to hastily move on to the next image. In this scene, the old man had reeled in his fishing line and was hoisting the basket. From its gaping mouth, pairs of desperate eyes flickered in and out of sight. The profound despair reflected in those eyes sent shivers through Lu Chuan. The following image introduced a new figure, a disheveled man clad in a tank top and baggy shorts, flip-flops adorning his feet. An involuntary thought sprang to Lu Chuan's mind, a lowlife. In this scene, the man wielded his flip-flop, forcefully pressing the fishing elder down, striking his face with the sandal. Wait a moment, tank top, shorts, flip-flops. Could it be that this person also hailed from Blue Star? A surge of excitement coursed through Lu Chuan. Encountering a fellow compatriot in this place could bring him to tears. As I continued to observe, the ensuing scenes predominantly depicted the antics of a second-rate rogue, mercilessly beating various deities, which inexplicably exhilarated Lu Chuan. He meticulously searched the bronze pillar, hoping to uncover even a fragment of recorded wisdom. At last, he discerned an inscription at the pinnacle of the pillar, unprecedented in history, unparalleled in the future, the devourer of the heavens. The audacity of this proclamation was staggering. Lu Chuan could not help but roll his eyes at the absurdity of a mere slacker in a tank top and shorts claiming such grandeur. Suddenly, an eerie transformation occurred within the grand hall. A silent, obsidian river materialized, casting an uncanny presence, staring into this abyssal river. A throbbing pain began to envelop Lu Chuan's head, intensifying as if countless steel nails were being driven into his skull, threatening to explode from the agony. Yet, he remained stoic, steadfastly fixated on the river, enduring the torment. He finally recalled where he had encountered such a river before. It resided within his sealed memories, a dark, lifeless river that he could not traverse. In contrast to the utterly desolate river of his recollections, this one in the bronze temple flowed with a languid grace. Before long, a faint ethereal figure emerged within the river's depths. Though Lu Chuan could not discern the visage of this apparition, an inexplicable urge to draw near it welled up within him. The figure drifted along the river, gradually vanishing into the distance. At the moment of its disappearance, it turned back, flashing a smile at Lu Chuan. A surge of blood nearly erupted from his mouth. For the figure was none other than the same second-rate rogue depicted on the bronze pillar, the one who had comically wielded a flip-flop against others. Yet, a strange feeling engulfed Lu Chuan. It seemed they were one and the same, yet distinctly different. As the figure faded, the river began to warp, transforming into a cosmic expanse where countless nebulas shimmered amidst the celestial river. However, before he could indulge in the beauty of this spectacle, the cosmic river shattered. Lu Chuan's heart raced violently in tandem with the disintegration of the heavens, an indescribable pain surging within him. Was this the annihilation of the starry sky? Was that figure attempting to convey to him that the entire cosmos would succumb to some impending catastrophe? Furrowing his brow, Lu Chuan found that the intense pain paradoxically sharpened his focus. Ding! Time's up! The system's voice echoed at that moment. A flash of white light enveloped him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in reality, reclining in a chair, gazing vacantly at the clear sky. The angler, the second-rate rogue, the silent river, the shattering cosmos, and that refreshing apparition. What message was the bronze temple endeavoring to impart to him? What had he witnessed? Afu apird bezide Lu Chuan, his face brimming with excitement. Damn it! Lu Chuan delivered a punch to Ah Fu's head, exclaiming, "What nonsense about the ultimate? It has nothing to do with me. I simply want to return home." Hee, then let's go home. Unfazed by the blow, Ah Fu, undeterred by danger, leaned closer to Lu Chuan. The Grand Emperor's dojo will emerge in 3 months on the Tianhuan continent. There must be an opportunity to become an emperor there. We must set off immediately, hurry, or we will miss the warmth of our meal. Lu Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Ah Fu and scoffed. Do you know something I don't? Why are you so eager for me to become an emperor? And didn't you say that you could only pinpoint the location once the dojo opens? Why the rush now? I'm merely a charming system. I know nothing at all. Ah Fu whistled, turning his head away. Chapter 65. Farewell. After this great calamity, the 3 sects on the Tianyuan continent languished, while other forces suffered devastating losses. The power dynamics of the entire Tianyuan continent were completely reshuffled. In the following period, Lu Chuan dedicated himself to cultivation and assisting the Mingyue Pavilion in establishing its footing in the new environment. With Lu Chuan's aid, Mingyue Pavilion swiftly ascended to the ranks of a top-tier sect to repay the favor of the Huanyin Pill, which had granted rejuvenation. Lu Chuan left behind several sword manuals for the pavilion. These manuals were crafted by Lu Chuan according to the cultivation methods of this world, perfectly addressing the shortcomings of the pavilion's lack of offensive techniques. On a serene night, under a sky studded with stars, Lu Chuan departed from Mingyue Pavilion with Ah Fu. They left without a trace, taking nothing but the stillness of the night, departing with no burdens. True farewells often unfold in such a manner. There were no ancient pavilions or winding paths, no waters of the peach blossom pool, just a night as gentle as any other, where some souls remain forever anchored in yesterday. Baifeng City. The common folk of Baifeng City had long since returned and rebuilt their homes. The town quickly regained its former splendor. However, the flying ships of Yinming Zhe had vanished without a trace. The docks remained bustling. Yet the grand caravans of cultivators were nowhere to be seen. At some point, a couple of fishermen had taken residence at the docks. The girl was pure and beautiful, while the boy was handsome and dashing. Interestingly, the girl liked to call the boy Shinger. Such ethereal beings should not be here, yet they seem to be doing quite well. Come on, you little rascal, let's stroll. A languid young nobleman, with 2 long swords hanging at his waist and a lean donkey by his side, paused before a humble dwelling, with his hands tucked away. He smiled as he observed a small, plump dog that had not grown much in size. That too, don't go. A little girl, missing a front tooth, rushed out from behind the door, anxiously embracing the small dog. In her nervousness, she inadvertently tightened her grip, causing the little dog to roll its eyes in distress. Do not be anxious, little girl. I am a good friend of your dog, Lu Chuan said cheerfully, playfully flicking the little dog's tail. The small dog gazed at Lu Chuan with eyes full of sorrow. Ah, splendid. Lu Chuan responded with a nod. Fortune smiles upon the earnest, and this small dog awaited its master. Farewell. Lu Chuan pocketed his hands and walked towards the ferry. The small dog watched Lu Chuan grow increasingly distant, tears welling in its eyes. A farewell often signifies a final parting. Boatman, may I borrow a vessel to set sail? Lu Chuan approached the dock and whistled flirtatiously at a strikingly beautiful woman. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, her previously gloomy expression transformed into one radiant with joy. Star, come look who has arrived. She called to a handsome young man mending fishing nets nearby. The youth frowned impatiently. How many times must I tell you not to call me by my childhood name? I am no longer a child and wish to maintain some dignity. His words faltered as he caught sight of Lu Chuan, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. I shall gift you a boat, lest anyone accuse me of being stingy. Thank you. Lu Chuan chuckled in response. Are you leaving? Yes. Will you return? Perhaps. Wishing you early blessings of children. Lastly, Lu Chuan stepped onto a small boat, heading into the vast depths of the ocean. Nangong Chushua gazed at the empty courtyard, biting her lip fiercely to suppress her tears. Yet ultimately, the tears flowed uncontrollably. She knew that Lu Chuan would leave eventually, but she had not anticipated that day would come so swiftly. Even more shocking was Lu Chuan's callousness in departing without a word, slipping away silently. Master Hongye stood at the doorway, observing the desolate courtyard, rendered speechless. 2 young maidservants stood in the yard, holding washing tools, utterly bewildered. Lu Chuan's arrival and departure felt like a fleeting dream, insubstantial and unreal. The Tianhuan continent ranks among the top 3 realms in the grand world of Howren. To put it succinctly, the Tianhuan continent not only boasts an area thousands of times larger than the Tianyuan continent, but also possesses resources of an incomparable magnitude. Here, one could easily find a renowned individual capable of rivaling the three sects of the Tianyuan continent. Unlike other continents, the Tianyuan continent is devoid of sects, only possessing dynasties. Several dynasties, each with a lineage spanning hundreds of thousands of years, control the majority of the resources and lands of the Tianyuan continent. Of course, there are also smaller nations struggling to survive in the crevices between these colossal entities. The Fengling Ferry serves as the most critical trade port between the Great Wei dynasty and other continents. Today, the Fengling Ferry is heavily guarded, with the tiger and leopard cavalry of the Great Wei dynasty overseeing the port. All civilians have been instructed to remain indoors and avoid venturing out. For today marks the return of the dynasty's merchant fleet. The grand world of Howran is exceedingly vast, and here, merchant ships typically operate on a cycle measured in years, with the duration ranging from 3 to 5 years, or even exceeding a decade. If the Great Wei dynasty wishes to engage in commerce with the Tianyuan continent, it is likely to take several decades for a round trip. The merchant vessels here are unimaginably vast. Take, for instance, the Great Wei's egret, which is as large as an entire city. These ships are often referred to as floating cities. The Great Wei possesses 9 such vessels, each voyage returning with unimaginable wealth. The return of these merchant ships is a significant event for the Great Wei, rivaling even grand sacrificial ceremonies. This particular voyage is destined for the foremost Haotian continent, consuming a full 12 years, during which the caravan will procure an abundance of rare ores and extraordinary treasures. If all proceeds smoothly, the military strength of the Great Wei dynasty will ascend to a new echelon. The surrounding waters have already been thoroughly cleared, with numerous warships on alert, awaiting the merchant vessel's arrival. The task is overseen by the esteemed Long Princess of the Great Wei, Chow Yunlan. She is a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her early 20s. Clad in a resplendent black and red phoenix robe, her exquisite visage is complemented by cold, ice-like violet eyes. Her orange-red lips are tightly pressed, and she wears a golden jade crown, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise her voice. Not only is she a beloved figure among the populace of the Great Wei, but she is also the youngest Taoist in the entire Tianyuan continent, having reached the 3rd realm of divine path at the tender age of 21, a talent that ranks among the top 10 in the annals of Tianyuan history. Standing atop a high platform, Chow Yunlan gazes out at the boundless sea, a faint smile gracing her lips. Reports indicate that a small fishing boat has appeared 3,000 miles within the northern region of the Dagwan Sea. Chow Yunlan's brows furrow slightly. There could be no room for error on this return journey, and no unforeseen incidents are permitted. The entire Dagwan Sea should have been cleared. How could a small fishing boat be present? If it were indeed fishermen, they would not venture this deep. Intercept the fishing boat and ascertain its identity. If there is no threat, temporarily accommodate them on the warship. Let them proceed, she commands with a gentle wave of her hand. A woman in official attire beside her shakes her head in resignation. The Long Princess is admirable in many respects, yet her one flaw is her overly compassionate nature. At such a time, the appearance of an unidentified fishing vessel with no justification should warrant immediate destruction. Your Highness, the movements of the Great Wu Fire God Camp are unclear. We must prepare in advance. Chapter 67. A Meal of Gratitude. A solitary little boat navigates the vast ocean. Lu Chuan has been adrift on this tumultuous sea for an entire month. In the words of a Fu, this is just the beginning. 80% of this world is ocean. To traverse the continents, one must either possess extraordinary power to sail unhindered across the open waters or accompany a transoceanic fleet. However, the speed of such fleets is relatively slow, with round trips taking years or even decades. The bow of the small boat supports a pot, and Lu Chuan is busy preparing today's lunch. With only fish to feast upon in this endless expanse, after a month of consuming sea fish, Lu Chuan now feels a wave of nausea at the mere sight of it. As for Afyu, he had been forcibly conscripted as a laborer by Lu Chuan 10 days prior. At that moment, filled with resentment, he was at the front, swiftly pulling the small boat forward. Suddenly, a sharp alarm pierced the air from the distant sea. 3 assault boats rapidly approached Lu Chuan, forming a triangular formation that encircled his modest fishing vessel. Lu Chuan, momentarily taken aback, halted his hand mid-slice of the sashimi, gazing at the 3 assault boats. On board these vessels were 6 soldiers, clad in finely crafted black armor. Each one, tall and imposing, exuded an aura of lethal prowess, clearly seasoned warriors. A cultivator at the first level? The leading soldier removed his helmet and looked at Lu Chuan. What a striking young noble, he thought to himself, unable to suppress his admiration. Having trained at the Mingyue Pavilion for a period, Lu Chuan found his cultivation stymied at the condensation realm due to the absence of the 5 elements overlord body training method. His journey to the Tianhuang continent was not solely to seek the emperor's Taoist temple. He also harbored the significant goal of uncovering the techniques for the 5 elements overlord body. Seeing that Lu Chuan was merely a cultivator at the first level, the leading soldier felt a slight sense of relief. To avoid frightening the handsome young noble before him, he endeavored to soften his voice, striving to appear less intimidating. We are the Great Way Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. This area is under martial law. Young noble, from where do you hail? Where are you headed? What is your purpose? Lu Chuan nearly spewed blood in frustration. It was indeed the classic 3 questions. I came from the Baifeng Ferry, just sightseeing. Any further questions? Lu Chuan remained composed, considering the soldier's attitude relatively acceptable. The soldier pondered for a moment. Although he was unfamiliar with the Baifeng Ferry, a cultivator at the condensation realm should pose no issue. May we take you aboard our warship to rest for a while? Once the situation here is resolved, we shall escort you to the dock. Such was the advantage of good looks. Had Lu Chuan appeared as a withered old man, he would likely have been apprehended and dragged back without hesitation. Do you have any food on your ship? Lu Chuan inquired, his concern primarily focused on sustenance, having consumed nothing but fish for a month, leaving his palate weary. Indeed. The soldier nodded. Foolish donkey, come aboard. Lu Chuan rapped his knuckles against the boat's edge. Bang! A moment later, Afyu burst forth from the water and leaped onto the small vessel. With an expression of intelligence, Afyu was fuming with indignation. Letting you strike me is one thing, but now I must help you catch fish and pull the boat? This is outrageous. Am I to be summoned at will and dismissed at a whim? The soldiers immediately grew wary, realizing they had previously overlooked the presence of such a donkey in the waters ahead of the small boat. Everyone, there's no need for alarm. My foolish donkey just requires a bit of discipline, Lu Chuan remarked, delivering a punch to Afyu's head. The force sent the creature spinning in midair, performing a full 720-degree rotation before finally coming to a halt. Yet, the next moment, Afyu stood upright once more. The soldiers watched in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment at this bizarre spectacle. After repairing Afyu, Lu Chuan followed the soldiers to the nearest warship. The vessel was remarkably magnificent, comparable in tonnage to the aircraft carriers of his homeland, and it was merely a standard warship. Such ships were numerous, dotting the vast expanse of the sea. Young master, you may remain in your quarters. Provisions will be delivered shortly, the soldiers said as they confined Lu Chuan to a room. He was indifferent to his predicament, content as long as food was forthcoming. He feasted from noon until afternoon, consuming copious amounts of wine, leaving the soldiers guarding him bewildered. They could not comprehend how this noble-looking youth could devour like a famished wretch. By evening, having thoroughly satisfied his hunger and thirst, Lu Chuan swayed with an empty wine jug, sighing wistfully. I must acquire a wine gourd capable of holding several tons. Suddenly, without warning, the warship was rocked by a thunderous blast, followed by a brilliant flash of fire. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Shouted the soldiers stationed at the door as they burst in and hastily pulled Lu Chuan out. Young master, quickly, we must reach the deck. We are under siege, and the ship is sinking. Lu Chuan, momentarily dazed, opened his mouth in surprise, mistaking his astonishment for shock. The towering soldier hoisted Lu Chuan under his arm and sprinted towards the deck. The overwhelming scent emanating from the soldier nearly incapacitated Lu Chuan. On the deck, flames erupted ferociously as the warship was ravaged by an unknown force, half of it already submerged in the ocean. The surface was littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers. In the distance, other warships burned violently, their flames casting a crimson hue across the sea. Witnessing this chaos, the soldier clutching Lu Chuan trembled with rage, cursing the scum of the fire god camp. Brother, please, the odor is unbearable. Set me down, Lu Chuan exclaimed, unable to endure it any longer. The soldier, suddenly recalling the small figure he was carrying, hastily released Lu Chuan, causing a splintered plank to plunge into the sea beneath them. Get on that plank and row in that direction without looking back, the soldier commanded. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal fireball, tracing a graceful arc, hurtled toward his position. The flames illuminated the soldier's face, casting it in a deep crimson, The sound of its approach was like the harbinger of death. This fireball was the lethal weapon of the fire god camp, forged from the true fire of heaven. It was known that not even flesh and blood could withstand its might, let alone the worship itself. Aware of his impending doom, the soldier drew his battle knife, resolutely gazing at the ever-growing fireball. Just as he braced for the inevitable, a sudden snap echoed beside him. The massive fireball was cleaved in two by an unseen force, scattering into countless fragments that rained down like fiery petals. The soldier stood in stunned silence on the deck, awestruck by the spectacle unfolding before him. "Emil's gratitude has saved your life." At that moment, a languid voice resonated, emanating from the seemingly frail young master. The soldier, taken aback, glanced incredulously at Lu Chuan, who cheerfully waved his hand in acknowledgement. "Hurry, the ship is about to sink." The soldier finally reacted, clasping his fists in a gesture of gratitude towards Lu Chuan. "I shall repay this life-saving grace in the future. Young master, please make haste to the dock." With that, the soldier departed from the warship, heading towards other vessels that had not been set ablaze. Chapter 68. The Assassin by Qi. Your Highness, trouble looms. Our forces have been ambushed at Dagwan Sea. Not only the Fire God Battalion, but also the Shishu Breaker Guard has been spotted. 23 warships have already suffered significant damage. Your Highness, this place is perilous. Please return to the Feng City for further deliberation. By the Feiyun Ferry, Chow Yunlan listened grimly to his subordinate's report. Who dares to challenge us? He spat through gritted teeth. Send the guards to the troubled waters. No matter the cost, they must hold off the Fire God Battalion and the Breaker Guard. I will contact my royal brother immediately. Reinforcements will arrive swiftly. As soon as Chow Yunlan issued the command, the surrounding guards were taken aback. Without protection, should assassins appear, should anything befall the Grand Princess, no one would bear the burden of such responsibility. Your Highness, this cannot be. The Chiohong Tavern has been unusually active lately, particularly targeting your movements. Chow Yunlan was indeed the cherished jewel of the reigning emperor of the Great Way, not only gifted in talent, but also a deft administrator. Rumors even circulated that the emperor contemplated bequeathing the throne to this Grand Princess, barely 20 years old. If such whispers held any truth, Chow Yunlan would become the first empress in the 30,000-year legacy of the Great Way dynasty. Furthermore, the escort returning to the merchant vessels, a matter of paramount importance to the nation's strength, had also fallen to Chow Yunlan's stewardship. This indicated that the rumors of her potential ascension were perhaps not unfounded. Enough. Chow Yunlan interrupted his subordinate, his tone grave. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Immediately direct the guards to the troubled waters. Yes. The soldiers, left with no choice, complied with the orders. The Chiohong Tavern was the most notorious assassin organization in the Tianhuan continent, without rival. This organization was shrouded in mystery, willing to accept any commission. They would target royalty, nobles, and even commoners, as long as there was profit to be made. To date, the Chiohong Tavern had not failed a single task. Recently, rumors suggested that someone had spent nearly 10 million high-grade spirit stones to procure Chow Yunlan's head from the Chiohong Tavern, though the veracity of this claim remained uncertain. The guards at the ferry were soon reassigned to support the troubled waters, leaving only Chow Yunlan and a female official standing at the dock. My brother's White Feather Army is stationed into Feng City. This should arrive within 2 hours at most. I hope they make it in time. Chow Yunlan gazed out at the vast, tumultuous sea, filled with trepidation. Your Highness, the female official beside him opened her mouth, hesitating to speak further. Chinger, if you have something to say, please speak candidly. Chow Yunlan's brow furrowed slightly. The female official took a deep breath, her expression grave as she declared, I have offended. The Crown Prince's reinforcements are unlikely to arrive. He would be rather pleased if this merchant ship encountered misfortune. Even if we manage to protect the caravan, we shall not return to the capital alive. What did you say? Chow Yunlan exclaimed in fury, her voice sharp. Shang Wanqing, do you comprehend the consequences of such disrespectful words? Unmoved, Shang Wanqing gently shook her head. The route and timing of the merchant caravan's return, along with the docking points, are matters of utmost secrecy. Only the royal family would possess such knowledge. Are you not curious how the Fire God Camp and the Breaker Guard pinpointed this location? Over these years, the Crown Prince has acted recklessly, and the Emperor has long harbored intentions. You are in a position of great prominence, while rumors circulate widely. This return journey should have been an opportunity for the Crown Prince to shine, yet the Emperor has placed you in charge of this matter. Shang Wanqing refrained from elaborating further, aware that the princess was astute, albeit still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Yet, in matters of the royal family, harboring such hope could lead to ruin. Chow Yunlan's expression oscillated between gloom and despair as she sighed deeply. If my elder brother has truly sunk to this level. Your Highness, this attack was not aimed at the merchant caravan. The caravan is protected by cultivators of the Annihilation Realm. Unless the Fire God Camp and the Breaker Guard were to exhaust their resources entirely, they could not inflict a devastating blow on the caravan. Neither Do Wu nor Shishu have reached such folly. We must depart. Shangguan Qing glanced at the desolate dock, her concern palpable. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed through the air. I never imagined that Lady Shangguan, at such a tender age, could possess such foresight. Truly remarkable. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man abruptly appeared at the dock. He appeared to be in his 40s, clad in coarse linen garments, with deep wrinkles etched upon his face, reminiscent of a street dweller. The man was exceptionally tall, yet he resembled a mere reed, emaciated and malnourished. In his hands, he held two bloodied, severed heads. Smiling as he remarked, "The crown princess is indeed of noble lineage. Your father has dispatched 2 death warriors of the Dao One realm to guard you closely." Chow Yunlan's face turned pale. She was aware of the existence of these death warriors, yet had never encountered them until now. The fact that these 2 Dao One realm warriors had perished without a trace sent a chill through her. Bai Qi. Upon seeing the man, Shangguan Qing's heart sank. Bai Qi, ranked 7th among the assassins of the Qiuhong Tavern, was the only name she had been able to uncover. 3 years prior, the old sword emperor of Shishu had suddenly died, allegedly at the hands of this very individual. With a slight tremor in her hand, Shangguan Qing summoned a pen-like artifact that resembled a judge's pen and positioned herself protectively in front of Chow Yunlan. Her tone, no longer light and airy, turned urgent. "Your Highness, I will hold him off. You must quickly join the main forces. In the current predicament, escape from the dock is impossible. The only option is to race towards the sea and unite with the main forces, thereby securing a slim chance of survival." Chow Yunlan swiftly pulled Shangguan Qing behind her. Shangguan Qing, a mere civil servant, was but an insignificant 8th realm practitioner, utterly inadequate to confront this god of death. "White 7, how about we strike a deal?" Chow Yunlan resumed her previous frigid demeanor. "Oh," White 7 couldn't help but chuckle. "Your Highness, are you suggesting you would offer double the price to buy back your life?" "I shall offer tenfold." Gao Zunlan ziplit nun tialen. "Goodness, such extravagance," White 7 exclaimed with delight. "Tenfold amounts to 100 million top-tier spirit stones. As far as I know, the annual yield from your ways, 3 spirit veins, barely matches that figure." Chow Yunlan's gaze turned frigid. It appeared the rumors of someone offering 10 million spirit stones for their own head were not mere fabrications. The Wei dynasty, with its legacy spanning several millennia, could indeed muster such resources. Maintaining her composure, Chow Yunlan endeavored to project calmness. "Truly tempting. That sums up my earnings for a century," White 7 mused, somewhat troubled by the calculations. "Qing, your weight. I will hold him off. You must find a way to return to the capital swiftly and report this matter to Father," echoed Chow Yunlan's voice in Shangguan Qing's mind. Chapter 69. A Sister Falls from the Heavens. Are you planning to hold me off so that Lord Shangguan can find an opportunity to escape and summon reinforcements?" White 7 taunted Chow Yunlan with a mocking tone. Having taken countless lives and witnessed numerous farewells, nothing could elude his perceptive gaze. "Is my offer insufficient to stir your interest?" Chow Yunlan's violet eyes narrowed slightly. "Stir my interest?" Who could remain unmoved? But before White 7 could finish his thought, a shadow surged forth from his body with astonishing speed, bearing the force of thunder, charging towards Chow Yunlan. "Run!" Chow Yunlan had been wary of this move. In that fleeting moment of the shadow's appearance, a resounding phoenix cry reverberated through the heavens and earth. A blazing white flame erupted, enveloping the entire dock. Simultaneously, Chow Yunlan turned and struck Shangguan Qing's chest with one palm. A gentle force propelled her towards the sea. "King Ya, Flay, Your Highness!" Shangguan Qing landed softly upon the water's surface, tears streaming uncontrollably. Though they were ostensibly master and servant, their bond surpassed that of sisters. Chow Yunlan's series of actions plunged her into despair. The fierce white flames instantaneously vaporized everything in their vicinity. The fire distorted the surrounding space, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, the shadow that had emerged remained unaffected by the flames, delivering a powerful blow to Chow Yunlan's chest. Like a kite severed from its string, Chow Yunlan was sent hurtling away, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Witnessing this, Shang Wanqing's heart shattered in anguish. However, she did not recklessly rush forward, for she was acutely aware that such an action would lead to her immediate demise. The only viable option was to head towards the Grand Sea, summoning the remaining tiger and leopard cavalry to protect her, thus allowing for a glimmer of hope. With this thought, Shang Wanqing ceased her hesitation, fervently channeling her true essence and dashing towards the depths of the ocean. TSK, 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 seeking reinforcements. Bai Qi chuckled, shaking his head. A faint ethereal shadow erupted from his form, almost instantaneously arriving behind Shang Wanqing. The disparity in strength was overwhelming before she could react. Her heart meridian was shattered, and her soul teetered on the brink of disintegration. Nevertheless, Shang Wanqing forced down a mouthful of blood that surged to her throat, propelling herself towards the sea with fervor. Bai Qi, you vile creature! The recently risen Chow Yunlan, witnessing this scene, was driven to madness. An eruption of white flames engulfed her entire being, once again igniting the dock in a blaze. A colossal fiery phoenix ascended, centered around Chow Yunlan. An immortal phoenix, TSK. No wonder your royal brother fears you so. He is willing to spend millions of spirit stones for your head. Such is the aura of one who reigns supreme. Bai Qi remarked, suddenly covering his mouth, chuckling awkwardly. My apologies, I let it slip, but it matters not. You will never return to lodge a complaint anyway. Upon hearing this, Chow Yunlan coughed up another mouthful of blood. The last flicker of hope within her extinguished at that moment. Such words were tantamount to murder. As Bai Qi's malice was profound, he not only overwhelmed her with sheer strength, but also targeted her psyche. It is said that this immortal phoenix possesses several lives. Should it be slain, it can be reborn. I wonder how many lives you have. No sooner had Bai Qi spoken than a shadow materialized ominously behind Chow Yunlan. In an instant, her heart was pierced through, devoid of any delay. Her beautiful purple eyes gradually lost their luster as her body collapsed heavily to the ground. Yet, in the next moment, her corpse abruptly transformed into white flames, vanishing without a trace. A mournful cry of the phoenix resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The flames that had not yet dissipated surged forth, and within the inferno, Chow Yunlan's dissipating figure gradually coalesced. However, at this moment, her realm plummeted from the first path to the ninth realm. So that is how it is. Bai Qi observed Chow Yunlan's rebirth through flames, nodding slightly. A realm can be exchanged for a life. You are the first path, so killing you 10 times should suffice. Having slain you once, there remain 9 more. Chow Yunlan understood that there was no chance of survival this time, lifting her eyes sorrowfully towards the direction of the capital. Ironically, the one who wished for her demise the most was her own brother. Bang! A Fu grasped the wooden plank, racing across the surface of the sea. Suddenly, a petite figure descended from the sky, crashing onto the plank with force. Ha ha ha! Has fortune finally smiled upon me? I've stumbled upon a girl. Lu Chuan could not help but laugh heartily towards the heavens. However, the laughter ceased abruptly, for Lu Chuan realized that the maiden who had descended from the heavens was on the brink of death. This woman was none other than Shang Wanqing. Having endured a blow from that shadow, defied all odds by still being alive at this moment. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. While others were graced by a celestial beauty, he found himself with a specter plummeting from the sky. Damn it, what ill fortune! He kicked Shang Wanqing towards the sea. What Lu Chuan did not anticipate was the sheer tenacity of her will to survive. She clung desperately to the edge of the wooden plank, her nails completely torn, yet refusing to relinquish her grip. Lu Chuan squatted beside her, teasingly remarking, "Little sister, you're on the verge of death. Fret not, during holidays. Your elder will surely remember to burn some money for you." Perhaps due to a fleeting moment of clarity, Shang Wanqing's complexion took on an unnaturally rosy hue, and her spirit seemed to revive somewhat. Aware that her time was running short, she pleaded earnestly, "I implore you, carry a message to the Great Way Tiger and Leopard Cavalry on the Dagwang Sea. Bai Qi is currently attempting to assassinate the princess. You must return swiftly to protect her." "Why should I care?" Lu Chuan scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Shang Wanqing coughed up a mouthful of blood, gritting her teeth as she said, "You will not be without your rewards. The Great Way Princess is of noble status, and should she be saved, you may make any request you desire." "Any request?" Lu Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, any request," she affirmed, her tears flowing as desperation overtook her. The Great Way? Lu Chuan turned to Afu, who was still gripping the plank. What is their significance? Afu pouted derisively, replying, What significance? They merely have a longer lineage. A longer lineage? Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully and inquired, Does the Great Way possess any cultivation techniques for the 5 elements dominance body? Cough, cough. Shangguan Qing coughed twice, her internal injuries causing blood to surge forth. Yes, even if they do not, I can find a way to procure it for you. That simplifies matters. Lu Chuan lifted Shangguan Qing and then stepped on Afu's head, charging toward the crossing. You little bastard. You bully both man and beast. Afu was nearly infuriated to the point of spitting blood as he relentlessly pursued them with the plank. Go, notify the tiger and leopard cavalry. The adversary is Bai Qi. And you, a mere novice, cannot contend with her. Shangguan Qing spoke in a daze, her words fragmented. Hey, do you look down on others? For heaven's sake, don't die on me. What if that princess refuses to acknowledge her debts? Who will I turn to then? Lu Chuan infused a surge of sword energy into Shangguan Qing, sustaining her life. Chapter 70. Cutting off one's financial path. Your Highness, it is time to set forth. Bai Qi raised his size 44 foot. Bai Qi had a peculiar habit. When killing, he relished the final act of crushing his prey beneath his foot, akin to squashing an ant, especially when those once lofty figures trembled beneath him in death. That sensation brought him immense delight. Chow Yunlan lay despondently on the ground, devoid of any hope for resurrection. Having been revived 10 times, her realm had plummeted from the first stage of Tao to the realm of Qi condensation. Perhaps she should have heeded Qing'er's advice sooner and taken the initiative. Clinging to that faint bond of blood and flesh, she ultimately brought harm upon herself. With a deep sigh, Chow Yunlan closed her eyes. Your Highness, please save your Highness. Just as she prepared to embrace death, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. The anticipated pain of demise did not assail her. Opening her eyes, she beheld a youth approaching across the sea, holding Shangguan Qing in his grasp. The young man was strikingly handsome, with 2 long swords at his waist, and clad in a flowing robe of white adorned with black patterns. The sea breeze tousled his long hair, and a subtle smile danced upon his lips, exuding a carefree demeanor, yet inexplicably instilling a sense of peace. He resembled the wandering hero depicted in tales spun by storytellers in the tea houses of Dawei. Foolish girl, why have you returned? Gao Zulan Jastit Wali. Yet a smile crept upon her lips. She struggled to rise, but failed repeatedly. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the ground, gazing at the myriad stars above, her laughter transforming into tears. The profound friendship she shared with Shangguan Qing, transcending even death, could not withstand the blow of a killer. However, Bai Qi's foot ultimately did not land upon Chow Yunlan. It was not for lack of desire, but rather an inability to do so. Upon the boy's arrival, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. Had he dared to strike, Chow Yunlan would have lived, while he himself would perish. A killer like Bai Qi possessed a keener sensitivity to the notion of death than most. He withdrew his foot, standing silently at the dock, seeking to understand why this minor cultivator, at the first stage, evoked such feelings within him. Bai Qi recalled that the last individual to instill such a sensation was the aged sword emperor of Shishu. Bai Qi harbored a disdain for those who wielded swords, viewing them as ostentatious weapons, and their users as hypocritical and self-important. Yet, the impacts of death he had experienced twice were both delivered by sword wielders. Lu Chuan stepped onto the charred earth of the dock, releasing Shangguan Qing from his grasp. Your Highness, Shangguan Qing gasped, struggling to reach Chow Yunlan's side. The 2 women, having endured the agony of separation and loss, could no longer contain their grief and wept uncontrollably. Women, after all, tend to be more emotional. Lu Chuan, observing this, turned to Bai Qi with a smile, nodding amiably. May I ask your esteemed name, my friend? Bai Qi, Bai as in white, Qi as in 7. The killer, Bai Qi replied, a smile gracing his lips, for he could discern that this youth before him was akin to himself, regardless of the warmth in his demeanor. The coldness in his gaze could not be concealed. A killer. Lu Chuan chuckled and nodded. A fascinating profession. I recall someone once stating that assassins and prostitutes are among the oldest trades. That person must possess quite an intriguing character. Bai Qi puffed out her chest with a hint of pride. Lu Chuan shrugged. As for whether that person is interesting, I cannot say. But the present situation certainly is intriguing. Very intriguing. Bai Qi nodded, her tone suddenly turning serious. Are you intending to intervene in this matter? Lu Chuan affirmed with a resolute nod, responding with a single word: intervene. Bai Qi furrowed her brow. Have you not heard that severing someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents? If you aim to disrupt my source of income, we shall be irreconcilable enemies. Such words are misguided. Lu Chuan shook his head. My intention is to save them, not without reason. If you obstruct me from doing so, you too are cutting off my means of livelihood. No room for negotiation. As Bai Qi spoke, her true essence surged forth. The heavens and earth instantly transformed. A visible black domain descending to envelop the entire Feiyun Ferry. The ground shrouded in darkness split apart, a gaping chasm revealing a pitch-black void from which mournful wails emerged. As if myriad spirits had been unleashed, connecting to the fabled shores of the Nine Nether. The 11th realm, the heavenly punishment realm, Chao Yunlan and Shang Wanqing, upon witnessing this spectacle, felt their expressions darken further. The two unconsciously turned their gazes toward Lu Chuan, who remained motionless, standing resolutely. Despairing, they could only cling to one another, using their body warmth to stave off the encroaching hopelessness. The third divine realm is a pinnacle that every cultivator yearns to reach. Yet, the vast majority of cultivators, upon entering the first realm, find themselves forever stagnating at that level. Although cultivators of the first realm are rare, they are not entirely unattainable. It is only beyond the first realm that one truly grasps the essence of the great Tao, gaining the opportunity to carve a path uniquely their own and aspire to the legendary throne of the great emperor. Chao Yunlan could not fathom why an assassin, one who sells their life for coin, possesses any qualification to garner the favor of the great Tao and reach such heights. No room for negotiation. Lu Chuan placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Then let us cease our discussions. Bai Qi responded with a wry smile. Her figure gradually blurred, ultimately dissipating within the domain. Simultaneously, from the gaping abyss, countless shadows surged forth. I almost forgot to mention, my domain is called Infinite Phantoms, an evolution of a technique left behind by the Devouring Emperor. Alas, it is but a single move. Bai Qi's voice resonated from all directions, obscuring her location. The name of the Devouring Emperor is indeed deafeningly powerful. Just the remnants of a single technique could elevate Bai Qi to the heavenly punishment realm, rendering her invincible within that domain. Lu Chuan found himself increasingly intrigued by his fellow countryman, that second-rate rogue. Yet, ultimately, borrowed wisdom cannot stand upon grand stages. Lu Chuan shut his eyes. I hope your bones are as sharp as your tongue. As Bai Qi's voice faded, countless shadows emerged from the abyss, charging towards Lu Chuan. The shadow unleashed a shattering wail, and the air became suffused with countless enigmatic runes. These runes appeared to embody some profound universal principles. Under their influence, all things within the encompassing realm swiftly withered and decayed. Even the immortal stone statue of the divine beast, which had stood vigil by the crossing for millennia, was reduced to a fine powder scattered across the heavens. Lu Chuan stepped forward, positioning himself beside the two women, shielding them from the bizarre universal laws. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped them. Even the cold, oppressive air felt warm. Chao Yunlan stared blankly at Lu Chuan's slender figure, seemingly intent on etching this silhouette into the depths of her soul. Chapter 71. I am merely a swordsman. In truth, I harbor a disdain for the combat styles of you cultivators. Lu Chuan slowly drew his sword, casually swinging it. The overwhelming shadow before him was instantly dispersed. You either hurl energy blasts from tens of thousands of miles away or conjure a domain to hide within. A true man should engage in direct, unarmed combat. Wouldn't you agree, my lady? As he spoke, Lu Chuan turned to raise an eyebrow at Chao Yunlan. Chao Yunlan's lips quivered, nearly choking on her breath. In such dire circumstances, how could one still ponder such trivial matters? Moreover, direct confrontation was the realm of brutes, hardly befitting the noble identity of a cultivator. How intriguing. You seem unaffected by the decay. How does a mere first-realm cultivator achieve this? Bai Qi's voice resonated once more, his surprise evident but not panic-stricken. After all, decay is an inherent aspect of death, and death is the true universal principle. No one can perpetually disregard it. Remaining in the domain long enough will inevitably lead to corruption. He chuckled. You're utterly inept, even more so than that fool of a demon lord. You are a league behind. The demon lord is a bona fide figure of the annihilation realm, the pinnacle of this cultivation system. A Fu's assessment of Lu Chuan's strength aligned with this, equating it to that of the annihilation realm. Yet, The reality is that Lu Chuan could contend with the Demon Lord. A Fu explained that Lu Chuan's chaotic sword energy could suppress the magical attributes of this world. Is it truly as simple as that? Certainly not. Lu Chuan has always regarded himself as a swordsman, not some exalted sword deity. What is a swordsman? One who excels in swordsmanship. Simple and pure. It is this simplicity and purity that allows Lu Chuan to concentrate everything into a single strike. With one sword, he can slay men. With one sword, he can sever gods. Lu Chuan moved swiftly. It was not a matter of technique, but sheer speed, a burst of muscular power. With one strike up, one strike down, focusing his energy to perfection, it was that simple. The sword energy cleaved through everything in its path. Shadows within the domain were annihilated, and tangible realms were sliced apart. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling clash of magical artifacts. Everything transpired with such swiftness, almost too surreal to comprehend. Bang! Lu Chuan returned to the origin, his long sword just sheathing, as the entire realm shattered like porcelain dropped to the ground. Bai Qi's figure emerged not far away, his eyes wide with disbelief. He appeared as shocked as one who, after the tide recedes, discovers his own lack of undergarments. Bai Qi fixed his gaze on Lu Chuan, as if attempting to discern something within him. Yet, he found nothing. Lu Chuan remained the same, an insignificant rookie, a youth so tender he seemed to exude moisture. How'd you find me? I concealed myself amidst the decay. It should have been impossible to locate me. Eventually, Bai Qi could not contain himself and posed the question that lingered in his mind. I don't know, Lu Chuan shrugged. Indeed, he was unaware, but what did it matter? As long as he knew Bai Qi was present in this realm, the killing intent would guide him to him. Fascinating. I've never encountered someone like you, nor a sword such as yours. Bai Qi sighed, slowly turning to depart. However, after only 2 steps, his head soared into the air. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by a sound akin to the wind, a melodious symphony. Dreamlike and ethereal, life and death turned on their heads. As Bai Qi's headless corpse lay before her, Chao Yunlan believed she was hallucinating. It was only when Shangguan Qing, clutching her own hand, let it droop helplessly that she snapped back to reality. Qing-er. Chao Yunlan stared blankly at Shangguan Qing, who was on the brink of death. In truth, Shangguan Qing should have perished long ago. Her survival until now was nothing short of miraculous. Bai Qi's strike had shattered her internal organs, and her spirit was fractured. The last breath she clung to was sustained by Lu Chuan's sword energy. Now that Chao Yunlan had escaped peril, fulfilling her final wish, she could no longer draw that breath. Qing-er, please don't sleep. Don't sleep, I beg you. Chao Yunlan clung tightly to Shangguan Qing, murmuring helplessly. Tears streamed down her face, landing on Shangguan Qing's pale lips. Your Highness, your face is dirty. Shangguan Qing attempted to raise her hand to wipe the blood from Chao Yunlan's face, yet that hand ultimately failed to lift. Lu Chuan observed them, and Shangguan Qing's last words plucked at a string deep within him. In that moment, his icy heart seemed to awaken with a trace of warmth. It took a long time for Chao Yunlan to accept the reality of Shangguan Qing's demise. She lifted Shangguan Qing's lifeless body, gazing towards the capital. King, we are going home to see the fireworks of the capital. Chao Yunlan staggered onward, falling and rising repeatedly, until, after one final fall, she lacked the strength to rise again. Embracing Shangguan Qing's body, she wailed uncontrollably, lamenting her own impotence, mourning the worthlessness of her conscience. Had it not been for that shred of conscience, such a day would never have unfolded. Exhausted from tears, Chao Yunlan succumbed to a deep slumber. Lu Chuan silently lingered nearby, for the first time experiencing the pangs of sympathy. Afu, who had been trailing behind, observed the scene and let out a gentle sigh, murmuring to himself, Oh Ren, do you see this? When will you be willing to reveal yourself? The cursed Autumn Red Tavern, the accursed Bai Qi, dared to attempt the assassination of our Grand Princess of Wei. A formidable army of over 10,000 appeared at the riverbank. A youth clad in a dragon robe rushed forth, witnessing Chao Yunlan and Shangguan Qing lying motionless on the ground, weeping as if mourning a deceased father. Yet, as the boy was fervently lamenting, Chao Yunlan slowly lifted her head. Her violet eyes, devoid of emotion, sent shivers through the onlookers. Startled by her apparent resurrection, the youth fell backward in shock. He quickly composed himself, donning a grotesque smile. Lanner, are you all right? How wonderful. Upon receiving news of your attack, I hastened to your side. What has happened to Lord Shangguan? Is she unharmed? Thank you for your concern, royal brother, Chao Yunlan replied, shaking her head numbly. As for the merchant ship, I would appreciate your attention to it. I shall return to the capital now. The youth trembled at her cold tone, nodding vigorously in response. Very well, leave this to me. Guards, escort the princess back to the capital. That won't be necessary, Chao Yunlan stated, lifting Shangguan Qing's lifeless body and turning to Lu Chuan. Young master, may I trouble you once more to escort me back to the capital? There shall be ample rewards afterward. Lu Chuan cheerfully nodded. Of course, it is on my way. That fleeting moment of sympathy, though ephemeral, had sown the seeds of empathy, destined to blossom in due time. Royal brother, I present you with Bai Qi's head. The rewards in Western Shu amount to millions of spirit stones. With this parting remark, Chao Yunlan left the youth in a state of restless agitation. Chapter 72. The Unspoken Words. Your Highness, what troubles you? A man, appearing to be around 30, abruptly emerged at the dock just as Lu Chuan and Chao Yunlan departed. This man, with a visage as exquisite as jade and lips like vermilion, exuded an air of charm and elegance, fitting the title of a handsome man. His name was Zhou Yu, the Grand Master of the Wu Kingdom. In a world solely focused on cultivation, Zhou Yu was one of the rare intellectuals. He harbored profound knowledge of the world and strategies for national stability. In just 2 centuries, he elevated the Wu dynasty to heights that were not rightfully its own. In truth, the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Chao Yunlan was Zhou Yu himself. For, given the nature of the crown prince of Wei, he lacked both the audacity and the intellect required for such a scheme. Zhou Yu, look at the mess you've created. The youth clad in the dragon robe glared at Zhou Yu. Did you not guarantee that Chao Yunlan would perish today? Your Highness, please remain calm. Zhou Yu replied with a gentle smile, his warm demeanor akin to a spring breeze. How can you expect me to remain calm? The youth in the python robe suddenly erupted, veins protruding from his neck. With Chao Yunlan still alive, should she return to the capital and report this matter to the emperor, I would find no refuge within the Great Way. No gueris, so you chuckled softly, shaking his head with an air of confidence. Though the princess had survived, she had fallen to the Qi condensation realm. The immortal phoenix may have preserved her life, but it had drained the essence of her vitality. Chao Yunlan would not endure much longer. I trust your father would not elevate a short-lived phantom to the throne. Would he? And what of it? The youth in the python robe remained obstinate, his fury palpable. With Chao Yunlan's connections and influence, do you truly believe I can outlast her? Zhou Yu shook his head gently, replying, the journey to the capital spans at least 5 days. If your highness harbors doubts, we have 5 days to devise a plan. He held a particular fondness for the crown prince of the Great Way, for he was delightfully foolish and self-satisfied. Such a ruler would be far more charming than the astute Chao Yunlan. You want me to ambush Chao Yunlan on the way? The youth's complexion turned ashen. Since you fear her return to the capital, why not be more decisive? Zhou Yu sighed, continuing, your greatest vulnerability lies in your excessive kindness. Hesitation breeds chaos. The youth sneered. Bai Qi couldn't even subdue Chao Yunlan. Do you expect me to become a mere pawn? Zhou Yu couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Not too dull after all. Your highness need not worry. Bai Qi's demise was solely due to his own overconfidence. I have already contacted the Qiuhong Tavern. With Chao Yunlan still alive, our task remains unfinished. In 3 days, we will strike again in by Xie Town. At that time, you shall lead the White Feather Army in a pincer attack alongside the Qiuhong Tavern, and success will be assured. He added, of course, the expenses will still fall to you. Your family is prosperous enough not to fret over such trivial sums, I trust. With that, Zhou Yu fixed his gaze upon the youth, his dark pupils seeming to pierce the very soul. The youth instinctively swallowed hard, but refrained from immediately acquiescing. Zhou Yu was unperturbed by his indecision, for this fool had reached a dead end, whether for the sake of his claim to the throne or his own survival. He would not allow Chao Yunlan to return safely to the capital. This outcome was far more favorable than the anticipated assassination of Chao Yunlan. With her days numbered, she could not possibly inherit the throne, and this imbecile, in his desperation for self-preservation, would undoubtedly seek to eliminate her. If that sword-wielding youth could vanquish the 10,000 White Feather Army, it would be splendid news for the Great Wu. Your Highness, I take my leave, Zhou Yu declared after his lengthy discourse, his form gradually dissipating. Before departing, he cast a glance towards the direction in which Lu Chuan had vanished, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. The youth of the First Realm, who had previously slain Bai Qi, seemed to have stirred ominous portents of the Four Fiends. By Xie Town, the coastal provinces of the Great Way lead directly to the capital, the deuce situated at a crucial transportation hub. This small town boasts a vibrancy that surpasses many larger cities. Recently, a peculiar and strikingly handsome youth arrived in the town, leading a thin donkey. Accompanied by a woman of exquisite grace, with another lady resting atop the donkey's back. This youth was none other than Lu Chuan. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chuan could reach the due within 2 days. However, Chow Yunlan urged him to slow his pace, deliberately delaying their journey until the 3rd day when they finally entered Baixia town. Having accepted the escort mission from Chow Yunlan, Lu Chuan remained committed to his duty. Adhering to the terms of the contract, he and Chow Yunlan took refuge in the largest inn of Baixia town. The first floor of the inn served as a dining area, and Lu Chuan, having gone without a proper meal for days, felt a gnawing hunger. After settling Chow Yunlan and the deceased Sheng Wanqing, he discreetly made his way downstairs to order a lavish spread of food and drink. Suddenly, Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, his presence both strange and unsettling. It was not mealtime, and with no other patrons present, the innkeeper, drawn to Lu Chuan's handsome visage and elegant demeanor, chose not to chase Ah Fu away. With a hint of impatience, Lu Chuan remarked, "What nonsense do you have now?" Ah Fu, somewhat bashfully shifting his weight, cautiously suggested, "How about I present you with a side quest?" Lu Chuan's eyes widened in suspicion as he prepared to strike Ah Fu. The latter quickly evaded and chuckled nervously. The Emperor's arena won't open for another fortnight. Since we have time, why not take on an additional task? What task? Pray, enlighten me, Lu Chuan replied, sipping his drink, not outright denying the proposal. Sensing Lu Chuan's favorable mood, Ah Fu leaned in closer. What if we were to help Chow Yunlan ascend to the throne of the Great Way? Surely, that task is simple enough. Huh. Lu Chuan abruptly set down his chopsticks and tightened his grip around Ah Fu's neck. In an instant, Ah Fu's tongue dangled, and his eyes bulged, betraying his fear. That girl won't last long. What if she suddenly passes away during this mission? What then? Cough, cough. You can simply save her first. Ah Fu struggled to articulate, saliva pooling on the ground. Do you think I am some kind of miraculous healer? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, releasing Ah Fu before delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing through the inn's wall, resulting in a hefty compensation of gold. I understand this task is daunting. That girl has burned through her vital essence. Even a celestial being couldn't save her, but you can. Ah Fu, undeterred, reappeared by Lu Chuan's side as he attempted to resume his meal. Your proposition has left me utterly speechless, Lu Chuan muttered, caught off guard by Ah Fu's relentless persistence. As the atmosphere turned peculiar, a sense of amusement washed over me. How was I unaware of my own capacity for revival? Chapter 73, The Power of the White Longsword. What a transgression, I had completely forgotten my own abilities. Ah Fu, in profound dismay, flicked his long tongue. Seizing the moment when Lu Chuan was distracted, his agile tongue snatched a few peanuts from the plate on the table. These peanuts had recently been touched by Lu Chuan's chopsticks, bearing a hint of saliva. This peculiar creature relished the peanuts with unabashed delight. Lu Chuan looked on with disgust. Ever since he had regained his youthful appearance, this fool's behavior had grown increasingly aberrant. You wretched beast, if you cannot articulate your thoughts. I might just feast on donkey meat tonight. Calm down, calm down. Ah Fu contentedly swallowed the peanuts, pouting his lips mischievously as he gazed at the waist of Lu Chuan. Have you not pondered why that white longsword chooses to ignore you? It ignores me for no reason. So what? Lu Chuan could not help but roll his eyes. The sword, named Chiu Ren, had remained in its sheath since Lu Chuan had drawn it, utterly unusable. The sword is meant to save lives, without an ounce of compassion in your heart. It chooses to play hard to get. As Ah Fu spoke, he whimsically flicked his tongue again, attempting to snatch the marinated beef on the plate, only to have his tongue skewered on the table by Lu Chuan's chopsticks. Delicious. Ah Fu, unfazed, deftly maneuvered his tongue back, licking on the chopsticks. Damn you. Perverse creature. Lu Chuan could bear it no longer, dragging Ah Fu out of the tavern for a merciless thrashing. After a solid 10 minutes, Lu Chuan returned to the inn, satisfied to continue his feast. Before long, Chow Yunlan descended from the upper floor, approaching the table with a graceful bow. Young master, may I take a seat? Lu Chuan gestured for the waiter to bring a pair of chopsticks for Chow Yunlan. However, she did not touch her food, but instead directly engaged Lu Chuan in conversation. Are you aware why I must linger in this humble town? I do not know. Why should I care? Lu Chuan replied, mouth full of food, showing little interest in Chow Yunlan's inquiry. This unexpected response caught her off guard. She bit her lip and continued, I wish to conduct a business transaction with you. Lu Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Chow Yunlan, unable to suppress a smirk, scoffing. Aside from the cultivation method of the 5 elements dominance body that I seek, do you have anything else to offer as recompense? Chow Yunlan lowered her gaze, contemplating before responding. The Great Wei dynasty has thrived for millennia. The royal treasury holds countless treasures. If you agree, I can grant you access to it once our business is concluded. Not interested. Lu Chuan shook his head, his disinterest palpable. I only desire the method for the 5 elements dominance body. It was clear that he was utterly unyielding. After a moment of contemplation, Chow Yunlan finally clenched her teeth, stating, as long as you agree, I can fulfill any request of yours. Any man could certainly grasp the implications behind her words. Lu Chuan is a man, or rather, an ancient being who has existed for 100,000 years, so he certainly comprehends. However, with a sudden eruption, he sprayed his drink, quickly clutching his chest in a manner akin to a timid young bride. What do you intend to do? With my beauty, how could I ever be at your mercy? Chow Yunlan stood momentarily stunned, her heart a tumult of embarrassment and indignation. As a princess of the Great Wei, her status was revered, and her beauty rivaled that of the moon and flowers. Yet, she found herself so thoroughly dismissed. Casting aside her dignity as a woman only to receive such a response left her feeling disheartened, and she sighed deeply. I apologize for the intrusion. With weary eyes, Chow Yunlan rose to leave. Once she departed, Ah Fu, oblivious to the situation, sidled up to Lu Chuan. Hee handsome, what do you think? Will you take on the task? There's no loss. Even if you fail, there are no penalties. Just give it a shot. Who knows, you might actually succeed. And perhaps Xiuren may just be unleashed. The system's humble offerings were indeed unique in their own right. Lu Chuan tossed a peanut into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully while casting a sidelong glance at Ah Fu. I might consider it, but first, enlighten me about Xiuren. Ah Fu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression shifting to one of earnestness. In truth, Xiuren pertains to a forbidden subject, resurrection. Resurrection? Lu Chuan furrowed his brow. Ah Fu nodded gravely. Indeed, resurrection. Xiuren is the sword that does not kill. It lacks the power to slay. Yet it can sever the connection between the living soul and the realm of the dead. Ah, quite intriguing. Do continue, Lu Chuan urged, pushing the remaining peanuts toward Ah Fu. Ah Fu's excitement was palpable as he eagerly consumed the offered snacks. Do not underestimate my words. Such a power brushes against the taboos of life and death. Aging, illness, death, these are the natural laws of the universe. Your sword can sever the thread that binds life and death, disrupting this order. I possess such formidable power. Lu Chuan proclaimed, striking à triomphant pose. Indeed, competing with the realm of the dead is no small feat. Ah Fu chuckled, leaning closer. You must understand, the realm of the dead governs the world of death, ensuring the proper functioning of this order. In every world teeming with life, they maintain their establishments. Throughout history, few have dared to confront the realm of the dead. Aside from that scoundrel, it seems you are among the select few with such capability. Scoundrel? The devourer of heaven? Lu Chuan's interest was piqued. Indeed, Ah Fu nodded. Once, the devourer of heaven breached the realm of the dead, scattering ashes to the winds. This upheaval led to chaos in the order of death, leaving the deceased without a place to rest. That scoundrel, indifferent to burial, caused great turmoil, resulting in the emergence of numerous horrors in the cosmos, even reviving ancient anomalies from ages past. Impressive indeed, haha. Lu Chuan laughed heartily. Wait a moment. Lu Chuan's expression shifted to one of concern. If Xiuren disrupts the order of death, won't I be in peril if the realm of the dead learns of this? Yes, but Ah Fu nodded, then shifted his tone. The pursuit of benevolence can sever the ties between the living soul and the realm of the dead, drawing those on the brink of death back from the abyss. It also possesses the power to directly open a passage between the underworld and the present world, transporting all spirits into the nether realm. So what? Lu Chuan felt somewhat bewildered. What significance does this hold? How can you still not understand? Ah Fu trembled with excitement. This child appeared quite clever, yet his thoughts were surprisingly simplistic. By activating the pursuit of benevolence and utilizing the ability to open the passage, we can negotiate business with the overlords of the underworld. The wealth of the nether realm is unimaginable. Get lost, you fool. You have no good ideas. Lu Chuan kicked Ah Fu out, resulting in the loss of another gold ingot. Lu Chuan was not foolish. Negotiating with the overlords of the underworld could only lead to perilous outcomes. Wouldn't it be akin to selling one's life amidst treacherous flames and razor-sharp blades? Chapter 74. Conversations at the Inn. After satisfying his hunger, Lu Chuan moved a small stool, cheerfully sitting at the entrance, basking in the sun while admiring the beauties passing by. His puppy-like demeanor drew the attention of many passers-by. However, Lu Chuan's actions were utterly incongruous with his striking appearance. "Hey, beautiful, come over and play. Are you out of your mind?" "What? Out of my mind? Then I shan't delay your treatment any longer. Take care. You are the one with issues. Fair maiden, do refrain from such slander, lest I accuse you of defamation." "Hey, lovely, you dropped something?" In his mind, he thought, damn. From behind, one might be tempted to commit a crime. From the front, one wishes to retreat. Wow, those long legs. "Sister, I would gladly drink your foot bath water." In just a couple of hours, the entire town buzzed with the rumor of a little lecher and a peculiar pervert residing at the Yulian. Meanwhile, Chow Yunlan upstairs felt increasingly restless. 3 days prior, upon leaving the ferry, she had released her immortal phoenix to hasten back to the capital with news. The immortal phoenix was her companion spirit beast, born alongside her into this world. In the vast realm of Howren, the birth of certain chosen ones is often accompanied by divine blessings. The immortal phoenix was a blessing bestowed upon Chow Yunlan. If all went well, the phoenix should have returned by now. Yet, there had been no sign of it thus far. The reason for Chow Yunlan's decision to linger here was singular: to serve as bait. She was certain her foolish royal brother would do everything in his power to prevent her return to the capital, attempting to ambush her en route. Baixia Town was the optimal choice for her strategy. Chow Yunlan was acutely aware of her precarious situation. Her time was limited, and she had to take risks. If she were to return directly to the capital and explain her circumstances to her father, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. After all, she had fallen to the chi condensation stage and was on the brink of death. Her father would not sacrifice the crown prince for a dying person, thereby inciting unnecessary turmoil. For all these reasons, Chow Yunlan could not return to the capital. She had to gamble here. As long as the immortal phoenix delivered the message promptly, she would have a chance to secure victory. As nightfall gradually enveloped the sky, an influx of guests began to populate the inn. Lu Chuan, having feasted his eyes upon the beautiful women, proceeded to indulge in his evening meal. The dining area on the first floor was noticeably busier, filled predominantly with merchants. Chow Yunlan returned to Lu Chuan's side, this time not to discuss business, but to share a meal. She understood that the phoenix had not returned, likely met with misfortune. Now, remaining with Lu Chuan was her safest option. Neither of them seemed inclined to converse, the atmosphere growing somewhat oppressive. It was not until darkness fully descended and the hall was illuminated with flickering lights that the peculiar nature of the evening became apparent. The young waiter, puzzled, noticed the unusually high number of diners. Some patrons lingered at their tables even after finishing their meals. Outside, a gentle drizzle began to fall, enveloping the quaint town in a shroud of rain. The dim candlelight flickered across the faces of the diners, as cups clinked and idle chatter filled the air, tinged with an odd tension. "Curse this wretched weather," muttered a towering figure, a burly man with a dark visage, as he stormed through the inn's entrance. The waiter quickly served him, his clothes drenched through by the rain. "What is this? You intend to shoo me away?" the man bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. Upon surveying the room, he noted that apart from Lu Chuan's table, which housed only 2 individuals, the other tables were nearly full. "I'll just have a drink with that young lad," he declared, forcefully pushing the waiter aside and striding directly to Lu Chuan. "What a handsome young man," he exclaimed upon seeing Lu Chuan's face. "Let us share a table. I shall cover your tab." Lu Chuan glanced at Chow Yunlan with a sardonic smile, recognizing the man's clumsy act. Since entering, he had cast furtive glances at Chow Yunlan, revealing his true intent. A lingering scent of blood accompanied the man. Despite his attempts to mask it with spices, the odor still pervaded the air. "Please, take a seat," Lu Chuan offered, pushing half-finished wine towards the newcomer. "Thank you," the man replied, clasping his hands in gratitude before draining the wine jug in one go. After seating himself, he turned his attention to Chow Yunlan, who appeared rather pale. She merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The man sighed in relief and leaned closer to her, whispering, "Your Highness, I have received most of your letters. Yet the Emperor has shown little response. We had no choice but to act on our own and bring reinforcements, but we were ambushed on the way, and I alone managed to escape." Chow Yunlan understood that this gamble had ultimately been a miscalculation. "In my letters, I did not mention my plight. Why does my father remain indifferent?" she questioned, a hint of stubbornness in her voice. The man sighed helplessly. "One letter arrived in the capital before your phoenix did." Chow Yunlan nodded slightly, realizing that the other party had acted more swiftly, delivering information about her situation to her father ahead of her. She had initially intended to exploit an information gap, hoping to inform the emperor of the crown prince's collusion with the Great Wu to hire assassins before her own circumstances reached the capital. If this crucial information could be conveyed first, her standing would surely compel the emperor to dispatch a great army in her support. However, with her predicament being reported to the capital first, there was no chance for recovery. In truth, if Lu Chuan were willing to assist, this matter could be resolved with ease, for his speed would ensure that the news could be relayed without delay. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. A slight miscalculation can lead to catastrophic consequences. Your Highness, it is unwise to linger here, a man observed, glancing at the patrons in the hall, shaking his head gently. Chow Yunlan turned her gaze toward Lu Chuan, realizing he was her only remaining hope. This was her final contingency. Even if the messenger failed, she could still rely on Lu Chuan. As long as he kept his word and safely escorted her back to the capital, there remained a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Where to at this late hour? Lu Chuan inquired, seemingly unfazed. Since he had promised to return Chow Yunlan, he was determined to uphold that commitment. The man opened his mouth to speak, but was gently silenced by Chow Yunlan's hand. With a resigned sigh, he returned to his seat, ordering another 2 jugs of wine. As time passed, the atmosphere in the inn grew increasingly eerie. A suffocating tension filled the air. Silence enveloped the space, broken only by Lu Chuan's occasional sound of chewing. Suddenly, the door of the inn was flung open by a cold gust, a chilling draft sweeping inside. "This cursed weather," the innkeeper muttered, gathering his courage as he hurried to the entrance. Just as he attempted to close the door, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling as he stared into the inky darkness beyond the threshold. 2 crimson eyes akin to lanterns glowed ominously in the night. Chapter 75. The Return of the Assassins. The night was thick and impenetrable, and on the long, silent street, 2 scarlet lanterns appeared. These lanterns blinked twice, and the air warped under an inexplicable force, the space itself undulating like waves on the sea. Following this, the ground of the inn began to tremble, the vibrations growing stronger as they approached. This peculiar tremor could only be caused by the advance of a large cavalry. All the patrons in the inn rose to their feet, facing the door, bowing respectfully toward the ominous red lanterns. With a tremendous crash, the entrance of the inn was shattered by an unseen force, with splintering and flying about. A strange figure, no, 2 figures, materialized before the wide-open inn. A towering figure, 3 meters tall and with muscles protruding like solid rock, blocked the entrance, an overwhelming sense of intimidation crashing down like a tidal wave. Clad in a crimson belly band and loose red lantern pants, his hair tied in an upward bun, his cheeks stained crimson with blood, he grinned widely, exuding an air of grotesque merriment. The ill-fitting attire clung tightly to his frame, and his foolish smile bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a simpleton from a wealthy family. Perched upon the giant's shoulder was Child, appearing to be 7 or 8 years old. However, to refer to him as merely a child would be a misnomer. Despite his diminutive stature, his face sagged in a peculiar and unsettling manner, evoking a sense of premature aging. Both the giant and the child held lanterns, which resembled the eyes of some creature, emitting a faint red glow that occasionally blinked. Monsters, monsters! The innkeeper could no longer maintain his composure. The scene was a striking assault on the senses. Clambering to his feet, he screamed in terror, attempting to flee the inn. Yet, as he took but 2 steps, he vanished into the distorted air. It was rumored that Lao Chi had been slain by a youth. At that moment, the prematurely aged child spoke, his voice unmistakably childlike. Hee, the giant chuckled vacantly, drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. The other patrons, upon hearing the child's words, turned their gazes toward Lu Chuan's table. A cultivator of the first realm. How absurd! The child could not help but shake his head in disbelief. Puffed. Lu Chuan could no longer contain himself and spat in incredulity. What on earth is this? A circus clown? However, apart from Lu Chuan, the expressions of the other 2 men were grave, their muscles taut with apprehension. The man at the table, holding a cup of wine, began to tremble uncontrollably. The patrons of the Chiohong Tavern strove to regain their composure. Our reinforcements, numbering in the thousands, encountered this creature midway, and it was as if a single glance had spelled their doom. Chow Yunlan listened impassively, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Your Highness, This individual possesses unfathomable methods. He cannot be assessed through conventional means. I will distract him. You and the young man should depart once. The man downed the last of his drink, slamming the jug onto the table before rising abruptly. The ruffians of Chiohong Tavern. My grandfather is here. He brandished a black military knife, positioning himself protectively between Lu Chuan and Chow Yunlan. Are you afraid? Of course, fear was natural. Aside from someone as deranged as Lu Chuan, no sane person was unafraid of death. Yet, the man remained resolute. As Chow Yunlan's personal guard, he was bound to uphold his duty, never allowing his master to perish before him. He referred to us as ruffians. The child's face contorted in anger. He chuckled, his towering figure still grinning foolishly as he fixed his gaze intently on Lu Chuan, saliva cascading wildly, as if he intended to devour Lu Chuan whole. Patience, my friend, let us toy with him a bit longer. The shorter one gently patted the back of the giant's head. As for Lu Chuan, he could scarcely be bothered to acknowledge them, savoring the last morsels of rice in his bowl. Unsatisfied, he poured the remaining vegetable broth into his bowl. This blatant disregard for his surroundings would likely incite fury even in a casual observer, let alone those directly involved. The shorter one snapped his fingers, prioritizing the elimination of the target before engaging in further play. Upon receiving the command, the patrons in the hall surged forward, charging at Chow Yunlan. Your Highness, quickly! A burly man brandished a black military blade, his true essence erupting in a powerful torrent. Presumably, he was at the 8th realm. Such prowess would position him as a significant figure in the Tianyuan continent. However, in the monstrous expanse of the Tianwang continent, while the 8th realm was not to be underestimated, it was merely sufficient for self-preservation. The man wielded his sword with unadorned ferocity, eschewing flamboyant techniques in favor of straightforward, forceful assaults. In an instant, the hall was enveloped in a tempest of sword energy, silent yet explosive. Strangely, considering the destructive force of the man's blade, one would expect not just the inn, but the entire town to be obliterated. Yet, the reality was that the inn remained intact. The man's sword energy collided with the distorted air as if striking cotton, resulting in neither explosion nor sound. The assassins, however, glided effortlessly through this peculiar atmosphere, seemingly impervious to the overwhelming sword energy. Beware of spatial techniques, Chow Yunlan cautioned. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as an assassin bizarrely traversed the air, appearing abruptly before the man. The man reacted swiftly, drawing his blade in defense, yet he was a moment too late. A dagger sliced into his abdomen, crimson blood instantly staining his garments. He staggered back, pain contorting his features. Chow Yunlan rushed to support him, forcing a few medicinal pills into his mouth. Stabilize your injuries, he urged. The man, guilt-ridden, lamented, I failed to protect you. Chow Yunlan sighed helplessly. How could I dare to blame you? Fate has conspired against us. Just then, an assassin lunged forward, and the man pushed Chow Yunlan aside, narrowly intercepting the cleverly angled dagger. Let me fight for you one last time. The man summoned all his true essence, stepping forward resolutely, entirely abandoning defense as multiple assassins charged at him. Several daggers simultaneously pierced his body, and at that moment, dark energy erupted from him. The dark mist engulfed the nearby assassins, followed by an intense burst of light. A visible shockwave surged forth. However, these shockwaves dissipated strangely into the distorted air. The man, in a desperate act of self-detonation, sought to carve out a sliver of hope for Chow Yunlan. Yet, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, resulting merely in a futile sacrifice of life. At this moment, Lu Chuan had finally finished his dinner. With his hunger satiated, he found himself at leisure, and with idleness comes the urge to seek out activity. Chapter 76, Sword 7, Black Moon. Several assassins simultaneously advanced toward Chow Yunlan. Having already succumbed to her injuries, she lacked the capacity to retaliate, helplessly watching as the assassins drew nearer, her eyes closing in resignation. What are you frolicking about for? Little girl? Lu Chuan belched contentedly. In the next instant, the seemingly doomed Chow Yunlan vanished. Lu Chuan took her place, while she found herself at his dining spot. A mere technique of spatial displacement had effortlessly extricated Chow Yunlan from the jaws of death. A surge of black sword energy arced in a semicircle, slicing through the distorted air. The assassins were instantly cleaved in twain, the metallic tang of blood permeating the atmosphere. Lu Chuan stepped forward, racing towards the entrance with such velocity that he left behind a trail of phantoms in the air. With each stride, a black thread pierced through the warped air, rising from the ground around him. Each of these threads tore through an assassin's body with brutal simplicity. By the time Lu Chuan reached the threshold, all the assassins lay vanquished, save for the peculiar pair. "Be careful, Ada," the diminutive figure warned, his aged face etched with trepidation at Lu Chuan's unyielding stance against the spatial distortion. Ada, a towering figure of 3 meters, appeared somewhat dim-witted, yet his strikes were swift and merciless. With a thunderous impact, Ada launched a fist imbued with the force of a collapsing mountain directly at Lu Chuan's head. His oversized fist, adorned with crimson and ebony runes, manipulated the air into chaotic pathways. Lu Chuan extended a single finger to intercept. The collision between his finger and Ada's fist resonated with a deep, thunderous sound, sending visible shockwaves radiating from the point of contact. In an instant, the entire inn was upended, debris and fragments flying like arrows in every direction. "You seek death," the little man exclaimed, as a noxious black-green liquid erupted from his mouth. A foul stench pervaded the air, and black-green smoke billowed forth, rapidly corroding everything in proximity. Yet, in the following moment, a stream of black sword energy, emanating from Lu Chuan's fingertip, pierced through Ada's fist and diagonally penetrated the little man's skull. The little man had not anticipated that Ada's formidable physique could not withstand this black sword energy. His mouth agape, he remained frozen in shock, the astonishment lingering on his lifeless face. "Rest assured, your brother shall soon accompany you. In the next life, remember to join a circus, otherwise this visage would be a lamentable waste," Lu Chuan remarked, and in the blink of an eye, a dark glow emanated from his fingertips, dispersing into myriad fine sword energies. In an instant, Ada's body was cleaved into fragments. This peculiar pair, tainted by spiritual corruption, had finally met their demise. Yet, Lu Chuan showed no signs of ceasing. He even unsheathed the long sword at his waist, for the true performance was just beginning. With Lu Chuan's keen perception, he had already discerned that this odd couple was merely puppets, their true master being the pair of lanterns. As the grotesque duo fell lifeless, the lanterns, resembling eyes, began to float amidst the billowing blood mist, emitting a series of eerie vibrations that caused the entire world to contort unnaturally once more. Lu Chuan was drawn into a peculiar space. Amidst the heavy darkness of night, an array of unidentified structures either ascended from the ground or descended from the heavens. These edifices included dilapidated cottages, exquisite villa complexes, and towering skyscrapers. Under the resplendent glow of neon lights, it was as if a quaint town from another dimension had been transplanted here. These buildings seemed to harbor malevolent entities that had been buried for countless years, releasing a significant amount of negative energy upon their emergence. In mere moments, the surroundings transformed into a ghastly realm. Lu Chuan stood within this world, momentarily entranced as a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. Where was this place? It was the hometown he had departed from countless years ago. The familiar streets, the recognizable houses, yet devoid of its people. Wretched beings. Lu Chuan's fury erupted suddenly. This was the deep-seated attachment he harbored for his homeland, now manifested by those lanterns within this realm. Such a sacrilege was utterly unforgivable. It had been an eternity since he had experienced such intense, emotional upheaval. With a resounding thud, Lu Chuan brought his foot down heavily, exerting all his strength. Centered on his right foot, the world began to fracture at a visible rate. The pair of red lanterns could not have anticipated the wrath they had provoked. This conjured world shattered inch by inch, the real world gradually coming into view. Focusing his energy, Lu Chuan concentrated to the pinnacle of his power. He infused all his strength into the tip of his black sword and struck fiercely towards the heavens. The ominous clouds above were swept away by the sword energy. The rain ceased, and the stars of the night sky became visible. However, the terrifying events had only just begun. Sword chi of the Black Moon. Lu Chuan deftly flicked his wrist, sending forth the killing energy that soared into the heavens. The killing energy erupted with dazzling black light at the zenith, intertwining like a roaring tsunami of sword energy. Centered upon the killing energy, a black sword chi moon rapidly formed in the heavens. "Are you mad? Do you intend to sink this land?" Suddenly, a fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, anxiously shouting. Lu Chuan, with a nervous twitch of his lips, forced a smile. A fu felt a shiver run down his spine, aware that Lu Chuan was having another episode. "You worthless mutt, what have you done?" A Fu exclaimed furiously, glaring at the two lanterns floating in the air. At that moment, the lanterns, resembling eyes, exuded a profound terror. "Suicide as atonement. You beast! Do you wish for the countless creatures of this land to accompany you, a fool, into oblivion?" A Fu roared. But it was too late. With a swift motion, Lu Chuan raised his hand towards the dark, round moon above and struck down with force. A seemingly simple attack, yet it carried an overwhelming weight of despair. The dark moon howled as it descended towards the earth, casting a colossal shadow over the land. It resembled a gigantic meteor hurtling towards impact. Should it collide, as A Fu feared, the land would surely sink. "Guy, please stop," A Fu pleaded desperately, knowing that countless lives would be extinguished if the moon were to fall. For Lu Chuan, this was not a favorable outcome. He did not tread the path of slaughter to prove his worth. Excessive bloodshed would hinder his ascension to emperor. "Dad, where are you?" At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. A young boy, clutching a small cat, appeared amidst the ruins of the inn. The boy, weeping, searched for his family among the wreckage. The anguished cries jolted Lu Chuan awake. He turned to see the solitary boy standing atop the debris, and his cold heart stirred unexpectedly. Chapter 77. I'll deal with you, you little rascal. The boy's heartbreaking wails felt like sharp needles piercing Lu Chuan's mind. He gently tapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, my head hurts." Lu Chuan suffered from severe mania, a clear symptom of mental illness. However, since arriving in this world, his condition had improved considerably. Even during episodes, they were not as intense. The Red Lantern had manifested Lu Chuan's deepest concerns, exacerbating his mental state. "Disperse." Lu Chuan waved his hand lightly, and the black moon in the sky vanished instantly. Perhaps the people of this land were unaware that, due to a little boy's cries, they had escaped a catastrophic disaster in their slumber. Having narrowly escaped death, the Red Lantern realized it stood no chance against the youth and prepared to flee. Yet, it underestimated Lu Chuan, who harbored a deep grudge. Just as the Red Lantern attempted to make its move, Lu Chuan was already before it. Realizing escape was futile, the Lantern resolved to fight back, unleashing a peculiar mental force that radiated from its being. Once, Lu Chuan encountered misfortune. How could he possibly stumble twice in the same place? With near instantaneous speed, Lu Chuan seized the lantern, clenching it tightly in his grasp. "You wretched creature, reveling in deceit, are you?" Lu Chuan concentrated all his strength into his hands and tore the lantern asunder. "Do not kill it, do not kill it. It is a precious artifact. Leave it from me, and I shall craft a talisman for you." A Fu rushed over, intent on stopping Lu Chuan. However, if he were capable of doing so, Lu Chuan would not be the formidable figure he was. Ignoring A Fu, Lu Chuan, after shredding the lantern, unleashed his sword energy, reducing it to mere fragments. Such waste, such waste. A Fu lamented, shaking his head at the countless shards scattered in the air. This was a rare instance of a lifeless entity attaining sentience, existing for an unknown duration. Moreover, judging by its abilities, it appeared to possess mental attributes. If one were to refine it while in a troubled mental state, it might assist in stabilizing one's psyche. "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you insinuating that I am insane?" Fury surged within Lu Chuan, and in a fit of rage, he delivered a kick that shattered A Fu's canine skull. Surveying the ruins of the inn, Lu Chuan slowly approached the sorrowful little boy who was weeping. The boy looked up at Lu Chuan and, with a hoarse voice, inquired, "Brother, have you seen my father?" Lu Chuan shook his head, gently ruffling the boy's hair, discerning that it seemed all the patrons of the inn had perished. When celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu Chuan felt a sharp pain in his eyes, failing to notice the transformation occurring within them. His black pupils gradually lightened, shifting toward the pallid white. A Fu, having just regained his strength, observed Lu Chuan's appearance, his wise eyes widening in excitement. Yet disappointment soon followed, as the pupils reverted to their normal state. "Little rascal, why do you not weep more pitifully?" At that moment, Chow Yunlan's startled exclamation jolted Lu Chuan from his reverie. Turning towards the source of the sound, a cavalry unit gallantly entered the town, with Chow Yunlan captured by the earlier mentioned youth clad in a python robe. When Lu Chuan had acted earlier, he had obliterated the entire inn. To avoid causing Lu Chuan further trouble, and to prevent herself from being struck by falling debris, Chow Yunlan had retreated some distance away. Despite her caution, her singular realm of power rendered her exceedingly vulnerable. Lu Chuan scooped up the boy, who was on the verge of fainting from distress, and with a single step, he appeared before the python-robed youth. "Do not come any closer, or I shall slay her." The youth threatened, his voice trembling. The previously looming black moon had inflicted a significant mental shock upon him. Yet, undeterred by fear, he charged into the town, fully aware that if Chow Yunlan were to survive this day, he would not. Faced with inevitable death, why not take a gamble? A blue dagger pressed against Chow Yunlan's neck. Before the expressionless Lu Chuan, the trembling hands of the boy in the python robe began to falter, slicing into the fair skin of Chow Yunlan. Scalding blood flowed from the dagger, staining the boy's hands. "Who are you? Who on earth are you? Why have you come to disrupt my plans?" The boy in the python robe nearly roared in anguish. Every scheme had been meticulously crafted. Chow Yunlan was destined to perish at the docks. Yet, unexpectedly, a figure akin to Cheng Yaojin had emerged from nowhere, shattering the entire endeavor. "I am your ancestor, you little wretch," Lu Chuan retorted, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. With a thunderous crash, Lu Chuan burst forth, leaving a trail of phantoms in his wake. The thousands of cavalrymen had no time to react, and the dagger of the boy in the python robe could not descend in time. With a crisp snap, Lu Chuan severed the boy's neck. The blue dagger clattered to the ground, and the boy's pupils began to dilate, filled with disbelief and resentment. Perhaps he had never imagined that Lu Chuan would dare to eliminate him, the crown prince of the Great Way, so brazenly. As the surrounding cavalrymen processed the demise of the boy in the python robe, they stirred restlessly, preparing to charge. Chow Yunlan retrieved the blue dagger and bowed to Lu Chuan. "My lord, allow me to handle this." Lu Chuan nodded, entrusting the small boy in his arms to Chow Yunlan. "The child's father is likely gone. He is your subject. Take good care of him." Chow Yunlan cradled the boy tenderly. In prosperity, the people suffer. In demise, the people suffer. It had long been a common occurrence for cultivators to disregard the lives of ordinary folk. There is still hope. Chow Yunlan's expression hardened with determination. As long as he remained alive, whether for a day or a year, if he ascended to a high position, he would have the opportunity to change this plight and restore peace to the people of Great Way. Lu Chuan was unaware of what Chow Yunlan communicated with cavalry. However, on their journey back to the capital, this cavalry became the escort of the Long Princess. After Lu Chuan and his companions set off, a tavern appeared unexpectedly in by Xie Town. The nameless tavern stood solitary by the official road, quietly awaiting patrons. As night fell, a graceful and handsome man pushed open the tavern door. The interior was simple, featuring a small table, a counter, a dimly lit oil lamp, and an alluring proprietress. The proprietress, appearing to be in her 30s, possessed a striking beauty, and her smile revealed two shallow dimples. "Master Zhou, it is time to settle your bill," she said, pouring a glass of wine for the man and cheerfully sliding it toward him. This man was none other than Zhou Yu, esteemed as the seed of scholars. "The master of the Great Wu, your money is truly easy to earn," Zhou Yu declared, raising his glass and downing its contents in one gulp. Then placing a ring before the proprietress, she leaned over the counter, admiring the exquisite ring, its enchanting curves on full display. "Let this matter be settled, then." The proprietress let out a gentle sigh. The crown prince is deceased, and Chow Yunlan's time is also drawing to a close. The reign of the Emperor of the Great Way is nearing its end, and within the next decade, chaos is destined to ensue in the Great Way dynasty. Your objectives have been achieved. Chapter 78. I could be your grandfather. You have lost two of your most capable aides. Can you truly swallow this resentment? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, gazing at the elegant proprietress. What else is there to do? The proprietress lazily rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought as she stared at the flickering lights on the wall. This is hardly the demeanor one would expect from the Autumn Phoenix Tavern. Zhou Yu shook his head, unwilling to concede. The proprietress coldly curled her lips, stating that while she wouldn't stop him from meeting his demise, he should not expect her to join him, lest he blame her for lacking compassion. "Do not be angry. I was merely jesting." Zhou Yu quickly waved his hand, suggesting they change the subject. "You wish to discuss the matter of the Emperor's temple, do you not?" The proprietress shook her head. "I advise you to refrain from meddling. You have no idea how many malevolent spirits have awaited this day. The temple may not be a true temple, but it will undoubtedly become a battlefield of carnage. While this reasoning holds true, can you truly accept it?" Zhou Yu sighed, remarking that she had been stuck in the annihilation realm for over 10,000 years. Did she not desire to take a chance? "And what about you?" The proprietress scoffed, stating that having achieved the status of a Confucian sage through study, did he not wish to progress further, to unite with the Tao and ascend to the throne? The conversation paused at this juncture. They both understood each other. They had awaited this opportunity for countless years and would not relinquish it easily. The capital of the Great Wei dynasty, Dedu, is renowned for its splendor. Lu Chuan did not accompany Chow Yunlan into the palace, but instead sought out a small eatery, dining while awaiting the delivery of goods from Chow Yunlan. As for Chow Yunlan's fate thereafter, Lu Chuan felt little inclination to concern himself. However, as darkness fell, he had yet to receive the expected delivery. It was evident that something had gone awry with that girl, Chow Yunlan. Frustrated, Lu Chuan dashed toward the palace from Xuanwu Street. The forbidden grounds ahead proclaimed that any intruder would be met with lethal consequences. The guard at the palace gates intercepted Lu Chuan, only to be sent flying by his powerful strikes. This provoked a significant uproar. The Great Wei, one of the leading dynasties of the Tianhuang continent, had never before witnessed such a brazen assault on the palace. The dynasty trembled, and numerous imperial guards and skilled palace defenders mobilized to confront Lu Chuan at the Golden Yuan Hall. Tension mounted as swords and crossbows were drawn, and a fierce battle loomed. Young man, what remarkable skill! An old eunuch clad in ceremonial robes approached the forefront. You must be the esteemed figure spoken of by the princess. The eunuch's peculiar tone sent chills down Lu Chuan's spine, prompting him to interrupt. I have no time for your prattle. Tell Chow Yunlan to deliver the goods. I haven't had dinner yet. The eunuch's eyelids twitched. As the chief of ceremonies for the Great Wei dynasty, he had never been subjected to such vulgarity. As time passes, experience sharpens the mind. Although the eunuch seethed with fury internally, a sycophantic smile remained plastered on his face. Rest assured, dear brother, your rescue of the crown princess is nothing short of monumental. Any request you have will surely be fulfilled. Huh? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. I've waited an entire afternoon. Where is that item? The old eunuch's eyelids twitched. He had never encountered such an audacious individual. Please, dear brother, remain calm. There are some issues on the crown princess's side. Once they are resolved, I shall present the item to you personally. Resolve? Why don't you get your act together? Lu Chuan scoffed. You little rascal. Didn't your mother teach you to speak politely? The eunuch could no longer contain himself, his anger bubbling over like a duck caught by the throat, squawking in outrage. Trying to act tough, are we? Lu Chuan stomped his foot heavily, causing the expansive plaza to collapse beneath him. You little scoundrel, daring to cause a ruckus here. You're the first to do so, the eunuch retorted with fierce laughter. I could be your grandfather, yet you dare call me a little scoundrel. Lu Chuan stepped forward, closing the distance to the eunuch and delivering a sharp slap to his face. The eunuch, while not weak, at least at the ninth realm, was no match for the peculiar strength of Lu Chuan, who sent him flying with a single blow. Chow Yunlan, come out here! Lu Chuan bellowed, his voice reverberating and sending shockwaves that knocked nearby soldiers off their feet. The vast palace echoed with his declaration. In a quiet courtyard, Chow Yunlan stood up anxiously upon hearing that voice. She was not one to break a promise. Rather, she was simply unable to fulfill it. Upon returning to the palace, she had been placed under house arrest and had yet to even lay eyes on the emperor. Originally intending to send word to Lu Chuan, her contacts had all been replaced, resulting in the failure to inform him in a timely manner, thus leading to the current predicament. In the imperial study, Emperor Chao Xian pondered the matter of his successor. Having reigned for 498 years, he was bound by ancestral laws that dictated no emperor could rule for more than 500 years. Regardless of one's extraordinary talents, this regulation could not be contravened. It was said that a sage had imparted this wisdom to the founding emperor of the Great Wei, which was intrinsically linked to the fate of the nation. Upon abdication, each emperor was required to either enter the celestial tower for cultivation or forsake all worldly ties to wander the realms. However, the vast majority of emperors opted for the former, as the resources of Great Wei were inexhaustible and well-suited to sustain the celestial tower. It was common knowledge that the reason Great Wei had stood unyielding on the desolate continent for hundreds of thousands of years was solely due to the former emperors residing within the celestial tower. These retired emperors enjoyed the entire resources of Great Wei, with some even achieving the status of half-step emperors. With only 2 years remaining before he would enter the celestial tower, Chao Xian knew it was time to prepare for the transfer of power. However, in the recent millennia, the lineage of the Chao family has been steadily diminishing, with very few newborns gracing their ranks. By the time it reached Chao Xian, he had taken numerous consorts. Yet only 3 descendants emerged: Chao Yang, Chao Yunlan, and a boy born just last year. In fact, some have prophesied the fate of the Great Wei, predicting that it has entered a phase of inevitable decline. Of course, the people of Great Wei, young and old, do not share this sentiment. Chao Xian found himself in a quandary. Chao Yang had perished in Baishi town. Although he had never held high hopes for this son, his death was merely a fact to be accepted. However, Chao Yunlan, upon whom he had pinned his aspirations, now faced grave issues. After consulting with experts, it was revealed that due to the unique nature of the immortal phoenix, Chao Yunlan had but a few years left to live before he would enter a state of reincarnation. This was the most optimistic assessment, contingent upon the procurement of rare and precious materials to extend Chao Yunlan's life. The required elixirs were worth their weight in gold. While Chao Yunlan's rebirth could be described poetically as a phoenix rising from the ashes, the harsher truth was that he would be plunged into an indefinite slumber. Chao Yunlan had been effectively removed from Chao Xian's considerations. This was why he had chosen to confine him. The inevitability of Chao Yunlan's demise meant that vast resources could not be squandered on him. Additionally, there was the pressing matter of reclaiming the rights he had allocated to Chao Yunlan. As Chapter 79 unfolds, the only viable candidate remaining was the one-year-old child. In 2 years, Chao Xian would ascend the Tontian Tower, and by then, the child would only be 3. Before the child reached adulthood, someone must uphold the proper functioning of the Great Wei dynasty. The former emperors of the Tontian Tower had a non-negotiable decree. Intervention was forbidden unless the Great Wei faced imminent collapse. To do otherwise would deplete the nation's fortune and incur irreparable consequences. In recent years, the rising power of Great Wu and the ambitions of the established Shu kingdom necessitated a stabilizing force. Chao Xian's mind was troubled. He had yet to finalize his choice for the regent. Your Majesty, there is a commotion before the Golden Hall. A report reached him regarding the situation outside. What is that young man's background? Has it been investigated? As the Emperor of Great Wei, he was acutely aware of events transpiring within his realm. He knew of Lu Chuan's return alongside Chao Yunlan and was aware of the young man's desires. The imperial treasury of the Great Wei housed the cultivation methods for the 5-element dominance body. However, Chao Xian preferred to bide his time, wishing to ascertain Lu Chuan's true identity before bringing him into his fold. Lu Chuan had been left to languish for a day, a calculated move by Chao Xian to assert his authority. Although Chao Yunlan had sent word to warn him against employing manipulative tactics on Lu Chuan, Chao Xian paid little heed. A brash youth, regardless of his formidable strength, could not be expected to possess much maturity. Chao Xian was exceedingly confident in his ability to command respect, believing that managing a mere lad of 16 or 17 years would be a trivial endeavor. Yet, the youth whom Chao Yunxian dismissed as a mere child was, in fact, a formidable being who had existed for 100,000 years, and one with a notoriously volatile temperament. The eunuch stationed at the entrance, upon hearing Chao Xian's brusque tone, dared not utter a word and hastily informed him, "I know not much, only that this individual first appeared above the Grand View Sea, subsequently rescuing the Crown Princess and slaying 2 assassins from the Autumn Hong Tavern, both of whom were of the Celestial Punishment Realm." Chao Xian sighed, reflecting on his oversight. It was unwise to allow Yunlan to venture to the Feiyun Crossing. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, "The Autumn Hong Tavern, it seems, is orchestrated by Zhou Yu from the shadows. That scoundrel. Originally, this mission was intended for Chao Yunlan to gain experience and enhance a reputation. Furthermore, the returning merchant convoy was guarded by an individual of the Annihilation Realm, making any mishap unlikely. However, Chao Xian had not accounted for the variable introduced by the Autumn Hong Tavern. For millennia, while the Autumn Hong Tavern had maintained a notorious reputation, it had never engaged in assassination attempts against the Great Wei. The boy's capability to dispatch 2 assassins from the tavern was impressive. Thus, Chao Xian considered sending Commander Zhou to capture him. It would be best to have him at my service. If he refuses, he shall be dispatched to the ice prison. The eunuch at the door hesitated, yet ultimately retreated with resignation. In front of the Golden Lawn Hall, Lu Chuan perched atop the old eunuch, casting a sidelong glance at the quaking soldiers. What is the most crucial aspect of being human? Lu Chuan delivered a resounding slap to the old eunuch's rear, causing tears to well up in the eunuch's eyes from the pain. Integrity, am I right? Without trust, one cannot stand. Is it not rather disgraceful for such a grand dynasty as the Great Wei to attempt to renege on their debts? Indeed, it is quite disgraceful. Might I request the young hero to allow this old servant to inform His Majesty? The old eunuch's tone had shifted entirely, adopting the demeanor of a docile lapdog. Cease this at once. A thunderous voice erupted, reverberating through the space. A burly general, armed with a longbow, strode forth with authority. "Commander Zhou, save me." The old eunuch, upon sighting him, instantly regained his vigor, his voice rising in urgency. Zhou Chuan, the commander of the Imperial Guard, was one of the two Annihilation Realm warriors publicly recognized in the Great Way. Uncommonly, Zhou Chuan had comprehended the path of battle through the chaos of war, exhibiting un parallèle de combat prouesse. His archery skills were nothing short of extraordinary, with his most renowned feat occurring 13 centuries ago when he, from a distance of millions of miles, felled a fellow cultivator of equal standing from the Great Wu while drawing his bow within the imperial palace of the Great Way. Since that moment, Zhou Chuan had earned the moniker of the unrivaled killer of the world, provided he maintained distance. It was likely that no one on the entire Tianhuan continent could match his might. "Oh, a formidable character has arrived. I must say, I am honored." Feeling the razor-sharp aura of Zhou Chuan, Lu Chuan could not help but adopt a sarcastic tone. "Young brother, you have saved the crown princess. I harbor no desire to cross paths with you." Zhou Chuan, quite cultured, spoke without any hint of aggression. "Release Master Zhang. Your previous actions are forgiven. Report to the Imperial Guard, and you shall be appointed as a deputy commander." What? Lu Chuan was taken aback. Why was he being thrust into an official position? "Are you dissatisfied?" Zhou Chuan raised an eyebrow. As a newcomer, a deputy commander's position is already commendable. Future promotions will require merit in battle. Despite Zhou Chuan's polite demeanor, the undeniable tone of authority was somewhat disconcerting. Realization dawned on Lu Chuan. This was a summons to serve the Great Way. This is sheer bullying. Lu Chuan stretched lazily and stood up. "I simply desire reasonable and lawful recompense." "Why is that so difficult? Is your mind filled with nonsense? You refuse?" Zhou Chuan regarded Lu Chuan with surprise. In his view, no cultivator on the desolate continent would spurn such an opportunity. Lu Chuan twisted his neck and grinned. "My donkey advised me to refrain from committing further sins, lest I attract great calamities on my path to becoming an emperor. Alas, I wish to comply, but circumstances do not permit." With a sudden movement, Lu Chuan playfully raised his foot and crushed the old eunuch's skull, sending a spray of red and white everywhere. "You dare to kill a member of the Imperial Rights Bureau in front of the Golden One Hall?" Zhou Chuan erupted in fury, a wave of murderous intent surging forth. "Do you doubt my courage?" Lu Chuan's smile vanished, replaced by an air of indifference. Calamity begets calamity. He drew his black longsword and thrust it fiercely into the ground. From the sword's center, dark threads spread out like a spider's web. In but a breath, all surrounding soldiers were ensnared by the black strands, transforming into mere puppets. "Explode!" Lu Chuan snapped his fingers, and the soldiers surged toward the resplendent hall. Zhou Chuan sensed the anomaly and wasted no time, drawing his bow and aiming at Lu Chuan. "Stop, or I shall not be merciful." Lu Chuan stood defiantly, chest out, facing Zhou Chuan's bow. "Come, let me show you how an unfilial son behaves." The exchange was laced with extreme bravado, a twisted delight. Chapter 80. The Xuanwu Great Formation. Boom! As Lu Chuan mocked Zhou Chuan, the controlled soldiers had already charged to the hall's entrance. The calamity erupted in a violent explosion, sending terrifying energy rippling through the surroundings, turning flesh into vapor that filled the air. To Lu Chuan's astonishment, such a magnitude of explosion failed to damage the hall. Clearly, the materials used in its construction were remarkably resilient. A monster controlling others to self-destruct. Zhou Chuan was furious at this sight. A whirlwind formed in his left hand, coalescing into a red arrow, a terrifying intent of slaughter surging forth. Tempest. With a thunderous roar, Zhou Chuan loosed an arrow that shot forth like a streak of lightning. The arrow's tip whistled ominously, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping steeds charging forth in unison. In that moment, Zhou Chuan's toes barely grazed the ground, and he vanished in a flash, swiftly distancing himself from Lu Chuan. Trained in the art of warfare, Zhou Chuan was no stranger to close combat. However, his true prowess lay in archery, making a direct confrontation with Lu Chuan unwise. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, as Lu Chuan deftly pinched the arrow's tip between his fingers. By the time Zhou Chuan reached the apex of the Grand Hall, he had created sufficient distance from Lu Chuan. Observing Lu Chuan effortlessly catch his arrow and even envelop it with an unusual sword aura to prevent it from detonating, Zhou Chuan's pupils constricted in alarm. He quickly realized that the seemingly novice youth before him possessed strength that rivaled his own. Unwilling to underestimate his opponent, Zhou Chaoyang hastily formed intricate hand seals. "Activate the Xuanwu Great Formation," he declared. As his voice echoed, the tortoise-like beasts adorning the ceiling of the hall sprang to life. Brilliant golden light radiated from these creatures, filled with myriad runes, causing the air to resonate with a deafening roar. The golden light coalesced into a vast shimmering barrier, resembling an eggshell, descending to envelop the entire palace, with Lu Chuan perilously positioned just outside its confines. Is the Xuanwu Great Formation truly activated? A woman, enjoying a late-night snack in the bustling night market, gazed in astonishment toward the palace. This woman was none other than the proprietress from the tavern earlier. Beside her stood a handsome young man, savoring 2 skewers of lamb with a cheerful squint. Little did anyone anticipate that the esteemed national master of the Great Wu, Zhou Yu, would boldly appear in the capital of the Great Wei, even strolling through the night market with such nonchalance. Ah, the Xuanwu Great Formation is an ancient relic, one of the 4 celestial formations, renowned for its unparalleled defense. It has likely not been activated for millennia. Zhou Yu mused, taking a bite of the lamb skewer he had never tasted before. "My dear Zhou, you possess such refined tastes," remarked a middle-aged scholar who navigated through the throng to approach Zhou Yu and his companion. The scholar, standing at a height of 8 feet, bore a noble visage, adorned with a silk cap and draped in a crane cloak, exuding an air of celestial grace. Accompanying him was a gentleman clad in white robes, possessing a dignified appearance and an air of cultured elegance. "Zhuge, it is good to see you well," Zhou Yu greeted with a warm smile, then turned to introduce his companion. "Bai Kai, allow me to present to you Zhuge Ming, the military strategist of the Western Shu, a master of ancient and modern knowledge, whose strategies are unparalleled. He is the creator of the legendary 8 formation diagrams, unmatched across the realm. And this gentleman is the ever-victorious General Zhao, renowned for his audacity." The woman named by Kai's eyes widened slightly, recognizing the formidable names before her. "I have heard tales of both esteemed gentlemen," she said, offering a graceful bow. "Bu Shui, such an exquisite name." Zhuge Ming smiled and nodded, observing the young lady whose divine aura was restrained, her presence nearly imperceptible, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. In the contemporary world, it seems only one individual can achieve such a feat. Bok Choy raised an eyebrow and inquired with a smile. "Might I ask which esteemed personage you refer to, Master Zhuge?" "The proprietor of the Chiohong Tavern," Zhuge Ming replied, fixing a keen gaze upon Bok Choy. The Chiohong Tavern had once orchestrated an assassination of the old sword emperor of Shishu, a deep-seated vendetta steeped in blood. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Let us converse amicably. There is no need for hostility. After all, we are merely spectators here." Zhou Yu hastily intervened to ease the tension. Zhuge Ming nodded lightly, seemingly unwilling to pursue the matter further. After all, they were in the capital of the Great Wei. Should identities be revealed here, even 10 lives would not suffice for the consequences. The 4 great fiends have been notably active of late, even exhibiting signs of coming together, which boded ill. "Brother Zhuge, your profound divination. Have you discovered anything of significance?" Zhou Yu subtly positioned himself in front of Bok Choy, casting a glance towards Zhuge Ming. Zhuge Ming, unperturbed by Zhou Yu's maneuver, nodded and stated, "Indeed, the 4 great fiends are drawing closer to one another, and they are casting their shadows upon the Tianwang continent. Someone is beckoning them." This was precisely why Zhuge Ming had ventured into the capital. If someone were indeed luring the fiends, it would likely herald the birth of a great evil. Zhuge Ming's words sent shivers down the spines of the others, and they instinctively gazed towards the direction of the imperial palace. Lu Chuan released his grip, and the cyclone that had transformed into a long arrow dissipated into a gentle breeze within the air. He then extended his hand, and the black longsword buried in the ground soared into his palm. Using the essence of life and death, Lu Chuan lightly tapped the eggshell before him, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, reminiscent of a golden rooster pecking at iron. It was a formidable defensive array, lacking offensive capabilities but boasting unparalleled defense. Perhaps one could attempt to breach it by concentrating force at a single point. That was your forte. Afu appeared beside Lu Chuan, offering an explanation. "You certainly have a lot to say." Lu Chuan glanced at Afu with a sidelong look. Afu chuckled nervously as his eyelids twitched. "One must engage, after all. I shan't intrude upon your work any longer." He quickly made his exit, lest he be treated as a punching bag by Lu Chuan. A pack of shameless wretches, those who dare to overstep their bounds. Lu Chuan narrowed his captivating eyes, casting a glance towards Zhou Chuyang atop the hall, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Zhou Chuyang, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of rage, nearly exploding in place. He had never encountered such a foul-mouthed and arrogant individual. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from Zhou Chuyang, and behind him, a massive crimson array materialized. The red array exuded a suffocating, murderous intent. Drawing his bow, Zhou Chuyang strung the bowstring taut, and as the arc of the bow expanded, countless feathered arrows surged forth from the array behind him. Flying Swan Extreme Shot. Zhou Chuyang took the initiative, releasing the taut bowstring. The great formation behind suddenly illuminated, and crimson feathered arrows cascaded from the sky like a torrential wave. You little beast, having slain the soldiers of our great way, today you shall meet your demise here. Buried alongside them,